19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome, Red Bull Untapped.
Okay, hello and welcome everybody for Red Bull Untapped 2020. It's finally here after all the hype on the internet, on social media that we've seen. I get to be your host for this event. My name is Niels Viane, but who am I? I'm a collection pretty much of a bunch of little bits of what is awesome about this game. I used to be a pro player back in 2009, 2010, but most people probably know me better as a judge at the European circuit. I'm also a community manager, I'm also a tournament organizer, and I'm also the only guy that was brave enough to step in front of the camera in this built studio here in the middle of nowhere in Belgium. And that's sort of the theme for this event. We're all in this together, you know. We are a little studio here in Belgium connected to a caster in the UK, a caster in the Czech Republic. We have analysts in the Netherlands. We have an analyst in Germany. Everything gets mixed around, mingled up, and gets passed onto another studio in Germany that is managing everything. It's crazy. It's everybody from home. It's bringing the feeds from players all over Europe. We've seen people from South America as well. We've seen American players. This is just one big grouping. We're all doing this together. We're all building this event together. You are part of this event. You're part of this stream, and you can be actively involved in it as well by using hashtags Red Bull Untapped 2020. You can even add me on Twitter if you want me to answer a particular question on stream. So take that opportunity, be part of this, and just help us make this even bigger than it already is. So you heard me say we have a caster in the Czech Republic. We have a caster in the UK. Who are these people? In the Czech Republic, we have Martin Juza, a professional player with a record going all the way back to 2005 national champion. He has 24 GP top 8s, and we'll be bringing all that knowledge to you, the viewer. He'll be there together with Riley Knight. Now, Riley is a little bit of Red Bull Untapped history. He was there last year and kind of got famous / viral with his rant on waffles, but there's way more to this guy than just that one piece. Let's go to the casters for a few seconds and have them introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. I'm Riley Knight, joined by a good friend and colleague of mine, Martin User. How you going today, Martin?
What's up, Riley? Good morning, everybody.
It's great to have your company as we get underway with this Red Bull Untapped tournament. Of course, standard is the name of the game. We've got 8 rounds to bring you away. Just a huge number of players, just an enormous number of players today, Martin. All bringing all the different decks that standard has to offer. Any particular highlights you're looking forward to today?
There's a lot of different decks you can play. I think the standard metagame is pretty wide, and you can play a lot of different decks. Obviously, I would highlight the Jeskai Luka deck as the one that has kind of like emerged as the top deck as of late. But we can see 5 or 10 different decks easily take down the tournament today.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if there's any new brews, any new innovations. I saw that Willie Adel was playing a ridiculous new Umori list, which I'm really keen to get across at one point. But look, plenty of stuff coming your way, and it's going to be, my friends, with the silken voice of Martin User, and also I'll be here as well. Sorry about that. But, I'll do my very best anyway. We do hope you enjoy today's coverage, my friends, coming to you live and uninterrupted over the next few hours. So sit back, relax, enjoy yourselves, my friends. Plenty of giveaways, all sorts of stuff going on as well. But for now, while we get ready for round number 1, it's back to the studio and back to Niels.
Okay, that was Martin and Riley for you. I said we have 2 analysts as well. Those were in the Netherlands and in Germany. It's my pleasure to introduce to you to Frank, Karsten, and Toby Henke. They are going to be behind the scenes. They're going to be scrounging up the feature matches, making sure we have deck lists, try to get in metagame analysis, all the information, all those juicy details, all those little nuggets that you really need will be there for you thanks to these two gentlemen. Most of you will know Frank Carson, I hope. He's a pro player. He's a Hall of Famer. He got famous for toughing through a tournament with a bucket next to him, being sick and still making it really deep into that. I think it was World Championships. And Toby Henke, he's more a behind the scenes kind of guy. But if you've been to any European GP or Magic Fest, you probably have read what he wrote about the game. Pretty prolific figure behind the scenes and awesome player all around. Now, let's go back to the studio because this stream isn't just about us outputting this signal. Like I said before, the hashtag Red Bull Untapped and add in hashtag all in this together. I don't care. Let's add the positivity to the message is also there to give stuff to you. There will be a bunch of giveaways through this event. Some of these will be orchestrated through the stream. Others will be purely orchestrated by our chat moderators, who are right there, by the way. And it's going to be a ton of fun. So let's have a look at some of the things we're giving away. We have a bundle and commander deck package. It's going to be pretty amazing there. A play in a box experience, if you may, from a collectible card game. So in case of the commander deck, the bundle is your little starter collection, has some nice premium items in there as well. That's interesting for somebody who's starting. For the more advanced and experienced player, we have the Ikoria Collector's Box. Let's try and have a bit of a close-up there. It has 24, I believe, premium boosters. I forgot. Well, you'll see when you get it. Premium boosters, there's tons of alternate art and foils and extended art things in there, so pretty cool. We also have Ultra Pro goodie bags. But it's not just the bag, of course. There's a bunch of other things in here that are equally juicy. We'll have a look at that when we get a little further. But maybe you already know because somebody posted it in the chat. And then we have some stuff that we cannot show on stream. Not because they're not safe for work or anything. No. It's just arena gems. I mean, how do I... These are the gems and they quickly edit it in, but we don't have like the graphics power to actually do that. So that's just how it is. And then we're also giving away, we're giving away a HyperX super high quality mouse mat and mouse. Very nice. I've been using them myself. I've been very surprised by that quality there. But I just got a message that we have a signal coming in from a different plane. A certain Watley has something to say, it seems. So, studio, can we cut to the signal? Is that possible?
A minute, you're all on this big, awesome plane with a bunch of scary dinosaurs and monsters, and no one invited me? Oh man.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was Watley, and to be honest, she's right. I mean, we're in Ikoria, right? The lair of behemoths. It's pretty much where she would feel most at home, and that's where we are right now. That's where the meta game is at this point, and to be honest, I play myself, and I don't think we've ever seen a metagame shift as fast as we've seen with Ikoria. We have tons of new decks, but we have one specific mechanic that was introduced, which is pretty much the biggest change to Magic since, what? Lorwyn introduced Planeswalkers, 6th edition introduced the stack. It's Companions. Companions currently are over 75% of Magic decks that are available across all the different formats. Standards, not an exception. So we have decks from the old school decks really adapting their companions and changing around. Fires was a big deck that now has Yorion. or even Kiruga as their companion for extra oomph. Mono Red took on Obosh as its little buddy and is stomping through the competition that way. And of course, we have the top dog, well, top cat in the format in Lurus, taking such a big part in making these aristocracy sacrifice theme decks so overpowered and pushing cycling even further up into the meta game. Pretty much the only mainstay we have without a companion, I think, is Adventures, but maybe our analysts will prove me wrong on that one. Now, one person that I'm very curious about seeing what they will be playing is Javier Dominguez. Because not only is he the 2018 Player of the Year, not only is he winner of Mythic Championship 5, he also was there in the finals in London and got there by winning the paper qualifier in Florence. It's kind of weird, right? Playing with paper. Ugh, we're all about arena now, it seems. But paper has that certain charm. Whatever. Back to Javier Dominguez. So we know he won the qualifier. We know he was in the finals, and we figured out, hey, this guy is going to play this qualifier as well. So we had our little sneaky detective on the scene, our reporter Ollie German, track him down and sit him down for a little Q&A. Let's see what they had to say in their interview.
The coverage of Red Bull Untapped 2020, we got the man, the myth, the legend, Javier Dominguez, the Player of the Year 2018. Hey, how are you?
Very good, yourself?
It looks very bright in your room. People could not tell what time it is of the day. We are clocking in pretty late for this one, but I hope you're feeling still energized for this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not that late.
It's not that late. Okay. I guess you work on a different clock than me then. How bad is it in your region? Are you affected very heavily?
It's pretty bad, yeah. Like it is bad because it just like changed the way we live our lives.
Yes,
so
yeah.
That's mostly the thing.
But you're hanging in there, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, as we joke, right? I've been training my whole life for this to be locked. So yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of being card game players, I guess. All right, on to some brighter topics. Let's talk about last year's event. We had interesting mixes at these qualifiers, the card qualifiers, not the digital qualifiers. We had a lot of local players, and then we had some superstars. And you were obviously in the latter category because you played in Florence, and you even went up against one of the hometown heroes in the finals. What was the atmosphere like? Were all the Italians in the room shouting that Luca should beat Javier, or were there more people in your corner?
No, not really. Like in this kind of situations, people is always very respectful for everything. They just quiet and just watching the game because they're interested in the game.
Right.
And it felt like an intense win. It was a very intense tournament. I did enjoy the whole tournament. Also, there was my friend Menguchi in the top 8 as well. So it was
Okay, hello and welcome back, everybody. We got information, we got confirmation that round 1 has actually started, and we're going to the feature match with Lino Bergold, the winner of the finals last year. Let's see what he can do this year. Martin and Riley, you guys are up.
Hello everyone, welcome to live coverage of Red Bull Untapped round number 1 coming your way, and already we are off to the races with one of the best decks in Standard. Martin, user Riley Knight, your hosts today, and Martin, looks like Jeskai Fires is going to kick things off here. This is the new version with Yorion and Luca.
Yeah, one of the hottest decks in Standard, probably the best deck in Standard, as most people would tell you. The way it works is you just make some tokens with cards like Omen of the Sun, Birth of Meletus. You can even make a token with the White Castle, even if you don't draw any of the actual token makers. And then you turn the token with Luca into Agent of Treachery as early as turn 5, and you're using cards like Fires of Invention to basically sort of cheat on mana and make sure that you can play multiple spells every turn for free and get insane value with Yorion just blinking all these agents and all these cheap planeswalkers and all these omens.
And right now, our hero Lurgold looks to be in a great position here, with not only that Omen, now also a Luca is, after a sweeper, going to be able to get that Agent of Treachery online, and probably just Nicolan from Just Great Magic here, who looks to really be under siege. Taking the Godless Shrine.
Once this deck gets going, it's really, really hard to stop it. Like once you have all this stuff in play, like once you have all these planeswalkers, like once you start stealing your opponent's permanents with Agent of Treachery, there really is no way your opponent can usually come back unless they have something like Zenith Flare, for lethal.
We've seen the standard format develop where, you do have these sort of like, what do you want to call them? Like one-shot finishes almost with cards like Zenith Flare. Agent of Treachery isn't exactly that, but it often will have that effect, right? Like it's one of those cards that closes the door very quickly on an opponent.
Yeah, that's why we have been seeing some of the aggro decks do pretty well lately because of the cards like Zenith Flare. Like you can try to put a lot of pressure on this kind of deck like Qualifiers, but they're going to be able to deal with your creatures on turns, 3 or 4 with cards like the Fairy to bounce it, or maybe with a Shadow the Sky to just sweep the board. But then you have that Zenith Flare to just deal the final couple points of damage. If you're trying to beat this deck with just card advantage or just with value, you're just not going to do it. Like there's just no way to outvalue, all of this value stuff with Yorion blinking, ECD blinking all the planeswalkers, doing that basically for free with Fires of Invention. Like you're just not going to win the value game against this deck. So if you want to beat it, you have to either try to go under it, or you can play a lot of counter spells in something like Bant. Maybe that's the case of this kind of Esper control deck. We don't know, but this game one is certainly not looking great for the Esper player.
For those of you who followed the Red Bull Untapped last year, of course, you'll remember that Lino Bergold was the champion, the eventual champion of the first Red Bull Untapped series, back here to defend his crown. And so it's very appropriate that we kick off coverage of series number 2 with this bloke. He had a great run in London last year at the Red Bull Untapped Finals, and I was there to watch him beat, Javier Dominguez, some of the best players in the world in seizing the trophy. And look, he'll be hoping to do it again here. We get a look at his list. Anything stand out here? I can see a copy of Narset, which is a spicier inclusion. I really like this card.
Yeah, I think this list is pretty standard. I'm a little surprised to only see 2 Shadow the Sky in the main. That is a card that's your best card against the aggro decks, but I see that Lino opted to run 1 Omen of the Forge, which is also one of the best ways to try to beat aggro because you can play it on turn 2 and you can later on blink it with Yorion. Narset is interesting. That's obviously great in the control matchups. Other than that, it's a pretty standard list. It's just this is what you're going to find in pretty much all the other Jeskai decks. Oh, I see there is 2 Solar Blazes. I see. Yeah. So that's the other kind of sweeper. We see Lino also board in the Deafening Clarion, and yeah, Deafening Clarion is a great sweeper because it leaves your 0-4 wall from the Birth of Meletus still in play, so you can keep that to turn it into an agent later on with Luca.
Now, one of the reasons that Solar Blaze is picking up steam as a hot piece of technology in Standard, Martin, is because, of course, in some decks it actually doesn't act as a sweeper, and this is a good example of that. Sure, if you play out Elspeth tokens, if you're putting, Omen of the Sun tokens onto the battlefield, sure, they're going to die to Solar Blaze, but Agent of Treachery doesn't, Yorion doesn't, and, your Sharks do as well, I suppose, but, Dream Trawler as well, also immune to it. So it can actually be something of a plague wind if you make some pretty minor concessions to it, right? Like these are cards that you want to play anyway.
Yeah, for sure. And Dream Trawler is an interesting sideboard option for the matchups where your opponent tries to go wide with a lot of creatures and against decks like Mono-Red that have some kind of burn or some kind of reach, where you want to use your Luca and instead of Agent of Treachery, which wouldn't be good enough because it would just steal one of the many creatures that they have. You can get a Dream Trawler this way, for which the aggro decks usually don't really have a good answer.
A great hand here for Bergold, but he's going to eat a duress turn number 1. You hate to see it. This card effectively Thoughtseize against the Yorion, this Yorion list. The only card that isn't going to be able to snag, of course, is an Agent of Treachery and takes out that Elspeth Conquers Death. Now, that's interesting to me, Martin, because not taking the Luca indicates that Just Great Magic clearly isn't as worried about the old combo of Birth of Meletus into the Luca here.
Yeah, there might be another answer. Just in general, ECD is one of the best possible value cards in these kind of matchups because not only does it get rid of something on your opponent's side of the board, it also brings back something from your graveyard eventually when you reach the chapter number 3. So you can bring back like a Narset or Teferi or Luca if it gets discarded. So ECD is definitely one of the strongest cards in the matchup. Luca obviously great too, but if you can stop the tokens, then it doesn't really do a whole lot. So maybe we're gonna see that.
What a draw as well, a Narset there, replacing itself with another Narset. So things really humming along for our defending champion. Another ECD in hand as well. And look, I take your point. If you duress the Luca, then maybe they just bring it back with the Elspeth Conquers Death and after a while. Now, this play, there's a lot going on here with this play. Teferi to bounce the wall. You look at that and you go, yep, that's great. That removes the creature from play, so you can't polymorph it with a Luca, right? And you think that's fantastic. But let's not forget, there's a Narset in play, so you don't actually draw the card. So
yeah, and I like the play by the opponent to uptick Teferi the first turn they played it because you wanna save the counters to bounce the 0/4 token next turn. That was a play I would have made as well. I think it makes a lot of sense. But that Narset, obviously, that wasn't in the hand where when you play duress, that obviously just puts a stop to the extra card draw. So that was a really good draw for Lino, yeah.
Yeah, it was super, super brutal there. I still think Just Great Magic did the right thing by getting rid of that the 0/4, but it is kind of brutal to have the bounce the bounce not accompanied by a draw, because that is what makes Teferi so powerful. Mystical Dispute plucked from the top with a Narset, an embarrassment of riches from that last activation. And the opponent with their Esper list here, it's not been a popular choice, Esper. Jeskai has certainly overshadowed the traditional control colours of white, blue, and black in recent years. I guess having hand disruption with black, having better removal, maybe there are some reasons to play black, but
I think the general problem of Esper is just a lack of really good finishers. Like if you look at this Luca deck,
yeah,
having turn 5 Agent of Treachery combined with Yorion, that just closes the game really quickly because when your opponent doesn't really have a lot of permanents, there's nothing they can do. If you just look at just straight up Esper, there's not going to be a whole lot of ways you can close the game outside of cards like Dream Trawler, but that's a lot of mana. Like getting to turn 6 is not easy by itself, and then you have to fight through cards like Mystical Dispute that basically everybody's playing right now. So unless this is some kind of maybe Doom Foretold deck, I don't know what kind of finishers they're using, but my bet would be on something like Dream Trawler, and that takes quite a while. So you're giving your opponent a lot of time to just develop their cards and execute whatever game plan they're on.
I really like Mortify out of the Esper deck, of course. Another strong reason to be playing that color combination. Mortify, great, in really good shape at the moment against all the sagas, against Fires of Invention, against Wilderness Reclamation. So that is a strong draw for the Esper deck. But leaving up Mystical Dispute here, ended up doing nothing for Just Great Magic as a second copy of ECD. That's the third that Burgold has drawn here, and that's going to take care of the Teferi and threaten to bring back potentially a Narset in a couple of turns. Murderous Rider, another reason to play black. There are a lot of Planeswalkers in this format, and having a clean answer to them in the form of Swift End, the old Hero's Downfall type effect, is also a real draw. So there are reasons to play black, but I think you make a good point, Martin, when you say that, it's not the color combination with the most powerful finishes, and it's not, I don't know, how do we say it? It's not free to play black. It does come at a real cost.
I just pulled up the deck list.
Okay.
Looks like Just Great Magic is Scott Friedinger, and he is playing Esper Control with a bunch of Planeswalkers, Kaya. There's Teferi, the usual stuff. Thought Erasure. If you have ever played against an Esper deck, you know that they almost always have Thought Erasure on turn 2.
Almost always.
That's how they always start.
Yep.
There's 2 copies of Atrice, 1 Brazen Borrower. There's 2 copies of Ashiok Nightmare Muse. So that is kind of the finisher of choice. It just looks like Esper Planeswalkers. There's 2 Liliana, Dreadhorde General. So yeah, it's just a ton of Planeswalkers. They play pretty well with Shadow of the Sky to protect them from aggressive creatures. There's 3 copies of Tyrant's Scorn. Yeah, but just in general, this kind of strategy is going to be exactly what Lino wants to play against.
Yeah.
Just like no real pressure, expensive Planeswalkers that I can get rid of with cards like Elspeth Conqueror's Death, with cards like Agent of Treachery. So this is kind of like the perfect matchup for the Jeskai Fires deck, because all they have is expensive cards. That's exactly what you want to steal with Agent of Treachery. If they only have one or two big cards, you can steal one of them. You can get rid of the other one with cards like ECD, and you're under no real pressure. So you have all the time in the world to draw all the cards, to set up all the combo pieces with cards like Narset, drawing with cards like Teferi, while holding all the counters like Jovin's Veto and Mystical Dispute.
And we're seeing this Jeskai deck take it to the next level here now with an Agent of Treachery from Lino Burgold. I'd be tempted to go after one of the lands here. Mana is so important in these blue matchups. And yeah, I mean, look, you make a great point, Martin. In the situation we're in now, the Jeskai deck can just go so far over the top. I mean, the Esper deck does have a reasonably high power level with all of those Planeswalkers, everything else, but it's no match for Jeskai, as we see the Jeskai deck in the hands of Lino Burgold take out game number 1 and indeed game number 2. And that is all she wrote for our very first match, I should say, of this Red Bull Untapped tournament. Unsurprising, Martin, to see the Jeskai Fires, the Jeskai Yorion Luca list, whatever you want to call it, getting off to a very strong start this weekend.
Yeah, that was pretty much the perfect matchup for Lino. Exactly what we just talked about. This is exactly what you want to play against. No real pressure, bunch of expensive things you can get rid of with ECD and Agent. Yeah, that was not really a close game.
We might come to a point where Esper is a little bit better positioned, a little more favored against a more aggressive format. It does play some very powerful removal spells, cards like Kaya's Wrath, what have you. Anyway, we might get the chance to talk about Esper a little bit later on, because right now we're going to be able to jump into another game here, another match. Let's see who's next in the hopper here as we continue our coverage of Red Bull Untapped. We're ready to go back down to the battlefield and check in with Skite playing against Fizzle here. And once again, we've got a Jeskai deck. However, this one looks to be a little different. Martin, what is going on with this list here? My goodness.
So, okay, let me try to make sense of this. So, on the Fizzle side of the board, we're seeing Bant Ramp, I can imagine.
Yeah, Bank
Omen of the Sea, that's kind of like the kind of cards you're playing with Yorion. I see a Sharknado in the graveyard, so that looks like a pretty straightforward Bant Ramp. On the bottom side, that looks like some kind of strategy where you want to play one creature and you want to make it bigger with all the enchantments, with all the bump spells, and then protect it with cards like God's Willing and fight as one. So it might be. What is the name of the 3-mana 3/4? 10 District Legionnaire. Yeah, we're working on getting the exact deck list for you guys. Lurrus is pretty good in these kind of decks, because even if your opponent manages to kill the one creature that you're trying to protect, you can just bring it back later with Lurrus from the graveyard. So
I was going to say that this list looked a little bit like a the old Feather lists, given it had District Legionnaire and God's Willing. Obviously, it's not. It's playing Lurrus as a companion, so it's not playing Feather. Is it just Jeskai Bogles? I mean, it's playing Staggering Insight, Sentinel's Eyes. Is it Jeskai Heroic? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, Feather was the card I was looking for the name, but you made a great point. If you're playing Lurrus, you're not gonna play cards that cost 3 or more, unless Lurrus is one of the actual cards in your deck. But I think just something like Jeskai Heroic, Staggering Insight looks like a pretty strong card that you can put on something like 10 District Legionnaire. So yeah, this looks like Jeskai Heroic, where you're just trying to protect one creature and just put a bunch of enchantments on it.
I mean, this is not a deck I expected to see today. This is not a deck that I think is even a deck. It's new. It's hot new, exciting technology here, my friends. And now Fighters 1 cast main phase here. Is this going to push through lethal here? It looks like it is, actually. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, wow. Really aggressive. I mean, one of the things we've talked about a lot when it's come to dealing with this format is finding a way to be aggressive, and this seems to play some very aggressive creatures. It plays Sprite Dragon, it plays 10th District Legionnaire in order to get in there nice and quick, and also there's of course that companion Lurrus to bring back these cards. Oh my goodness, look at this. Raking Claws, Dreadhorde Arcanist, This is a brew and a half. Whoa, Terramander? Are you kidding?
Yeah, and this is like a big advantage of decks that are not really, part of the meta game or something that you're not used to seeing, because exactly what just happened. Like this deck caught me off guard, and I play Magic 24/7. So if you play against something like that, you're not gonna, you have a sideboard guide or something, but it's not gonna cover a deck like this. So you're gonna catch your opponent off guard, not really knowing how to play against you exactly, what kind of cards are possibly in your deck, how to sideboard against you, and this can be a pretty big advantage.
And you can see the name that Sky. That's Joao Choca, by the way, who won a GP in 2018, I believe. 2018 Grand Prix Turin. That's right. Frank Carsten, the man with the numbers behind the scenes, letting us know. And he's calling it Jeskai Delver. So that says something about what this deck is about. For those of you who haven't ever experienced what a Delver deck is about, Delver decks are all about putting a cheap threat onto the battlefield as soon as possible, and then protecting that threat, beefing it up, and pushing through damage. It's what we call a classic tempo strategy in Magic, Martin.
Yeah, Delver is most of a like a legacy deck where you're playing Delver and something like Young Pyromancer. You're protecting it with cards like Force of Will. Here we see the Jeskai deck use cards like Terramander, 10 District Legionnaire, and cards like Staggering Insight, and protecting it with cards like Karametra's Blessing and Mystical Dispute. It's something I've not seen before, but it's interesting. And we see Joao up a game, I believe. Yep. Good stuff.
Yeah, picking up an early game win there against the Yorion list. We'll see what Fizzle has to say. Fizzle here is Philip van Donselaar, who is a grinder from the Netherlands, looking to maybe pick up a W or two here today. But at the moment, on the back foot. Can't keep this hand. Look at this. No action whatsoever, just a bunch of pump spells.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of hand that you need to mulligan. Like, it looks like, okay, I have all the protection spells I need. Like, if I ever draw a creature, I'm going to be able to, have all the protection spells for it. But you need to make sure you mulligan aggressively to actually find the creature. Because if you keep a hand like that, and your first 3 draw steps don't give you a creature, then you're just going to lose with all these spells in your hand that you're not going to be able to play.
This sounds way better here. This is a snap keep. You would have thought. You can play the well, actually, you need to draw a non-plains land for the and bidding the opt. Wow, okay, because I would have thought you'd want the opt in order to dig to a blue or red source here, but no. Looks like Joao's going to trust the top of his library here.
This is a much better hand because you have a creature, but that plains looks really, really awkward here when you're trying to cast a spell that costs blue and red mana. We still need to draw. Still need to draw one more land, which also would make opt look pretty good in my eyes. But looks like Joao opted to keep some of the protection spells instead. Yeah. And there's the
and why would you ever need opt when you're just going to draw the perfect land that you need the next turn, Martin?
That's true.
See that Joao's on another level. Now there's going to be Mystical Dispute for the Teferi. It's not forthcoming. So here plains. Now we can play the Sprite Dragon, but that leaves you open to something like Teferi. I like this. I like the restraint.
Yeah, I like Joao's play here a lot. By passing, it means that you can keep Mystical Dispute up. If you just play the pet, that means you only have a white source left.
Yeah.
So if your opponent plays Teferi, you're not going to be able to counter it. You can still give your creature protection, but Teferi will still be in play, which means that you're not going to be able to kill it next turn very likely, and then you're not gonna have the option to play all your cards at instant speed.
So let's see if Philip taps out here for something. No, just going to play a land right at the top and say go, and this is better. Now you can actually get in for 4 or for 3 here. Play the Sprite Dragon, put Sentinel's Eyes on it, get in there. And then you've still got Mystical Dispute, God's Willing, and Karametra's Blessing. Really love the restraint here. Really love the disciplined play from Joao. Oh, and he's going to actually leave up God's Willing plus Mystical Dispute, even better.
Yeah, this makes sense now. Like, now you just want to keep up the mana to exactly leave up Dispute to possibly counter, like a Yorion or a Teferi or something, plus the protection spell for something like a Glass Casket, for example.
Yeah, exactly. And You know, look, this is really smart play. It's slower for sure, but we know that in post-board games, after you've sideboarded in game number 2, it gets a lot more interactive. A lot of interaction comes in on both sides. Games tend to slow down a bit, and you will get punished more often for that all-out aggro start where you're, giving your opponent a chance to, punish an overextension. Now, this Teferi is being played so Mystical Dispute can't counter it, of course. So, again, disciplined play from the opponent. Wait until they've got 6 lands, but it's not going to have its effect because you've got God's Willing to protect that Sprite Dragon.
Both players playing really well here. I like Philip's decision to just wait until he has the 3 extra mana to pay for that Mystical Dispute that even though he doesn't even know about it, he's kind of expecting like, okay, well, you haven't been playing any creatures, so you must have a bunch of instant speed cards in your hand, and I'm going to guess that one of them is going to be Mystical Dispute, and if I don't have to play this Teferi because there's no pressure, then I'm just going to save it for when I actually have 6 mana. So I like to play from both players, but the more time you give the banned Ram deck, the less of a chance you're going to have to just win the game, because the way you usually beat these decks, if you play aggro, is you're trying to beat them as quickly as possible to not give them a chance to use all the expensive cards in their hand. But here we see, turn 6, and Philip is still at 19 life.
Yeah, and this is this is one of the problems that's going to snowball out of control very swiftly, unless Joao can quickly resurge here. Something like a Staggering Insight on the Sprite Dragon would really put a lot of pressure on. Even a Sentinel's Eyes can pump things up a little bit. The problem now is, of course, with Teferi on the battlefield, a lot of your cards, the Karametra's Blessings, the God's Willings, they all become blank pieces of cardboard. So I'm not surprised to see. Okay, the option there. No, I am a little surprised to see that. Another Sentinel's Eyes would have dealt with the Teferi.
Yeah,
and that then unlocks the Mystical Dispute. I don't get that.
I would have liked to see the pet getting pumped enough to kill Teferi here, so that if my opponent plays Shadow the Sky next turn, I have either the Karametra's Blessing open to give my creature indestructible. Does it actually give it indestructible?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, as long as it's enchanted, it does. Yeah.
Okay.
The problem here is Joao's not doing anything else. There's no activated abilities. There's no Shark Typhoons. There's nothing. And under the yoke of Teferi, you're just spending your next turn. That's 3 unspent mana. At least play Lurrus. Play at the very minimum Sentinel's Eyes, because you can always cast that from the bin again. I was impressed. I was very impressed by this play, but now it's not coming together for me anymore. That was a very, it's tough, right? You play the Lurrus, you get punished by Shatter. You play another Aura, you get punished by Glass Casket. But still, if you spend 3 mana, you sit and then spin your wheels, do nothing. You get punished by inaction. So, that's a good draw.
That's a good draw.
That's a good draw, Martin.
And Glass Casket works really, really nicely here to get rid of the creature, because the creature is now exiled, which means you're not going to be able to play it with Lurrus from your graveyard. Yeah. So that is a pretty big thing for Philip.
So Sentinel's Eyes now on the 10th District Legionnaire, and this has to go up to Teferi to unlock that Mystical Dispute. There could be something that is just going to prevent this from happening. A Shatter the Sky at instant speed. Oh my goodness, yeah. So this is kind of brutal, although there's some new gas on the top. But how different this game would be, Martin? How different this game would be if that Teferi weren't there?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're maybe missing something. But yeah, it would have. If there was an option to kill Teferi, you want to try to do everything in your power to get rid of it.
No, I'm reasonably sure that an extra Sentinel's Eyes would have on the Sprite Dragon 2 turns ago would have taken care of it, or just a main phase Karametra's Blessing if you want to take that route, although it's not hugely advisable. So now I think this Teferi is gonna the advantage is gonna snowball away from Joao here, who, even though has got a decent threat on the top of the library in Terramander, is just gonna, because next turn the Terramander, you play it, maybe suit it up, whatever. Teferi can just bounce it. Is the problem now? So because it doesn't have haste.
Yeah, if Teferi bounces it, that means Teferi's kind of gone, because it only has 3 loyalty now. So you can still you can always still get back into this if you draw a couple creatures in a row. Like you're not really that afraid of like sweepers, because you have Lurrus, so you can bring the creatures back from the graveyard. But that Teferi is a big problem, because, as you said, the cards in your hand are now basically all doing nothing.
Yep. And if you invest something like a staggering insight into this Terramander, it's just free real estate for opponent to bounce it. Often, the rich get richer, and an opponent will have used this time to dig to maybe another Teferi. I know they're playing an 80-card deck, but you kill the Teferi, they play a second one. That's always a bad feeling. Castle Vantress also helps you to dig to more action. So the longer this game goes on, the more favoured Philip is here.
He doesn't really have a lot of action, though. He has 2 cards in hand. He's just been playing a lot of lands and ways to answer the creatures. Keeping 2 cards on top, though, you can feel great about that if you're Joao, because when your opponent's crying, when they have a lot of lands, they're usually looking for action, not more lands or something. So when they keep 2 cards on top, you can be reasonably sure that more Planeswalkers are going to be coming, or something like Uro, or just some kind of proactive action that's going to be able to swiftly turn this game around.
Well, let's see what's up next here.
Philip has access to 4, 6, 8, 9 mana, with Yorion still able to be played, and by passing without really doing anything, that kind of just signals that a Sharknado token is coming. Like, if you're gonna pass with 9 mana up, and you have access to play Yorion to maybe reset your Teferi, or just do some other stuff, you can be reasonably sure, especially after your opponent kept 2 cards on top, that something like a Shark token is incoming.
That was uncalled for.
Always very suspicious when your opponent goes top and then immediately just passes. Yes, you know that there's definitely something coming, as you say, Martin, because they will have found something good. So Terramander gets in there.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a big Shark token at the end of turn. All right, there's Lurus that gives Joel the option to play the District Legionnaire from the graveyard next turn if Lurus survives. But now I would expect some big things from. Okay, so it was Nightpack Ambusher, not a Shark token. It was a flash creature, just a different one than we expected.
Nightpack Ambusher obviously unable to block the Terramander. That explains the attack going unpunished there. But I really like the play here from Joao of Lurus into Sentinel's Eyes, giving you a little bit of insurance, Martin, against a Shadow of the Sky. Yorion now. Not going to do a huge amount. Can blink the glass casket to reset it, but do you really want to give him back a Sprite Dragon?
At this
Apparently,
point,
yes, you do.
I think at this point you just want to probably get rid of Lurus, because your Yorion is going to be a lot bigger than the pet. Like, both creatures have flying. Your creature is a 4/5. So unless the pet gets bigger, by using a bunch of pump spells or enchantments, you're gonna be fine. And even if Joao manages to do that, you can still jump with the Yorion, and next turn just use the Teferi to bounce the pet.
And here's the thing, right? Ordinarily, without the Teferi, again, we keep coming back to this Teferi, you could attack with the perfect pet. You could attack with the Sprite Dragon, because you've got those Karametra's Blessings in hand, right? You can punish any blocks that were done with the Yorion. Because of that Teferi, you're unable to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Teferi is just... Anytime you play a deck like this, anytime you play a deck that wants to use cards like God's Willing and cards like Karametra's Blessing to protect its creatures, or even like a flash strategy like Team Reclamation, Teferi is always the one card you don't want to see on the opposite side of the board.
Joao kind of desperately swimming against the tide here as we see the Sprite Dragon get in. It's got a staggering insight, so it's a real threat if it attacks and hits, but then you untap, bounce it with Teferi, and your opponent's kind of back to square one. Here's a Shark Typhoon. Okay, going to cycle that away, and then here just chump block in order to prevent the draw. And it's go on. Sorry,
we're going to see a double block. Yeah, we're going to see a double block, because now with Teferi in play, if you're Philip, there's not going to be any tricks, right? So it just makes more sense to double block. You're going to lose your Yorion, but the pet is now gone, so there is only Terramander, and you still have Teferi. You keep your Shark token, and now you don't have to bounce a big guy because you just killed it with a double block.
And also, they lost their copy of Staggering Insight. You gained some value off of your urine when it played. The shark replaced itself. Yeah, this is looking better and better now for Philip. Going to get a knight from the Knight Pack Ambusher. Another blank piece of cardboard drawn by Joao Choca here.
Yeah, and like once the band deck is the one that's attacking, you know that things are not going well for you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. And
it looks like really. It does look like a really interesting deck, though. The Jeskai Delver deck, like it is something that is a lot different to what we're used to seeing in standard right now. And I like innovation. I like something new. So this deck definitely looks interesting, and it's definitely something worth a try. It doesn't look like something you need a lot of wild cards for. So if you're playing on Arena and you were looking for a new deck to try, this is interesting.
Yeah. So that is game number 2, of course. We've still got another game to bring to you from that match, as it is not yet over. But while sideboarding's there, Martin, we can discuss this a little bit more. I've got it in front of me here, and as you say, it is quite easy on the old wildcard bank there. You can have a look and see that the only real rares in this list are Dreadhorde, Arcanist, the Lurrus, the lands, obviously very important, but burning wildcards on lands is not something you should be afraid to do. Apart from that, just uncommons and commons.
Yeah, I'm looking at the sideboard. This does look like the old heroic lists, except that you don't have Feather, but instead you have Lurrus, which makes you better against sweepers. So I kind of like that. Everybody's playing cards like Shadow the Sky now. Boarding out cards like Shock makes a lot of sense. You didn't really want to have burn spells against a control deck. Blazing Volley, that's also something that comes in against like a mono red aggro deck or perhaps the cycling deck with cards like Villian Rescuer. Yep, and we're going to see game 3.
All right, well, locked up at 1-1 at the moment. Our 2 heroes here, Joao Choca and Philip Van Donselaar. And it's all part, of course, of the Red Bull Untapped International Qualifier, a $5,000 tournament. Friday night, joined by Martin User. It's great to have your company around the world, wherever you are. Thank you for choosing to join us today. And to all the players playing in the event, thousands and thousands of you, the best of luck, very best of luck, as we, of course, continue our coverage of this event, starting with round number 1. Now, this is a rough start, and I think one of the inbuilt weaknesses of this deck is that it has to mulligan to very specific hands. It does need creatures, and it doesn't play many of them. Grand total of what? 13, and for that reason, you're going to have a lot of awkward clunkers.
Yeah, I like the disciplined mulligans though. Like it's easy to get tilted by just not seeing the perfect cards in your hand, just being like, okay, well, I guess I'm already on 6. I guess I have to keep this. That's not really the right approach. You should always you should never assume that just because it's on 6, I can't mulligan anymore. If I go to 5, that's so bad. I mean, it's still better than losing.
Yeah. Yeah, probably losing is better than definitely losing, yeah.
Yeah. Like your opponent can get stuck on lands or something. Maybe they're not going to have a third land or something, and just a mulligan to 5 can easily get there. So it's definitely correct to just always do the disciplined mulligans rather than have the mentality of like, well, I'm already on 5. That's it. I'm not going to mulligan anymore.
Look at this as well, and from Mulligan to 5, we are off to the races here. Getting in with Terramander, getting in with the Sprite Dragon, Mystical Dispute up for a Teferi. Never mind. Shadow the Sky right on time, clearing out these 2 cards. I mean, you've got Lurrus next turn at least, and an op now to find something else, but that was a timely sweeper there, Martin.
Yeah, I like the play. by Joao. You have to be aggressive, and if your opponent has the Shadow, they have it. There's nothing you can do about it. It's not going to disappear from their hand if you play the creatures 1 by 1 because you're only hitting for 1, so you don't really have any real pressure. And even if they have the Shatter, you have Lurrus next turn to possibly bring the creatures back. You can also wait until you have for the 4th land, so you can play Lurrus and Terramander on the same turn. This way, by playing the freshly drawn pet, you are able to keep the Mystical Dispute mana up for for the Yorion or for something like a Teferi. So I don't think it's still over, even though obviously Philip has to be feeling pretty good about this game when he has 5 cards to Joao's 1 or a little bit more now, but pretty sure he's still feeling pretty decent about this game.
So Dorat here can get in for another 2, pay 2 life, and then you've got double Mystical Dispute against anything, right? So if they have a Shatter, or not that ECD would be pretty good here, but something like that is what I'm saying. You've got Mystical Dispute, and then you can dispute back there on their counterspell. So Dorat can still get busy, but instead it's Shark Typhoon here, so no attacks.
Yeah, one card you cannot counter is the cycling on Shark Typhoon. Like that's just gonna create a token, let you draw a card, and if you cycle, that's not something that can be countered by Mystical Dispute. So now we see a 2/2 flyer on the other side of the board that can challenge the pet if you wanna block, maybe if you want to double block. Mystical Dispute does get rid of the Knight of Autumn. That would have been, good enough to just be a 4/3 or gain you 4 life. It's something you can bring back with the Fairy later for even more life, or try to destroy something like Sentinel's Eyes.
Well, I think what Joao may have been looking there for is honestly just the +1/+1 counter on the Dorat, so I can attack past the Shark. Just counter more or less anything I think that Philip played there, just in order to pump up the Sprite Dragon.
Yeah, now Philip does need to play something, but he does have access to at least Yorion, even though we know that's going to get countered by Mystical Dispute. But it's always good to just have the companion ready, because even if you have nothing else to play, you still have a 4/5 flyer that in this situation it would just be good enough. So there's always Yorion waiting to be played. I think Philip is just waiting to try to get even more value from it than just blinking the Omen, and he's possibly also playing around the Mystical Dispute that we know is in Joel's hand.
Yeah, we see that Uro come down with 3 lands to defend it from a Mystical Dispute, and now with 4 mana, you can potentially flash it back. Let's see.
Yeah, that's an interesting situation. If you have been playing around Mystical Dispute, it's probably not something you want to do, because if you have been playing around it and now you just cast Uro right into the dispute when you're already up to 8 or 9 lands in play, then that kind of defeats the purpose of playing around the dispute until now. So I like Philip's decision to just hold the mana, maybe wait for next turn. He's not under a tremendous amount of pressure. He's just taking 3 a turn. So I like the decision to wait quite a bit. There's still lures waiting to be played. I like Joao's decision too, to just wait with it. No, not overcommit into another sweeper.
Mm-hmm.
Just try to play the flyers with the Mystical Dispute backup. Although now if Philip ever goes for just the Yorion, we know that that's just going to be big enough to stop the flyer. So maybe just because of that, it might be better to just go for lures anyway and just try to swarm the board with a lot of other creatures and just hope that the opponent doesn't have Shadow the Sky.
And this is where the problems begin here. Teferi, we'll see a Mystical Dispute to tap down 3 more lands, but there's no chance that Philip doesn't just pay for the dispute and let the Teferi resolve. It's really brutal. It can reset the door. Oh, I guess the thing is, because you've got 2 threats, if it goes down, maybe it's not that bad.
Yeah, like with the with you knowing the Mystical Dispute is the last card in your hand, you know that there's nothing else that you have to be playing around. Now Philip is just he has perfect information. Everything that he has to worry about is either in play or in the companion zone, so he can easily make the decision of, well, do I want to pay 3, have my Teferi, maybe bounce the bet. Should I rather keep mana up, play something like Shadow the Sky? It's pretty simple to just work with perfect information. He chooses to pay for Teferi, bounces the Thermander, and Glass Casket gets rid of the.
And that's
here.
And that's the key. That's the key element there.
That's a good draw.
That's the key element. Yeah, 10th District Legionnaire does change things, but in the abstract there, that Teferi bouncing the Terramander, it doesn't actually look that good, because your opponent can just get in with the other creature, kill the Teferi, and continue on their merry way. But with that second piece of removal, that's huge. But look at this, Joao right back at you with now the 10th District Legionnaire takes out that Teferi, redeploys the Terramander, once again putting the pressure on. Terramander has 5 cards. Oh, Shatter the Sky, so good. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
No brakes on the Phillip train. Rallies masterfully there after Joao turns around after that Teferi. And now an Uro, and this is the point of the game where you start thinking, well, the Jeskai deck is falling a little too far behind here.
Yeah, now with Uro in play, Philip is firmly in the driver's seat. He's going to be drawing extra cards every turn. He still has that Yorion waiting to be played. Blink that Omen of the Sea, get even more value. Still with 3 cards in hand. So as soon as he finds a way to deal with Dolores or with the flying creatures that can be played with it, he's going to be able to finish out this game.
Terramander the play from the Lurrus, but even the Terramander I don't think will be able to race this Uro and all the cards it will provide. Eventually there'll be a removal spell that will either deal with or reset the Terramander, something like Teferi, Glass Casket, what have you. And the Titan of Nature's Wrath certainly bring the pain, now halving Joao's life total. Now Joao can just, bring back a chump blocker every turn, but that's not a sustainable plan against a 6/6 that gains 3 life and draws a card every turn. Oh, and there's a Shatter the Sky. Once again, that's the 3rd shatter here.
Wow, and you also get to draw the extra card because you had a creature with 4 more power in play.
Yes.
So, yeah, good stuff for Philip.
Pretty brutal there, Philip. And now Nightpack Ambusher, the follow-up for him. Looking pretty good. Down to 2, and given there'll be probably 2 threats on the battlefield, a knight and an embarrassment of riches. A Tameo doesn't even need the 2/2 wolf from the Nightpack Ambusher here. Goes and gets back a Shark Typhoon, and that's another lethal threat here, and nothing off the top, and that is going to be that. Unfortunately, Joao Choker going down 2-1. So that is that for that game there. We are going to see if there are any other rounds or any other matches to bring you, my friends. In the meantime, Martin, interesting to see some innovation, some newer decks, some I guess updated takes on old archetypes being unearthed in the early rounds of this game.
Yeah, this just tells you like how much possible stuff there is to do in standard. Like even after all these months that we're used to seeing all these fires decks and reclamation decks and Teferi, Narset, all that stuff. Even after all this, all these months, somebody's able to come up with a new deck like this, and it looked interesting. It was unfortunate that Joao had to take a bunch of mulligans, which obviously makes the game a little different. But it was an interesting deck.
All right, well, maybe we'll see some more of it before the day is over. Right now, however, we can head back down to the battlefield and see what's going on between our next 2 champions. And this time it is the world champion himself. Look at that. Well, I mean, hang on. Are you still a world champion like the year after?
World, yeah, Paulo is the current world
champion.
Yeah.
Or is it like an American president? Like you're just Mr. President for the rest of your life. I'm not sure. Right, yeah. I don't know. In any case, it's Javier Dominguez. He's got his face on a magic card. He's got a world championship title to his name. He's one of the nicest blokes you could hope to meet. And he's playing, once again, this Jeskai Luca deck, this Yorion list that has been so popular in the hands, again, of one of the greatest players in the world.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see Javier on the Jeskai Luca deck. In his hands, the best deck in the format. In a hand of the former world champion, that's a deadly combination.
Dominguez also won the Florence Red Bull event last year, so no stranger to success in this tournament series as well. He made it to the finals in London, but was vanquished there by the eventual champion Lino Bergold.
And we're seeing the Teamer Elementals deck on the other side of the battlefield, which I've been seeing quite a lot of in the last couple days as something that many players feel like could be the answer to Jeskai Luca. I'm a bit skeptical of that because if you're trying to outvalue this deck, it's exactly something we talked about. That's usually not the right way to try to beat it.
Yeah.
Because you don't really want to play the value deck with a deck that literally has all the value. But yeah, this Genesis Ultimatum was really strong here, and there's a lot of cards in hand still for Infernus. There's a Cavalier of Thorns still in play, although cards like Cavalier of Thorns, those are exactly the prime targets for cards like Elspeth Conqueror's Death.
Yeah, of course.
That's exactly the juiciest, you have a 5 mana big fat creature. That's exactly the kind of card.
With a death trigger, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of course the ECD exiles it rather than having it die, so you don't get the second half of the Cavalier here.
I'm actually really happy to see this matchup because exactly what I just talked about. I have been pretty skeptical that this could be the answer to Jeskai Luka because of the value stuff. So let's see how these players battle it out here, because this is exactly the kind of game both players want to play. They both had enough resources and enough time to develop their game plan. So we're seeing exactly what happens when both players can execute whatever their deck is trying to execute. And if the sources are right, we should be seeing the Elementals deck come out on top here. But Javier still has a completely full hand with a bunch of really powerful cards. He has a lot of options here. He can use Teferi to bounce his Elspeth Conqueror's Death back to his hand, even though it just got stolen by Agent of Treachery. There's Shatter the Sky that can potentially deal with whatever number of elementals Infernus comes up with, and we might even see the teamer deck eventually run out of cards if you just keep playing cards like Cavalier of Thorns, just milling yourself. Because
that's huge. An 80 card deck running out of cards is just enormous, but it could happen. I mean, between Risen Reef, between Omnath and Cavalier, Uro as well, and Genesis Ultimatum. Yep. This deck does see a lot of cards. It does.
But Javier is going to have all the time in the world and all the resources in the world to try to defend himself. He's not under any pressure right now. He's even able to attack with that Yorion because he feels like, well, who's the beat down now? Like, I guess if I'm dealing 4 a turn, you're only dealing 2. I guess I should just start attacking and maybe I'm going to be able to close out the game faster than you. But we also see, oh wow, another Genesis. That is
another
huge.
Genesis Ultimatum. That's the second one here. And a Scampering Scorcher may not look like much, but it is a powerhouse card when it comes to not only Risen Reef, but also giving a card in the late game, a card like Omnath, a card like Cavalier, giving it haste so it can attack straight away. Okay, and a Mythos. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, all of a sudden now things looking much better for Vasco Rosa here in News. And this is a big attack.
That was a good turn. Now, yeah, if you're gonna do something powerful, this is it. Look at top 5 cards, put the Scorcher into play, make some extra tokens, play the Blue Mythos, get an extra Cavalier, steal your land. That was a really powerful turn. Plus, you have the Elspeth Conqueror's Death still ticking up. So eventually you're going to be able to bring something back from your graveyard, too.
Elspeth Conqueror's Death does it have any counters on it? Are they just not showing up?
Javier's plan this turn might have been to go Teferi and Shatter. But this might be the case where he didn't notice the tax on ECD.
Yes, yeah.
Making him pay 2 more for both of those spells. So Teferi bounce ECD Shatter would have been the perfect play that turn, but ECD prevented that, so he had to go for just attack and Shatter, drawing an extra card in the process because he had a Yorion with 4 power.
Kind of brutal, however, because you play straight into the Elspeth Conqueror's Death. It looks like they've taken off the counters from the cards. Very confused. I was wondering how the counters were removed, but no. It's still leveled up to level 3, and there's the Agent of Treachery to steal another land. Here's an Omnath as well, so the value starts coming, and it doesn't stop coming. And Yorion now to blink the Agent. Wow, Javier is so far behind here.
Wow, that is a lot of value. That is
Yeah.
now we're seeing what the elemental deck wants to do, and that's a big value train rolling, just coming at Javier and making sure that he doesn't have a lot of lines to play with. And if you ever have the luxury of being able to steal lands with Agent of Treachery, you know that things are going well for you.
Yeah, exactly right. And now an ECD can deal with one of these threats, and it's going to be Omnath, of course. Omnath continues to draw cards for the Teamer deck. Javier with another land, luckily for him. And back over to Inferno. Oh, another Agent of Treachery. Oh, Martin. Oh, Martin.
That's good stuff. Yeah.
And an attack with the Leafkin Druid. And an attack with the Leafkin Druid. You really do love to see it. Agent of Treachery now drawing 6 cards. This game is over. This game is over. Vasco Rosa with an opponent on 1, discarding to hand size with an Agent of Treachery. Double combo on the battlefield. Teferi Time Raveler is not going to do it. And I don't think there's a way for Dominguez to win this game. There's just too much to overcome. Here's Teferi. That doesn't solve the problem, however.
Yeah, that's the thing with Agent of Treachery. Like when you're doing it, you're really doing it. Like
You're really
you're
doing it,
drawing
yeah.
3 extra cards from each of the triggers. Like you basically can't lose anymore unless you literally just run out of cards, which is also something that can happen.
Not going to happen here, though. And we see Agent of Treachery get across for the win, in addition to that 0 power Leafkin Druid. You love to see it. And we hit the sideboards once again. Here is Dominguez's list. You can see he's made some adjustments post-board, shaving cards like Shark Typhoon. Dovin's Veto, also not hugely valuable in this matchup. It can do some work against like Mythos or Genesis Ultimatum, but broadly speaking, the Teamer deck is a creature-based deck. It's a great deck. I mean, I've played smaller versions of this deck. I played a 4-color version of this deck with Yarok, which was extremely silly, but a lot of fun. This deck a little more grown up, a little more serious, playing cards like Agent of Treachery. Got Thasser in there as well. But of course, 4 copies of my favorite card in Standard, Risen Reef. So yeah, I'm pleased to see this list running with the big dogs in Standard, right at the top of the tables.
I liked Javier's decision to bring in the Deafening Clarion because the Teamer Elemental deck does have smaller creatures. Like the 03 mana guy, like Risen Reef. So especially because it still means that your 04 wall from the Birth of Meletus is gonna survive. So that is definitely a card that I think I like bringing in. It also kills Agent of Treachery in the late game. Meaning your opponent can't blink it with something like Yorion. Teferi is a really good card in this matchup for Javier because if your opponent ever steals something like Elspeth's Conqueror's Death from you, you can just bounce it back into your hand and replay it. So that makes it a little bit, a little bit less bad for you.
Oh, excuse me. Oh dear. All right, a slower hand here for Dominguez, but finds an Omen of the Sea. That's not too bad.
Yeah, that was a really really nice draw. Fine keep for Javier. Narset turn 3. This is not a matchup where you need to be super fast, so definitely a pretty reasonable keep. But that Omen on turn 2 is definitely a card that you just love to see because it allows you to just get something going, scry a little bit, find something else for turn 3 maybe other than the Narset. The Teferi is the perfect play. That's gonna bounce the Leafkin Druid here, making sure that the opponent can't play something like Omnath next turn. You're developing your own board. You have that Yorion ready to be played on turn 5 to reset. Your Planeswalkers. Mystic Dispute, perfect draw here. Also,
Yeah. Check this out, Martin. You ready? You ready for some high-level analysis from Riley Knight? You don't hear it too often, right? But here it comes. Are you ready, Martin?
all right, let's go.
You want to check this out? You know what card should be actually terrific against a lot of the pillars of the format right now? It's Risen Reef. Right? Again, look at this board. Look at a Risen Reef on this board. You've got Teferi and you've got Nasa, 2 of the most oppressive planeswalkers in the format, right? And Risen Reef is excellent against both of them.
That's true. It does get countered by Mystic Dispute though, which like everybody just plays Dispute.
Everyone does play Mystic Dispute. That's true.
People even have that main deck, but yeah, as you pointed out, Reef is a great card to have against something like Teferi because Teferi's strength is when you bounce something, your opponent has to replay it. They're losing tempo. But when you're playing Risen Reefs, you're just getting more triggers. So bouncing something
for
like
sure.
Risen Reef, that doesn't really feel that great if you're on the Teferi side, and if you're on the Risen Reef side, you don't really mind getting an extra trigger.
And when it comes to Narset, Risen Reef doesn't cause you to draw cards. You put them into your hand, which is a subtle but very important difference when it comes to this Planeswalker. It means that it actually does get around the Narset no drawing cards restrictions. So
look at Javier's board though. This is insane. He has 5 different permanents in play already, in addition to 5 lands. So next turn, if he chooses to play Yorion, he's going to be able to reset both of his Planeswalkers to the starting loyalty. He's going to be able to reset the Elspeth Conquers Death and get rid of that Risen Reef. He even has the Mystica Dispute to fight through a possible Mystica Dispute from the opponent. So this is exactly perfect for Javier.
Mystical Dispute, not hugely useful when your opponent has, or when you've got a Fire's Invention out, but blinking it out with the Orion means that you can sometimes get some extra value with it. But no, look, Martin, you're absolutely right. Can play these, can play this. I was going to say commander companion here.
The thing with Fires is you obviously can't play spells on your opponent's turn, but you can still use counters on your own turn to force something through.
Right.
Just the fact that you have Fires, that doesn't mean you can play spells at instant speed. It just means that you can play them on your opponent's turn.
So here we might see a Shark Typhoon actually hard cast. Okay. Not going to be able to do that just yet. Needs to play a 6th land. Yep, and now can actually hard cast it. And then Yorion blink out a bunch of stuff.
You look at all this value, like this Omen's gonna trigger again. You're gonna see some more cards. You're gonna draw an extra card. Narset goes back to 5 loyalties, so you're gonna get 2 more cards from that eventually. That is just good stuff from Javier there.
And then a backup copy of Fires of Invention. Not that there's a huge amount that deals with it. Even in the board, there's only like Aether Gust. So not a lot going on here for the opponent. Unfortunately, Vasco Rosa with one of the sweeter decks at the top end of town. Ooh, a Shark Typhoon as well for Javier here. Yeah, things looking really good for him. Plays the second Fires of Invention, of course, because it does give him that Shark too. Another reason to play the 4-drop. But here's a Genesis Ultimatum. Oh, and it's a big one too.
That's a good one, yeah. I was gonna say, how many Agent of Treacheries can we find? But this is also pretty decent, but I'm not sure if it's good enough. Javier's gonna get a lot of extra value next turn out of both of his Planeswalkers. Like he can bounce even he can bounce even Yorion back into his hand with the Teferi to do the same thing all over again.
I wouldn't be surprised to see this Teferi go down to the Omnath here. Where was that damage pointed? Maybe at the Narset instead, actually, yeah, in order to draw cards with Uro. That makes sense. The other thing is, of course, as you now have more than 8 lands, whenever you play a land, you draw a card, and so that's huge. Look what we may see this Teferi. No. The Leafkin Druid can attack into the Teferi, but it can just there's a pretty. I mean, you can even just chump block with the Shark to keep Teferi alive here.
It's getting really big though.
Yeah.
And you still have that Fabled Passage ready in play, or an extra land drop. Yeah, I mean this was pretty impressive. Like it looked like the Teamer deck, the Teamer Elemental deck was not doing all that great. And like look at this. Like all of a sudden, the Elemental deck has 6 or 7 cards in their hand. And even though it looked like Javier was in a position where he can just never lose, well, look at all this value. How about I just flood the board with creatures and I just draw a million cards, and like now it's on you to try to deal with my board. And Javier is drawing a lot of lands, so he's gonna need to find some extra stuff. He obviously has the play available where Teferi can bounce his Yorion. If Yorion gets replayed, it can blink Teferi to reset it again, plus blink that Elspeth Conquers Death. But we're going to need to see at least one more other good spell.
The second Shark Typhoon would make a 6/6 Shark here. Doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, one good thing that Javier is going for him is that he's still at 20 life. So it's going to be a lot harder for the Teamer Elemental deck to just kill him out of nowhere. And we're also seeing both players be pretty low on life. There's 3 minutes left in the clock for the Elementals player and about 6 minutes left for Javier.
This is a good opportunity for us to talk about how situations like this are resolved. We are playing digital Magic rather than paper Magic. I know a lot of people tuning in today will be curious about how this sort of thing works. And as we've seen with stuff like the Magic Fest Online recently, it's a different beast when it comes to playing digitally. It doesn't matter if you are 1 game to 0 up and swinging for lethal. If that chess clock hits 0, you are dead. And that is that. There's no two ways about it. If you run out of time, it doesn't matter what the board position is. It doesn't matter what the game score is, whether it's 1-0, 1-1, 0-1, anything. If you run out of time, it's the end of the game and you lose. So at the moment, Vasco Rosa is 2.5 minutes behind, and will have to speed up if they want to close out this game in their favor, because all Dominguez needs to do is just play not to lose. As long as Dominguez doesn't die in the next 3 minutes of Rosa's gameplay time, then he'll win the game by default.
Yeah, and if you look at the game, there's so many decisions. Like this is really hard to play in just a few minutes time. So yeah, this must be pretty stressful for both players. But that's just how it is. That, as you said, the game clock is part of the game, and you just have to deal with it.
Another resource to manage. It's another resource to manage, just like your life total, just like your cards in hand. You've also got to manage your clock time. That means playing quickly, knowing your deck inside and out, so you're not sitting there tanking every single turn. And in longer games, you do want to play at a pace where you end up ahead on time, because I've seen a lot of them. I've seen a lot of games come down to, and some of them have been in situations where the person is a lock to win if there were 10 more minutes on the clock and they lose because of time. It's not the way you want a game to end.
All right, Agent of Treachery. That's a really cool play here, because you can steal a Teferi, use that Teferi to bounce the agent back to your hand, so you can replay it again and steal 1 more permanent. So that was a nice play by Infernus. Let's see if he goes for the bounce on his agent, or what is his plan? He still has a full hand, so there's a lot more stuff. There's a lot of options and not a lot of time. So he's gonna have to make some kind of play, and preferably one that is gonna allow him to start attacking.
Doesn't draw a card with the Narset once again, but does remove a shark from play with Teferi's -3. Here's the attack now, 4-5 and 4-7 and a 5-6 getting in. Chump block with the 3-3 and a safe block with the Yorion.
Looks like we're going to see Yorion be played instead of Teferi bouncing the agent. Like, one play you could have made was bounce your agent and steal the token that you bounced, so you would have had an extra token for yourself. This way you still have a lot of extra mana available, so we can play the Yorion, we can play something like Uro from the graveyard, but we know that Javier has a revealed Shadow the Sky in his hand, so that is something to play around. And yeah, with just 1 minute left, like, there's so many options you have to consider, doing a lot of stuff, but you don't really have time for it. So what are you really supposed to do? You just kind of have to shove, force that Shatter out of Javier's hand, and then hope that you're gonna rebuild your board next turn.
Yeah, but with 53 seconds on the clock, I mean, look, this game would be far from over were it not for the timer ticking down. But Dominguez is going to win this one, and that is because it's extremely unlikely that Vasco Rosa is able to stitch together a game win in 50 seconds of play here. Down goes to Ferry, Shadow the Sky, resets the board. Dominguez on 7 cards in hand. Shark Typhoon active, ECD. Oh, negate on the shark. Okay, well, that changes things. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Wow, and even with whatever it is lands in play,
yep,
that Mystical Dispute is still going to get value. And exactly what we said before. You have Fires of Invention.
What you said, mate. I missed it. What you said.
All right, fair enough. Even with that Fires of Invention in play, it doesn't mean your counters are now blank cards in your hand. You can still use them on your own turn to force something through, and that's exactly what happened here when the Mystical Dispute was used to force through the Shadow of the Sky.
Shark Typhoon left on top here by Javier, but with 30 seconds left, Rosa is going to die to clock damage, it would seem. Playing it out to the bitter end, however. As we see Uro put in the yard with the Cavalier.
It's a really interesting matchup because there's so much going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to be able to watch more of this. Hopefully we'll get to see more of the Teamer Elementals deck throughout the broadcast. Oh, look at this. Here we go. This is what I was saying before with the Scampering Scorcher giving the Cavalier haste. Now, is there a way... Oh, look at these Risen Reef triggers just burning time off the clock. You'd rather not even resolve them. There are so many clicks. You've got to click Battlefield, Untap, Tap, this, that, the other. Each of those triggers, yeah, and it's just robbed too much time. It's not inconceivable that there was some way for Rosa to put together a win, especially with all those cards in hand, all that stuff going on. But 7 seconds left on the clock, and Vasco Rosa is going to go down here. Dominguez on a very healthy 16. Shark Typhoon in on the battlefield. Yorion can come down and blink a bunch of stuff, and yeah, this one.
One thing that I would like to highlight and appreciate that's unrelated to this game, but just in general, is how many games is our production trying to bring you? Like we're seeing what the fourth game of the round. Like there's going to be very little downtime and just all the action, all the games. We have a lot of people, a lot of stuff working on just bringing you as many games as possible the whole day. So hopefully we're gonna keep seeing more sweet matches like this one.
Non-stop action, my friends, as part of Red Bull Untapped coverage. We are wrapping up round number 1 in a matter of moments here. Shark Typhoon doing its thing and bouncing Euron again, and the loop continues. Javier settling in for the long haul. Not sure why, as there again are only 7 seconds on the clock. But look, he's a man who likes to play very precise Magic. Away goes the Narset and the 2-Fires Invention. We may see another hard cast Shark Typhoon here. Nope. It's going to be Luca, the Coppercoat Outcast instead. Go and maybe exile the Shark, get an agent or a Shatter here.
By the way, if I'm seeing this right, this is not confirmed. This is something I'm seeing. I'm not sure if it's 100% confirmed. Looks like we have 2,550 something players.
Wow,
which means that after 8 rounds, we would be cutting down to 128, I believe.
Oh, nice. There you go. Nice, a nice even cut there for our day 2 elimination playoffs. Anyway, that is that for round number 1, my friends. We've got no more Magic to bring you. And so, Martin, you and I are going to take a quick break, and we're going to chuck things back over to the desk. Niels is standing by. So back to the desk now with Niels.
Welcome back to the studio, everybody. That was a pretty crazy first round. That last game really blew my mind. Seeing Javier Dominguez, at least I'm pretty sure it was Javier Dominguez behind the nickname Talai, take that one was super impressive. Winning through the clock, maybe some people will think that's corny, but that's just how it is. But we are here now to give away some things. Now, how are our giveaways going to work? You're seeing this live on the stream. Our moderator is standing by in 5 minutes because we're on a delay, but never mind. It all makes sense in the end. Our moderator will give you a command again to win a commander deck. This one here is the Cathril Aspect Wanderer. It's a out-of-the-box experience. This is a 100-card deck. You even get the oversized cards. My hands really aren't that small. To play, and you can play against other people. If you want to try out Commander, this is a great product to do it. If you're not so much into the pre-built deck, you'll also get a bundle. This features 10 boosters and a bunch of premium stuff. So moderators, get ready for that command, and you, watcher, get ready to spam at your heart's content. In the meantime, we will be going to a live interview. We have a small segment first with Lino, that is from 2019. So let's look at that first before we go to the live part with Lino.
My name is Lino Burgold and I'm from Freiburg, Germany. I qualified by winning qualifier number 2 on MTG Arena. I started playing Magic when I couldn't even read. My brothers got into the game and they have long stopped playing, but yeah, I guess 5 or 6 years old when I started and I couldn't even read back then, which did make playing a lot harder, but it still worked somehow.
Okay, we are back, and not only do we have footage from Lino last year, we also have him live right here in the studio. Hello, Lino. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Okay, perfect. We saw you winning in the first round here. Is this bringing back any memories from last year? Because last year, just tell our listeners what you achieved last year in Red Bull Untapped.
Well, it was similar to there was a qualifier which I won, and then of course the finals in London, where the 8 players got invited, and yeah, I managed to win the whole thing.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive feat there. It was nice to be there with you for that one. So you already came in through a online qualifier. You're already experienced with Arena. Some of our other players, maybe they're now only dipping their toes in Arena. How big a advantage do you think it is to be able to be comfortable with Arena going into something this big?
Well, yeah, it's definitely harder for people who are just getting into Arena or haven't played an event like this, but I also have to say the event this time does run much smoother from my side than it was last year. Because last year, I think there was some growing pains in setting everything up, and this year, so far everything's running smoothly.
That's great to hear. We'll definitely pass that on to our team of admins and showrunners on the other side of the event. So we saw you winning. What kind of deck are you playing? How did you decide to go for that deck? And Studio, if we can get the deck on screen for our viewers, that would be great. So Lino.
I'm running pretty much a pretty standard list of the Jeskai, Yorion, Luca deck. I made a few tweaks here and there. To be honest, I didn't have that much time to prepare because I'm in the middle of moving, but I did put some effort into it, but I just thought the deck is really powerful. I don't know how good it's going to be against the cycling decks, but to be honest, I didn't really find a much better deck that is better against the cycling decks. I just decided to go for it. I was considering running Teemo Reclamation, but I didn't quite get the results against the Jeskai deck that I was hoping for, at least against the Yorion deck.
Yeah, those are the big players right now, aren't they? The cycling deck, Teemo Reclamation, and the Yorion deck. So you said you made a few little additions. Can you just briefly highlight 1 or 2 cards for us that you changed?
Yeah, I'm only. A lot of the decks run for Agent of Treacheries, which I think is too much, and then I decided to split the Shatter the Skies with the Solar Blaze, and usually the decks just run for Shatter the Skies. To be honest, I didn't play too much with the Solar Blaze, but I just went through all the decks, and it seemed like it would be about as good as Shatter the Skies in most matchups. And of course, it doesn't kill any of your own creatures, so that's good. And yeah, then I just added like 1 random Narset of the Ancient Ways, because it's just a good card, and the deck can use some life gain in some of the matchups, like against the aggressive decks. That helps quite a bit.
Yeah. Okay. So you're expecting more of an aggressive meta game. It seems like that's I think that's a good call as well. I'm gonna close off our interview here, Lino. Thank you very much for your insights. I hope you all the best. Before you leave, just give me a dirty, clean, and short answer. Do you think you're going to make day 2? Yes or no?
To be honest, I think. Sure, I'll say yes. Yes.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, let's go with yes.
Yeah. So we have the winner of last year saying he's definitely without any shadow of doubt going to make day 2.
Of course.
Thank you very much, Lino, and have a good luck in the rest of the tournament. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing me in. Bye.
You're welcome. All right, that was Lino. These were our giveaways. Let's move those out because we have bigger things to look at as well. We will be looking at the price structure for this event. And you've all seen this graphic on social media. You've seen the big $200,000 prize pool. But let's just narrow it down a little bit and look at what our little qualifier will be giving away for our top 8 players. As soon as you hit the top 8, you win $250. You hit top 4, you get $500. A finalist gets a $1,000, and we get $2,000 for the winner. But that's not all. The winner also gets this screen. Well, not this one. This one's mine. But you will get a AOC monitor. Runner-up will get a mouse mat, mouse, and headset by HyperX. So some pretty nice prizes, very top heavy, but we've got a bunch of giveaways to do in the meantime and a pretty huge and awesome show to run, a pretty awesome experience to be part of. Now, another person that was part of a really big experience was Anton de Smet. He was our winner of the qualifier in Brussels in 2019. Now, Anton was probably one like many of you entering in the tournament just to have fun, really, and see what it's all about. Last year, he was in the kart, the tabletop tournament, and that one was like based off selection, so even just getting to the event was a huge deal. Well, not only did he get to the event, he also made it all the way through the event to the top 8. He didn't just make it to the top 8, he ran all the way through it, and he was this big underdog running through one big name after the other one, even going through Piotr, if I'm not mistaken, that's Piotr Kowalski or Canister, one of our current LPL players. So that was a pretty big deal. Anton then went on to make the finals in London through that win and was just one big bundle of joy the entire time around. So without further ado, let's go over to the interview that our reporter on the field, Ollie German, had with Anton de Smet.
My name is Anton de Smet, I come from Belgium. Everything will be a big challenge for me. I haven't played standard in years, I don't play much of arena, so it will be a big challenge, but I will try to make the most of it. My favorite card is Deathrite Shaman because of its raw power level and because I have to say this because I have a tattoo of the card.
Welcome back to the coverage of Red Bull Untapped 2020. We got another interview for you guys with one of the most accomplished players in the game, primarily known for being the Rookie of the Year 2009. Let's join me in welcoming Lino Burgold. Hey!
Hi there. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. This is very fun for me because I'm recording these interviews over a span of a couple of days, and I made it a point to always wear the same shirt. But my beard is probably growing over the couple of these days because I can't be bothered and shave.
Shaving, putting pants on, that's a thing of the past.
Yeah,
really.
I'm only filming the other part for very good reason. Yeah, but which brings me to my first question. I have to start with this one, which is of course like, how have you been these last few weeks by now? How are things, coronavirus and everything for you, my friend?
Yeah, I'm doing well, and I think I'm largely unaffected by it. It's like, I'm doing okay, and I mean, I work as a teacher, so I don't have school. There's still a lot of work to do, but there's less putting pants on. So that, yeah, apart from that, doing all right. Of course, it's also very different because suddenly you have all these talking to everyone, chatting up everyone, getting the stuff collected, and that just takes up a lot of your time. So it's a similar amount of work.
So I started with this. You are known as the Rookie of the Year in 2009, and looking over your history, after that very successful initial year and the 2 years after, I think, it's gotten a little bit quieter. So what happened there? Like, what was the reason why you had such a good start and then basically jumped on the pro train, and then I don't want to say fell off, but you were basically in the back part of the train for a while.
Yeah, trailing off slowly. Yes. Yeah, there were a couple of reasons, I guess. One of the reasons was I never did well on the Pro Tour, which is one of the biggest ways to stay on the train. And also, it was kind of the transition area for me between school and starting my studies, and then I also had a little less time at some points during that, and then I just eventually fell off the train, sadly, I guess.
And so last year, when you ended up winning not just the qualifier but the grand final with all the top 8 players basically from our 4 qualifiers for Untapped, what was that like, having that gigantic comeback and winning a decent amount of prize money on top of that?
Yeah, obviously that was amazing. Okay, it was my biggest money finish ever. Again, because I never did well at the Pro Tour, and just winning that event was really, like, it was a really big deal just to basically prove that I still got it, and yeah, getting back into the game.
So you mentioned it was a great feeling winning last year's event. If you had to name like 1 or 2 highlights from last year's events, what would that be for you?
I mean, I guess the biggest highlight was, I mean, that not only did I win the whole thing, but also that was a back-to-back rematch against my friend Thomas Horsinger, both in the qualifier and then in the finals. So we met in the finals of the qualifier and then in the finals of the actual finals.
Right.
And of course, I beat him both times. And,
of course, naturally.
Yeah, naturally. And I mean, that was just definitely my biggest highlight. No,
and you're still friends with him, right?
Yeah, I mean, we weren't super close friends to begin with, but we're still I mean, even though I beat him twice, maybe that has brought us even closer.
At least from your point of view, you are really good friends right now. I'm going to propose the question to him when I interview him at a later point. I'm going to ask him, from your point of view, are you still...
I'm certain, I hope that there's some grudge about the whole thing.
Okay, you heard it here first. All right. I think that's already it for our first part of this interview, because we are under time constraints. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then at a later point in time, we're gonna have more questions for Lino Burgold. So thank you very much, you guys. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back with more coverage from Red Bull Untapped 2020.
Enjoy.
Welcome back to the coverage of Red Bull Untapped 2020. It is time for part 2 of our interview with Rookie of the Year 2009 and last year's Red Bull Untapped champion Lino Burgold. Lino, welcome back.
Hi, how are you doing? Again.
Still fine, yeah. In part 1 we talked a little bit about what life's been like for you these days, and we mentioned a little bit what last year's finals was like. Let's go with it like a little bit broader about the whole event. What was that experience like? Like being invited to London, you got the VIP service package with flight paid for and hotel paid for, and I heard you guys had a pretty good time in the evening as well.
Yeah, that is true. It was definitely a very special event, unlike a GP or even a Pro Tour Mythic Championship or whatever, because it was really like a really exclusive location, or just the 8 of us getting flown in. And I mean, I guess it was comparable, even something to like the World Championships today. Of course, players on average probably less good, but I mean, we had Javier Dominguez as the world champion there.
We did.
So
By Welcome back to the coverage of Red Bull Untapped 2020. It is time for part 2 of our interview with Rookie of the Year 2009 and last year's Red Bull Untapped champion Lino Burgol. Lino, welcome back.
Hi, how are you doing? Again.
Still fine, yeah. In part 1 we talked a little bit about what life's been like for you these days, and we mentioned a little bit what last year's finals was like. Let's go with it like a little bit broader about the whole event. What was that experience like? Like being invited to London, you got the VIP service package with flight paid for and hotel paid for, and I heard you guys had a pretty good time in the evening as well.
Yeah, that is true. It was definitely a very special event, unlike a GP or even a Pro Tour Mythic Championship or whatever, because it was really like a really exclusive location, or just the 8 of us getting flown in. And I mean, I guess it was comparable even something to like the World Championships today. Of course, players on average probably less good, but I mean, we had Javier Dominguez as the world champion there.
We did. So, by the way, I'm just like going over the names in my head again, and I'm like, I think Thomas Holzinger is a pretty good player, for example.
I mean, I'm just actually saying I'm probably not as good as many players playing in the World Championships usually.
Good save.
And I won the whole thing, so I get the privilege of saying that probably the overall skill level was maybe less than at least the very top of the world champions. It was kind of funny because the actual tournament, usually at a Magic tournament, the actual time where you play is a pretty large portion of the time that you're there. But with the Red Bull event, it was just really short, really crammed into a short period of time.
Right.
And the whole extra stuff around it was basically a very nice bonus.
Right. It was also one of the first events that was doing a lot digitally compared to, like, last year we didn't have that many tournaments at this point in time. You were mentioning in one of the interviews that you really kind of fell in love with the digital version of Magic, that like it's so convenient, you don't have to shuffle for ages and things like that. How has your opinion changed, or are you still like the biggest fan of digital, or like?
I mean, there's a lot of Magic players who just can't really come to terms with the original Magic Online, and myself included, really. I mean, I played it quite a bit, of course, but Magic Arena is just a blast to play, and I don't really have a local playing group here, so I'm mostly playing online.
Now you got the entire world in the just with a click of a button away, basically.
In my living room.
Yeah.
Yes.
we can turn this into an advert if we try a little harder. All right, so I would guess that you're also looking very much forward to this year's online events.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing in the Red Bull event, yes.
Yeah.
And also, of course, I'm not always qualified for the arena events because depending on how much time I have on my hands, but usually I try to qualify and play in them as well.
So what is your preparation like for these bigger events, for these important events?
It really depends on just how much time I have on my hands. Of course, you just have to prepare in general, and then once you are at a good base level, then you really need to invest even more time with friends and practice against them just to get basically the most oomph out of your time, because if you're just laddering, sure, that's good preparation in general, and you can learn a lot of it from that. But if you want to make like small tweaks and stuff like that, you really need some practice buddies to play against. So once you get really invested into a tournament, that's definitely something you need to do.
Right. Let's spin this a little bit, because as we mentioned, you have been Rookie of the Year in 2009, and that's a gigantic feat. Lots of people who are trying to jump on the train, they know how hard it is. Like in the first place, getting on the train and then competing with all of these other rookies. What do you think? Is it harder today or roughly 11 years ago becoming basically Rookie of the Year, like scoring the most points as somebody like new to the scene?
I would say, so if you're starting to get into it, I think it's actually getting harder to just get in and stay in than it was back then. So I think that has changed over the years.
All right. And you already mentioned when you're preparing for these events, it's a lot about playtesting with your friends.
Like at some point when you're good enough. And then, so that's basically the starting point. And then once you're trying to do well at the Mythic Championship, you really have to just try to find a good group to prepare with. That's really, and learn from them. That's really the most important thing.
Let's end on a high note. And I asked some friends what questions they would like to ask you. And some guy said you are one they always have a good time with you. So I just want to hear from you the funniest thing that happened to you at a tournament.
Definitely one of the most funny things that happened to me was actually at the first Grand Prix that I won, the one in Hanover in 2009. I was really badly prepared for the event. I basically picked up the deck the week before and was a really difficult deck to play, and I played awful with it all weekend, and I still managed to win the whole thing. During that whole event, I lost a single match, and I lost that match because I was so bad that I didn't even remember to pay my Summoner's Pact, which causes me to lose the game immediately. So people were making fun of, oh man, I'm the only person in the room I can lose to during that weekend. I was running so hot. I was literally the only person to beat me.
Oh, all right, yeah, that's an interesting accomplishment, I guess. Well, Nino, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck for the events we're running this weekend. And,
yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to them. Yes.
Right, and you guys don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back with more coverage from Red Bull Untapped in 2020.
So wait, let me just make sure I got this completely straight. A hurricane came in, and then the hurricane caused a flood. The flood hit a amusement park zoo. The rhinoceroses escaped, and those broke but you have Chuck Norris with flamethrowers fixing the issue. Yeah, okay. Oh my God, we're back in the studio. Hello and welcome everybody. It seems like we had some technical issues there, but everything is currently being fixed, which is perfect. Now, as we promised, we're all in this together. There's a bunch of stuff happening, apparently more stuff happening than we could have even planned for. And that means we need everybody to be involved here. We also need you on social media letting us know what's going on for you. And the first thing we have is a tweet here from the Thieving Otter Rights Advocate that says, if you haven't gotten up at 3 a.m. to play a qualifier, can you really call yourself a grinder? Got my desk set up and ready to stream for tomorrow's Untapped Qualifier at Red Bull Gaming and Play MTG. So we can go over to her and look at her stream if you want to. We have somebody else that had another tweet here. Willie Edel, who is in our feature match as well. We are still undefeated versus the 3 top decks in standard. Sadly, variants got us, and we were paired versus Mardu Knights, and I even killed myself in one game. Ouch. Hashtag Red Bull Untapped 2020. Can't lose anymore, but if we do, my bed is 1 meter away. For those of you that don't know, Willie Edel is Brazilian. He's playing in the middle of the night. It's probably 4 or 5 a.m. for this guy, and he's just grinding in there, probably chugging Red Bulls as he goes. But that's just how we roll in this Shire, and that's this entire atmosphere we have here. We're all over the world, and it brings very different showcases to what this event means. If we compare this, for example, to last year, we were at a live event and we could invite a bunch of special guests. We had a cosplayer being the face of the tournament pretty much, going from Florence to Brussels, which was in the same weekend. Like with just one day in between, to be the face and be in the feature matches and doing ceremonies and everything. She really added something to the event. And I'm not just talking about the person they brought, but that one was a pretty interesting one as well. So let's go back to that interview from last year to see how Nissa was doing while she was in Brussels. Because it was amazing, let me tell you. She made a cosplay pretty much specifically for that event, had it just in time for it. And if you know Nissa cosplay, she's completely unrecognizable when she's actually in there. For me, my personal favorite of hers is Watley because I love the badass look, but her Sarah was super, super impressive as one. I do think we have the clip ready now, and we are ready to go and have a look.
How dare you, Raphael Levy? Yes, some strange people. No, we don't have strange people in here. We only have great people in here. So here we got Nadine, and at first I was like, "Who is this?" But on second look, oh, okay, yeah, no,
my car.
no, I meant actually in real life. No, I mean I get that
I
part.
brought my nemesis along.
So how long does this take? This transformation that is taking place with you guys?
Mine took a little bit longer. It takes me about 2 hours-ish in the morning to dress up, do makeup, put a wig on. I've been wearing a Yawgmoth for about half an hour, so it was a little rushed. I'm not completely done, but it's here.
It's close enough. I haven't seen myself yet, but I imagine it looks great.
I can vouch. It looks absolutely great. So let's talk about that cosplay background. Like, how did you get into that?
I've always been a fan of costumes in movies like Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. And at some point, I was just interested in the process of how they make the costumes. I follow with the workshops, so how they do stuff for Lord of the Rings. And at some point, I just wanted to do that myself, so I did.
Right. And is it the same with you, or you're mostly in it because of your girlfriend?
I'm just wearing the costume. I am not talented enough to make any of this stuff, so.
But you're doing fine. Just throwing that out there. I like the support that you're showing, right? So okay, you said you started with Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. How did you end up doing cosplay for Magic?
I started playing Magic about around Cons of Tarkir in M15, and my brother opened a Nissa Worldbreaker, and I just loved her design. I've always loved elves because of Lord of the Rings. So when I saw the card, and around that time I began to be interested in costumes, I really wanted to make that character. So I did, met a lot of Magic people, got very deeply into Magic, went to a bunch of Magic events, and that's how I got here.
Right. I can imagine. Did you also like travel the world, or was it that Jerry came over here and that's where you met? Maybe throw a question in your direction.
We met in Nice at the World Magic Cup.
Oh, right. So, I mean, not trying to throw you on the bus here, but I know why you were in Nice, because why did you get to Nice?
I was just there. There was a World Magic Cup and the flights were cheap, and I was interested in events, so I went there.
Okay. So this is how it started, and then the magic happened, and pun intended, and now we got you two together. I love that you're sharing both of your hobbies together, basically. I mean, how exciting is that for you guys? Are you also traveling to the events together all the time?
Yeah, it also helps to like meet each other across this ocean that's in the way. So we meet at Magic events, and we plan around Magic events and stuff like that.
Right, and you got also international gigs. I mean, yesterday we saw you in Florence, so big kudos to that like yesterday you were in Florence, and then you basically take the red-eye flight, and you don't look like Steven looks like he was up for 4 hours basically. He looks like he's tired, but you looks like you just got up basically. So how is that possible?
They fill me up with Red Bull, which I like, and that helps a lot. And also, there's a lot of makeup on my face that hides how tired I am, hides the rings under my eyes.
All right. How was your tournament experience yesterday?
I did not play yesterday, actually. I was qualified for the tournament. I was feeling a little under the weather. I was actually going to play dressed as Yawgmoth. So instead, I hung out in the hotel room all day, did not even go to the venue. So today's been a lot better.
Okay, right. So now you're recovered. You're feeling much better.
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all the Phyrexian oil just like there.
Okay.
Does wonders. Phyrexian oil and Red Bull.
Okay, so those are the special ingredients.
Try it.
Right. Did they not allow you in today's event because they were afraid that you're just going to crush the field?
Oh no, I had a late-ish flight and got here at like 2 or something. So yeah.
Okay, so you weren't on the same flight. Okay, wow. So logistically, it was even more of a challenge for you both.
Well, we're both very used to travel, so it wasn't hard. Also, it's like both in Europe, so it was easy.
I ask a lot of guys how they get started with Magic. Obviously, how do you get started with cosplay? What's your first step?
There's a lot of tutorials in the internet. If you want information, there's a lot of internet you can just look up. So I just saw YouTube videos and checked up on what I need to know on materials, how to get them, and how to put it together, basically.
And before we wrap this up, where do you want to send people so they can check out your stuff?
I'm on Instagram under Nissa Cosplay. I'm on Twitter under Nissa Cosplay. Sometimes on Facebook, not a lot anymore, but also Nissa Cosplay.
All right. Any additions?
Also on Twitter a lot at G3RRYT.
All right. Thank you guys very, very much. I love the fact that you're so committed that you're both yesterday and today you're here for us. So guys, with that, we killed all the time we had to kill. I think we're ready for the top 8. Let's take you guys back to the caster booth.
Okay, so those of you that were very, very attentive, did you see in the background we saw Anton de Smet and we saw Martin Juza there as well? That was pretty cool to see. I'm definitely sure that if you really take your time to look at that clip and try to focus away from the amazingly talented cosplayers in the foreground and you go have a look at the background, you'll see many, many big names there as well. Now, one of those big names, like I said, is Martin and Riley to see what they have to say about the current meta game while we wait for round 2 to start.
Well, welcome back to the booth here. Riley Knight joined by Martin News gives us an opportunity now to talk about some of the decks that have made it big this week already when it comes to our meta game breakdown. We've got a rough estimation of the top 5 decks in the tournament so far, Martin. We're going to talk about them. We've got in order Jeskai Luka, Boros Cycling, Team Reclamation, Mono Red Obosh, and Bant Yorion. Not too surprising to see these 5 lists at the top, but if this is in order, I mean, this is, again, just a rough estimation of things. Boros Cycling really has impressed itself as a major player in the current standard metagame, Martin.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Seeing Boros Cycling in second place as the second most popular deck, that is a little interesting to me. Although we have been seeing players, as you said, kind of just pick up some of the aggro decks lately, and I think Jeskai Luka is the clear number 1 deck. It plays the best cards in the format, the most powerful cards. Teferi, Elspeth, Conqueror's Death, Narset, Fires of Invention, Yorion. Literally every card in your deck is one of the most powerful cards in the entire format.
Yeah.
My cat is going to make a swift appearance here. Something that you can do if you're trying to beat this deck is the deck we're seeing in 5th place is the Bant Ramp deck. So playing Bant Ramp allows you to play a lot of counter spells. Have the main deck Mystica Disputes, have cards like Neutralize, play main deck Dovin's Veto, like Bend is pretty well suited for that kind of stuff. So that is the deck that you can use if you're trying to beat Jeskai Luka. Having a lot of counter spells, prevent them from resolving that Fires of Invention, prevent them from resolving that Yorion to get a lot of extra value. That is the way you can try to beat that deck. But the one archetype that Bant struggles against is aggro. So it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors kind of metagame, because if you take, the deck like Boros Cycling or Mono Red Aggro, those are the decks that are really good against Bant. So Bant beats Jeskai Luka, and aggro beats Bant, and then Jeskai Luka beats aggro. So it is kind of like a rock, paper, scissors, and Bant really struggles against, the early creatures, the aggressive 1-drops. If you're on the draw, you can just find yourself dead with a shatter in your hand, because you're not even gonna get to play it, because you just die in the first 4 turns. But after sideboard, you should be able to fix your deck with cards like Glass Casket, even against the aggressive decks, even in Bant. So it is a little bit rock, paper, scissor-ish, but there's a lot of other stuff you can do in this format. There's a lot of cool decks. You can play flash decks. You can play something like Azorius Control. We saw an Esper Control deck. You can easily play some of the more fun decks like Doom Foretold, something like that. There's always Team Reclamation. That's also one of the strongest decks in the format. We also saw that in the top 5. That deck has historically been struggling against the card Teferi, because that's the card that stops you from being able to use your cards at instant speed. Even though you're going to untap your mana with all the reclamation triggers, you're not going to really be able to do anything in your opponent's turn if there's Teferi in play. But with the addition of Shark Typhoon to the format from Ikoria, that has been one of the key cards. That is a thing that allows you even if your opponent has a Teferi in play, to cycle it end of turn, make a big flying token, and attack that Planeswalker. So that has definitely been one of the key additions for Mycoria, and it is the one thing that now fits really well into the Reclamation deck, and that's the way that they get to fight against the Teferi. So previously, Ben has been a pretty bad matchup for Reclamation, but now they got a little better with Shark Typhoon in the mix.
We saw the Magic Fest Online Series final last weekend. Teamer Adventure rise up to the top of the metagame and top of that championship at least, and take out the whole thing. I'm interested to see if it does well this weekend. I think it's well positioned against a lot of these go big decks that are trying to rail your end of the late game, because it can get in under counter spells with cards like Edgewall Innkeeper, cards like Lucky Clover, but then does have this ridiculously long late game where it can just accrue massive amounts of resources. It pulls cards from its sideboard. It's got a bunch of cards in exile it can play with Adventure and with Escape to the Wilds. So this is one of those decks that does manage to go big despite not technically being a go big deck, but not in our top five. Not in our top five this weekend, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it make a strong run towards day 2 of this tournament.
Yeah, one of the reasons why Teamer Clover is pretty well positioned is that some of the key cards in the format are, Teferi Time Raveler, Elspeth Conqueror's Death, and Teamer Clover doesn't really care about these cards. If you take the card Clover, it costs 2 mana. If you take the card Edgewall Innkeeper, it costs 1. So neither of these two cards, which are the main card advantage engines for the adventure deck, neither of those cards gets exiled by Elspeth Conqueror's Death.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to bounce it with Teferi, you're bouncing a 1 mana card or a 2 mana card. So, usually Teferi is used to get a lot of tempo. If you're bouncing something that costs more mana than how much you are spending for Teferi, that's how you get tempo. That's how you get you get ahead by having more stuff in play than your opponent. But if you're bouncing something like Edgewall Innkeeper, that just costs 1. Your opponent is easily going to be able to replay it next turn, still play something else. They're going to be able to double spell, and they don't really care that much about Teferi. So you need to respect the Clover deck, and you need to have something like Night of Autumn in your sideboard, or some kind of ways to deal with artifacts.
Yeah, the adventure deck is definitely one to keep our eye on this weekend, and the other one is this mono red Obosh list, which is I guess has put aggro decks back on the menu in a major way. Mono red was kind of out for the count, but now we're seeing it resurge inexplicably without Torbrand and Embercleave. I know Obosh is kind of like Torbrand for 5 mana in many situations. Sometimes Torbrand's better, sometimes Torbrand's worse. But no Embercleave in mono red is just bananas. That card was by far the best card in the deck.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not 100% convinced that this is the best version of mono red. Like I fully agree with you. The cards like Steamkin, Torbrand, Embercleave, like those are really, really, really important in the red deck. And one thing that I wanted to say is that we have been seeing a lot of mono red. It is kind of the answer to the decks like Bantram, because as we said, like that's the decks that are playing all these counter spells. Mono red deck doesn't really care about Neutralize or Dovin's Veto or these slow cards like Mystical Dispute, because you're playing a lot of 1-drops. And if your opponent is trying to answer your 1-drops with 3 mana cards, then they're not really going to be able to use too many of them when you're able to play 5 1 mana cards in the first 3 turns. And they can only use one of the counters, so that is really, really good for the mono red deck. But for me, the mono red deck is more of a metagame deck. If you want to beat aggro in this format, you can very easily do it. Like there are the tools to do it. There are the Glass Caskets, the Bone Crusher Giants, the Shocks, the Deafening Clarions. Birth of Meletis makes an 0-4 wall. Like even something like Omen of the Sun, just you make 2 1/1s. You can just block one of the 2 of the X1 creatures from the red deck. You can just trade. You can just get some card advantage that way. So there definitely are ways to stop aggro. If you want to do it, you are going to be able to do it. But if you take something like the Jeskai Luka deck, if you're trying to beat that, you're gonna have to work really hard for that. It's not easy to beat that deck, because that deck is not just playing one way. Like aggro is just playing one way. You're just playing a bunch of 1-drops. You're trying to kill your opponent as fast as possible, If they don't find a sweeper on turn 4, then you can usually overrun them really quickly. But you can just have more sweepers. You can have more cards like Omen of the Forge. Like there are ways to answer their creatures for cheap mana. If you're trying to beat Jeskai Luka, you have to do so much work because their deck is just full of value. You have to have good answers for cards like Teferi, for cards like Narset, for cards like Elspeth Conquers Death. Like they're just getting infinite value everywhere, and it's really, really hard to find a good strategy that answers all of the stuff that they're playing in the 80 card deck.
It's tough now to justify playing a deck that isn't playing a companion in today's standard. We see the broad majority of decks playing a companion, whether it's Yorion, whether it's Obosh or Lurrus. Those are probably the top three, the ones that have had the biggest impact in standard at least. Some other players, some brave souls. Willie Adel is playing with Umori, which I'm very interested to see how he goes there. The other companions haven't really made much of a mark on standard. Is that going to change? Have we already found the best companions? Are we going to be in a position where, we'll see new companion decks arise?
I am curious what's going to be in the next set. I think we're just going to see more companions in the future, and that's just going to change it a little bit. As far as the companions now, I think Yorion is in a vacuum. It's not that the card is like really, really powerful by itself. If you took any format from, let's say, 2 years ago and you put Yorion into it, it wouldn't really be that great. The sort of problem is that the shell that you're putting Yorion in is just too good. Like the support cards for Yorion are really, really powerful right now. And especially when you have the cards Fires of Invention, that just makes it so much easier to cast everything for free and just to do all this stuff where you're blinking your agents and blinking your omens. And the fact that you have omens that cost 2 or 3 mana, you have the 3 mana planeswalkers like Narset and Teferi. That's really important because these are the cheap cards that you can play before you play Yorion, and then you get to bling everything, but they also gain you value. Teferi stops your opponent from being able to develop too quickly. And just in general, like the whole deck is just really, really strong. I don't really think it's Yorion that is a big problem or that the card is overpowered or anything. I think it's a cool card. I think a lot of the companions are a cool new thing, a cool new invention. It's just the thing that playing 80 cards is not really a downside now. Like in the past, it used to be the cards were not as powerful. So if you had to add 20 more cards to your deck, you would have to go really deep and you would have to play some situational cards. And like imagine if you had to put cards today into your deck, like if you had to play 4 Disfigure in your main deck or 4 Ritual of Soot or like these kind of situational cards that are only good in a specific scenario, that would make it a lot harder to make these 80 card decks. But when we're talking about, okay, how am I going to go from 60 to 80? Okay, I'm going to play 4 extra Omens, 4 extra Narsets, and 4 extra Neutralizes and 8 extra lands. Like that doesn't really, those are not bad cards. These cards are great. So it's not really an issue to make your deck bigger when there are so many powerful cards that you can play.
Yeah, I think the rule we had drummed into our head, so whenever you start playing is you have to play 60. You can't play more than 60. Never play more than 60. It's going to make your deck that much worse. And Yorion has kind of disproven that. But I think going too deep on that logic and is a little dangerous because we're at a point in Magic's history where the depth of power level of standard is deeper than we've seen. Yeah. I don't know. Certainly since I've started playing, the depth of power level, the fact that you can play an 80 card list without really having a drop off in power. You said before, you have to start playing conditional cards in many other situations. You have to start playing cards that aren't always going to be good. Whereas here, you're just, as you say, you're playing planeswalkers, cantrips, cards that replace themselves, cards with cycling, cards that aren't ever really dead. And as a result, even if your deck suffers a little bit in the way of consistency, it definitely doesn't suffer in the way of power level. And I think that's what's really important to note about these Yorion decks is they're not compromising power level because standard is so powerful at the moment. But I do wonder, again, if there are going to be any other companion lists. I've got Willie Adel's list. We're hopefully going to be able to have a look at what he's doing. He's playing Umori, the Collector, in what is a Simic list, a Simic mutate list, I guess you'd call it. It's got the Polywog, it's got Migratory Greathorn, Arboreal Grazer, Parcel Beast, up to Illuna and Endre's Forerunners. and of course the all-star Auspicious Starix and Stone Cold Serpent to mutate onto. And this is the sort of stuff that I want to see, right? I want to see people trying to break the mold and trying to find new archetypes, new things to explore here with this format.
I think we're gonna see more companions decks in the future. I think right now the problem is that the Yorion Fires deck is just too powerful. Like, it's just like all the stuff that the deck gets to do, it just has answers for everything. Being able to blink cards like ECD is really strong. Like, that card is insane. And if you get to do all that for free because you have Fires of Invention in play, you don't even have to tap mana. That just makes the deck like a little bit too powerful compared to the other things you can do with the other companions. So I think we're gonna see it's gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen once cards like Fires of Invention are not in the mix. Like, what is gonna happen when you actually have to pay mana for your spells? Like, Yorion is not gonna be that powerful when you actually have to pay 5 mana, when you actually have to, pay 5 for ACD, pay 7 mana for Agent or whatever. Like, that's gonna be a lot different.
Well, again, a lot to discover, a lot to explore today. We've got a lot of things that we have to get across, and we are waiting for pairings for round number 2. And as soon as those pairings have been made available to players, and as soon as players are seated and getting ready to go, we will jump into gameplay. But right now, of course, just waiting for those pairings to come through. We'll bring you any updates as they come to hand as to when we'll be getting back into gameplay. For those of you who missed it, the Red Bull Untapped rough meta game here for this international qualifier. It looks like Jesco Luca in the top spot, about 18%, 8% Boros Cycling. So this deck's still doing very well for itself from there. Teemo Reclamation, Mono Red, and Bant Yorion also up in the mix. Plenty of other lists. I know the man with the numbers, Frank Carsten, will be able to give us a full breakdown once we get a clearer picture of things, once things emerge. And we're playing 8 rounds of Standard today. We're expecting roughly an X1 cut. That may change based on... I'm not 100% sure of exactly what it looks like, but we're thinking, but basically with 2 wins, you're out of contention for day... Or with 2 losses, sorry, you're out of... 2 wins, and that's it. You're out. You're winning too much, mate. No. 2 losses, you're out of contention for day number 2. And then we have an elimination playoff on day number 2 there, and of course the winner will go on to take home a big fat stack of cash as the Red Bull Untapped Qualifier series continues. Anyway, again, just waiting on pairings here, but Martin, hopefully we will get to see, especially in the early rounds before maybe they drop off and are taken out by the scourge of these formats of the format here, some more interesting decks. You talked about what you played with Winota as well. What is this? Is this not a deck that is good enough to play at the top end of town?
I think Winota is a cool deck. It's another deck that tries to cheat Agent of Treachery into play on turn 4, and if you get the right draw, the deck is really doing it. Like, you get to do a lot of really crazy stuff, but it's not a super consistent deck. Like, it's not. You don't really have like a great way to find Winota. Like, there's no card like Once Upon a Time. That card's banned, so that would be the perfect card for the deck. You can play Incubation. That's one way to try to find it. But just in general, it's not as consistent as you would need the deck to be. Looks like we, if I'm reading this right, we have some players ready for the next match.
Yes, maybe the case. We are waiting on some stuff at the back end here, but hopefully we'll be able to bring you live magic before very much longer. A lot of stuff going on behind the scenes as we attempt to get you down to another match. So do stay with us here, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we can. And right now, of course, I don't know, the deck that I'm really curious to see. I guess it's just fallen off the face of the earth completely. Is Flash strategies. I would have thought with the addition of Shark Typhoon, maybe blue-based Flash strategies, whether it's Simic, whether it's Dimir, may have made a bit of a comeback, given they've got a new tool of pressure to Ferry. Counterspell's obviously very big in the current format, even with the Time Raveler, but we just haven't seen Brineborn Cutthroat and Nightpack Ambusher and friends having the impact that they used to. Well, I guess it remains to be seen. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Martin?
It's definitely something I would be looking at. I was playing Jesco Fires myself on ladder a couple days ago, and I got destroyed by Blue-Green Flash. And that's exactly the kind of matchup they want to play against, because my hand was full of all these 5 mana and 7 mana cards, and my opponent had all these negates and Sinister Sabotage and 2 and 3 mana counters. So if you're trying to resolve 5 and 7 mana cards, your opponent has answers that cost half of the mana that you're investing into it. That obviously is great for the opponent, and they can just sneak in the Nightpack Ambusher, and then you're just struggling to find cheap answers. You can't really double spell, so that is definitely not a great matchup for the Jeskai Qualifiers. And I also expected to see some flash decks to possibly make a comeback, but on the other hand, they are struggling against the aggro decks. Like, the more cards like negate and the more counter spells you play, the harder it is to answer all the stuff from all these mono red decks and all these cycling decks. Sometimes all it takes is just they play Tremon Fox, and then they just cycle a few times, and you're just sitting there with all the counters in your hand, and there is a 10-10 Fox, and there's just nothing you can do. So it's the kind of rock paper scissors thing that we talked about. You can definitely beat Jeskai Qualifiers. Like, if you ask me, I would be playing Bankram this weekend. I would be thinking, okay, Jeskai Luka is going to be the most played deck. It's the most talked about deck. It's the most popular deck right now. I'm gonna believe it's going to be the most played deck. I want to beat that. I think the strongest players are going to choose the strongest deck, so that's going to be the deck I also expect to see the most if I'm doing well. And I would just be playing Ban to try to beat that, and I would just be crossing my fingers to not get paired against too many Boros decks and against too many mono red decks. And if I do, that's just how it is. You have to make some decisions. You have to make some judgment calls and some metagame calls. And I would just be trying to beat Luka and hoping that the Luka decks beat the aggro decks. And if I can dodge the aggro decks for the first couple rounds, I'm going to be playing all the Luka decks later on.
Well, right now we're going to chuck it back to the studio here, Martin. We may have round 2 coming your way before very much longer, so do stay with us. We're going to chuck it back to the studio and Niels, so let's head over there right now.
And that means we are indeed ready for round 2. We have some very juicy matches shored up for you this one. The first one is the little ninja Kenji Tsumura facing off against Miguel Garcia Balta. I'm very sorry about that. To show off what they have got. Kenji Tsumura, world famous player from way back. He's one of those people that we really want to see coming back into the game at this top level. Riley and Martin, let's see what you have to say about their match.
Hello everyone and welcome back to live coverage of Red Bull Untapped. We're getting underway with round number 2 coverage here between Kenji Tsumura and Miguel Garcia Balta. My name's Riley. I'm joined by the Hall of Famer Martin User. And Martin, what have we got going on? What are we looking at here, my friend?
You'll love to see it. We're looking at Teamer Adventures on Kenji's side of the battlefield, and that's the deck we talked about. That could be the answer to all these Qualifiers decks, because you have cards like Edgewall Innkeeper, you have cards like Lucky Clover, and these are the cards that you need to have that don't get answered easily by cards like Elspeth Conqueror's Death and Teferi. So Kenji has exactly the kind of start that he needs. He has Lucky Clover in play. It's going to be extremely hard for Miguel to get rid of it. Pretty much the only way, I believe, for him is to steal it with Agent of Treachery, but Kenji can just use Brazen Borrower to bounce it back into his hand. So Agent is not nearly as strong in this matchup as it normally is against other decks. Like, for example, in the first round, we saw the Jeskai Luka deck play against Esper Control, Esper Planeswalker deck, basically. And if you're stealing 6 mana Planeswalkers, 5 mana Planeswalkers, that's exactly the kind of matchup that the Jeskai Luka deck wants to play against. If you have to steal, 1/1 tokens or Lovestruck Bees or Lucky Clovers that your opponent is just bouncing back into their hand with Brazen Borrower after you steal it with Agent, then you're not really doing anything too relevant, and you're just giving them way too much time to find even more Clovers and then just eventually finish you off by casting everything 2 or 3 or 4 times.
An important point to sort of drill down on that you said there is, Agent of Treachery is only as good as the format in which it's played. Agent of Treachery stealing opposing threats. It's only good if those threats are actually worth stealing. And here, when you're playing Agent of Treachery and stealing their best card, which is Lucky Clover, it really doesn't do anything for you. you know, one of the benefits of Agent of Treachery is you then get access to that best card. But because of the parasitic nature of this adventure mechanic, it means that you're stealing a card that isn't really of any use to you. It's not like stealing 055 or something, some big creature that attacks or blocks something. You're stealing an artifact that is basically a blank in your deck. So that's one of the reasons I think that adventure has flourished here. It's because it isn't as... I mean, they can still steal your Lovestruck Beast, whatever, but the core of your deck, the 1 mana Edgewall Innkeeper, the 2 mana Lucky Clover, are a lot worse when you're are a lot better for you when your opponent's playing Teferi and playing Agent of Treachery specifically.
Yeah, I think just in general, I think it's really cool that, you know, when you think about it, if Agent of Treachery is one of the best cards in the format or one of the best things you can be doing, that's a pretty cool format. Like, we could be seeing, you know, mono red against mono black every round, and just then against mono white or whatever, and it would just be super boring. Like now there's so many different things you can do, and like the games are taking long. There's a lot of small decisions, and even though we keep seeing, you know, the same decks over and over, like we keep seeing a lot of Fires decks, we keep seeing a lot of Reclamation decks, we keep seeing a lot of, you know, Grow Spiral, Uro kind of stuff. At least there is a lot of really good games and small decisions, and you at least feel like you can make a difference in every game.
We go now to the game number 3 here. Looks like these players are wrapped up at 1-1, and Samura here with this adventures list. And as Martin said, you do love to see it. It is it's attacking on quite a different angle to what we expect from the standard format at the moment. One of the important things to note, however, Martin, as we, you know, hit the sideboard here, is this deck actually can't afford to sideboard that much because of its position in the, you know, because it has a wish board, right? It can't actually afford to take in or take out too many cards because it needs to be able to search for those cards with Fae of Wishes.
Yeah, the way the deck is built, you don't really get to sideboard too much. There's maybe like a couple of Ethergust in the sideboard usually, or like a few counter spells that you can bring in here and there. Sometimes you board out some of the one-offs from the sideboard, but just in general, the one thing that is interesting about this deck is it's a really hard deck to play. Extremely hard deck to play. There's a lot of small decisions. Every round you feel like, well, I have 5 different choices. What am I supposed to do? The timer's running out. Whenever I'm playing this deck, I'm always super stressed, and I've played a lot with this deck. So it's interesting. It's interesting how many different decisions there are every single turn, and to play it correctly, it's not easy. But Kenji is one of the best players of all time, and if somebody can pilot this deck well, it is definitely Kenji.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was disappointed by, actually, to learn, because I really wanted to play it. I love playing teamer lists generally, but I found it very quickly this one's actually quite hard to play.
Yeah, it is.
It's not a deck for dumb idiots like me. There's a lot of different lines, a lot of questions you need to have answered, a lot of things to get across. This hand it's tough. Like, do you keep this with no blue source? It's a little risky.
It is definitely a risky hand. Bonecrusher Giant is already not a card that's great in the matchup. It obviously is fine at pressuring Planeswalkers, but you would rather have something better. Like, you really want to find the Edgewall Innkeeper, and you really want to find the Lucky Clover. Like, those are the 2 main engines of your deck. But you have a hand where you can have a pretty aggressive start. You can make a 1/1 token with Lustrous Beast on turn 1. You can follow it up with Stomp end of turn from the Bonecrusher Giant into, hopefully you draw a 3rd land. You can play the Lustruck, or you can play the Bonecrusher Giant. If you draw a blue source, your hand's going to be fine. You have that Grow Spiral to draw an extra card, and you don't have Innkeeper or Clover, but at least you can cast some cards. And Kenji drew the island on time, so we're gonna hopefully see a nice game here. On the other side, Miguel started with Plains into search for another Plains. That also tells you that his hand can't be too great either, because it is a Jeskai deck. He needs 3 different colors of mana, and you wouldn't be leading with Plains if you had some of those Temples or some of those Triomes or other ones to play.
So a much better start now that for Samura, now that he's drawn basically just run a land here, and now look at this. Can use Bonecrusher Giant to kill. This is not something you see very often. Bonecrusher Giant to kill the 0/4 wall, get in for 1, And killing that wall might look weird. You might think, well, geez, it's not that much of a threat. It doesn't really matter. You can kind of leave that around. But no, because of course, if Luca comes down, you need the board to be clear. Otherwise, Luca will swiftly turn that 0-4 wall into an agent of treachery. Across comes the 1-1.
I like Kenji's play a lot there. Even though it could look better to maybe resolve a Lovestruck Beast on that turn to just keep up the pressure. I'm gonna have a 5/5. I'm gonna start attacking 4 more. I like resolving the Lucky Clover right away to make sure that my opponent doesn't have a chance to possibly use something like Dovin's Veto, because that's pretty much one of their only ways to answer my Clover. So if Kenji just resolves it right there, he can pretty much guarantee that the Clover will stay in play for the foreseeable future, unless Miguel has something like Teferi Bounds into Dovin's Veto, but he currently doesn't have even the right amount of mana to do that.
Now, this is not going to work out for Miguel as he may hope here. Of course, you got to do it, right? You've got to activate the Luca, but this ability is going to fizzle after the Shark and the Luca both take 2. So leaving up that Bone Crusher Giant was really, really heads up there from Kenji here, because not only does it clear the way for this Luca to be killed by the human, it also means that there's no Agent of Treachery in sight. So a long way ahead again, and it all came down to that Lucky Clover, using it to get 2 copies of Stomp in order to manage the board against both the Wall of Omens, or the wall from the Birth of Miletus, excuse me, and now the Shark here. It's huge. It really is, and Samura in a great position as a result.
Yeah, now Kenji's just getting all the value. Like now he's resolving the granted part of Wishes to get Escape to the Wilds to his hand and Expansion Explosion. So if Miguel ever taps out, Kenji's gonna draw a lot of extra cards. He's gonna gain even more value. He's gonna find even more Clovers, and he's gonna find even some of the Edgewall Innkeepers to draw even more cards. So this is exactly the kind of start that Kenji wanted to have.
Another Escape from the Wilds now off the top here. So we can continue to just pile in pressure. Look at this, an attack for 7. It's going to get straight in there.
Yeah, now your opponent has way too many problems to try to solve. Like now you're attacking for 7 a turn, so this is a 2-turn clock. Now you have a Lucky Clover in play, so all the adventure spells you play get copied. Now you have Escape the Wilds in your hand. That's 5 extra cards. You have Expansion Explosion. That's even more extra cards. So this is going to be a really, really, really tough situation to get out of for Miguel. But getting rid of the 1/1 here is a good start, because that means that Lovestruck Beast can't attack. So that was a pretty important omen of the Forge there.
An attack for 1 rather than an attack for 7, which is... We keep the pressure down at least a little bit here. But Escape the Wilds now for Samura. See what he can hit off this one.
Wow, and it resolves. That's big.
Oh, some good stuff too. Look at that. A couple of lands to play. Edgewall Innkeeper as well.
That's kind of the dream. You find another Clover and an Innkeeper.
Yeah, it's pretty good, hey.
I like Kenji's decision there too to not play the Innkeeper right away, because that just plays straight into something like Shadow the Sky. If you keep the Innkeeper exiled, you're gonna have to play it next turn, otherwise it disappears. But if you play it next turn, that means that your opponent either has to play Shatter now, and if they don't, your Lovestruck Beast is going to be able to attack. So good decision there by Kenji.
Also, it means that you're guaranteed to draw at least 1 card with the Innkeeper, right? Because you play the Innkeeper, and then you can play the Bone Crusher Giant, and so the Innkeeper replaces itself in the event that they, kill it on the spot.
Yeah.
So leaving it for the next turn, I think is a good shout here. Agent of Treachery comes down, and looks like it's going to go after the 5/5. That don't impress me much, to be honest. Like, sure, it's a 5/5 that can block. You're never attacking with it unless you've got an Omen of the Sun. And I don't know. This Temur deck is not going to worry too much about a random 5/5. It has the tools to beat that.
Yeah, basically, like, Kenji's just looking for a Brazen Borrower now to bring the Lovestruck Beast back into his hand, to make even more tokens with Lucky Clover, and now he's just drawing way too many cards. Like, this should never be a game where Kenji can possibly lose.
The huge thing here as well. The huge thing here is Beanstalk Giant's Foot of Footsteps actually free. It actually is it's a free triple rampant growth. It puts 3 lands into play, and they all come into play untapped. So not only does it thin your deck, not only does it develop your mana for next turn, it actually it doesn't necessarily net you mana. It would do that with another Lucky Clover, but the card can still be played as a 10/10 next turn or whatever. It's huge.
Yeah, he's getting so many lands in play that he's just gonna be able to just finish the game off with that expansion explosion for lethal pretty quickly, even though Miguel is at 11 life.
Here's the Heart's Desire mode on Lovestruck Beast. Puts 3 1/1s into play.
Yeah, Kenji is already up to 13 lands, so he just needs 2 lands to play a lethal explosion. How crazy is that?
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Miguel made a land drop every single turn, I think. And he only has 7 in play. He was in the play as well.
Yeah, and the other option available, of course, as soon as a Fae of Wishes is in hand, is you can now go and get Fling as well, and fling a Beanstalk Giant straight at the dome. Another Omen of the Forge. Looks like Miguel has slated his deck in order to beat these aggro decks. And those Omens they are coming in. They're coming in handy at least a little bit here.
Yeah, Yorion's gonna be used here for some good value. Probably using Agent to steal a permanent, blinking to those two Omens to deal some damage. It's gonna be interesting to see what does Miguel choose to steal with the Agent. Obviously, he can get rid of both Lucky Clovers, and we know that Kenji still has the third Escape to the Wilds in his hand, so it doesn't really matter what gets stolen here because Kenji still just has it all.
Looks like it's Fae of Wishes that switches sides here. Let's see what's next up now for Samura. Another Escape to the Wilds.
There are all the Brazen Borrowers and the Fae of Wishes, and yep.
So Brazen Borrower, return my Lovestruck Beast, return my Fae of Wishes, and also bounce your Agent here. Look at this, just absolute annihilation here. Bouncing everything in sight, and this is lethal. This is lethal, yeah. So you attack with your Lovestruck Beast here, get in for 5, and...
Yeah, there's a Brazen Borrower exile there, that's 6 more damage, yeah.
And now with the Fae of Wishes, or you can just do this as well. So there are a couple of different lines. You could take the Stomp to the Dome, kill them that way, or you could targeting yourself as well, a very strong play there. That's a power move for sure. Also, Fae of Wishes granted. Go and get your Fling out of your sideboard and chuck that Lovestruck Beast straight at the dome. So Kenji Tamura there, a 2-1 win with Teamer Adventures, and this is a deck that I'm interested to see a lot more of throughout the weekend, and we will see exactly how it goes. I think it's in a good spot. I think it's in a good spot against a lot of these go late decks for the reasons that we saw there. It just accumulates just massive piles of resources, Martin.
Yeah, and just it's as we said, it's one of the toughest decks to play in the format for sure. And Kenji's one of the best players of all time. So yeah. I am looking forward to seeing how far can Kenji take it. And he's definitely one of my favorite players to watch because he really is that good, and like he just comes up with crazy lines, and it's just like he's really, really, really one of the best players ever to play the game.
So up next, my friends, we've got another match to bring you. We're going to jump into Willie Adel by the look of things, who is playing against Damiel 8. Now, this is the Umori list that I was telling you about before. It is basically Simic Mutate, and you can see here a lot of cards using Mutate hasn't really made it big in Standard, but if it's going to look like it's going to be in a deck like this. We see Gem Razor here on top of Stonecoil Serpent. That's the perfect Mutate target because all of those counters they stack, and Gem Razor destroying the Banishing Light, bringing back the Umori here. And this is it's creatures all the way down. It's creatures all the way down. And it does get a lot of spell-like effects from many of its creatures, right? Like Migratory Greathorn, for example. That's a Farseek type effect or a Rampant Growth. The Polywog is like a little looter there. So you do actually get spell-like effects in a deck that still, Martin, is creatures all the way down.
Yeah, it's an interesting deck. Mutate is think, more of a limited mechanic, or at least that's how it looks so far. But we have been seeing some interesting decks in standard using some of the mutate cards, and this is definitely an interesting take on it. And I also want to give a shout out to Willie. Willie's also one of my favorite players, not only to watch but just somebody to hang out with. He's somebody who's really putting in a lot of work for the South American community, not just Brazil. And he's organizing tournaments. He's been one of the consultants that Watsy used to talk to about the future of Magic, and just somebody who really helped promote the game and organize a lot of really cool tournaments.
And he's picked up a win here as well over his opponent, so hopefully we'll see some more of that Simic mutate list before very much longer, because if Willie continues his onslaught with it, well, there's going to be all sorts of good stuff coming your way, my friends. Red Bull Untapped Qualifier coverage continues. Riley Knight joined by the Hall of Famer Martin User, and it's great to have your company. Thanks for joining us here. We're well underway with round number 2, and as soon as we've got another match for you, we will be jumping right into it. We're just waiting on the producers on the back end to line up the next match, and then we'll dive straight into it. So as soon as we can, we will be ready now. This looks like it is it Elliot Bussaud here? No, it's not, excuse me. We have it's a different match here between Gershi and Runestone. I wonder if that's Emmanuel Gershenson here.
That was also the first
Austrian
thing
player
that came to my mind. Yeah, the Austrian pro. That is also the first thing that I thought of when I saw the screen name.
Yep, it may be him. It may be him. We will we'll find out. Anyway, this is another deck that we talked about before, is it not?
This is a Teemo Reclamation deck. We saw Telzen in the sideboard. I want to briefly talk about that. That's an interesting card to use right now because it has a lot of good use. First of all, everybody's basically playing companions these days, and companions are legendary, so that's always going to be a good target for Tail's End. Planeswalkers are legendary. We're seeing a lot of those as well, so that's another type of card you can counter with it. And it's one of the few cards that can actually counter the token from Sharknado. It is something that you can use to counter the trigger that makes the token. So
they still do draw the card. But yeah, they don't get the shark. Or you can counter the card draw. So, excuse me. It looks like we're going to jump out of this game here. All right, we're going to go to a different one instead. Apologies. Looks like we jumped into the wrong game there. So we're going to go, I think we are going to go to Elliot Bussaud here. As soon as things are lined up and ready, I'm getting that. I'm getting told that here. So we'll see what Elliot Bussaud is playing. Of course, famous French player. And
speaking of Elliot, I believe he is the original creator of the Jeskai Luka deck.
Really?
If I remember correctly, if my sources are correct, then Crokis is definitely the player that helped popularize the deck, because he's been playing it on his stream for quite a bit. But I believe the deck comes from Crokis running into Eliod on ladder, where Eliod was the first to be playing this kind of deck, and Crokis just kind of found it interesting, and as many other brewers do, immediately recognized the power of the deck and got to work and started working on it as well. But I believe Eliot is the original creator of the Jeskai Luka deck.
All right. Wow. Well, playing something very, very different here. Playing a Selesnya Luris deck that almost looks a bit like a Bogle's list. Oh, no, not quite. I mean, it plays All That Glitters, does play Sentinel's Eyes, Karametra's Blessing, and also Temple of Growth.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure what Temple of Growth even is. I'll have to look it up.
Season of Growth. Season of Growth is is the one where you target, whenever you target a creature, you draw a card. Warbriar's Blessing as well. Wow, Revival, Transcendent Envoy. So we've got some real draft chaff up in here. I like Hushbringer though. Pretty bad against Uro, but pretty good against Agent of Treachery, for an example.
Yeah, speaking of which, that's what I wanted to say. Look at this board. Both players have cards that are sort of trying to fight against Agent of Treachery. Mm-hmm. Trostani is a way to get your cards back after they get stolen, and Hushbringer is a way to just stop Agent of Treachery from resolving.
Yeah.
But the downside of playing something like Hushbringer is, if your opponent is on something like Ban Ram or Team Reclamation, and they play cards like Uro or any of the other giants. They just get to play Uro on turn 3, and they're not gonna get an extra card out of it. But the trigger where they have to sacrifice it unless it has been escaped, that also doesn't happen. So they just get to keep a 3-mana 6/6 in play on turn 3. So Hushbringer is a risky card to play these days.
Conclave Tribunal going to be thwarted there by the Karametra's Blessing, giving the Hushbringer hex proof. And now, as a 5/6 lifelink flyer, it's in a good spot to continue to push the advantage with this game. Nothing interesting in the bin to flashback with Allurus. You can see 3 copies of Glass Casket, all of which have exiled a copy of Emara, which is pretty bonkers. But Bro Caesar may be running out of gas here, and with that Castle Ardenvale, it means that Elliot is going to be able to block whatever the biggest threat is, more or less every turn.
Yeah, this game is not looking that great for Elliot, but he still has Luras able to bring something back from the graveyard.
Isn't it looking very good for him? He's on 26 life. That's going to go up to 31. His opponent's on a 2-turn clock if they keep attacking.
Oh, I switched yeah. I switched the usernames for a little bit when I was looking at the deck list. This is definitely looking okay. Giant Killer is also another interesting card that gets rid of cards like a Shark Token or something like Nightpack Ambusher. So that's also one of the few ways that deals with the Shark Token at instant speed.
Both of these players on playing Selesnya decks that haven't seen a lot of play recently. Now,
I wonder.
I'm not sure what Besorda's is thinking about here. Maybe thinking about playing the Giant Killer as a 1/2.
You can still use it as a tapper, especially if you figure out that your opponent's probably not going to have any bigger creatures. Then it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to just keep saving it in your hand.
Okay. Yep. Gonna cast it as a 1/2 here. You don't imagine in a go wide deck like Selesnya there'd be a lot of 4-power creatures. So instead, just playing it as another Conclave Tribunal. Well, this one's going to go unanswered, and that's a big problem here. That's a big problem. Exiling it as well means that you can't bring it back with Lurrus. Although with Lurrus, you can play All That Glitters again to start to maybe buffer your life total a little bit. Right, in they come. No good attacking with the Trostani Discordant, of course, because there's the free double block there. And I don't know. I don't think Elliot's too worried about that. Just takes the damage. We've got All That Glitters. We've got Sentinel's Mark here.
Oh yeah, now you can just make your Lurrus bigger, and Lurrus also has lifelink, so even though you're being attacked by 4 or 5 creatures, you're going to be able to start attacking.
No, you got lethal. It's lethal, because you can just play the Sentinel's Mark and buff up the All That Glitters, and buff up the Lurrus to lethal proportion. So yeah, a tidy rip there. Lurrus able to not only flashback the All That Glitters, but also the Sentinel's Mark off the top to make sure it's lethal. And down goes Bro Caesar. These two players now wrapped up at 1-1 as they hit the sideboard. Gives us an opportunity to have a look at what's going on in this list. You can see all the copies of Transcendent Envoy have been taken out. Stonecoil Serpent also in the board, as well as Ginger Brute. So things much more interactive post-board. Still that Alseid Hushbringer creature suite there. Warbriar's Blessing, Season of Growth, Sentinel's Mark, with the interaction that was brought in Glass Casket.
This also looks, by the way, like another deck that you can build on Arena without really using a lot of wildcards. Obviously, there are some rare lands. There's Fabled Passage, Temple of Plenty, Temple Garden, Castle Ardenvale. But outside of the mana base, I think the rest of the deck is pretty much just all cards that should be easily accessible. You don't really have to spend a lot of rare wildcards on. It's kind of just the Stonecoil Serpent and Lurrus, I believe.
Yeah, and if you're wanting to spend rares on Arena, a safe place to put your rare wildcards is in lands. And, you might be looking at something, if you're a newer player, you might be looking at something like Temple Garden, being like, well, it's only going to be legal until, October, whatever. Maybe I'm not interested in it. You are. If you ever play Historic, the Shock lands are the best lands that have ever been printed since basically the original duels, which are obviously never getting reprinted. So you definitely want to have your copies of all the Shock lands there. Don't hesitate to burn those wildcards on lands. you're just always going to get your value out of them. You're definitely going to play these cards.
Yeah, lands are almost always going to be useful, and as you said, especially the shock lands. Now I would be looking at the triomes. Like those are going to be a huge part of standard for the foreseeable future. Basically, for as long as they are legal in the format, they're going to be the key to building 2 and 3 and 4 color mana bases for sure.
Yep, absolutely. And historic is picking up steam as a format, even as a competitive format. We're seeing more and more streamers interested in playing historic. We're seeing more and more interest in this sort of, I guess, what do you call it? It's semi-eternal format. There's a historic anthology coming out, I believe. Is it next week? I think. I'm
really looking forward to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The more formats there are to play on Arena, the better.
Yeah, for sure. Why are you looking forward to Historic Anthology 3? Are you looking forward to Silent Departure? Why did they include that card?
Cards like Phyrexian Obliterator is going to go really
nice.
nicely.
But there are some. Yeah, there's Unburial Rites. All the Hondens are really going to be really cool. I know a lot of people big fans of all of them. But why did they put Silent Departure in?
I was also asking myself that question. It's like, why is this here? Like, where is this going to go into? Like, there's
who's looking at Silent Departure and being like, because the cards that they put in, they're either powerful or silly, right? Like the cards they put in are going to change the format in a meaningful way, do something powerful, like Mirari's Wake is obviously busted in half. And then, or they do stuff that's like a build around. It's like, oh, here's a goblin. Oh, here's, some cool new enabler for, your enchantment deck or whatever. Why, who's looking at this? Like, yes, finally, Silent Departure. Now I can finally do it. In, I don't know. It was a really weird pick. I don't get it. Do you have any idea?
I would also expect something like Repeal. If you're gonna give us like a bounce spell, give us something that goes into more decks. Give us something that goes into a control deck, for example. But yeah, I was also quite surprised at seeing
a sorcery speed bounce spell with flashback. I don't get it. There's not like a major flashback theme or anything.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever it is, we have a Silent Departure coming.
Yeah.
I like how Hushbringer, it's not really a card that's meant for this matchup specifically. Like it's meant, for the decks with a lot of comes into play triggers, like Uro or whatever else. And here, it's actually kind of good that you can put all the enchantments on it, like all the glitters, and you have a big flying lifelink threat. So it's kind of like building your own like Lyra or Baneslayer Angel, and then using these protection spells to save it.
You can see a pretty ineffective attack against the 1/2 as well. I think one of the other reasons it's so useful here is that it is a 1/2, and you see Transcendent On has been brought back in from the board. Glass Casket going to go after the Amara once again, and the Hushbringer holding down the fort very nicely. The opponent kind of chump attacking into it last turn.
Yeah, that was perhaps not the most valuable attack because Hushbringer having lifelink is going to give you the 1 life back, and you're going to get to kill the most powerful creature.
Conclave Tribunal now. No third land still for Busord here.
And more importantly, only 1 white source.
Right.
So he's not able to really utilize all the cards in his hand, even though his hand is stacked full of a lot of good stuff. But you can only really play 1 spell a turn, and that's not really a great position to be in when you're facing 5 creatures from your opponent, and the opponent is also stuck on 2 lands, which means that they have more good stuff in their hand. That more gas is coming. You can be pretty sure that they haven't run out of gas. It's just that they have 2 lands. So especially a deck like green-white tokens, they are going to be able to operate on 2 lands pretty easily. Like they're going to be able to play cards like Raise the Alarm or some of the Convoke cards like Conclave Tribunal, March the Multitude. So even though they only have 2 lands, it's not really going to be a big deal.
A 1/1 Stonecoil Serpent and a 1/1 Alseid. The only way here to play 2 cards in a turn. No third land for Bro Caesar. There's the third land now, and critically, it's a plane, so that does change some things. Got access now to Karametra's Blessing. Transcendent Envoy can also be cast while keeping up the blessing as a pump spell, protection spell here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the bird, or the griffin, excuse me, join the fray. Here it is.
Yeah, the Envoy is as good as any other creature because 1/2 here. Those are good numbers against a bunch of 1/1s. Like it doesn't matter how big it is currently, 1/2 is exactly the right kind of size to stop 1/1s from attacking. But yeah, this is exactly what I expected, like a big March de Multitudes at the end of turn, and I wouldn't be surprised to see another one from both Caesar here or something. Wow, yeah, breakable formation is huge here.
Wow, unbreakable formation. All of a sudden, you're attacking for 18. Are you joking? That's enormous. And now the 1/2 isn't doing as much work as before. You can Karametra's Blessing to block and gain some life, but that's not going to be enough here. Don't forget, all of those +1/+1 counters, they stick around. That's like basically a permanent anthem effect for all these creatures here.
Yeah, and you know that Elliot's deck is not going to have any sweepers or anything. Like this is an aggro deck where you're playing your own small creatures. You're trying to protect them from the protection spells like Karametra's Blessing or God's Willing or what have you. And this is not a deck that wants to play any kind of sweepers. So this is not a great position for Elliot.
So sweet though, the tokens deck. We haven't seen Selesnya do very much work recently, and it's good to see it getting it done at least a little bit here. Karametra's Blessing going to save the Alseid, gain a little bit of life, but you're still going to. I mean, yeah, look at that. You survive just barely on 1 life, and so 9 lethal threats coming your way, not to mention an opponent on 29 life. Fighting to the bitter end, however, is Elliot Boussaud, almost certain to go down here, given the overwhelming power on the other side of the battlefield. Warbriar Blessing takes out one of them, puts you back up to 7, thanks to the Alseid hit there.
Okay, so now you can give it +2/+2 with Blessing again to make it 5. You're going to be able to block 3 creatures, but you're taking 10 from the rest. I mean, maybe Elliot's not dead this turn, but he surely is the turn after, right?
Just the fact that all those +1/+1 counters stuck around, that's what's huge here.
Oh, never mind. The Alseid loses the bonus. So yeah, this is kind of going to be the end of the game. Wow, Knight is really, really strong here because the Alseid is an enchantment. Stonecold Serpent is an artifact, even though it does have protection from multicolor, so that one can be destroyed. But yeah, killing the Alseid here or the Envoy, that seems pretty decent. I think I would be pointing the destroy trigger at the Envoy to play around Karametra's Blessing, because if you pump the Alseid, that is a better target for it, because the +2/+2 matters more on that.
The thing is, it can with the Karametra's Blessing, you can save whatever gets targeted. With the Blessing, it gives it hexproof and indestructible. But I mean, it's still not going to be enough. You're still getting attacked for 500 million here.
I really like the choice to kill the Envoy, because if you play Blessing on the Alseid, you're making a 3-power lifelink blocker, right? Like if you have to play the Blessing on the Envoy, then your lifelink blocker is going to stay at 1 power, so you're not going to get as much life. But I think either way, I think Elliot is just in a spot that you're not going to be able to come back from.
So here's the big attack now. Karametra's Blessing to bump but this is just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic here. This attack is almost certainly just going to put this game beyond contention. Yep, down to -2. So that is the way the news goes there. Very unfortunate. And Elliot Boussaud there. Well, I mean, look, I say very unfortunate. I mean, I'm sure it's not unfortunate for the opponent. The opponent absolutely bloody loved it, I would imagine. And it's good to see Selesnya tokens back up and about here at the top end of town in Standard. And we'll see if the tokens deck continues to do its grim reaping there. We can move now to another one of our back tables. And check in with Pascal Maynard, the Canadian superstar, who I remember, is he doing Andre Strasky? Didn't he retire?
I believe so. I think he's also more on the organization side of the table, or more of the organization of tournaments.
Right.
Part of Magic.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think he still loves to take the opportunity to play a big tournament every now and then.
Still slanging some digital cardboard. Here we can go down to this match as soon as they are ready for us to join them. So we'll head down to the battlefield and see what's going on with Pascal Maynard, who's playing Yuki Hagihara here. And again, as soon as they're ready, you of course, people remember Pascal Maynard came second at PT Ixalan, losing to Seth Manfield in the final there. And another top 8 at PT Oath of the Gatewatch in 2016. 13 Grand Prix top 8s, 13 of them Martin. That is a lot. I don't know of anyone who has more than that. Can you think of anyone?
That's a pretty impressive number. Yeah,
That's a pretty impressive number.
Yeah.
Is there anyone like I don't have 13 Grand Prix top
Maybe
eights?
Shuhei has.
Yeah, Shuhei has a lot of them
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, how many does he have?
I believe Shuhei has 33.
33. Is there anyone who has around that number? Surely not, right?
No, not very many players.
Not very many players, Martin. No. Not very many players. Anyway, all right. We head down now, and Pascal Maynard, who is playing I
like it.
Mardu.
Yeah,
what are we
Mardu
calling
Knights.
it here? Mardu Knights?
Yeah, I think the deck has been kind of pretty strong before already, and I really like the addition of Lurus. So basically, the way the deck works, you're playing all the knights that are usually able to just like pump the other knights or whatever. Like something like Inspiring Veteran is sort of an anthem effect on a creature. Something like Venerable Knight or Knight of the Ebon Legion is a way to put a lot of pressure on your opponent really quickly. Like these aggressive 1-drops is kind of what makes this deck work. And then you have Embercleave that you can find with According Knight, the 3-drop. I'm not sure if I got the name correctly, but the 3-mana 3/3 that when you have a knight in play,
Acclaim Contender.
Yeah, you can look at the top 4 cards of your library and get a knight or an equipment. So that's a way for you to find Embercleave. And Lures just makes the deck quite a bit better, I think, because that's a good way for you to play around sweepers. But it looks like in this game it was just the opponent with too much value and all the Yorion, Blink My Omen, Teferi Bounce Your Thing stuff.
A little too much for the Knights deck to overcome there, so unfortunately my people will have to rally and see if Pascal Maynard can lead us to victory a little bit later on. Right now we've got another match to bring you, Brent Voss versus Ryan Dyer, and so again, as soon as things are set up there, we'll go down and jump in with them. Brent Voss was the player who broke Pioneer with Lotus Breach and finished third at PT Brussels earlier in February. Joined Rivals League after a big performance. And so we'll head down there now and see how things are going between Brent Voss here. Undutchable, a very, very powerful name there. Very, very good name against Ryan Dyer. And this time, how about Voss on Mono Red?
I just wanted to say that it's interesting how many white aggressive decks we have seen. It's just the second round, and we have already seen 2 different Karametra's Blessing decks, which I have not expected to see at all. And we just saw the Mardu Knights deck played by Pascal Maynard last round. So aggro is still definitely a big part of the metagame, and there's a lot of different decks you can play. And I think it's quite nice that when we talked about the metagame breakdown, I think if I remember correctly, the numbers were something like 16% or 18% Yorion, and then the next deck was like 8%. So this is a lot different from what we saw in like the Oko Pro Tour when 70% of people played just the same one deck. Now the metagame is way more diverse, and there is a lot of different things you can be doing in standard, and players are definitely taking the opportunity to do that.
Well, Mono Red certainly can get the job done with the help of Obosh. Again, sort of like the finisher in this list, right? It's just I'm still baffled that we've seen Embercleave. I mean, Torbrand, sure. Torbrand has kind of been replaced by Obosh, doubling the power. Obviously with 1/1s, Torbrand is better. Obosh does a good impression of it, however. But Embercleave, Martin, no, Embercleave is just, this card is just so good. It wins games single-handedly. And
yes, that's just the deck restriction, right? If you're gonna play Obosh, you can't play cards like Cleave, Steamkin, and Torbrand. But on the other hand, your deck is a little bit more aggressive. Maybe you have Heraldic Banner, which I believe is one of the best cards in the deck. You're playing a lot of 1-drops. There's 16 or even 20 1-drops, and if you can curve out with 3 1-drops in the first 2 turns, followed up by Banner, sometimes even into another 1-drop, that's a really, really fast draw that some of these other decks don't really have a good answer to unless they have exactly the 1 sweeper on turn 4. And I also like the addition of Chandra Acolyte of Flame in these kind of matchups, because that's a great way to like hedge against sweepers, because it makes 2 tokens every turn, but if your opponent plays Shadow the Sky, your Chandra still stays in play. It still gives you the tokens next turn, and especially if you have something like Banner in play, those tokens are both 2/1, so they actually get to attack for a lot of damage.
And the other, of course, I mean, you talked about losing Runaway Steamkin. I don't even know if that's that much of a loss anymore. Obviously, the card's very good, but without Experimental Frenzy, it's not what it used to be with all the burn spells. But you've still got that massive card advantage engine in the card we just saw there, Light Up the Stage, right? That card does make a huge difference and allows, as a 1-mana divination a lot of the time, it allows mono red to go have a lot more staying power than it would. Another critical 3-drop, the one you see on your screen here, Anax. Protects the deck against sweepers. It makes your board just a little stickier, a little more resilient. And so we've seen mono red take a much more creature-focused approach to what it used to when it was all about Runaway Steamkin, Experimental Frenzy.
Yeah, you're definitely right that Steamkin is great when your opponents don't interact with it. When they just leave your Steamkin in play, next turn you can play a bunch of 1-mana spells, maybe get it to 4/4, get a bunch of extra mana, and as you said, use it for something like Experimental Frenzy. That's where the card shines the most. Right now in Standard, half of the decks just have Teferi Time Raveler on turn 3, and if you play Steamkin and it gets bounced by Teferi to reset it back to 1/1, like that's not really a great format for Steamkin. So I agree with you. There's a lot of ways to deal with Steamkin right now, whether it's the Fairy, Bone Crusher Giant, people are playing Ethergust, Devout Decrees in their sideboard. So everybody just seems to have good answers for it. And this mono red deck just uses more cheaper cards to just swarm the board with creatures really quickly and then use something like Banner or Obosh to deal more damage with them.
Narset, going downstairs, finds a copy of Teferi. The opponent here on a relatively high life total, which is obviously good news for them. But Obosh, Heraldic Banner, these cards are here to change that.
Yeah, we're potentially looking at dealing quite a bit of damage in one turn, but next turn the opponent's going to have access to Teferi plus, and then have Shadow the Sky available at instant speed at any moment, which is something that the mono red deck does not like to see, because you want to use the companion Obosh in a turn where you're dealing the most possible amount of damage, kind of not out of nowhere, but just to do something your opponent can't really usually interact with Shadow the Sky. But if your opponent can't play Shatter at instant speed, that completely changes the entire game, because now NX is not going to be nearly as powerful, because NX is great when your opponent is forced to do that on their turn. You untap with a lot of tokens, especially when you have something like Banner. Those tokens are attacking for more damage. If your opponent can play Shadow at instant speed, all of that goes away. You still don't get to deal any damage in your attack, and obviously they're still going to need to find another sweeper next turn, but they have Narset in play. They're going to be drawing cards from Teferi. They're going to be drawing cards from Uro. So this is going to be an interesting game still, and if the opponent can find another sweeper, then that's going to be really the key thing in this game.
So the Phoenix coming across at Narset, the 10 Street Dodger unblockable, of course. And now Chandra going upstairs rather than just popping out 1/1s that aren't going to do anything. And what's the plan here for Voss? Is it just building towards a big Obosh turn already? The Heraldic Banner is pumping up the team, and Obosh obviously very powerful once you've turned all of your 2/1s into 1/1s into 2/1s, excuse me.
The play here, I think, is just to try to play around the sweeper as best as you can. Like, having Annex in play is obviously a great way to do it, because then you would still have a lot of tokens in play. Trying to protect your Chandra is a good way to do it, which unfortunately now for Voss we saw the opponent made a really good play. I really like this decision. Use Teferi to bounce the Annex. Not only is that going to allow you for a good Shadow the Sky, but it also means that you can just attack with the two wolves to take down Chandra. So you basically got rid of all of your problems this turn. You basically got rid of all of the problems. Like, now, not only was Annex gone to not make tokens, Chandra's gone now. That's not going to be able to make two fresh 2/1 haste tokens either. So that was a really strong turn for the opponent. But Brent is still here with a lot of extra gas, and I think it's gonna have to be a little bit more than that. Although next turn I think we can play Uro from the graveyard, which is gonna put the opponent back at 14. That's a big 6/6. That's gonna stop the Fervent Champion from attacking. If they can find an answer for Annex, then we're still looking at a pretty close game, I think.
So Bone Crusher Giant still in hand. That can of course be actually does it? Does it get doubled by Obosh? Because it's a 2-mana spell when it's on the stack, so maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, these interactions are really interesting. So obviously when you play Shock, that gets doubled. I believe when you play a Stomp from Bone Crusher Giant, then you're putting a 2-mana thing on the stack.
I don't think it does, because it's on the, even though it's a 3-mana card, Bone Crusher Giant, the Obosh only sees the Stomp part of it on the stack, so I don't think it doubles it.
Elspeth Conqueror's Death is a really, really good answer here.
Yeah, to either the Annex or the Phoenix,
yeah,
right?
for either Annex or Phoenix.
So now you can play Obosh. This does allow you actually to attack with both creatures. The Fervent Champion has haste, has First Strike, so the block with the Uro would be pretty punishing there. Instead, going after the Annex, that means a trade, and 4 damage coming across from Javier here.
Yeah, basically now the decision is either you block with Uro on Annex, you get to trade both creatures, you're not getting any value from Uro next turn, which is really good for the mono red player, or the champion gets blocked by Uro, in which case Annex is dealing double damage, so it's dealing 12, which would put the opponent at 2, and with the Bone Crusher Giant in hand, that would be lethal. So good block by the opponent, not falling into that trap, but they're gonna need to find. Oh wait, that was on the Adventure Zone. So
no, was it?
I believe so. Like when
was it actually?
When you have no cards in hand and this is in the Adventure Zone, there's no way to tell if that's actually a card in your hand or not. So we got a little confused because of that.
I mean, I guess you can hover over your deck to see how many cards you've got in hand there. But all right. Well, Uro's coming back from beyond the grave again, going to push up to 13 here. But still, this attack is for 10, 14. This attack for a lot. It's attack. I've calculated it very precisely, Martin, and it's an attack for just a whole bunch of damage. Is where we've landed here.
Yeah, the opponent's digging for like another copy of Devout Decree, or at least something like the Fairy to bounce something, or like another Gust, or something that can be played in instant speed. Maybe another chump blocker in the form of Shark token. Just anything that would deal with the board, or at least one of the creatures.
Right now, if you block the Bone Crusher Giant, you take 8 from Obosh, up to 12 from the Fervent Champion, and then another 8 damage from the Satyr token. So that's 20, even with the block. Glass Casket. Okay, that takes care of the Bone Crusher.
There's still Castle Embereth able to.
Oh yeah, which effectively gives everything +2/+0. Scorch Spitter off the top isn't going to have an impact this turn, but still you can just shove here. And your opponent with 1 card in hand, it has to be something good. It has to be an Aether Gust or something like that here.
If it is Aether Gust, though, that would be really crazy. Because if it is Gust, you get to Gust the Obosh, then your Uro just gets to eat Bone Crusher Giant for free.
Mm-hmm.
Next turn, you can probably swing. You can start gaining some life, gaining some extra cards. So that is, I don't envy Brent's decision. Obviously, he's in a great spot, but if your opponent does have the Gust, you can be in a really bad position all of a sudden, just coming from can't lose to being in a bad spot.
But didn't have it, and therefore the aggression of Brent Voss was rewarded, and Mono Red continues its onslaught here. Maybe we'll see more of it in the future, my friends. It remains to be seen exactly how things go for the Mono Red list, but that is that for our feature matches of round number 2. We are going to send it back to the news desk now. Niels is standing by to bring you some other updates. So right now, we will head back to Niels at the news desk.
Okay. All right, welcome back to the studio. Thank you very much, Martin and Riley, for all of your insights. We're going to start this round with another juicy little giveaway. We have the Ultra Pro goodie bag. Now, in the segment before we started with round 1, we already said that it's a bag, but there's a bunch of stuff in there, of course. Now, the first one you see on my screen here, it's the leatherette deck box, the alcove, pretty juicy for you. What? I have something, excuse me. Pretty juicy, nice and magnetic, looks very durable. It's very nice to have. There is also a satin tower in there. So a nice and strong box for maybe if you need something a little sturdier for your cards. Both of these fit your commander deck, 100 sleeved cards as well. We have a playmat to go with that. We have a life pad to note your life down, and even an extra pen in here somewhere. There we go. All Ultra Bro branded. We have some sleeves for you, so you can sleeve up your decks. We have a fancy life counter. I really like these. They're like the abacus type, where you can put your decimals and your singles in there. So that's pretty nice to have. Don't use these in tournaments though, because judges might get a little antsy about it. And then finally, we have 6 boosters for you as well. In case you missed your pre-release, you can get your fix this way. And again, just like last turn, we're going to be giving these away by a moderator making a prompt for you to spam. And while you are spamming a prompt, we are going to go to a decklist feature with Frank Karsten. Frank, do we have you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks for having me.
Okay, Frank. So we are looking at Brent Vos's mono red Obosh decklist. Let's zoom in and make sure that all the viewers at home can also see it. And let's see, mono red. It's one of those core strategies that exist in Magic, right? It's always kind of there. What's special about mono red in standard currently?
Well, this particular version runs Obosh the Prey Piercer, which is definitely new. At first, when the Ikoria new set was just released, Mono Red did very poorly. I think that was mainly because Jeskai Fires, which used to be a bad matchup for Mono Red, was one of the most popular decks. But since then, Jeskai Fires has been pushed out of the format a bit by all the Yorion decks, and people discovered this Obosh version of Mono Red.
Yeah.
Now,
sorry, Frank. Can we attribute that a little bit to Simon Gertzen's performance with that in a recent tournament? Do you think that was the big breakout moment for Obosh Red, or is there something else going on?
I would say it wasn't just Simon, but indeed, a couple weeks ago, this deck was nowhere to be seen, at least in, say, the Magic Fest online events. And then, all of a sudden, at the season finals, this last weekend, it was 4% of the metagame and completely overperformed. Simon Gerson, as you said, made top 8 with it. But there was another player in the top 8 and also the 9th place finisher all playing this archetype. So for 4% of the field, 3 players in the top 9, that was really the breakout performance. And all of a sudden, a lot of people are playing it. Actually, Brent, this deck list over here, was playing my list. I gave it to him yesterday. I plan to play this exact deck at the Mythic Invitational Qualifier later today. Now I'm a bit of a mono red aficionado, so I just like the playstyle, but also given its performance recently, I think it is very well positioned. What I like about Obosh is that we used to have versions with Torbran and Embercleave, which are arguably better cards, but sometimes you lost because you never drew one of those breakthrough cards, or you drew like 3 of them in your top 10 cards or something and completely messed up your mana curve. Now you have it every game, exactly one, which is perfect, exactly one Obosh as your 8th card, and I think that is just exactly where you want to be with a deck like this.
Yeah, so we're missing that surprise value from Believe in the Cleave and that punch out of nowhere, but we get a much more stable deck out of Mono Red. And the stability in Mono Red has always been sort of this issue. You need to draw that last burn spell. Mono Red now has a lot more tools available to it. I feel with Light Up the Stage especially. Being that card advantage engine, that digging for that last answer, that is complemented by you being aggressive. How do you feel about Light Up the Stage in Mono Red? Like, how big is this card really?
In previous versions, before Ikoria, I never really liked it as much. I used to play 2 or 3 in most of my lists, but a big part of the reason was that the deck was filled with expensive cards like Embercleave, and to take into account the risk of hitting that one, you sometimes had to wait with Light Up the Stage or play it at like an awkward time, so that if you would hit a card like Embercleave, you would actually be able to exploit it. Now, this version does not have any such super expensive cards, so you don't have that risk. You can play Light Up the Stage at a more convenient time, and even better, you have 16 one-drop creatures. 16!
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's just crazily consistent, but that's also exactly what you want to be hitting with Light Up the Stage. So, in this particular Obosh build, the card is amazing, and also, hitting extra lands, you're generally pretty happy with that because it gets you closer to the 5 mana you need to cast your companion.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, I played the Cavalcade of Calamity Spitfire, the all eggs in one basket, and there, Light Up the Stage just felt like a card I wanted to have 9 of instead of just the 4 I'm allowed to. Is there anything you want to add about this deck at the end, Frank?
I would say Mono Red is still great, and I guess there are a lot of people who have been playing Rakdos Sacrifice builds with Obosh. That, of course, also shows the power of the companion. But one reason to stick with Mono Red is Anax hardened in the Forge. It's just the perfect hedge against Shatter the Sky, which remains one of the most played sweepers in the format. So you're consistent, you're resilient against sweepers, you have a powerful companion, and hey, red decks still win.
Red decks still win. You heard it here from the mouth of Frank Carson. Thank you very much, Frank. I'll let you go back to your admin duties, your analyst duties, as we segue into the next thing.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Bye, Frank. Okay, next thing that we want to talk about is to place this event, this international qualifier, into everything else that's going on, because this is only the first event that we have in a series of a planned 16 qualifiers, and the first 8 of these have been announced already. So, the first 7, I'm sorry, have been announced already. So we are at the first one at the top currently, May 16th, online international qualifier number 1. After that, we have a couple of country qualifiers. They're also online events, don't be mistaken. There's been some misunderstandings there apparently, but these are events that are region locked, so only people with an IP address in the countries will be able to play in these. That's going to be Germany, Spain, and Italy in June. Before July 11th, we skip to the second online international qualifier, much like this setting, but maybe with a smoother start. We'll see. Probably it should be a smoother start. And then July 18th, we have another one. So 2 weeks in a row, that one, before we move into the UK online qualifier on July 26th. That's the only ones that have been announced so far. There are going to be more than that in the future, leading up to what should be, again, this action-packed crazy finale in November. That's going to be giving away the biggest part, well, not the biggest part, but the biggest prize pool to the individual players at $75,000 total. And it's going to be just like last year, this huge event. Now, last year in London, we had 8 players that were tuning in for their finals. One of them, we already talked about him last time. I was going to give him the spotlight, but then Lino snatched it away, is Anton de Smet. This is Anton, and introducing himself for the finals of last year.
Everything I don't play be. My name is Anton de Smet, I come from Belgium. Everything will be a big challenge for me. I haven't played standard in years, I don't play much of arena, so it will be a big challenge, but I will try to make the most of it. My favorite card is Deathrite Shaman, because of its raw power level, and because I have to say this because I have a tattoo of the card.
So that was Anton. At that point, I think he was still a little nervous, a little jittery playing on that big stage. But we found out that Anton, we knew he was playing there, but we found out he was going to play in this event as well. So we already said it last round. We did track him down. We sent Ollie Gurman to him to ask him a bunch of questions. And this is what the first part of their interview looked like. Let's go have a look.
The coverage of Red Bull Untapped 2020. We've made it despite coronavirus trying to all drag us down and not allow us to play any Magic. We found a solution. We got a very cool tournament and we got some very accomplished players in this tournament this year. One of them managed to win one of the qualifying tournaments last year. Please join me, guys, in welcoming Anton de Smet. Hey Anton, how have you been?
Hi, very good, thank you, despite what's going on in the world.
Yeah, what's the new normal for you? Like, what is happening at the moment? I think you mentioned earlier you are working from home now. You're doing home office.
Yeah, I'm working from home. So is my wife. We also have to pair that with taking care of the baby because there's no daycare for the moment. So it's very busy, but we manage. Yeah, I'm expecting to see a big extension on that. So,
well, I'm definitely gonna keep my fingers crossed for you. Obviously, it's gonna be very different situation compared to last year. Last year you weren't playing online; you were playing in one of the real life qualifiers.
Yeah, correct.
You were actually flipping cardboard. Yep. Let's take us back a little bit. What was it like for you when you got the invitation to the tournament? When you first learned that you're gonna be playing in the Red Bull Untapped event?
Well, it was very cool. I check my email daily. I have like 3 email addresses. So I was checking it. I got the email. Congratulations, you're in. I was like, wow. I was very surprised. I knew they were going to invite some local players. So I immediately called or messaged my friend. And he was like, wow, cool. I'm going to check my email as well. And he also got the email that he's in, so I was very pleased.
I remember you had a little group of players, right? You all...
Well, we knew some players. I think Marin Liebert was there too. I knew him. He doesn't live that far from me, so I think he was invited on his merits, on his his career.
He was the first to admit that. He said, "Yeah, I haven't been playing in a while. It's not because I'm currently crushing it. It's more like in the past I was."
Yeah, he's a very established player. So.
And then. The event itself, like for me at least, it seemed so different compared to most other events. I mean, you got like the full service. You got the VIP treatment for everybody, not just like a select few. So everybody would be getting drinks and sandwiches and prepared sealed pools, like not just cards, but also like everything that goes into playing a successful tournament. What was that like for you?
It was nuts. It was. You come in, you feel you're treated royally, like you said, free drinks, free meal. Didn't know about that. There was also a fun part. You could see the Tour de France passing.
Right.
So I was thinking, wow, if I fail here, I just can stand by the window, watch the Tour de France pass. And then there were free side events where you could actually play sealed or draft for free. So you actually got cards. There was a prize table. It was amazing. It was the biggest giveaway that I have ever seen. And I watched the qualifier in Florence, was also Paper Magic, so I watched that on Twitch. They were giving away prizes on Twitch like it was nothing. I think Red Bull really made a spectacular event of it.
The chat definitely was on fire. I would predict that it's going to be the same this year around, because these guys they've been really crazy. And I talked to some of them like behind the scenes and asked them what it's like, and they're like, yeah, this is just another day at the office for us. So they are having this much fun all the time.
Yeah, it's really cool. Like when I learned that when I won the finals and I learned that I got to go to London, and I was already checking hotels and how will I get there, until I get the email from, hi, we're going to arrange transportation for you. This will be your hotel. Oh wow, that too. It was
right. Yeah.
Very cool.
All right. So in the event itself was quite different, because you've been playing Magic forever. I think you said something like 15 years that you've already been playing.
Something like that, yeah.
But you were not on the list of players to watch if I was talking to some of the other more experienced coverage guys.
Never.
They said, to be perfectly honest, like I might have seen him in the standings pop up here and there at a larger tournament, but he's not someone who has like 5 Grand Prix top 8s under his belt or something like that.
Far from it.
Right. So and then you ended up like winning the tournament. What was that like for you?
But this has been like you said, I've been playing for about 15 years. I think I started the Kamigawa block, but then with a few years in between that I didn't play at all. Then picked up again Lorwyn edition. I think that's 2007, something like that. And from there on, I found a few friends who would join me in playing competitively.
Right.
I mean, going to stores, playing some Magic Dares, some competition, going to GPs, just having some fun. But I never actually made it into a day 2 at a GP.
Right.
And it's always been like a dream, make it day 2. That was a goal.
Right.
Make it to a day 2. Winning a big event wasn't even on the radar.
Baby steps.
So baby steps. It was like, it's like a dream come true. So I have to admit, I had a lot of luck that day, but I don't think I could have made it on luck alone. I feel like I can actually check something. This is something I really wanted to accomplish. I did it. Very fun day for me.
That's it for part 1 of our interview with Anton de Smet, one of last year's champions. We're going to be right back with more coverage from Red Bull Untapped 2020, so don't go anywhere, and see you guys very soon.
That was Anton de Smet. We'll be back in a moment with him to hear the second part of his interview. In the meantime, we're back with you, the viewer, the people that are on Twitter to share their stories. We have another tweet that we selected just to showcase a little bit. Let's have a look what Jan Ilgen had to say. Red Bull Untapped started off rocky, going up against none other than Levunga himself in the mirror. A huge learning experience though, rooting for him to take the tournament down. So this person is excited for losing a round? What, and who is this Levunga guy? So we looked into it, and that is none other than Matthias Leverato, currently in the Rivals League. So in that 25th to 48th spot for being called one of the best Magic players in the world. And this guy is happy about it. He's ecstatic that he got to play against a pro player with the deck that he's playing himself. He said he learned a lot of it, and that's just what this is. This is this big mashup of everybody together. Like I've said it before, and I'll say it again, we're all in this event together on all levels. So it's super to see people excited about being here, even if they're losing. Now let's go back to the interview with Anton to see what else he had to say to Ollie.
Back with one of last year's champions, Anton de Smet, winner of the qualifier in Brussels for the real card game, not the digital version. So it's time to ask him some more questions. Yeah, I can definitely tell you're having fond memories of that event. If you had to grade them or rate them, what would be your favorite memory from last year's event?
But there's a few moments that pop into mind. So I went 3-0 in the sealed, so that was fun, and I actually told a friend, wow, I'm at 3-0. And normally from there on out I start to go 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, and right. We get to go drop, have something to eat, and I was like, yeah, maybe I can win a few rounds with my favorite deck. I won 3 rounds, and then I consulted a lot of people, can I actually draw from here into the finals? And a few people were like, no, I don't think you can. Then other people were very certain that I could, and just draw into top 8. So that was already one. Wow, I made it. I did it.
Right.
It was very cool. And then another very cool moment is just my finals opponent extending the hand and just realizing that, wow, I just won this entire thing. That's a very surreal feeling. I thought I would like burst out in joy, but I was
You were
silent.
containing it pretty well. Yeah.
It was crazy. I think I had an outburst when I took the elevator down with my friend who was still there. We had a little jump up and down in the elevator. I'm glad it didn't get
I wouldn't
stuck,
recommend that.
Yeah.
I think one of the questions in the interview when you won, after you had won the tournament, was like, how much longer do you think it's gonna take for you to like really settle in and like understand and realize that you've won this tournament?
Yeah.
And I think you said something like, yeah, give me like at least another week or so, and if other people are congratulating me and telling me, hey, congratulations on your win, then you yourself are gonna start believing that you actually did it. That's how I remember it. So last year, of course, very different situation. We mentioned you were playing regular card game basically for the qualifier. This year everything needs to be run digitally for, I guess, very understandable reasons. Like, what changes for you? Like, I don't want to say what do you prefer, but let's put it a little bit differently. What are the advantages of playing online when comparing it to playing the real life version of Magic?
But for me, there are very few advantages, I think. I think I said this last year in the interview. I don't play a lot of online Magic.
Right.
I do play a little, otherwise I wouldn't have a deck to build for this event. But it's yeah. I did start playing MTG online because of the well, we have to stay at home, and I wanted to play Magic, so I started playing that over Magic Arena because you get to play Modern,
right?
And my favorite format is Modern, so I don't think I'm getting a lot of advantages out of this thing. But Arena is fun to play because of it's easy to use. It's easier than MTG Online. There aren't that many misclicks you can do. You have more control, I feel.
It's a very polished interface in general. Like,
yes,
when you compare
the interface is very, very user friendly. It's very easy to adapt. So I like that. I hope it just goes smoothly. With I think over 3,000 people already registered, something like that. It's madness. It's really so I'm very interested to see how it works out.
What's your expectation for this year? Do you think you're gonna do as well?
No, absolutely not. I think I won one game last year in the Arena Standard in the finals against Luca. I was very lucky. I think I remember one of the two games just exactly how I won for a guy. Never stood a chance, but he just didn't draw anything. And I don't have a lot of experience with Standard, so I'm relying on all of my friends to get me up to speed, explaining the different decks, what are the tactics, what they recommend I play, stuff like that. So I'm all going off of information of friends.
Right.
But there's always a luck factor, and you know, you need some experience just playing the game. That can also help. Just even if it's in an unknown metagame. So I'm just gonna play, have fun, like I always do, and hope for the best.
All right. Well, Anton, thank you so much for the short interview. Best of luck for the tournament this year.
Thank you.
I would love to see you again somewhere like very high up in the standings.
That would be nice.
All right. If you have any last words, that's the time to shout them out.
No, let's just say, if you're playing Magic, please play for fun. Don't forget this is a game, and your first job should be having fun.
All right. Famous last words from one of last year's champions. Thank you so much, and like I said, best of luck in the tournament.
See you around.
All right, guys, that's it for now with our interview with Anton the Smet. We're gonna be right back with more live coverage from Red Bull Untapped 2020.
I just love watching any clip that has Anton, but this interview especially, you just see him loosening up throughout it and getting more passionate and excited about reliving these moments. It's just, I mean, just admit it. Watching him makes you happy too, right? Like, it's infectious. It gets to you. Is it just me? It can't be just me. I'm not that special or unique, but whatever. Anton, really nice guy. He, like I said before, he was one big ball of energy, of enthusiasm just for being there. That for him, the actual results didn't matter. He was just hanging out with his friends, talking, and that's what I'm expecting people are doing here as well. I mean, Magic is such a tight knit social group that I hope everybody is chatting in Discord privately with their friends, giving them updates, going to the Twitch chat, having talks over there, getting some of the giveaways. There's just so much to do. Maybe you even look up your opponent after the match on Discord to have a chat with them there. I don't know. This is such a nice opportunity to really bring people together. That magic thing that we've already had, and then Red Bull smashing in there just to be a little extra lubrication, if you may, for the interactions that we have with each other. Now, we're in 2020 right now, but we're very big on keeping the link with 2019. Why? Because it's part of Magic history. It's because it's Red Bull Untapped is such a cool concept to be part of, to be in, that we want to make sure that people don't forget where we came from, what we've already done with Red Bull Untapped, and keep an open mind for what's still coming. So let's just have a look at all of those really nice highlights from the 2019 production, shall we?
That's right. We are here. We're here with Javier. We're also here with Luca, who is moving on to London. How does it feel to qualify?
Amazing. Honestly, amazing. I wasn't expecting to win this match, but I was already super happy to win the last one.
You have already won prize money. You're already going to London. Now, what are you going to do when you have to play Standard Arena? What kind of deck will we expect from you?
I don't know, honestly. I think I'll see what the meta looks like. I'll see what it offers, and then I'll pick the funniest option, probably.
Well, that's right. So much can change in the month. Well, congratulations, and we'll see you in London. And Javier, come on over here. We've got something for you. We have Nadine, who's going to present your trophy. Dun, 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 dun. Congratulations. Yeah. Now, I hear you have a very full trophy, Chef. And a lot of friends cheering you on. What are you going to do with this trophy? Is it going to go, is there a big, you got a shelf for them?
Yeah, it's not big. It's just like a place where they just put all the trophies next to the door, so it's going to be there, yeah.
No, yeah, but in place of prominence. So you can always remember how many Red Bulls you drank today, yeah? How many Red Bulls did you drink?
2.
Hey, that's pretty good. All right. And will we expect maybe another Is It Phoenix Dex? I know that the meta can change so much, but you do so well with that Arclight Phoenix.
Yeah, the Phoenix is like me. I don't know.
All right. Well, thank you so much on behalf of everybody on the coverage team, from Eduardo and Tim, and thanks from everybody on the crew. We'll see you tomorrow in Brussels, Belgium for the final qualifier of Red Bull Untapped. Thank you so much for watching.
Thank you very much, guys. We're down to the very last segment of the day. It's been a very long day for all of us here. We got in the venue at 8:30, started preparing. Now it's almost midnight, but we're still standing tall. Thanks to some energy drinks, I have to put it out there, Red Bull really did a great job today. And 226 players showed up bright and early this morning. 3 rounds of Sealed, got the pools provided, fought through that, 5 more rounds of Modern. Now we cut it down to the top 8, and we just had the finals. It was a grueling 3-game match. Both of you guys, you could see the effects of this in both of your faces. We actually needed to take a longer break prior to the last game, but now you're here, and we're starting here with Ricardo Beja. Congratulations on your second place finish. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling happy for the finals, of course, and to be in London.
Yeah, that's of course the big story. Like, we're gonna see you again. No matter what happens in London, you're gonna be winning even more prizes. So don't let your head down. I think everybody said it's just great that you guys brought 2014 back and we saw Blue-White Controller versus Chun in the finals. So you get your little consolidation prize here. It's a sugar-free Red Bull. Of course.
I would like to thank you, my friends that are here, and the ones that are home that somehow helped me being here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please give it up for our finalists. And the winner of the second and the last offline qualifier, Anton de Smet. Congratulations. Please move in a little bit. You guys just swap seats. How does it feel? I could tell you were also a bit tired in the finals.
A bit, yeah. Not as tired as my opponent, but it was a long day. It's just nuts being here. I never expected. I was very nervous to play the sealed. Always, what are you gonna open? Are you gonna... So I went 3-0, was very happy. Usually when I play a big event, I go 3-0, and then I go down again to 3-3. But I was figuring, so it's another format, so maybe I can go 3-0 and 3-0.
Yeah.
And that's what I did, so, and then I double ID'd into the top 8. So.
How did you end up with the deck? I mean, few players had it on their radar. The story going into the weekend was like the old combo decks with the London Mulligan. You have the new deck with Hogak. How did you say, I'm going with Junt?
Well, I've been a fan of Junt's ever since Standard. When it got out of sight, I started to put it aside, played some Valakut, played some Blue-White, played some stuff. But at the end of the day, I really love the deck. MH1 brought some really good tools. Concerning Hogak, yeah, I mean, any deck can lose to turn 2, 19 power in play, so it doesn't really matter what you choose. So I just love the deck. So that's how I ended up playing it.
Well, I guess it's going to take like another day to really settle in. Do you have any idea what you're going to be doing with $10,000?
I really haven't thought about this. So much thought goes into games. No, I really have. I have no idea. I might buy into Legacy Junt, so just to keep it going. So.
Okay, I love the commitment. And love to see you again in London. Of course.
Same thing as my friend over here. First, I would like to thank him for the match and say, I don't think if he was 100%, I would have won. I made a lot of play mistakes, so did he, but he was so tired, so I could have seen it, so congrats to my opponent. And then where I got my idea was greatness at any cost for all you mid-range lovers. Super website to go for anything mid-range. Shout out to Flying Delver and Dark Confidant as handles who helped me with the deck list. So that's all I want to say.
All right, last thing we need to do, of course, we need to hand over the trophy for you. This is going to make sure that you're always going to remember this moment. So please, guys, give it up. For our winner, we need a bit... Yeah, here you go. Anton de Smet. Guys, thank you very, very much for watching. We have had a great time. We Love You All was like one of the most popular hashtags in the chat. Make sure to tell the world that you had a good time at this event. We hope to see you again for, of course, the finals in London, where we're going to be giving out even more prize money. Can you believe it? So, guys, make sure you follow our stream so you're going to catch up on the finals. You can find all the information on our Facebook page. play-mtg.eu. Of course, you can also follow us on Twitter and check out all the information there. Tell your friends they should tune in so we can bring this back, because the guys from Red Bull, I talked to them all day and they said they have had a blast. I hope you guys had a blast, just so let the world know, and then we're going to be back next year even stronger. So see you guys very, very soon, and thank you one more time.
It's very, very nice. I think it's something to consider. All right. Well, we'll see how these players go. They're looking at their opening hands. I think you're right. Look at this. Smartest man on earth. Smartest man on earth, Rafael Levy. Second only, I would say, to Ricardo Bayer, who has brought in the Monastery Mentors. As I was saying, he should. I think it's fantastic. Yeah, I think it's really good. And you were the one saying that he shouldn't.
No, I thought he could, and you said no. It's definitely right.
I think it was the exact opposite of that. Okay. I know one of us disagreed with it.
Yeah.
I know one of us disagreed. Well, Ricardo
you lose a card, but you get a waffle. That's
is that how it works?
Yeah.
So for every card, every mulligan you take, you get a waffle.
That's the Brussels mulligan.
That's the Brussels mulligan, isn't it? That's the Brussels mulligan.
The Brussels mulligan, if you mulligan.
Can I tell you something that I found very confusing today while I was walking through Brussels?
Tell
me. In every other part of the world I've been to, right? If you go to a waffle shop, which nation do they advertise as the waffles being from?
Belgium.
Every time. It's authentic Belgian waffles in every country, right? You come to Belgium, where Belgian waffles are moribund. They're everywhere. Do you know which country they're advertising them as being from? And this is not a joke.
France?
Australia. What the hell, man? Australia has all sorts of incredible, amazing things. Beaches, barbecues, surfing, animals that don't necessarily want to kill you, but probably will kill you if you're not careful. Waffles?
Magic broadcaster.
Magic broadcast, the best Magic broadcasters.
Yeah.
We've got the best Magic broadcasters. We've got the best MPL players. And waffles, apparently.
And Belgian waffles.
And Belgian waffles. The best Belgian waffles come from Australia.
Yeah, the Australian Belgian waffles.
If Belgians are trying to eat Australian waffles when the rest of the world's trying to eat Belgian waffles, that shows you. That's the S-tier waffle, man. That's the S-tier waffle. Had a kangaroo on the logo and everything.
I haven't seen that, but okay.
I didn't try, but I know what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm going to stuff my stupid face full of Australian waffles.
It was Vegemite on it.
I love Vegemite, but that would be utterly disgusting.
Yeah, okay.
That would just be
I could see that.
Oh, we got a Belgian waffle here. Here it comes. Let me try this.
Yeah,
Belgian waffle.
I think this
Let's
one is
see if it
Australian.
stacks up against an Australian one here. Look at that. All right, here we go. Let's have a go at this one. I was eating popcorn on stream last week, so it's very on brand for me.
Yeah.
It's not Australian. You can tell it.
Yeah.
Anyway. The mouthfeel. The mouthfeel is all wrong. The mouthfeel is all wrong. How about some ASMR? Riley eating waffles for everyone.
Yeah.
That's just quality broadcasting. That's just top tier quality broadcasting. Me in some stupid jacket I bought at H&M. What has my life become? When did this happen? What would my mother say? Riley, you can be whoever you want. Follow your dreams. You can do anything. 12 years later,
eating waffles
on stream, talking about a children's card game. What a life I lead, ladies and gentlemen. Follow me on Twitter, at RileyCrewTower, channel5.com. Watch Arena Boys. It's great. All right, my friends. White, blue control, Jund, serious business and Magic back at hand. Enough giggles, enough laughing. Let's get our game faces back on because these players are ready to rumble. So down we go back to the feature match area here. What's up, nerds? Welcome back to the booth here. One last time, Raphael Levy, Riley Knight, dressed to kill.
Can I have a word for my defense?
Yeah.
So the guy running, like walking away with the prize.
Yeah, what do you got to say? What do you got to say for yourself? He's like, oh, can I have that? Yeah, sure, take it.
That was Glogowski.
Oh, was it Glogowski? I was trying to take it.
He's like, oh, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah.
I was like, just take it.
Yeah.
Ask and take it. He's like, well, okay. He just took it.
Nah, you got to earn that.
And like, oh no, but what are you doing? I'm like, okay, well, sorry, it was me. Sorry, I told him. I'm sorry.
I thought he was going to say that someone tried to take it out of the venue and Raph Levy bloody tackled him.
Yeah, that was a better
and
story.
Did like a judo chop and all that sort of stuff. Did a bit of karate and kicks, punches.
That was a better story.
Much better
like,
story.
Oh, he told them to steal the
Yeah. Yeah, you got dubbed on, mate.
Look at my fingers; they're all like red. They're gonna get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you get punished, my friend. Anyway.
That's right. Thanks so much, Tim. So I'm on the floor. As you heard, round one just ended. We're setting up for round two. But what's important is we need to show you how awesome this building is. So if you look, we have our computer set up here, playing Arena. M20 was just released on these computers, so that's people are building decks and playing in between the rounds here. It's very exciting. What are you doing? You should be playing.
We're already playing.
But you're not. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Javier, of course, MPL player, Javier Dominguez. I'm sure we'll see him later today. But I heard that there's free Red Bulls. So I'm hoping to find some free Red Bull for myself. And I think that's over here. They've got a bar just for that. So we can head on over. I know you wish you were here in beautiful Florence. But you can be with us in spirit all day long. So, yeah. Here's where you find the free Red Bull. All right, we're setting up for round two. We're excited to see who continues to move on in the sealed portion of today's matches. And then later this afternoon, we'll have constructed for you. All right, let's head back to the decks.
Round 3, we have made it. Let's have a look at the match between Javier Dominguez and Matias Arvigo. We have Riley Knight and Martin Juza again for you to give you all that juicy insight. Over to you, guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to live coverage of Red Bull Untapped. Round number 3 is underway, my friends. Martin User, Riley Knight joining you for coverage of this event. And we are back with Javier Dominguez, a former world champion from 2018. And right now, getting it done with one of the best decks in the format, for sure, Jeskai Yorion. And this looks to be a Jeskai Yorion mirror, so we can sit back, relax, settle in for the long haul, Martin. This one's going to be a long one.
Yeah, the mirror can get pretty crazy. Honestly, I'm not really sure what or even if there is like a key to winning the mirror matches, other than just try to make slightly better decisions. I'm not sure if it usually comes down to whoever like some like some things where like something like it's usually the player who gets to play their Yorion last, or something like that. I'm not sure.
I know what you're saying, because like I'll put you what you're saying in context there. There are some definite like what's the word, like heuristics, or there are some trends that emerge in things like that. For example, if in a hard control mirror, generally the person who taps out first will lose. Generally, the person who who stops hitting land drops will lose, something like that. Whereas in this one, it's a little less clear. And so I just like that your advice to people, your high-level Hall of Fame advice is the person who makes slightly better decisions is probably favored. But no, look, you do make a good point. What is it that is the turning point that we saw here with Dominguez flickering 3 planeswalkers? Is that it? Is it the person who takes the most loyalty counters of their planeswalkers? Is it the person who can exile the most permanents with their Yorion when they cast it? It's not clear. My suspicion is that it's the person who hits the most land drops. That's my suspicion.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say. This exact kind of like one thing that you would be able to point out, like, this player, headed the Fairy on turn 3, that's why they won. Like sometimes you play against Temur Reclamation, and the one key thing is if you get the Fairy into play, you have to make sure that you plus it. You don't minus it to just draw a card, put it at 1 loyalty counter, so your opponent can play something like Scorching Dragonfire or Storm's Wrath to get rid of it. That's where you can say like, oh, that was the key point of the game where the player lost the Teferi, and that's everything snowballed from there. In this mirror, I've been wondering about where's the turning point? What's the one key thing in the matchup where? And I've seen players say that. I've heard players say like, it's the player who can delay their Yorion for as long as possible to get the most value from it. So, is it perhaps trying to hold on to your Yorion for the biggest possible value turn, or is it perhaps the player who hit the most land drops? Like it's still unclear to me because there is just so much going on, and it's just you can just get ahead by too much with cards like Fires of Invention or something, because each player has way too many answers. Even if you do put Fires of Invention and something into play, your opponent can easily answer with their fires, and then ECD to exile your fires. Next turn they can play Agent of Treachery, blink it, steal your stuff. You can do the same thing. So like permanents are changing sides every turn, and it is unclear to me what is the best way to get the biggest edge in the matchup, other than just trying to make the small decisions maybe slightly better than my opponent.
Yeah, the texture of these matchups is quite, I was going to say super interesting. It's super interesting to a certain kind of player. There are some players who just love slogging through matches like this, finding those tiny edges, exploiting the differential in game skill there, and other people just want to attack with Quartzwood Crusher, but who spare a thought, my friend, spare a thought for the Quartzwood Crusher players in their time of need. Land off the top here for Javier is great. You can see he's already picked up game number 1. This is a post-board game, so this is a sideboarded game that's coming your way here. And in this spot, see, Javier's been kind of like playing reactive Magic. He hasn't committed threats to the board. That's going to change now that he's got 3 mana to pay for a Mystical Dispute, if there's one forthcoming. But he may also be tempted to just No, I guess you just pay for it here, right? Or the thing is, if you pay and then they've got another one, it's terrible. Whereas if you dispute this one, then no, the second one resolves anyway.
It's going to be the same thing. So yeah, I think the right play is just tap the 3 mana and pay for it.
The problem is this clears the runway for something like a Luca to come down this turn. We see an attack with the 1/1 going to take out the Teferi, and that's not a particularly favourable exchange for the former world champion here. As Luca into Agent of Treachery, and maybe this is the point, Martin. This is the point at which we realise, well, this game is probably going the way of Zvavok.
Yeah, okay. What did the agent steal? Did I?
Land.
Oh,
it stole the Raugrim Triome there.
Yeah, in the mirror, you do want to go after lands if you can, because if that means that your opponent is not on 7 lands to be able to cast agents from their hand, that's a really, really important part of the game.
And also, you can see here, look, we're well into the late game here, and both players with healthy grips. It's very unusual for this deck to run out of cards completely. It will often have 2, 3, 4, maybe even up to 5, 6, 7 cards. And so for that reason, you never really want to stop hitting your land drops. And every land that you take off your opponent, not only are you robbing them of a land drop, you're also adding to your own land count. Here, however, it's going to be Yorion. This is a huge Yorion turn. Are you kidding? But unlocking the Mystical Dispute after stealing the Fires, that's a bit of a blowout. Zvavok losing one of the most important cards in the deck, the Yorion there. Of course, it can come back from an ECD, but Martin, that was a huge turn there.
Yeah, I was just about to say, wow, that Agent of Treachery is going to be really important because there's Fires of Invention in play and Javier can't play Mystical Dispute. So what are we going to steal with the Agent? Unfortunately for Zvavok, he went with the Fires to be able to play one more spell for free, but then, as you said, unlock the Mystical Dispute, and it is a great card in these kind of mirrors because both players are running cards like Yorion, they're running cards like Agent of Treachery, and Mystical Dispute almost always have a really, really juicy target.
So I like this play here. Birth of Miletus, go and fetch a plains, play the Yorion, blink everything. And this isn't the biggest Yorion turn I've ever seen, but it's going to be very bloody effective on this board. ECD can exile something. You get 2 more cards into your hand. One of them's a basic plains. The other is the best of your top 3.
Exiling ECD is one of the best things you can be doing with Yorion. Obviously, not exiling. Blinking ECD is one of the best things you can be doing. Obviously, blinking Agent of Treachery is even better. But that's usually when you really go off. When you just play as a normal control deck, ECD is one of the stronger cards, and just getting even more value from it with Yorion is just speaks about how powerful this Jeskai deck really is. It's not just a combo deck. Like, it's not just if you had somebody tell you before this deck was really known, yeah, I'm playing this deck that tries to put Agent of Treachery into play with Luca the Planeswalker, and it's trying to put some tokens into play, you'd be thinking like, oh yeah, that sounds maybe a little too clunky. Like, yeah, what if you don't draw the right cards or something? But when you look at the final product, when you look at the actual deck, it's just a good Jeskai control deck that can easily work without the combo.
And that is exactly that's exactly the point I've been making for a long time. You take the Lucas out of this deck, and it's still a good deck. You take the Lucas out of this Jeskai control list, and it is still a very, very powerful list full of very powerful cards. It's streamlined and focused, and it will play a very strong game. This is a critical juncture here for Zvavok. Needed an extra way to put tokens into play. Teferi, you'd think, well, that can't do it, but it can indeed when you've got an Omen of the Sun. You bounce your own Omen, you replay it, and then you can activate the Luca, and that means Agent of Treachery is going to hit the battlefield again. So a key turn there for Zvavok. Inventively, Martin, finding a way to put a token into play to exile with Luca.
Yeah, and that Agent of Treachery stealing ECD meant a 3rd stolen permanent.
So 3 cards. So yep.
3 cards from Agent of Treachery, and
3 cards.
I can only imagine that this is the turning point where, if you start getting free ancestral recalls.
Yeah, but it's so swingy because look at this. You bounce your own ECD, you get rid of the age, and all of a sudden now you're back in front, right? You kill one of the opposing planeswalkers, you get rid of the opposing Teferi. This has had more swings than a playground, mate. Look at this. These two could open up an amusement park full of all these swings and roundabouts. It's unbelievable.
The opponent still has 6 cards in hand, so we're gonna see what they do next turn. They still have the option to sacrifice one of the omens to scry. Looks like that's exactly what they're gonna do.
All right, here is something that Javier Dominguez is thinking about right now. This is one thing that he is going to make sure doesn't happen this turn, or this game, sorry. He is going to do everything he can to prevent the 3rd chapter of an opponent's ECD from proccing, because in the graveyard is not only Luca, but also Yorion. So if there is any way for Zvavok, the big disadvantage that Zvavok is playing with right now is that Zvavok doesn't have access to their copy of Yorion. You can see nicking the Elspeth Conquer's Death in order to potentially bring back that Yorion, and so that's something that Dominguez is going to do everything he can to stop happening.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really like about the deck, just in general. The fact that you can bounce Yorion into your hand with the Fairy, and that you can bring it back from the graveyard with Elspeth Conquer's Death. That's the true power of the deck. You don't just get to do it once. Like, oh wow, I really got to do all the cool stuff because I got all the agents into play, and I got to blink that with Yorion. I got to live the dream. That's not really the dream. That just happens 5 times a game without any problems.
It's really important to note, I guess, I'm going to come back to a point that I made a couple of weeks ago as well. Commander players will know what this is about. Commander players who build decks around their commanders will know what it's like to recur and recast and exploit every drop of synergy from their commanders. When you play a card like Yorion, it doesn't go back to the commander zone when it dies. However, so if you've played Commander, you know how powerful it is to have permanent access to the card your deck is built around. This Yorion deck kind of smacks of that a little bit, right? Because as you say, you blink it, you bounce it, you recur it, you reanimate it, you do all this stuff. It kind of does feel a lot like a Commander.
Yeah.
Now, Martin, I know you're a huge fan of the Commander format. Martin, I mean, tell me, top 10 Commander cards that you love to play. Go.
Fabled Passage. I'm not sure.
Oh dear! No, of course, Martin is not a true enlightened filthy casual like me. He doesn't know the way of the filth. But Commander is
no. To be fair, I do like to play Magic casually. I just have 2 mystery boosters boxes.
Yeah.
Waiting to get cracked.
Mate, you didn't tell me. I'm more than happy to do that with you. I'd love to play some mystery booster with you.
I'm nice.
What? No. Because we've played. Hang on. Refresh my memory here. Because we definitely played mystery booster before in Phoenix. We did a couple of times, didn't we? Did a couple of times. How did they go again? Because I just can't remember. I just can't remember who won those games that we played against each other.
Yeah, I did not. Come.
Was it 2-0 to me, Martin?
Yes.
Was it 2-0 to me?
Yes. And I felt like my decks were great both times too. So I'm definitely all about the casual formats too, just maybe not as much because we do tend to maybe practice Standard a little bit more. But I definitely do enjoy playing casual Magic, whether it is mystery boosters or cube drafting, or playing with the old World Championship decks with the gold border and like all kinds.
Yeah, you do love them as well, don't you? Yeah, for sure. Well, I tell you what, I got to get you into Commander, and it will improve your Standard gameplay as well, because we are basically playing Commander in Standard at the moment. The way these decks are so big and so silly. Speaking of big and silly, here's a big and silly attack now from Zvavok, going after that to Fairy, but there's going to be some blocks here from Javier Dominguez.
I was just going to say, we kept talking a little bit about casual Magic and what happened in the game. A bunch of permanents changed the side of the battlefield 3 or 4 times, but in reality, nothing really happened. One of the players maybe has a little bit more permanents than the other, but we know that within one turn everything can completely change again. But I think at this point, Zvavok drew so many extra cards and just stole so many extra lands that they're going to be able to leverage the advantage, to close out the game. And we see Shark Typhoon revealed that can be played at any time or cycled at any time to make a 2 for 6 7/7 flyer that can get rid of the the attacking Yori on here. There's 2 ECDs.
And I'm not surprised to see Dominguez pack him up here. You know, it was a slow burn from the opponent. They definitely, you know, it took them a while to kind of, I guess, inch further and further ahead. But by the end there, you could clearly see that, it was definitely their game to lose at that point.
And one thing I want to say is that these matchups, like playing a deck like this, that requires you to play a bunch of mirror matches where every decision matters, and there is hundreds of decisions every game. Not maybe even every turn you can have 100 of possible combination of decisions. This really like takes a toll on you during a really long tournament. So I really respect the players that play these decks all the time. Like players like Huey, Stansifka, Andrew Cuneo, like some of the players who really like the control decks. These decks are not easy to play. And if you're playing like 10 or 12 hours every day, like that's so many decisions, and that's so much like energy that you have to spend on all of this stuff that it's really impressive when you get to make every decision right like these players do.
Who was it a couple of years ago who registered? It was an aggro deck. I think it was a Boros aggro deck, or it might have been a Gruul aggro deck, and they registered like 14 islands and a Hedron alignment in their sideboard, and talked about how they just didn't want to spend the mental energy on sideboarding, and so just presented the same 60, and they like day 2 to GP.
I have not heard about that, but
okay, it was. I don't think it was Jacob Wilson or Oliver Chew, but it was one of those one of those types of players who will put themselves out there and do something like that.
Yeah, but just to put it into context, it was probably a deck that doesn't really want to sideboard too much.
No, it was like an all-out aggro deck. It was like, and I remember that. I can't remember exactly who it was. I'm so sorry. If anyone remembers, you can let me know on Twitter. But there was someone, and they wrote a post-tournament report, and they said, honestly, I don't think sideboarding improves it that much, and I wanted to like finish my matches and go and eat and go and chill out and reserve that mental energy. So I was playing 10 minutes of Magic per round, while all of my opponents were playing 50-minute rounds, and that makes a huge difference. If you've saved that time, you're not sitting a 12-hour university exam across a GP day. Instead, you're spending 2 hours actually at the table making decisions.
Yeah, like in this standard format, you would pretty much be able to do a similar thing with Boros Cycling, for example, because that deck doesn't really have a great sideboard. Like the sideboard options are pretty limited.
Yeah,
like you're playing all these cards like Demystify, or cards that destroy an artifact or something. Those are not really powerful sideboard cards.
I liked your tech. I like the Fighters one that you played.
Fighters one is that was just what I was about to say. Fighters one is the one real good sideboard card in that deck, because it can basically sort of counter Shatter the Sky for 1 mana by protecting your Fox and one of the humans, like a Stinger or a Rescuer.
Mm-hmm.
So that is definitely a really, really, really powerful sideboard card. But the rest of the sideboard is just not really all that relevant. So yeah, you would pretty much be able to possibly pull that off, even in this format with the Boros Cycling deck. Meanwhile, we see a bunch of ECDs being traded, a couple of Planeswalkers getting exiled by all these ECDs. In the end, it's a Shark token for Zvevok and a little bit more cards in his hand. We saw Javier take them all again at the start of the match, so that is definitely catching up to him right now. Taking them all again on the play basically means you're fighting with 6 cards against 8 or 7 against 9, which is the case with companions in the mix these days.
I was playing some Brawl on my stream last night, and I was playing with a commander and a companion, 9 card hands.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It was pretty good. I did a lot of losing. So, improving the hand a little bit here with a Shark Typhoon and a Luca. Things looking a little bit better than they were before, and some good interaction in the form of Dovin's Veto. And this is a risky proposition if the opponent's sitting on 2 counter spells, but otherwise you can protect your Luca with the Dovin's Veto. No, I don't hate this.
So, first of all, I would like to point out that I like Javier's decision to play the Shockland first. By doing that, he takes 2 damage, but he's playing around Mystical Dispute. Now, if he played the line tapped, the opponent played Mystical Dispute, Javier would have been forced to burn the Dovin's Veto just to force his Planeswalker through. If he plays the line untapped, now Mystical Dispute doesn't do anything. So he's able to still keep the Dovin's Veto for something like an Elspeth Conqueror's Death next turn, or for a Luca from the opponent, or for whatever the opponent might have. So that was a heads up play by Javier there. And I like stealing the token here quite a bit as well, because you need to protect your Luca. You can obviously cycle Shark Typhoon and chump block the token, but that way you're just allowing the opponent to resolve something in the second main phase. So pretty good play by Javier overall, with all these little decisions that he had to make this turn. Like, you make one of them wrong, and like that can be the difference between winning and losing the game.
A wise man once said, the game comes down to who makes the most small decisions correctly, and I think that person was absolutely right. We're seeing Narset now. Now, that's a juicy target for a Dovin's Veto, but no, it's going to resolve.
Wow, that's interesting.
I guess
Narset is really strong, but I guess Javier is figuring out that, well, I have a 4/4 flyer in play, and your flyer is tapped because your flyer just killed my Luca.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna hold the Dovin's Veto. I'm gonna hope that you're not gonna find like another Shark Typhoon or something.
Hang on, was that a whiff as well?
I believe that might have been a brick. Yeah,
it was a whiff with the Narset. You hate to see it. Well, you'd love to see it if you're Javier Dominguez, and this Narset is not going to be long for the world. Let's see.
Yeah, the decision to hold the Dovin's Veto instead of countering it, paying off again for Javier there. Now he has a Dovin's Veto, and he's killing the Narset for free. I also like this decision to attack with both creatures. Like, if the opponent has a Shark Typhoon here, to chump block the shark that you're attacking with.
Yep.
It's good to attack with the Agent of Treachery as well. Like, most of the time, you're going to end up over attacking, and you're going to be killing the Narset for even more damage. But you are playing around another shark token, and Javier is making all the little decisions correctly, and no wonder that he ended up being in the finals of two world championships in a row, and he's been winning pretty much everything in the last couple of years, just completely dominating almost every tournament he plays. And I believe last year you needed about 100 mythic points to stay in the MPL, which is the pinnacle of organized play.
Mm-hmm.
And Javier had, I believe, over 200 at the end of the season.
So he gets two seats.
So he was basically good enough to put two people in with his own results, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
Javier is definitely one of the hottest players on the tour, and the one of the most, like, the best technical player, and somebody who, if you watch him, he's just not going to make any mistakes.
Yeah, he is. He's sort of definitely one of the greatest players in the world at this time. And one thing I'm interested to see about his career is whether he makes that transition into a legacy of greatness. Whether he becomes a Nassif or a PV type player. Now, the thing against him is he just hasn't been playing for as long as these players, so he hasn't had time to establish his reputation, his legacy like that. But he's definitely got the ability. He's definitely got the raw skill. And so we could see a world where, in 10 years, Dominguez is up there with Nassif, Scott Vargas, Damodar Rosa as, one of the true masters of the modern era.
Yeah, it's definitely like it's not. I don't want to make this sound easy or whatever, but it's anybody can have a strong season if you just have a couple of good results. But it's much harder to just stay consistent.
That's what I'm talking about. This is not a knock on all the current greats. The Canisters, the Dominguezes, the Mengucci's. But what people come and go. The fortunes wax and wane, and what a legacy of excellence is something that takes decades.
Yeah,
decades. So I'm interested to see Dominguez. Is this his peak? Is this where does he continue from here? Is this his position? He's one of the game's greats at this point, and I'd love to see him continue to flourish and succeed as he has. And right now he's getting in with a big 9/9 shark, which is the victim of a double block here.
It also seems harder to me to do consistently well than ever before, because in this era of internet, everybody has access to all the deck lists. Everybody has access to all the sideboard guides. Like everything is, just within your fingertips. Just everything is accessible. Basically, within 5 or 10 minutes, you're gonna find whatever you need. So if you go to play a tournament, like nobody's gonna have a bad deck, or nobody's gonna not be prepared or something. Everybody has the best possible deck lists. Everybody has the sideboard guides. Everybody's ready. So it's really hard to get any reasonably big edge in Magic these days, and that makes it even more impressive when somebody just keeps winning over and over and over.
Yeah, it's just play skill. Play skill is more of a factor than it ever was before because information is no longer the commodity that it used to be.
And people ask me a lot of time, like, hey, how do I get better? Like, what is the best way for me to improve? And the best answer I can give you is just practice makes perfect. Like people like Andrea, people like Javier, people like Yui. These people just play Magic.
Yeah.
Basically all day, every day. Andrea is a perfect example. Like he literally just wakes up, plays Magic for 14 hours, and then he goes to sleep. And when he's not playing Magic, he's watching somebody else play Magic. He's watching all the streams. He's reading all the articles. He's writing his own articles to share whatever he found with the community. So the best you can do if you wanna get better at the game is try to read people's articles, try to watch other streamers, ask them in the chat, ask them, hey, why are you choosing to bring this card in? Like, why is this card in your sideboard? Just have all the questions, watch the videos, ask the players, talk to other players, get their feedback, get their ideas, brew your decks, but also look up the latest decks from all the tournaments, and then just play as much as you can. That's the one way to kind of get ahead of the other players. Just everybody makes mistakes, but you have to make them when you're practicing, not at the tournament. Obviously, we all make tons of mistakes, but we all play so much that I'm hopefully gonna make the mistake when I'm playing and not during the tournament.
And here, a lack of mistakes has meant that Javier Dominguez picks up game number 3 and therefore the match. So another big win there for the former world champion, and he'll be very happy that his deck seems to be firing on all cylinders, even after a rough couple of moments there. It is incredible to see the swings that this kind of matchup produces. It seems to be going one person's way, then it goes back to the other person's way, and it's bonkers.
Yeah, the whole match was well played by Javier, and even though there's a lot of swings, Javier made sure that he made all the little decisions correctly, and he ended up coming on top.
Which is exactly what you said would happen there. The person who makes the better decisions wins the game. We've got another game to show you now. We're going to jump down back once again onto the battlefield here and check out our next match between Willie Adel, who once again is playing this absurd Simic Mutate deck. It looks like a whole ton of fun. And right now he's got a Luna, Apex of Wishes. And what is underneath that, Martin? Nobody knows. Could be anything.
Yeah, we don't really know. I'm gonna challenge all of you guys in the chat. Can you guys tell me what was the last time that Willie Adel did not play a green mid-range deck in a Magic tournament? What was the last time that happened? Because Willie is usually the person who loves playing decks like Jund in Modern. Like this is exactly his type of deck. The Bloodbraid Elves, the Tarmogoyfs, like all that kind of stuff. The Scavenging Oozes. So it's not surprising to me to see him pilot a green mid-range deck here yet again.
All right, so we've got underneath the underneath the Luna, there is a Paradise Druid giving you a hexproof, nice bit of synergy there, and that seems to be it. Now a Migratory Greathorn, and an Auspicious Starix. It's weird that the uncommon is kind of better than the mythic when it comes to mutating stuff, but wow, not going onto the battlefield there.
Interesting.
Wanting to mutate it instead onto the Luna rather than put it on the battlefield here. You've actually got the mana to play it as a mutate creature, and that's going to mean you put 3 permanents onto the battlefield. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, is this Andre's Forerunners potentially lethal? We just joined the game, so we don't know if Teferi got plussed. Like if there is a potential of an instant speed shatter the sky, for example. But there's if that's a possibility, that certainly that is on Willie's mind. That he's gonna try to play around if he can, but also if he can just close out a game right now with the Forerunners, he might just go for that. So let's see.
Opponent on 3, right? Yep, both of them going upstairs. In they come, the big pigs, in addition to the Illuna. Now, critically as well, Martin, this means that the Illuna retains hexproof because it's untapped, right? Thanks to the Paradise Druid underneath, and this isn't going to do it. This isn't going to do it at all. We've got a Shark to block, and then... Oh, no, it will do it. Sorry, with a gang block, you take 0. Okay, all right. So the Illuna trades off with the Shark.
All right, looks like that's enough.
And that wall critically is what keeps Pale of Awesome in this game here. Although still the big pigs on the battlefield.
Looks like Willie might be having some internet issues. So sorry for the
slideshow, the Microsoft PowerPoint slideshow here.
Yeah. Yeah, now that when you're able to survive this attack, like this kind of, well, I'm gonna go for it. Hopefully you don't have nothing, and then it's gonna be a lethal attack. If you do have something with all these planeswalkers, with all the extra cards in hand, I think now it's gonna be a bit easier for the opponent to start getting ahead. Maybe like this Omen can give you 2 more life. You can make some more tokens. Teferi Plus can threaten an instant speed shatter the sky. Like there's just so many different things you have to play around. Yeah, bouncing the Omen is another good play. That means that that's 2 more life for you, 2 more tokens. You can sack it in your upkeep next turn to guarantee yourself some good cards from Scry. So 5 cards in hand, a lot of stuff to work with for the opponent, and not a great spot for Vili to be in.
So Endre's Forerunners here can actually be contested by those 2 Omens in hand, because that'll give you exactly 7, and also put you up to 7 life as well. So it's 7s all the way down here.
Yeah, and Forerunners is only triggering for other creatures. Like it only pumps your other creatures, not itself. So it's only going to be a 7/7, even though it does have trample, as you said.
Bring back Craterhoof Behemoth.
That was a great card. I love that card in the standard deck with like lingering souls.
Yeah. Man, I still love it. I played in Commander all the time. It's won me many games.
It's I recently I was just looking up the card online somewhere, and it also just raised in value. Like it's just I don't think it got reprinted somewhere, but it's just a really
it got reprinted in, I think in Modern Masters. I think in one of them. Yeah.
Oh, it might have been. You're right.
So it looks like there's just going to be a quad block on the Endres Forerunners, wanting to keep around some of those tokens. It seems maybe a Luca or something like that. Interesting you don't trade off against the pigs here with all of your tokens.
You better have a really good plan for the Forerunner next turn, though, because it still has trample. Like it's still a big threat. And now that you just threw away 4 of those tokens to basically gain 4 life, you better have a good follow up. As you said, like Luca would make a lot of sense. Just trade one of those tokens. Yeah, exactly as you said. Luca's gonna trade one of those tokens for an Agent of Treachery. That's going to steal the Forerunners, unless the opponent boarded in something like Dream Trawler, and they're just spinning the wheel hoping that, they're going to reveal Agent and not Dream Trawler in this scenario.
No, it is Agent, and now, of course, because the pigs have got haste, they can come right back at you, Cleopatra. So Willie down to 4 here. Finds another Paradise Druid and is going to mutate with the Starix. And... once again, we do apologize for the quality of Willie's stream here. It's beyond our control. We're doing our best to sort of ameliorate it, but unfortunately, it's just issues beyond our control. We may actually switch away from this anyway.
It looks like this match is pretty much over anyways. As Willie's facing a lethal attack, and Willie's facing a lethal attack plus another activation from Luca.
Yeah. So it's not looking good there for the Brazilian superstar, and we do apologise for that. Again, beyond our control. but we will be able to head over, I'm told, to Elliot Boussaud, who is at 1-1 facing Alex Chambers. And we saw Boussaud in a previous round. He is playing, I believe, that Selesnya deck. Now, Selesnya is not a color combination that's received a lot of love recently. And as a result, it's nice to see it doing some work at the top tables. Boussaud is fighting the good fight and trying to upend the orthodoxy of big dumb companion decks. So as soon as we are ready to send it down there, we'll get underway and see how the French stalwart is doing with his little brewski. But it seems, potentially that game is actually already ended. So we're waiting on the production team here. We're waiting on the back end to find us another match. But that deck was certainly very sweet, wasn't it? The Selesnya list.
It's definitely interesting to see a bunch of different players today. Beyond cards like All That Glitters, Karametra's Blessing, just kind of using just one big creature and trying to protect it in a field full of cards like Teferi.
All right. Well,
that's not an easy thing to do, but it's good to see some innovation and some interesting new decks.
All right. Well, we head down now, and this is Elliot Boussaud with this Selesnya deck. And you can get a bit of a look at what it's working with here, what it's all about. Lots of auras that can be brought back with Lurrus, of course, between All That Glitters, Sentinel's Mark, Warbriar's Blessing. Karametra's Blessing is just a ridiculously strong card when you're playing enchantment creatures or enchanted creatures. Plus, like 1 mana for +2/+2, hexproof and indestructible is just bonkers. And Lurrus Online here.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's in play. Looks like the opponent's playing the red-green Fires of Invention deck.
Love it.
That uses 4 mana Fires of Invention and start casting cards like Questing Bees and all the big red-green monsters like a Cavalier of Flame, for example. For free, when you can still use the mana to activate all the activated abilities. Looks like there is a Gravedigger's Cage in play, which stops Lurrus from bringing back creatures, I believe. But as you mentioned, those enchantments like All the Glitters can I believe still be played from the graveyard.
Yeah, one really interesting quirk. Do you know about this? Do you know about Stonecoil Serpent? I found this so ridiculous.
Yeah, I believe the way it works is you have to cast it for maximum amount of 2 from the graveyard. It's obviously a card that costs less than 2 because the casting cost is X, which is basically equal to 0 in the graveyard. But when you play it, I believe the rule is you have to cast it for 2 or less.
And I was told by a judge, apparently, that it's because, right, it says you may cast 1 permanent spell. If it said you may play it, right, then it wouldn't check when it was on the stack. But because it says cast,
really?
Even if it starts with a lower converted mana cost and 2, when it's on the stack, it also has to have 2 or less, 2 or fewer converted mana cost, because that's the Lurrus also checks it there. So you just can't play a Stonecoil Serpent for any more than X equals 2 because of the wording of the card there. I mean, it's very minor, but it's not what I would have expected. I would have thought that, Stonecoil Serpent for 14 with the Lurrus, no worries at all. But no, the lawyers got that loophole. The Lurrus lawyers closed the loophole.
That's interesting. I usually just as the judges, whatever, there are situations like that, I'm just like, hey, can you please tell me how this works? It's just, there's just so many, there's so many cards in Magic at this point that there are going to be combinations of cards where it's unclear what exactly is the outcome. So being able to just as judges, how exactly does it work is very helpful.
Cinder Vines is targeting this All That Glitters, and I don't believe there's any way here for Boussaud to prevent that from dying. Of course, can cast it again with the Lurrus, so it's not a total loss, and is an Alseid as well. Now, Alseid, the Cinder Vines activated in response to the Alseid, of course, because the Alseid can also grant protection to enchantments, not just to creatures, but could have actually protected that All That Glitters there.
That is correct.
Which is not often an ability we see, like Mother of Runes and Giver of Runes or Keeper of Runes. I don't know if it's... Does she give them or keep them in Modern? I think she keeps them.
I think there's Mother of Runes and Giver of Runes. Yeah.
Is there not a Keeper of Runes?
Oh, there might be. There is
There
so many
probably is, right?
different cards that there might be a keeper.
There
of
probably
runes
is
as
a keeper of runes. Like, I mean, the giver probably gives them to the keeper, right?
Something
but,
like that.
yeah, not often that you see a card. No, there's no keeper of runes. No keeper of runes. I was misinformed. The runes are unkept. They're given. All right. So, already cast something with the Lurrus, of course. So now it's going to be Sentinel's Mark. A lot of incidental enchantment hate in this Gruul deck. Hey, look at this. Multiple copies of Cindervines, Thrashy B as well.
Yeah, it looks like the opponent's ready for for all the enchantments and artifacts. The Gravedigger's Cage, stopping Lurrus from playing creatures. Interesting. I'm not really sure who's ahead at this point. It depends on what the cards are in the opponent's hand.
Right.
Good thing for you with Lurrus in play is you can still. Can you guess? Hold on, let me just look up Lurrus real quick.
I've done a bit of research in my own, Martin. I can tell you that even though there isn't a keeper of runes, there is a keeper of fables. There's a keeper of keys. There's a keeper of the dead.
Is there a keeper of mysteries? That sounds like a good name for a magic card.
There should be, right? No, there's not. I think there was a cycle back in Exodus: Beasts, Dead, Flame, Light, and Mind.
There might be a keeper of secrets.
But my favorite keeper is a goblin from Visions.
Keeper?
No, it's the keeper of Kukus.
Sure.
It's a 1-mana 1/1 goblin, and it's the keeper of Kukus. Because Kukus does need to be kept. No Kukus should go unkept in 2020. That's my broad policy platform. All right, in comes the attack. Lurrus heading towards Domri, and of course the Karametra's Blessing will punish a block here, or indeed the Alseid. So it's up to Squeeze now to decide whether we're going to block, and going after the Cindervines.
I was wrong about Gravedigger's Cage, so sorry about that. That's my bad. Gravedigger's Cage stops you from creatures entering the battlefield from graveyards or libraries. But if you're about to cast spells from the graveyard, it stops all spells, not just creatures.
Right. Yeah.
So you can't actually replay Old Dagger Glitters or Sentinel's Mark from your graveyard.
Gravedigger's Cage actually seems just better and better every time I read it. All right, so that was a weird kind of trade there. Just a bunch of 1-for-1 trades as Lurrus trades off. Oh no, it was 2-for-1, wasn't it? Yeah, Lurrus traded with Karametra's Blessing for the Thrashy B. Cindervines got rid of old mate Sentinel's Mark, and now Shifty C comes down, given +1/+0 by the Domri.
And Shifting Shut-Offs is a card that you usually want to have against, the blue slow decks, the blue control decks like, Azorius Control, maybe, Bantramp, maybe not that much because they can just play Elspeth Conqueror's Death. On the other hand, your whole deck is full of cards that die to Elspeth Conqueror's Death, so I guess you're still going to be happy to have it against those kind of decks. Not as strong against something like a green-white, aggro deck, but maybe perhaps that is a sign that there is just no better cards in the opponent's deck for this kind of matchup. I guess you're also just happy to have a big creature that can help you activate the land, or that you can just play for free when you have fires in play. You still need some big creatures.
Yeah. Plenty of graveyard recursion in this deck. Not only Lurrus, but also Revival, which reanimates a creature with, I think, converted mana cost 3 or less. So that it can actually even bring back your Lurrus if it dies, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Doesn't seem too bad. It's only a one-off. You're never casting the Revenge, of course. I don't think there's a Paradise Druid or anything else like that in the deck. Right. Domri going to make the Cavalier take out the Alseid there.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big attack. This is not a good spot for Eliod.
No, not at all. Now, there's not a huge number of ways for him to get claw back into this one, and with game 1 and 1, this could be it for Basord here. He's on 3 life, facing against a potentially tramply Shifty Ceratops and a big Cavalier as well, and that's not to mention the Cavalier giving anything haste next turn. Anything that's cast with the fires there.
All right, so making Lurrus bigger at least is gonna give you some life back. But those two big creatures on the other side of the battlefield are definitely attacking for way more than enough damage next turn.
Yeah, 11 as it is. That's not including the Cavalier pumps as well.
I guess you're gonna be able to possibly trade Lurus for the Ceratops and chum block Cavalier with the Stonecoil Serpent. That would work.
Oh no, actually now you get to fight the Shifting Ceratops and it lives. Oh wow, okay. And up to 11 life. All right.
Pretty relevant. Like you might have to chum block this Cavalier this turn.
I think I still think you have to do that, yeah.
There's possibly more big creatures coming for even a bigger attack, but that was definitely a pretty good play for Eliod.
Not a bad little sequence there. This Lurus really working overtime with the lifelink gaining 4 life with what amounted to 2 attacks, and the +2 from the Warbriar's Blessing really, really important in keeping the Lurus alive as it fought the Shifty Sea there, the old Shifting Spanner.
Opponent really taking their time to decide what to do, and they are down to 7 minutes. Gem Razor.
Gem Razor is actually super brutal, hey, because now you get to destroy the destroy the serpent there, and now an attack, and this is real rough because with the Cavalier you've got more than enough to push through it. It's just a whole ton of damage, and so Elliot Boussaud packs them up, and that is the end of our coverage of round number 3. He moves to 1 and 2. Unfortunately, Selesnya under a lot of pressure here, but it is sweet to see some new decks getting up and about at least, and having a red hot go, Martin.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see a bunch of Karametra's Blessing decks, and Elliot seems to be doing well with it, and he is a person known for brewing new decks. So
yeah,
if somebody's going to bring something new to the table, Elliot's definitely one of the people that I would be keeping my eye on.
All right, for sure. Well, right now we're going to close our coverage of round number 3, my friends, and kick it back to Niels on the news desk. Stay with us there because there'll be more live magic coming your way before very much longer as part of the Red Bull Untapped International Qualifier. Stick with us. We're going to head back to Niels at the desk.
Okay, welcome back to the news desk, everybody, and it's time for another giveaway. We have another one of these Ultra Pro goodie bags, and in case you had already forgotten what is in here, we have the Tower deck box, nice and sturdy, a cool playmat. We also have the deck box you see in the art here, the leatherette alcove with magnetic seals. We have a life pad in there. We have an abacus. I think that's what they're called. I never really knew where that word came from. It's probably some sort of 3,000-year-old word that we're still using to keep your life total. Just you have to use paper for tournaments, but on your kitchen table, you're way cooler if you use this. Instantly winning all the points. We also have sleeves for your deck, and there's 6 boosters in here as well. Ikoria, Lair of the Behemoth. Because I'm guessing a lot of people have missed their pre-release, and at least this way you can get that sealed fix going. If everything is going according to plan, then we should have our moderators in the chat right now giving you a prompt to spam while we are going to have a look at some of our featured players. So like we said, we have some pretty interesting players in our tournament, and we're trying to showcase both our rivals, our MPL players, and some other interesting people. And we definitely want to have a look at the people and where they're from. So we have Kenji there playing from the USA. He's already dropped. We have Toral Severin, who was undefeated going into round 3. Yoshiko Ikawa has dropped already, playing from Japan, so he would have been playing deep into the night already. Christian Hoek is on 2-0, and Chris Kvartek on 2-0. So far, we don't have anyone that's hovering on that 1-1, on that one loss that's going to be so important to keep up. Let's go to the next slide with 5 players there. there. And have a look at another MPL player. Shijian Li is on 2-0, playing from Hong Kong. Is going to be playing late into the night. From Spain, we have Javier Dominguez, also 2-2. Brent Vos, we looked at his deck list last round. He's playing mono red on 1-1, the only player we have on 1-1. Anton de Smet, fan favorite, perpetual underdog from Belgium. Yeah, we love him. We're also from Belgium. You know how it goes. Everybody likes their own. But we like everybody. That's just our job right now. And finally, we have Thomas Holtzinger, also a featured player, is currently on 2-0 and was one of our finalists in London. So let's have a bit of a closer look at Thomas Holtzinger. We have a nice little profile picture prepared for him. There we go. He is currently playing. What was it again? He's on Reclamation, so Teamer Reclamation as his tool this time. But last year, he was playing a very different deck. Let's see what his intro was last year for the finals.
My name is Thomas Holtzinger and I'm from Austria. I finished in the top 8 of Pro Tour Everson Restart like a million years ago, and 3 GP top 8s, and I was the Austrian national champion twice. Thanks a lot to the people supporting me and everyone who's watching the stream. I'll give my best and see what happens.
That was Thomas Holtzinger in the last finals, a multi-$10,000 tournament in which he got to participate because he won one of the online qualifiers last year. Because we knew he's part of history, he's part of Red Bull Untapped. If you're in Red Bull Untapped 2019, it means you are our personal little treasure. So we keep track of our little treasures. We went to look for, hey, are you planning on playing this event as well? And lo and behold, he did. So we sent our sneaky reporter on the scene, Ollie German, over there to get into a little interview. Let's see what kind of juicy details he got out of that conversation with our player.
Welcome back to the coverage of Red Bull Untapped 2020. We're here with the runner-up in last year's finals of the entire event series. It's Thomas Holtzinger from Austria. Hey Thomas, how have you been?
Hi, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm locked into my office. It's the color of hope. That's what I painted it with, so I'm more productive. What's it like for you? Are you confined to your own home as well?
Yeah, mostly. Since 2 months, I've been playing a lot of Magic, staying at home, and just basically like everyone probably. But
yeah, what's the general situation like in Austria? Because I can imagine it being closer to Italy was a bit more affected than other countries.
Yeah, probably it's. I'm not quite sure, but I think we started a week before other countries, or a few days. And obviously the news coming across the border from Italy was one of the main reasons our government got alerted. So right. I think the Austrian government is just monitoring the situation and trying to update every 14 days. So
sounds pretty good. Let's keep our fingers crossed that this will continue that way and sanctions can be lifted very soon. Let's talk a bit about some brighter news. Let's talk about last year at Red Bull Untapped. You did extremely well. So first you played in one of the online qualifiers. What did it feel like when you got the invite to the event?
So yeah, I played one of the online qualifiers, and I really liked it that I could play from home or from the office. I tried to take it seriously, and there was even a downtime after the first stage, and I used it to take a power nap, which turned out to be pretty efficient. Yeah, it was pretty exciting to play against some of the best players. So, yeah, it was a great experience.
You ended up in the finals. You did not win the finals, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I lost to Lino.
Oh, okay. And Lino, of course, together with you, went to London to the Great Finals. What was that event like for you?
Yeah, basically when the online tournament ended, I couldn't really believe it. I knew that this was on the line, but when I was in the finals, I was like, okay, it seems like I'm going to London. And when the date arrived, I just took a plane to London, arrived there, got a super nice treatment like all the other competitors. Yeah, it felt really special.
Did it take a moment to settle in? I mean, you said you couldn't believe it at first. How long did it take for you to make sense of it all?
Yeah, a couple days later, or when I got contacted about like flight details details and all the information regarding the event and what format as well.
All right, so you arrived in London and you got the special treatment. Did you have a good time in London?
Yeah, for sure. There was a bunch of people involved, like filming teams and coverage and all the other competitors and organizers. It was a special event for sure.
And there you went up against some of the most accomplished players, of course. You held your own. You made it all the way to the finals. And if I remember correctly, you met Lino Burgold again in the finals. What was that like, playing against him for the second time in a final?
Honestly, I've known Lino for probably around 10 years through Magic and Grand Prix and Pro Tours and that kind of stuff. I was just super happy that he made the finals too, and in the end he beat me again. He was too strong. Yeah, there's no grudge or something like that.
I asked him the same question and he said, from my point of view, we're still friends, but I don't know if Thomas is going to feel the same way. But it sounds like you're also very much, like you said, happy for him, still friends with him.
Yeah, sure. Especially if you lose a finals and if you lose to a friend, you have someone you can be happy for. So.
All right. So that was basically last year. You had some very strong finishes there. What are your expectations for this year's tournament? Do you think you're going to do as well again?
I hope so, but I think the competition is a little bit different because there's much more players in the tournament right now. I think there's even 4,000 registered players or something like that. So that makes it a little bit more difficult probably. Still need a good standard deck, but we got time. So I always try to play something that fits my play style, where I try to narrow it down to these types of decks, which are usually tempo decks or aggressive decks that have some kind of disruption. But I'm also open to play something else if it's just really well positioned.
What do you say, from your point of view, is the coolest thing about Magic Online, like being able to play these tournaments from home, I guess, or is it something else?
That's basically the biggest reason, because you can just play anytime, you can just try out different things, have access to a lot of cards, and it's an improvement for sure.
It's an improvement, yeah, it's nice to hear. And I want to end these interviews on with a bit of a funny question for the very end. If you had to decide on being one anime character, which anime character would you be and why?
Yeah, probably I would like to be Son Goku from Dragon Ball, just because I think everybody would love to fly.
He's also pretty strong, I guess.
Yeah, being strong is cool too, but flying is really
cool,
special.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Thomas. Best of luck in these upcoming tournaments. Do you want to give any shout-outs? Do you want to greet somebody?
Yeah, greetings to all my friends watching, so and everybody competing, so have fun.
All right. With that, guys, we're going to take a very short break and then we're going to be back with more coverage from Red Bull Untapped 2020. Bye-bye.
That was Thomas Holzinger for you. It's just great to see somebody like that get that opportunity in the finals in London. It was great to meet him as well. He's a lot more subdued than some of the other people that we had at the event, but it was super nice to be with, especially at the pizza place before. But maybe we shouldn't talk about what happens before finals just too much, shall we? It is time for our social media segment, the segment where we look at our social media, your hashtags, and see what is going on in the internet. We have Nadine, also known as Anissa Cosplay, putting a post on Twitter and Facebook, cross-posting that face when you just want all of your offline events back. Good luck and have fun to everyone battling it out in Red Bull Untapped 2020. Tell me all about your sweet plays and cool memories and moments. So Nadine, for those of you that don't know, our Nissa cosplay was the one that, as you saw, made the Serra Ascendant cosplay for the qualifiers, the paper qualifiers. And yes, it's true. There's a certain charm to actually being in a room with a bunch of people that is very hard to replicate with an online tournament. I mean, getting to talk to people, just grabbing people with your microphone and shoving them into an interview with consent, of course, is just something that's a lot harder to do. It's offering one thing to another. one of the better things about having an online tournament is that it's way, way easier to get your voice heard all the way into the stream. So don't stop tagging hashtag Red Bull Untapped in whatever post that you're making. We are keeping tabs on it. If we see cool stuff, we'll have it featured. Hell, if you have questions for me personally, just add at Niels Viana in there, and you can pretty much ask me about anything. If it's not too problematic to answer on stream, I will probably take it into account. So if you want to know something about my time as a pro player or as a judge or as being a host for this event or whatever, just drop it onto Twitter, hashtag Red Bull Untapped, at me, Niels Viana, and we will definitely get that involved. Now, next item that we have here is the people back. So we're going back to offline events for a little while, and we're going specifically to Brussels, where we had RK Post, one of the artists of Magic. Because art, people sometimes take it a little bit for granted, but there's so much amazing art in Magic. There's literally thousands of unique pieces of art that have been made specifically for Magic the Gathering. There's dozens upon dozens upon dozens of different artists that have been in and out the game for its entire duration since 1993 up until now. That I would love to know how many artists are actually have worked on Magic. RK Post is one of those people that have been around for so long, and we went to have a chat with him in Brussels at the Qualifier, and we want to go back to that and showcase such a talented person that has made so many beautiful things for the game we love. Let's go.
All the time. Last weekend I was in Dallas. I'm home for a weekend, and then I go to Denver, then Columbus, everywhere. Then I was recently in Taiwan, Seattle, and I don't know.
So is it just that you're into traveling, or does it also help you with your job? Because obviously you get a lot of ideas for artworks and everything if you've been to different places all the time.
Well, there's that. I mean, you do get commissions and things, so you get to try new and different things. But no, I think I just like traveling. If I'm home for a little bit too long, I do get a little bit of a wanderlust, and it's like, I need to go somewhere.
How do you combine the two? Because obviously you're super sought after. You've done you're almost the record holder with Magic cards. I don't know the exact.
I'm not even close anymore. No, other artists like Kev Walker totally kicks everybody's butt on that one. Totally.
You're basically traveling too much. That's why you can't do more artworks.
That's mostly it. Yeah. Yeah. I would have to stay put in one spot for a bit to actually work on stuff and things.
So how do you, after all the traveling, how do you get back into it and focus on doing the artworks itself? Because I can imagine that's super hard. When I'm on the road and I get home for a day, you cannot really use me for anything.
Well, some of these things I actually do while I'm sitting on a plane. So like Mr. Riley Knight asked me to do a new token commission for him. So on the flight here late last night, I was working on a little bit of it right there. But I mean, I also did on a couple flights on the way getting to here.
It's just crazy because I heard from Steven, who was in Florence yesterday, and he arrived here, and I'm like, I'm dead. I'm completely dead today. I had like 4 hours of sleep, and you're like, yeah, I did the flyover, and I drew something at the same. Oh, it has to do with our sponsor. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Okay, so one of the all-time questions is always like, how did you get into this? I interviewed you before, and if I remember correctly, you said like from a young age on, you were always into drawing.
Yeah. You have to have an interest in it to sort of stick with it and improve. If you don't have that, then maybe you should consider something else. But me personally, I thought I was going to be a veterinarian. So when I was preparing, so like in high school, I didn't take any art classes. I was taking science, I was taking math, and then I go to college, I'm taking pre-veterinary medicine. And after a semester, I had like a B average, but you need like a solid A average to even get into vet school. So I was like, maybe I should choose a different path. So like, I like to draw. I think I'll do that. So I went to like graphic design because, well, you can make money at that maybe, right? So I did that all the way up to my junior year, and then at some point I go, I just really hate graphic design. So then I flipped over to the other thing which I was kind of doing on the side, which was illustration. And illustration kind of brought me to this.
how hard is it to get into the whole thing? Because I hear from actually breakout artists or artists that were trying to break out, they talk to me and they always say, you're interviewing some of these guys, do you have any advice? So if I ask you, what would your advice be?
Well, I'll say the market is a totally different place than it was, say, 20 years ago. When I started, I would honestly say like a lot of the freelance rates have not changed in 20-something years. The world has changed. It's become a much smaller place. So like you have Eastern Europe, Russia, China, a lot of places where the cost of living is much lower. People can work for much less, produce the talent pool is amazing. So they can produce incredible things in less time for less money, and it's really hard to compete against that. So in also the same light, the world has changed. Like social media is now a thing. I think we're aware of that.
But I mean, you can also take advantage at that fact in some ways, because even if you don't have someone publishing your stuff, you can self-publish now.
You can self-publish. That's another thing too. So the ability to self-publish, to produce your own things, to make your own books, to make your own cards, tokens, whatever. It's so much easier to do now than it was, say, 10 years ago. That's an advantage for like a self-publishing artist. But as I was saying with social media, you're building an audience, people that hopefully like what you do because they're following you. Hopefully they don't hate you and then just say nasty things about you. But that you're building an audience of people that you can hopefully potentially sell things to and make a living doing that.
Yeah, I like the ingenuity that you basically came up with your own idea of getting even more out of going to these events. Yeah. So you basically got your own token shop. How did that come to be?
I was contacted by a podcast to do their token. It was a Kraken token, and I'm like, token? What is this? I have no idea. So I do one, and they send me some copies, and then I bring them to like an event. And they're on the table and people buying them. And I go, this is kind of crazy. Where do you get these things made? Oh, we just go to this place and we just do it here. And I'm like, okay. So then I make a couple and they just sell a bunch at each show. I mean, I don't bring a lot, but okay. And then another thing too is like doing custom tokens, you kind of realize what tokens and cards people are actually playing and using. And so I've integrated a lot of that into this too. So when I come to a modern event, I know what people are going to use. One new change is like Monastery Mentor makes Prowess Monks, right? Usually it was like a legacy card, but now it's kind of worked its way into modern. So like when I was in Dallas last week, modern event, all of a sudden people are asking, which I had some, but almost everybody's asking for these, for the 1/1 Prowess Monks. So I knew this weekend they're almost all gone. Yeah, that it's like a thing now in modern.
So you basically also have to do your homework. It's not just like coming up with the ideas.
Yeah, and I've talked to some people that do tokens. They have like, oh, so the format's gonna be this. Oh, what's that? It's like you might want to know, so you know what to bring. You know, don't bring starfish tokens that are not gonna.
That's one of the things that I learned. There were a lot of artists who said, I love the job. I'm very much into this, but I have no idea what the card does. And right. I guess if I had asked you 10 years ago, it would have been similar, I guess?
Probably, yeah. And I would honestly say by doing these and listening to people and just talking to them and you pick up things. So, I mean, people ask me all the time, do you play? You seem to know a lot about the game. It's like, no, not really. But, I mean, I listen.
Maybe if the kids get a little bit older, when they pick up the game, then you can basically learn from them. That's like my long-term strategy.
My oldest son is actually like hardcore D&D, but he's also played Magic as well. Like he has a friend that plays, so he'll borrow a deck and he'll play. And yeah.
But they don't show you?
No, I'm never around when they do it. No, but I've drafted a few times. Okay. Yeah, I mean, and also working on the game, you kind of get a basic working knowledge. Like, is this going to be a good card? Well, I can. They don't give you the mechanics of the card, but they'll tell you what color, and maybe they'll give you some descriptions that you know that this might actually be something, so maybe you'll spend a little more time and effort into it.
I don't know who it was exactly. It might have been Volkan Baga, who told me, yeah, was it a couple of these events? It wasn't really worth my while, and then I drew an angel, and then everything changed. Oh. So he basically said, like, that's the one thing that you have to think of. You need like these big cards, and then suddenly you're in demand. What is like the all-time favorite card that people are requesting from you?
Well, this event, it's Fulminator Mage. It's probably the most playable thing I have in Modern. But then you also see like Tide Hollow Scholar, Fairy Macabre, Arbor Elves, and there's a few others down the line there too. I did the full art Mem Knight promo card, so you'll see that played in Affinity. But my personal favorite is Unmask, which is also played in Legacy. So I mean, I'll still see lots of those. But going back in the day, because the game is 25 years old, you'll have someone come. I was a kid. I played this game 20 years ago. Avatar, whoa, it was the thing. That was it. Everybody wanted it. It was, yeah. And it's still played in Commander today. And it's still like a halfway decent card. And they printed it, I want to say, like 5 or 6 or 7 times. And I'm on all the printings except for one. So it's like, I'll see these all the time. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure talking to you. Guys, if you want to see more arcade posts, we're actually going to have you draw live for us later on. And we might also play a little game with you trying to draw artwork. I mean, trying to draw artworks, mastering artworks, and people are going to try and guess what you're drawing right now. Okay. That's something that I have planned. Let's see if we can make it happen. We got pairings, almost got pairings for the next round, so we head back to the booth, and then we're going to have more magic very, very soon.
That was arcade post for you. But an interview with an artist, I always feel like, especially a graphical artist, of course, it's very hard to showcase what they are about. There's at one side you have the personality of a people, and at the other hand you have the skill of a people, and these two don't always match up or don't illustrate each other. Interesting choice of word. Very well. So what we also had Arcade do was make a live drawing at the scene for us. He just took a big whiteboard, started drawing on it. We had a recording of all of this happening, so you can see the birth of a new and original piece of art, not live, but recorded. So let's have a look at the skill of Arcade Post rather than have a talk with him, shall we?
We're in front of the feature match area where we just looked at the second feature match that you guys didn't get to see. We got Piotr Glogowski, or aka Kanister. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do a magic drawing of him, because I heard that you guys really like him flipping out on the screen when he's not doing so well. For that I have a special guest. A wild arcade post appears. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Still doing good, yeah. So have at it, basically.
Okay.
So this is a bit of a speed drawing, but we actually got infinite time because the cool guys from Red Bull are now heading outside with the top 8 players, and what they're going to be doing is taking pictures, uploading those to all the social media channels. So there's going to be some quality content online for you guys, and in the meantime we're going to make it worth your while. You're going to get this little speed drawing here, and I hope you guys are going to be excited about this. Later we might be able to surprise him with it. There's also a chance we're going to stream a live reaction. So it's not like an unboxing on Twitch or on YouTube. It's a live reaction to a drawing. I'm not sure how he's going to take it. I don't want him to rip it apart because that would be really bad. So you just took a picture and now you're drawing this from memory. Is that correct?
Sort of correct.
Sort of correct, yeah. There might be cheating involved in here, but I'm not going to spoil it for you guys.
No, I'm just that amazing. Thank you.
So how hard is it for you to do something like this? Because it seemed like you just took a quick picture and then you were like, yeah, I think I'm ready to go.
Well, the hardest part was like sneaking in and taking a picture and not making it obvious what I was doing. So yeah, there's that.
Okay,
yeah,
so we did a bit of a stealth mission there, but I think we figured it out, and now this is coming up nicely. This is well coming together. I can actually already see the resemblance here. Don't know about you guys, but I'm really looking forward to the reactions to this later on. I want to hear from you guys. What do you think about this? And also, of course, if you have more ideas, if you're like, hey, we should be doing this with other players, we should be doing some other crazy ideas. I mean, we got one of the most talented artists, and I'm going to just go throw it out there. We got the most talented artist here on site.
I might be the only artist here too, so.
And I wasn't talking about in the venue. I'm talking about like in the game. The superlative is my friend. I don't stack low. I stack high. All right. So Piotr seemed to have a very particular sense of humor. I could tell, and I'm not sure how he's gonna take this. I'm not sure if he's gonna be supportive of this. I mean, you didn't talk to him at all, right?
No, not at all.
Are you still gonna be friends after this?
I might get scowls at future events.
Okay, we're gonna. No worries, guys. If you like this, we can turn this into a token for later on, right? We can make this happen. I mean,
I think so.
By now, everybody can tell that that's him. That's him 100%. All right, then also, guys, for you, Frank Carsten is already hard at work with the written coverage. We're going to have all the top 8 deck lists up for you in next to no time. We already have some of them ready. So once we hit back to the booth later, no worries, we're going to finish this. We got all the time in the world, as I said. Once we're going to be heading back to the booth, you guys are going to get like the deck clinic by Riley and whoever's going to be sitting next to him. And they're going to be making sure that you guys know what exactly we're going to have in the top 8 of today's event. Since it's coming to a close, I'm not talking about the drawing. I'm more talking about the tournament. Did you enjoy yourself today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The view was amazing for one thing, and the people were awesome. So no, I had a great time this weekend, including Florence too. I mean, I was there yesterday, so yeah.
Yeah, all right. We still got time. No worries. And in theory, you could be doing this in what, like 30 seconds, 1 minute?
If I really had to, yeah, I could do that.
Right, it's crazy. I mean, it's basically like the flash of drawing, but he's doing this in slow motion for you guys, so you can also follow all the action here.
It would probably be less amazing.
Okay. You know these they have these sketches when the client asks, can you do it in like 1 hour, in 10 minutes, and in one day or something like that, and then you see the different iterations of everything. But I have to say, for the amount of time, this is absolutely excellent. I mean, I couldn't do it any better, obviously. So it's not much of a question here. So where are we going next?
Let's go to the hand.
Oh, okay. So now we're... Yeah, I missed those biology classes. I might have skipped them, to be honest. All right. And I think the top 8 are shaping up nicely. Our casters are also almost ready. So let's maybe speed it up a little bit just towards the end. So now we can really see those veteran skills here at work. Those are cards.
Those are cards. We'll put a big oval on them so you know exactly what they are.
All right, there we have it.
And how about
Well, thank you very much, RK Post. Give it up for the man, the myth, the legend. We're going to be figuring out what we do with this. There's a chance we're going to have auction it off in the chat, or our super followers or something are going to get it, or maybe we're going to hand it to Piotr and he can do it on his stream that he liked to plug earlier. With that, guys, I hope you enjoyed this little segment. Thank you very much. And with that, let's give it back to the booth.
And that was RK Post really capturing the likelihood of Piotr Kowalski Canister, one of our MPL players. Now, we are currently waiting for the last 10 matches. We've also tracked down every notable player, at least according to us, that we could find, contacted them and asked them, what's your favorite card, what's your favorite deck, and rammed those into a bunch of player profiles for you to showcase. So let's just have a look at all the awesome players that started this event with the highest of hopes and maybe a little higher expectations than your average player. Okay, welcome back to round 4 of Red Bull Untapped. We have another match for you. Let's go straight to Riley and Martin for all of their insights and details.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to live coverage of Red Bull Untapped. We're going to get underway with our next round here. Round number 4 is coming your way with me, Riley Knight. Joining me, the Magic Hall of Fame member, Martin User. And Martin, we're watching an ex-MPL player, rivals competitor, Christian Hauck. I was about to say the German juggernaut, but that one's taken, right?
That one is taken, yes. Yeah, Christian is piloting the Boros cycling deck, which is an aggro deck built around the cards Flourishing Fox, Stinger, Valiant Rescuer, and it's trying to just deal as much damage as possible in the early game with all the cheap creatures, and then finish you off with a big Zenith Flare in the mid to late game. Although late game with this deck is kind of like turn 4 or turn 5, not the kind of late game you're used to when we're watching, these Qualifiers mirror.
And one of the key draws to this deck is that it can close games out of nowhere with that Zenith Flare. You can get to a point where you've got your opponent on 10, 8 maybe, and you can just close the game with a single spell if they ever tap out. There are a lot of counter spells in the format, and Zenith Flare can get punished by that. But a lot of the time, you'll just do exactly what Hulk's doing now. Play some creatures, get in for a bit of damage here and there with a Flourishing Fox with a Drannith Stinger. Or potentially go wide with a Valiant Rescuer. And the fact that the deck can go both wide and tall, Martin, means that it's actually quite flexible in contesting a lot of the most popular decks in Standard.
Yeah, that's usually the story of aggro decks. You can usually take your opponent down to 10 life pretty easily, but then they're going to be able to play something like Shatter the Sky or Deafening Clarion or whatever kind of sweeper is currently in the format. And all of a sudden you're back with no board basically, and then you have to rebuild. For that you have to be saving some cards in your hand, but then they're going to be able to start slowing you down with cards like the Fairy. So it can be pretty hard to finish off your opponent with more creatures after getting them down to 10 or whatever. But yeah, this deck has a great what we call reach with Zenith Flare that basically allows you to finish them off, even if they stop your creatures and they build good enough defense to stop you from dealing any more damage with your creatures. You can just cycle enough cards to play as a lethal Zenith, which this deck does fairly quickly and fairly easily, because with all the cycling cards in your deck, you're seeing a lot of cards and you're drawing 2, 3, 4, even 5 cards every single turn. So it's pretty easy to play a lethal Zenith Flare on turn 6 or something.
We're seeing a bit of a blast from the past from the opponent Zealously here. This is Victor Lloyd. Lloyd playing a deck that has kind of fallen out of favor here. Is this Team of Karuga?
I believe this is
Team of Fires, right?
I've seen Crokies and Danny T play Karuga Teamer Flash on their streams in the last couple of days.
Okay,
I believe they were pretty successful with that deck, and it's just like a combination of Teamer Reclamation and Teamer Flash. So you have the usual cards like Expansion Explosion, some counter spells, Grow Spiral, but they also have cards like Knifeback Ambusher thrown in the mix, something like Bone Crusher Giant, just a bunch of cards that you can play at instant speed.
It's wild, Martin, that there's a deck that's calling itself a Flash deck in the Simic colors that isn't playing Growth Spiral. No Ether Gusts, nothing like that. But I guess with cards like Bone Crusher Giant, Mystical Dispute, you do actually have cards that you can play before turn 3, which is important. Plus Shark Typhoon, I guess you can cycle that. Brazen Borrow also, Petty Theft. So it's not, you're kind of cheating on the Karuga requirement there, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the list right now. There's 4 Frilled Mystic. I think Frilled Mystic is a good card right now, even though there are a lot of Mystica Disputes. You have to make sure you try to play around that a little bit. But there's a lot of expensive cards. Like there's a lot of these, Jeskai Luca decks where Frilled Mystic is going to be one of your best cards. But
Frilled Mystic, a card that is just hot garbage in a format where people are trying to resolve 1 and 2 drops, but when the format revolves around a 7-drop, right? I mean, 5 drops are the some of the most played cards in the format, and that is actually incredible. Frilled Mystic's so good against them, but when were we last at a point where so many cards in standard have dominated formats have cost 4 or less? Like having massive 5 drops, 7 drops dominate the standard format, it's not. I'm not going to say it's unprecedented. We've had the Titans and that sort of thing in the past, but it's just wild. Hey,
it's a little bit unusual, that's for sure. But lately the cards have been really powerful. Like cards like Elspeth Conqueror's Death are just amazing value, especially when you can bounce them into your hand with the Fairy or blink them with Yorion. And even in the past, we have seen Nissa decks kind of just dominate the format for a little while, in combination with cards like Hydroid Krasis. So yeah, lately just mid-range green decks, just mid-range decks in general, and Control have kind of just been doing really well because they have access to the most powerful cards in the format.
Now, this game has been progressing very slowly indeed, and that won't suit Hulk. The longer the game goes, the worse it gets for him. His opponent's only on 17, and Victor Lloyd will be happy to have such a high life total, while also having a source of pressure of his own in Bone Crusher Giant, and it's really on Hulk to get this game moving.
Yeah, Christian is building a big board, though. Like, it might be going kind of slow, but he's also not under, any real pressure, and he's not playing against a deck with sweepers. He knows that he only has to fight through, a Bone Crusher Giant or like a surprise Nightpack Ambusher. So he just has to make sure he doesn't, run his 3/1 Rescuer into 4 open mana where it's pretty obvious that the opponent can have Ambusher or maybe even cycle a Shark Typhoon. But if Christian can go wide here with the Rescuer, or just make 2 Foxes big enough to stop the attacks from his opponent, then I think he has a pretty good chance at winning this game, especially because, as we said, there are no sweepers in the opponent's deck.
Yeah, and I've just double checked, and Hulk actually knows this. This is an open deck list tournament, Martin. So the players do have access to the entire 75, or in many cases 95, that their opponents are playing. So for that reason, I think you're right. Hulk is sitting there knowing that he doesn't have to worry about, a Storm's Wrath, for example.
Mm. And that's actually a really something that I would like to highlight.
Go on.
Previously, we weren't used to playing, Magic with open deck lists. Now we're doing that because of coverage. We want to show the deck list on the stream. We want everybody to have access to the deck lists. But even now, like when you play on ladder, for example, like when you just fire up Arena and you just play a couple ladder matches, when you don't have access to your opponent's deck list. Even if you don't know their deck, you actually kind of do, because with companions, like these days, everybody has a companion in their deck, or half of the decks at least, maybe 50% more than that.
No, it's more than that. It's like 70.
Yeah, it's probably something like that. So you just what you need to do is when the match starts, always take a look at your opponent's side of the board to see what companion they're showing, and that's gonna tell you a lot about what can their deck possibly be. Like if they're showing Yorion, it's a pretty good chance that their deck is, Jeskai Yorion Fires. Maybe it can be Band Control, like the Band Ram deck. But these decks are both like really, really slow, and
what kind of opening hand is going to be good.
You immediately know the kind of opening hand you need to have against them, the kind of game plan you need to set up. So this is going to tell you a lot. If you're going to see, Lurus on your opponent's side of the table, then you immediately know that's pretty likely it's, Jeskai or Boros cycling, perhaps Ragdos Sacrifice, but it's going to be an aggro deck. That you're looking for Deafening Clarion or Shatter the Sky. So this is definitely something to keep in mind, and something that's going to make your decisions much easier when you're looking at an opening hand.
Do you know what the next level is now? Now we have to start brewing companion decks that completely disguise what the deck is, right? Mono white aggro with Yorion.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a legit strategy on ladder. Like this happened to me when I played on ladder. I was playing. I don't remember what kind of deck I was playing. I was playing some aggro deck. My opponent was showing Kahira, the 3/2 companion.
Yep.
And I just expected them to just be on some kind of aggro. I'm like, okay, I guess it's some Jeskai aggro deck, whatever it is.
But it was creatureless control.
I was not paying as much attention as I should have, and I just overextended. I just played out my hand, all the creatures, and like all of a sudden my opponent just casts a Deafening Clarion next turn, and I'm just like, wait, what just happened? Like this is supposed to be a creature deck.
Yep.
And as it turned out, my opponent was just playing a Jeskai Planeswalker control, where they just got to play Kahira for free
because they didn't play any creatures. Yeah, love it, brilliant. I had this happen to me last night. Not in standard, but in Brawl. So I was playing a bunch of Brawl last night on my stream, and one of my viewers challenged me. So I rose to the challenge, Martin. I accepted the challenge, right? Anyway, they're playing Brokos, right? The Apex, the Sultai Apex, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I go, yep, okay, it's going to be some graveyard nonsense. I've got plenty of time. Play my first spell. Essence Scatter. I'm like, okay, sure, just a counter spell, no worries. Next one, No Escape. Oh, it's weird that they're playing that. There's so many other counter spells they could play before, like No Escape. And the third spell gets like Tails Ended or something. I'm like, all right, what's going on here? They had brewed up Demir Flash with Brokos as their commander. Completely wrong-footed me. Counted every single spell I played because I was expecting some dumb, dirtly graveyard deck. And I got absolutely got. So that's what made me think about this here. You start building a companion deck that actually disguises the tech that you're playing rather than giving it away.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like Yorion, in White Weenie, it's not something you would ever expect. So if you can make an 80 card White Weenie deck work.
I mean, White Weenie is at 60 cards is already so good, right? So add 20 more cards, it's only going to get better.
You could possibly make an 80 card cycling deck with Yorion or something. The problem with that is that you would rather have your deck be 20 cards because you want to have Flourishing Fox in your opening hand every single time. And the bigger your deck is going to be, the lower the chance that it's going to actually be in your opening hand. So that's going to be the only problem with a deck like this, where you only really have one good one drop. If there were if you could play 12 Foxes, then it wouldn't be that big a deal if you turn this deck into 80 cards. But with just 4 1-drops, you need to have your deck as small as possible.
Cycling away here, these foxes getting bigger and bigger as they cycle on down the Tour de France. I guess this isn't the Tour de France. There's no blue. The Tour de Poland here.
Yeah, now we know that the only card the opponent can have here that gets rid of a fox this big is pretty much just another Brazen Borer that can bounce one of them into Christian's hand. But there's only one untapped mana on the other side of the battlefield, and Christian using one of the cycling cards to actually just use it for its actual mana cost.
Extra removal spell.
Yeah, make the 2 creatures fight, get rid of Karuga, and actually attack for lethal. So yeah, it was a game where it looked like at some point the opponent might have stopped the aggression, and Christian was just looking at a bunch of small creatures. But that was absolutely the kind of matchup where you can go wide and you can just make a big fox, and that the opponent doesn't really have a lot of answers to it because there is no sweepers. After sideboard, that's going to change. We are looking at the deck lists, and Victor Lloyd is playing the Temur Flash deck with 4 Flame Sweeps in his sideboard, which is going to be probably the actual best card for him in this matchup because being able to play that at the end of turn at instant speed, and follow up with something like Wilderness Reclamation, or just have as much removal and as many burn spell sweepers, damage spells as possible.
The problem here for Victor is that Christian is going to be very able to play around that Flame Sweep. And a card that is good against Flame Sweep is Flourishing Fox. It's a 1-1. You think, it's garbage, but you don't have to play it on turn 1. I mean, often you do and often you will, but if you're putting your opponent on Flame Sweep, you can engineer a situation where on like turn 4 or turn 5, where you play a Fox and immediately are able to defend it from a copy of Flame Sweep, right? By cycling to make it into a 3/3 or 4/4 or whatever, a 5/5 even potentially, to make sure it's not going to die to Flame Sweep.
Yeah, and Christian is an amazing player, so he's gonna do exactly that. He's gonna know exactly how to play around this stuff. This is an interesting hand, by the way. A lot of players look at this hand, they're like, oh, wow, 2 Zenith Flares. This is one of my best cards, right? Like this is a great hand. I have both colors. I have a bunch of cyclers, so I'm just gonna keep that and just fire off the 2 Zeniths, right? I would not be happy to keep this hand because the way this deck works is you need to deal the damage. You want your creatures to deal the damage. You don't want to have Zenith Flare do all the work. You want to start with that Fox on turn 1, with that Stinger on turn 2, or the Rescuer, and have the creatures do a bunch of damage. Even after sideboard, when you know your opponent brings in a bunch of removal, it's still really, really risky to keep a hand like that. Although I can imagine the opponent probably boarded out the Frilled Mystics, because that's a card that I would be looking at boarding out. Maybe Wilderness Reclamation and Expansion Explosion. Like, the whole combo was probably not great in this matchup because your opponent is just way too fast for that stuff. So that stuff might come out, maybe just not giving the opponent any kind of answers for Zenith at all. And maybe Christian is just banking on the fact that, well, now Victor just has so much removal in his deck that I'm just going to try to play a cycling game. And looks like he drew a Fox.
Yeah. Fox off the top just really is just that's the classic draw there. You love to see that. And now the Fox is actually out of range of Flame Sweep already and can start going and getting paid here. In for 3, and this hand went from I think it was an okay keep. I think it would also be fine to mulligan it. I think it's very, very close, but keeping it during the Fox, just perfection, perfection there.
I think in game 1 in the dark or just against a random deck, that would be a horrible hand to keep. I think after sideboard, there is definitely some merit to just saying like, hey, I know they have so much removal now. You know, if I mulligan, I'm going to be, lower on cards. They have all the sweepers, all the damage cards for my little creatures now. So there's definitely some logic in it. But in general, this is not a hand that you want to be keeping, in game 1s or against most decks. But here it definitely does make some sense. There's definitely some deeper meaning to it.
Clothis has been brought in, maybe a way to keep the opponent's graveyard under control. Obviously, Clothis can pluck cards out of it one by one and keep the Zenith Flares, a little bit smaller than they would be otherwise. And you can see there they just went from 3 damage to 2 damage.
Yeah.
Also buffers the life total nicely, which offsets some of the damage done by the Stinger. Sorry.
Imagine if Christian didn't draw that Flourishing Fox. Like, this Clothis would just be completely destroying him. He would just be, looking at a card that's exiling one of the cyclers every turn, and the opponent's gaining 2 life every turn, which would just kind of like offset all the work that you're doing with the cyclers, and it would just make sure that you're not dying from Zenith. So yeah, that would be kind of a disaster. Now with the turn 1 Fox, obviously, you're in the driver's seat and things are looking great for you.
Yeah, you got a real clock on the opponent. Zealously is going to be zealously protecting the life total, but not going to be able to do it too well, I would have thought. Even with Zenith Flare, double Zenith Flare only at 2, it'll go down to 1 now with the maybe that Clothis is keeping pace. I don't know. I mean, it's just like they go back up to 10. How do they not die next turn, Martin? They take 2 damage from the Stinger, and then 6 damage and another 2 damage from the Fox and the Stinger once they attack.
Yeah,
Wilderness Reclamation is not bad, but
that's just what we mentioned earlier in one of the early rounds. This format can play out a little bit like rock, paper, scissors. You can decide that you want to build your deck in a way that you are going to beat the Jessica Luca decks, which this Steamer Flash deck is exactly trying to do with all the cards like Frilled Mystic and all the cards at instant speed. That's kind of how you want to fight against the slow, control and mid range decks. But you're gonna have a lot of trouble if somebody casts a 1-drop, like Flourishing Fox and makes it bigger. So this is exactly what's happening here. This is exactly what Victor doesn't want to play against. Like, seeing that turn 1 Fox on the other side of the table when your cards in your hand cost usually around 3, 4, and 5 mana. That is not what you want to see.
it is just it's nightmare mode for Zealously for sure. The Fox is now absolutely out of control here, and look, it's not over. Zealously could have probably the best card here would be a Brazen Borrower to reset the Flourishing Fox. There aren't a lot of other hard removal spells to deal with it. Otherwise, you're flashing something in to block it, chump block it on all probability, which is not great. The thing is, if that Stinger gets in, these Zenith Flares are getting very close to lethal as well, especially if the Fox is somehow killed. You can, well, also, if it's returned to hand, you can cycle it and make the Zenith Flare. Yeah, so Nightpack Ambusher, no, this is not going to do it.
Yeah,
this is not going to do it.
This is lethal for Christian.
It's now lethal because you can no, don't do that. Cycle first. Yep, cycle first. There we go. Found the line. Cycle first. One more damage with the Adrenal Stinger upstairs, and that also puts the Zenith Flares in range. Opponent's tapped out. Nightpack Ambusher. I mean, you can blast the Ambusher. You can blast the face. It doesn't matter. Any way you slice it. Easy game. Easy life. Christian Hulk wins game number 2, and therefore the match. So well done to the Rivals League player there. He's done very well for himself with what is at the moment, it seems to be the second most represented deck in the field, Martin. And we'll keep a close eye on that. I believe we've got a metagame breakdown coming up before very much longer.
All right. I believe this puts Christian at 4-0, and I believe he played the Magic Fest Online last week, and I believe he started 5-0 in that tournament as well. So he has been doing some really good work with the Bora cycling deck.
He's been on a heater. We've got our next match is Thomas Holtzinger versus Otto Gizor, it seems, and Holtzinger was second at the. He came second in the Red Bull Untapped Finals last year in London, and has a top 8 as well at Pro Tour Avison Restored, the one that Alexander Hayne won with his remarkable Miracles deck. And so as soon as these players are ready, we're going to jump into their match and check in with Holtzinger, see what he's up to, and you can see. He is also on a Teemo build. This time it looks like just traditional Wilderness Reclamation. I mean, the deck's very powerful, but it's also very, very boring. I
believe Holtzinger might have 2 PT top 8s, because if I remember correctly, I believe there was 1 year where he got 40 points that was necessary to get the Platinum status, and I think he got it for just by playing 2 Pro Tours. He top 8'd both of them, I think, without playing any other Grand Prix, without really playing any other tournaments.
Yeah, just
had 40 points from two tournaments to get the Platinum status.
No,
which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Yeah. All right, going to cycle away the Ketria Triome. Nice to see they've finally found the assets for them. See what's next here. Another Wilderness Reclamation. I tell you what, with that Castle Vantris, you know you're going to start drawing some good stuff. Some good stuff here. But it's getting negated. Okay, I wonder if this will prompt a response here.
I love the Nightpack Ambushers, by the way, in the Teamer Reclamation sideboard. Like after sideboard, in game 1, your opponent always sees that, okay, I lost to this combo deck that uses Wilderness Reclamation to get a lot of mana, plays a big expansion explosion. They're using all these kind of cards to get extra mana and just try to finish me off with one explosion. So after sideboard, everybody's just bringing in cards that, destroy the reclamation. So something like Knight of Autumn, they're bringing in all these negates, something like Dovin's Veto to counter the explosion. But if you bring in Nightpack Ambushers, that plays around all of the stuff that people usually tend to bring in against you, and then after sideboard you can usually like sort of transform into this flash deck where you just have a bunch of counter spells and Nightpack Ambusher. You never really tap out on your own turn, so you're just making a couple of extra free tokens, and you just attack a few times, and just hold a counter spell here and there, and that's usually good enough.
Wow, this is pretty brutal. Look at this. So Mystical Dispute on the Uro, negate on the Mystical Dispute. We could see an Aether Gust target that Uro to get rid of it here. But I was interested to see there that Holtzinger exposed his Ambusher to sorcery speed removal here by casting it instead of just scrying with the Castle Vantris. But I think it's going to work out from here. The opponent tapping out, Uro goes to the bottom, and now you get to scry. I
think what happened was that Holtzinger just used the window when the opponent just tapped out for something, just to sneak in the Ambusher in play.
So more worried about counter spells rather than a removal spell.
Yeah, exactly. Just to protect it from some kind of counter. This is a game after sideboard. You don't expect your opponent to have, cards like Storm's Wrath in their deck anymore.
Yeah.
So I think that was a pretty good play by Thomas there. That just realizing that, I think your hand is more likely to be full of counter spells rather than some kind of removal spells that can be played at sorcery speed. So I'm just gonna sneak in the Ambusher while I can, and now it's on you to try to figure out how to deal with it.
So this is pretty good here as well. Finds an Aether Gust and a negate on top as well, which will then be drawn, cycled into by the Triome. And that's just good use of mana there. Let's see if there's something like a... is there going to be a response here to this? No. Okay. Not going to bother to activate the Castle Vantris here. That's fine. You want to leave all your mana untapped. You got negate and Aether Gust at the ready. Although the Scryers still would have... Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, Naiad. Oh no. That was a very, very ambitious Shark Typhoon there. That was a very, very ambitious Shark Typhoon. And, yep, Thomas Holtzinger handed that game on a silver platter as he picks up a second game win and therefore takes out the match. So well done indeed to him. He continues his conquest here at the Red Bull Untapped First International Qualifier. Looks like we've got another match ready to go. As soon as as soon as things are lined up, we're going to jump down to the battlefield between Thomas van der Pelt and Kento Furuta. Thomas at the moment is undefeated. He came fourth at the Pro Tour Team Pro Tour 25th anniversary. You remember that, of course, with Christophe Gregoire and Branko Nairink. So did pretty well.
That was a great Pro Tour. Yeah.
Yeah. How did you go there?
We lost in the finals.
First loser.
Finals, but it was a great Pro Tour. I enjoyed it very much, and
you with Raptor and Ben, right?
Yeah, we got to work with Josh Arleden, one of the best deck builders I think all time.
Of all time,
and he just completely broke Legacy in that tournament. It's really hard to break a format as wide as Legacy, where things don't usually change that much every time a new set gets printed. And Josh just had like a great deck for that format. So he just kept winning every single round, and it was a really good feeling knowing that between me and Ben Stark, we only needed
to win one
because Josh was just gonna win the majority of his matches.
Yeah. It was a sweet tournament. I remember it very fondly. But here, Thomas van der Pelt here is hitting his land drops nicely. You can see scrying another land at the top. You love to see it, and this is exactly what this deck wants to do. It's slow, it's ponderous, but it wants to play very late, very, very late. And you can see that Thomas is already up a game. Go ahead.
Looks like the opponent is probably on Team of Reclamation without looking at the deck list, because when you see a deck without a companion, Team of Reclamation and Team of Clover are the two decks that usually come in mind when you just see somebody without a companion. So that would be my guess.
Martin, I'm looking at the deck list, and congratulations, mate, you nailed it. It is. How does he do it? How does he do it, ladies and gentlemen?
If it was Team of Clover, you would expect them to have some kind of creatures in play already, or
if it were Team of Clover and they had 7 cards in hand and 0 permanents in play, something would have gone very wrong. Something would have gone very, very wrong indeed. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Exactly.
All right, Dovin's Veto taking care of this Wilderness Reclamation. Not today, sir, he says. And now we can Shark Typhoon for 2.
This is exactly the what we talked about in the previous game. Like, imagine if instead of Wilderness Reclamation, the opponent tried to resolve a Nightpack Ambusher.
Yeah,
you'd be looking at 2 Dovin's Vetoes in your hand and an Ethergust, which that's fine to take care of the Ambusher for a turn, but then it just comes back. It just comes back again the turn after. So, what are you really going to do with 2 Dovin's Vetoes?
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. I love this card. Main deck Tails End. It's so good. It's so good. I mean, it does get countered by Dovin's Veto. Sure, that is a knock against it. But no! Mystical Dispute. That's huge. So, winning the counter war here, the opponent with the might of Tails End. And Tails End, I've been seeing the praises of this card for weeks. I've played a bunch of it in Brawl, and Brawl is basically standard at the moment as well. There are so many targets. Let me give you the sales pitch, Martin, on Tails End. Are you ready?
All right.
Here it comes. Right. Here's why you should play Tails End. It counters every single companion. Every single one of them. Get them out of here. 2-mana counterspell for a card that is not only in 70% of decks, but it's in the opening hand of these 70% of decks, right? And it's built around them. So companions, get out of here. ECD triggers, get them out of here. Planeswalkers, hard counters them. Also, if they manage to sneak it past the Tails End, you draw it later. You can counter their abilities with it as well. Easy. E-Z-P-Z, right? But best of all, right? Best of all. Oh, wait, no. Another one that I forgot. You can play it in a deck with Uro, and on turn 5, just stifle the trigger, get a 6/6 into play. Love it. Martin's really impressed. But the very, very best one, right, as we see in Ethergust on this explosion, is when they play a Yorion and you've got a Tails End in hand, you don't counter it. You let them resolve it. They exile all their stuff, and then they go, end step, bring it back. You're like, no. No. Not today. You stifle it. You stifle that second trigger, and they plague win themselves.
That is indeed a really, really cool play you can make. It can be a little risky, just hoping the opponent exiles all the right cards, but that can be a really, really cool play. And like I kind of hope that we get to see one of those tails ends in one of the crucial matches, maybe in the top 8 or something, where somebody really goes for it, because that would be like a really exciting moment.
Because no one's playing around at the moment. Mark my words, a couple of weeks from now, everyone will be casting their Yorions, worrying about how many cards they should exile to it because they don't want to get blown out by the best card in Standard. Well, it's not the best card in Standard. Probably the third best card in Standard. Number 1, Risen Reef. Number 2, General Kudrow. Number 3, Tails End. If only there was some way to play all 3 of those cards in the same deck. Shark Typhoon here, hard cast. How you like them apples? Wow, that is really just sticking your neck right out there. If this resolves, it's going to be huge. The opponent with
does have the
explosion and a mystery card in hand.
They do have the expansion explosion, so they're going to be able to play that for for 5 cards probably. It depends on what the opponent thinks. Like, does the opponent think that, okay, well, if they're casting Shark Typhoon with 1 mana up, does that mean that they have a Mystical Dispute ready exactly for that for the expansion explosion? Am I in a spot where I can play around it? Maybe kind of forced to just jam and hope that it's going to resolve, in which case I'm going to be in a really good spot myself. So that's kind of what they decided. And now with a full hand, the teamer deck gets to fight back.
So Shark Typhoon back in hand here. And kind of like a time walk-ish. It worked out pretty well there for the team of player, I would say. I don't know. I wouldn't have gone for it there. I think it's a little ambitious, given they have that like 1, and it's a 6 mana do nothing sorcery for or enchantment for the turn you play it. Guess you're not doing too much else. Even stealing a land with an Agent of Treachery. I don't know.
The opponent kept 2 mana up after cycling the Shark Typhoon.
Yeah. So
they could have made a 4/4. They decided 2/2 is going to be good enough. So that tells you 2 things. Either they're playing around something like Agent of Treachery, not wanting to have a 4/4 stolen.
Yeah.
Or they're keeping mana up for a counterspell of some sort. Negate is probably the first thing that comes to mind, but it could also be Mystical Dispute. It could be, Ether Gust or something. Looks like they did get priority, so one of the cards they can have is another Brazen Borrower, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks
they also could just have another Shark Typhoon, for example.
It could be another Shark Typhoon, but it looks like the Agent just resolved. I think it's going to be Brazen Borrower just bouncing the Shark token now. That's my best guess.
Okay.
Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be getting priority unless it was another Shark Typhoon. Okay, you were right. It's another Shark Typhoon, just being cycled for no value, and don't be afraid to do that play. Like, sometimes one of the most important things with the deck is just to make every land drop basically every turn. So if you're missing lands in the early game, cycling Shark Typhoon just for 2 with no token is completely reasonable, because you would rather make your land drops than save this card for later in the game where you can make a bigger token with it. Here, cycling it for 2, that is interesting. Like, you have access to a lot of mana, so cycling it there either tells you that the opponent has all the good cards in their hand. They already have a lot of expensive stuff. They're going to be casting whatever expensive stuff worth of 10, 15, 20 mana in the next couple of turns. Because otherwise I would probably expect them to just try to make another flyer. But it looks like they go for a Nightpack Ambusher.
All right. Well, playing to the board as well here. And this will open up some opportunities to hold things down a little bit. Yep, Nightpack Ambusher jumps in front of that Agent of Treachery. But now, for my next trick. It's going to be ECD, Luca, or Shark Typhoon. All very powerful options. It's ECD. But there's a negate. So I wonder if that was just bait there. And maybe you do really want to resolve the Luca or the Shark Typhoon later on.
That was a negate. All right.
And in they come.
Thomas deciding to cycle his own Shark Typhoon. Very likely I guess he's gonna draw the card first, and then he's gonna decide whether he wants to trade for the Brazen Boar or not. I kind of expect him to block in this case because that Nightpack Ambusher is gonna make a lot of extra tokens over the next couple of turns, so he would not be in a great spot just trying to fight with these 3 creatures against his opponent's free token every turn, basically. But looks like he's thinking about it.
So we see a block now. Brazen Borrower going down to the Shark. They trade off, and the Nightpack Ambusher gets in, knocks Thomas down to 9. And here's the problem now. The Wilderness Wreck player with 1,000 mana.
Wow, not using any of that. Interesting.
No. That makes me very suspicious. That puts me. That says to me they've got a handful of interaction.
Yeah, they probably just had a bunch of counters. Like, clearly, if you had expansion explosion, you would have already used it. Like, the game would have already ended. So clearly, that's not one of the 3 cards.
But even stuff like Growth Spiral or anything else that can sort of cycle itself or whatever, you just would cast it. I guess you want that wolf trigger, but then you just wait for the wolf trigger to resolve, then do that.
Yeah.
That scares me a lot. In this position, I look at that and I go, well, they've got 3 cards. They don't want to play them, so that it's not an expansion explosion. I just put them on mono counters at that point. In comes the Shark. The opponent go down to 6 here.
It can just be a couple of lands too. Maybe they're
That's
just
true.
trying out.
Yeah, that is potentially true.
But cycling that Shark Typhoon for just 2 mana without making a token, that is telling me that those are not very likely to be lands. Because if the opponent was flooding out, if they did have a bunch of lands, then the more lands you have, the more value you need to get out of your cards.
Yeah.
So if Shark Typhoon is the only card I have, and I have a lot of lands, I'm going to need to try to make a game plan where my plan is going to be to make as big a token as possible and, hope that my opponent's also flooding out, or maybe that I'm going to try to get a couple of hits in, and the 1 token is going to go all the way. But clearly they had better stuff to do.
So Castle of Antris in the end step, activated in response to the Wilderness Reclamation trigger. That Nightpack Ambusher is also ready to poop out another wolf here.
Nightpack Ambusher is just a really cool card. I like how it just allows you to sort of transform your deck after sideboard.
Yeah.
It's like exactly, the right, the reasonable kind of mana cost. Like 4 mana is okay to be interacted with, with removal spells or with counter spells or something. But if you're willing to build your deck around it, if you're willing to just play spells at instant speed instead of your own turn, you're gonna get a lot of free value from the Ambusher. So pretty sweet card overall.
Thomas thinking about whether he wants to flash in this Omen or maybe make a Shark. Can't do both.
This is going to get Mystica disputed. Is this the time where you get to use a dispute? If you have a dispute, you're countering this Omen for sure.
Just because otherwise the card is mostly going to be dead, yeah. No, it resolves. So a bit of a preordain there. Luca on top, we already knew about that, of course, because it was put there with an Ether Gust. And, the land left on top as well. Okay, so just more or less cycling that Omen there. Land on top. So this now, no, still one short of going Shark Typhoon into Luca, which would be pretty sick. Got to make a decision between one or the other here. Could also go Luca, Agent, Yorion. Seems decent. You've got to get through whatever the 2 cards in hand are, but that's not necessarily impossible.
Yeah, it looks like Thomas is kind of all in this game. Like he's deciding, okay, well, I'm going to attack with the token and then play Luca. If it gets countered, I guess I'm dead. Or if my opponent has counters for the Luca and Yorion, I guess that's kind of it, because if you wanted to just stay alive for a little bit longer, you would be able to just jump block with the Shark token. You would be able to make a token with Castle of Antris possibly to be able to block 2 of the wolves. But now Thomas is kind of all in on at least one of these 2 spells resolving this turn.
And it's not going to work out too well here. Now you've got Yorion. Oh, that one is going to resolve. Okay, well, even if the Luca didn't survive, the Yorion does come down and blink to create some chump blockers, draw a card, and I guess we can try Luca again. So not out of it just yet, not out for the count.
Yeah, this is good. One of the plays that Thomas also had available to him was to just pass the turn. Just keep his Shark token on tap.
Typhoon, yeah.
Let the opponent stay at 6 life, and then try to cycle Shark Typhoon for a huge token that would be able to ambush the ambusher and eat it in combat. You would be chump blocking one of the wolf tokens. You would be taking 3 damage down to 3, but then you would have a big enough flyer that would be able to win next turn, and you get that via cycling, so that would not be able to be countered unless the opponent has another Tail's End or something like Brazen Boar to bounce the token. So it would be a little risky, but so was this line. This line was just hoping that one of the 2 cards that I play is not going to get countered.
So Nightpack Ambusher makes another wolf. See a bunch of mana floated here. And can activate Castle Vantris again, potentially. Oh, Expansion Explosion, X equals 10. And that's the ball game. There you go, simple as that. Waiting for the opportune moment, and Thomas tapping out like that, ultimately sealing his fate. And we go now to game number 3. These 2 players sideboarding once again. And, love that title of the deck. We've seen a lot of very creative names given to these decks, Martin, today. We've seen Red Bull, we've seen, RBU, whatever, which was confusing at one point because I think it was some kind of green deck and that was called RBU, Red Bull Untapped. And I was like, wait, no, it's just not Jesco. What are you doing? What's RBU? Grixis. But this one's great. New deck name.
You love to see it.
You do. You really do love to see it. You really do love to see it. All right, we move on now to game number 3 here between Thomas Vontapelts and his opponent here, whose name I'm told is Kento Furuta.
That's a pretty great hand. You don't have white mana yet for Teferi, but you do have a Scryland, and you have Mystical Dispute and Narset. Like, you have your best cards against a deck like this. Right, that's going on the bottom for sure. I think we're gonna see Thomas possibly delay that Narset for turn 4 when he's gonna have Mystical Dispute up to try to force it into play. If he draws a white source, we might see him sort of offer one of these planeswalkers as tribute on turn 3 for one of the counters that the opponent could have, and then on turn 4 he might try to force through the other one. This is definitely tempting. The opponent only one untapped mana. You're definitely thinking, well, it's just the Mystical Dispute, right? They can't have something like Negate or something, but Dispute is definitely a card the opponent can have here, and that's
there it is. Yep. So punished
yeah,
here.
I think it's reasonable because now Thomas might be able to just resolve the Teferi on this 4th turn by forcing it through just one counter.
Okay. Yeah. Mystical Dispute in hand to defend here.
This is a cool opt, by the way, because this opt just lets you know if your opponent has a Mystical Dispute or not. Unless they are playing with full control, you know that, well, they have something that they're getting priority for. So the one card that would make sense in this situation is Mystical Dispute.
Yep, and that Mystical Dispute is going to be used to counter the Growth Spiral upstairs with Teferi. Very, very useful and powerful card against Teemo Rek here. And landing it early like this is definitely a good thing for Thomas Vontapelts.
Now, normally we would say, okay, well, Thomas is a Teferi now. He's in the driver's seat. There's not a lot of stuff in the Teamer deck that gets rid of Teferi. But now with Shark Typhoon in the mix, that gets a lot different because you can just make a big flyer at the end of turn and you can attack the Teferi. This is also the reason why Thomas used the Mystical Dispute on that Growth Spiral, just to make sure the opponent doesn't get super far ahead on mana, so that they can cycle the Typhoon for a big token, soon enough, and they're going to be that one land behind than they would have if the Growth Spiral resolved. This other guess is a really, really good draw because shocking yourself to put that 4th land into play untapped.
Yeah.
that kind of signalized to me something like Wild Pack Ambusher, but with the Teferi in play, you're not going to be able to do it. But it's still a great card to have in your hand for like a potential reclamation in the future, for a potential ambusher in the future. This one is most likely just going to be a 2/2 shark token, but you can just play your Yorion here just to have a 4/5 in play, just to protect your Teferi.
These two cards kind of at odds with each other here, Ether Gust and Fires, but going to cast the Fires all the same, maybe test the waters there. Can play Yorion here, wow, yeah, and is going to as well. I guess this resets the loyalty on the Teferi, which is fine.
And Fires here is essentially going to mean that both players now...
This is sailing close to the wind. Why would you exile your Fires?
Well,
we're gonna see Tail's End. This is gonna get Tail's End. Oh, I was so close. I was so close. If there was a Tail's End that countered that would have been bananas. There was no reason to get rid of the Fires there.
Yeah, like exiling Fires here. Well, Fires doesn't really, exiling Fires doesn't really matter. But what mattered was exiling Teferi.
No, but if you exile look, what I'm saying is, people do that, right? Either for just for the goofs or whatever, or just because they're not really thinking about it. Like sometimes you do want to exile your Fires, but we're going to reach a point where someone does that and for no reason exiles a card just because it'd be funny or because it exile the Fires, whatever, and then they're going to get done by Tail's End. Don't do this. Don't do this, my friends. Revered viewers watching this stream, when you're playing in high stakes Magic, when you're playing in proper real competitive Magic like this Red Bull Untapped tournament, you shouldn't. I mean, I'm a big fan of goofs and spoofs, but I'm not doing that sort of thing.
I think also just exiling your Teferi in that spot is not great. I understand that Thomas wants to draw the extra card, but by doing that, you allow the opponent to play something at instant speed. Because the Teferi is gone till the end of turn, so now the opponent is able to play something like
flash in their Ambusher, which they wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. Yep, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So another bounce here from the Teferi. Second one's sending the Ambusher skywards. And no attacks.
I like that decision by Thomas quite a lot, because this is exactly the spot where you would expect your opponent to have that Shark Typhoon cycle at the end of turn. So I just fully expect to see a Shark token here. And if I attack, I'm just exposing my Teferi to getting eaten by a Shark token.
Okay, no Sharks. Instead, it is Castle Vantress. I'm going to scry here, see what they can find.
And Thomas definitely needs to find like some more gas. He needs to find some kind of action so he can start attacking. Something like a Shark Typhoon of his own would be great. Maybe he's going to get to cycle the Triome, so he's definitely going to be able to find a little bit more cards this way. Could he have cycled the Triome on his own turn? He has Fires in play, right? So he would be able to just cast whatever he
Yeah, I mean, that's true, spells, right? Like, you can't play spells anyway. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure how many spells he played in his own turn, but
one Teferi.
Just one Teferi. Yeah, then you could just cycle the Triumph on your own turn
and still have
with Fires in play. You can't cast anything on your opponent's turn anyway, and then if you draw something good, you are going to be able to play it. But I didn't see what how he scried, so maybe he kept like a counter spell on the top or something that he's not going to be able to play anyway. Although keeping counters at this point wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense because you do have that Fires in play.
It just lands. Wow, it's flooding out here.
He is
ferocious.
Yep.
At least, I mean, you can use the Vantress at least to try to draw something good next turn. Now, obviously, with your opponent tapped out, you're free to attack with the Yorion. Opponent sort of forced to tap out there on their turn because of the Teferi.
Wow, that's an interesting attack.
And now another Chemist's Insight main phase.
Oh wait, yeah, the opponent was tapped out. Never mind.
Yeah, the opponent tapped out, because of the Chemist's Insight the previous turn.
That makes sense.
It's a good time to attack. Get in while you can, so you didn't need to defend your Teferi from an instant speed shark. And the opponent having a good old think about what they want to do with the rest of their turn here.
Yeah, they have a lot of cards in hand, and it's not easy to play against Teferi. Well, Blast Zone, that is a way to get rid of Teferi.
Okay. And another Chemist's Insight, this one being flashed back. 2 more cards. And Thomas now just Castle Vantress. Oh, there's some business. Now, the Luca would turn a Yorion into an Agent of Treachery, but that at least, yeah, don't need the second fire. Is going to keep the Luca. No, not going to keep the Luca. All right, send it below decks. Away it goes. Pack your bags and move out of town, my friend. That's the end of you. But if you're not looking for a Luca, what are you looking for? Just an actual agent? Scry again in the upkeep.
Yeah, I think you want to draw Shark Typhoon. Yeah, Shark Typhoon is like one of the best possible draws. Narset is also an excellent one because Narset stops your opponent from being able to cast all these Chemistry's Insight, Opts, Rose, whatever they can find to dig deeper into their deck for answers.
So we're gonna see Narset drawn, played downstairs. You get to then pick up the Shark Typhoon. And what do? You just play it as an enchantment?
No, I'm pretty sure I keep it in my hand to just cycle it in the future. I was wondering if you even want to activate the Narset here, because you're guaranteed to draw that Shark Typhoon next turn. But if you're gonna play it, then that makes sense. That makes sense for sure. If you just want to get it into your hand so you can play the Shark Typhoon,
yeah,
that's a different story.
Yeah. So now Thomas will be hoping to draw some big non-creature spells here in order to start triggering that Shark Typhoon. Narset's going to help in that regard, of course.
Yeah, at this point, the opponent really needs to find a Shark Typhoon on their own to have a blocker.
Pretty good.
To have a blocker for the Yorion and maybe try to start attacking or try to deal with these Planeswalkers. But Reclamation here is actually really good. With the Fairy in play, you're not usually able to use the untapped mana for Reclamation, but with Blast Zone in play, you're going to be able to put extra counters on it, untap the Blast Zone, and then use it to get rid of both Narset and Teferi. So this was absolutely huge for the opponent.
Yeah, it's a great draw there, that Wilderness Reclamation. The opponent no longer languishing under the yoke of Teferi, and is free to draw extra cards with, another Shark Typhoon. I mean, you can keep that, play it, get a 6/6. Woo, mate. I mean, it probably gets countered, but still. Woo. Let's see here. Yep, Shark Typhoon stays on top, unsurprisingly. So let's see. On tap land here, says you probably want to start cycling the Shark Typhoon. I mean, don't you just want a massive shark at this point? Here's an attack. All right.
I think I like playing the Shark Typhoon here. Your mana's tapped, like you're not going to be able to cycle it for too much, and you're at the spot where you just need to deal the last couple points of damage, and 2 would not be good enough if you cycle it. So and just playing it here as an enchantment is going to make it 6/6 here. So it's going to be almost the same as cycling it, but instead of getting a random new card, you're going to get an enchantment in play.
Well, no, or you get a counterspell out of your opponent's card. A counterspell out of your opponent's hand. Yeah, like this, negate. Okay. All right, well, that's the end of Shark Typhoon, but it did make a 6/6, and so now 2 lethal threats on the battlefield here for Thomas van der Pelt. And it's up to Umegon, who is going to, look at this, get rid of the Wilderness Reclamation here, main phase.
Yeah, he has to do it on his own turn because of that Fires of Invention that he played earlier, so he wouldn't be able to use Ether Gust. Otherwise, it gets negated as well, but we're still making free tokens, so the value is definitely on Thomas's side, and this is a tough spot for the opponent.
Another Chemist's Insight. This one also flashed back. Obviously, the opponent looking for something here. Whether they can find it, however, time's certainly running out more ways than one. So is there anything that the opponent can do here, or is Thomas just going to take this one out as he sends the Sharks over? Next turn, opponent down to 4, hitting the rope here.
At this point, the opponent can't really play around anything. Like there is way too much in play that would allow you to play around certain things. So at this point, what do you need to have? Like a Brazen Borrower to bounce the 6/6 token, play it, block the 2/2 guy, then still have something to deal with the Yorion. So maybe like a Shark Typhoon on your own. Shark Typhoon and Brazen Borrower, like the combination of these two cards, that'd be a good start. Something like Expansion Explosion to deal with Yorion possibly. So if the opponent's able to, let's see, it's 5 mana in the pool already, they can cast Explosion for 5, hoping to draw the Brazen Borrower. So this is a really good start. Now they have 5 mana to work with. Brazen Borrower would be excellent at bouncing one of the sharks. They can cycle a shark of their own to make a chump blocker, take 2, go to 2, and now they have a full hand to play with. So yeah, not the worst.
Not necessarily all over just yet, as we see Castle Vantress now scrying 2.
I think this Omen is gonna stay on the top because not only does it make 2 1/1s, it also makes a 2/2 flyer.
3/3. 3/3 shark. Yep.
Wow, that actually puts it on the bottom and just goes for an unknown card. At this point, like if I'm putting my opponent down to 2, I think I just want the guaranteed 2/2 token.
Well, let's see. Maybe this is just going to be it. The opponent did draw 5 cards last turn. Shark Typhoon to chump block here, go to 2. But of course, that 6/6 is going to be replaced by a 4/4, as we see another Fires of Invention cast here. And so now back to the opponent, who has to cook up something pretty special here. They can explode. If they play a land, they can explode for 16, which is not quite enough.
They can play another Reclamation, which is that is
okay. Yeah. That's enough then, right? So with a land, sure, that is 22. Yep. So Expansion Explosion will win this game. The opponent with 6 cards in hand done a masterful job of ducking, dodging, diving, and weaving here, Martin, and may be rewarded for it.
I think if they do have the explosion, I think the key moment in this game, the key card, was that blast zone. Just blast zoning both Narset and Teferi out of nowhere, because you expected the opponent to have to take an entire turn to first load up the blast zone with enough counters and then blow it up next turn. But with that Wilderness Reclamation, that allowed them to do it all in that one end step, not even allowing you to use that Narset for the second time or to do anything with your Teferi. So,
and there's the explosion. X equals 20. That is huge. Look at that. Make you lose your entire life total. Draw half your deck as well. And very well played by the opponent, clinging on for dear life. And a very well-deserved win after a long and hard-fought battle. My goodness me, that one certainly had some ups and downs. Well, that is that for a coverage of round number 4 here, my friends. We're going to head back over to the news desk where Niels is standing by. And do stick with us, my friends, because we have a metagame breakdown coming your way as part of the Red Bull Untapped Qualifier coverage. Stay with us. We'll be back at the desk after this.
Okay, that was a pretty crazy match there at the end. Thomas van der Paal, the person we saw in the active player seat, the Yorion player, is actually a good friend of mine, so it was pretty heartbreaking to see him lose that way. But that's just how things go, you know. Sometimes you win some, you lose some, and it's time for you to win something as well, dear viewer. We are giving away another Commander deck and an Ikoria bundle, so 100 cards pre-made deck that you can play straight out of the box with your friends, or a bundle with 10 boosters and a bunch of premium little extras. Just make sure that you keep an eye out for the moderator in the chat. They will let you know what you need to spam in order to get this prize. While you are trying to win, we will be talking to Javier Dominguez. Javier, the Player of the Year 2018, winner of Mythic Championship 5. How are you?
Good. How are yourself?
Thank you very much, Javier. So let's set the scene a little bit first. You're a pro player. You're very prolific, but you're also a little piece of Red Bull Untapped history. Can you tell me a little bit of what happened last year and how you ended up here again?
Well, last year I won the qualifier in Florence, so I played the finals. And the finals, I think I ended like fourth or third. I don't really remember. Third or fourth. Yeah.
Yep,
I lost to
very
the Belgian winner. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it feels to be the end boss, right? So you're playing in this event. What was that a decision for you to make, or was it like, oh, they're announcing this thing, we're in there straight away, let's go back?
No, I mean, I just saw the announcement, so I'm like, well, this might be fun. And there's like, I'm obviously not going out today, so may as well just play a tournament.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, this for sure is turning into a action-packed day for everybody involved. What are you playing, Javier?
Just Kai Luca.
Just Kai Luca, so the new top dog in the format, it seems. What made you decide for the deck?
Well, you said it. It seems to be the new top dog in the format. That's pretty much why I play the deck.
Yeah, sure, makes sense. I mean, if you can't beat them, join them, right?
Yes.
So you're standing currently at XN1, or are you still undefeated?
XO.
XO, perfect. All right, so you're in perfect position, 4-0 to make a run into the tournament. What are your expectations if you're in this kind of high pressure tournament? I mean, it's pretty hard to make day two. Let's not even talk about being in the single elimination bracket tomorrow. Do you have a goal set for yourself?
For me, I don't really think of goals in terms of results. I just try my best to win every game I can, and that's it. I don't have any expectation. I just don't work with them.
Yeah. Okay. So it's all about the current game. Let's win this one and then forget about all the rest. There's no surroundings. There is just this one focus, energy, and go round by round. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yes, there's just a magic game at the time, so I just try to play the game.
Okay, I think that's an amazing attitude. It's sometimes that perspective of realizing you're in something that's so much bigger than what you're used to, especially for the people that might not have been in a tournament with this higher stakes. For you, obviously, it's more relative to some of the other experiences you've had. Can you imagine? Actually, let's go back to when you were this player. What was your first big event?
Well, my first event, I think it was Pro Tour New Orleans, like about 2002 or 2000, yeah, 2003, I think. So it was like ages ago.
That's impossible. 2002, you couldn't be older than 5, man.
No, I was like 16. So yeah.
I made Pro Tour at 16. That's pretty impressive.
So I can like understand how it feels to just play a big tournament, and I think I just love that feeling. And part of that feeling always stays. What changes is like how I approach the game itself. But it's always exciting to play a tournament where you can win something big for you.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, it never gets old to play Magic tournaments.
So you're saying you're still feeling that same thing that probably 1,000 of our players are feeling right at this point. Like they actually can't believe that they're 4-0 or 3-1. They're still in the running. It's still fun. You still have that excitement.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm doing well in a tournament, it's just good. It's like, wow, things are going well today. Let's see if they can keep going well, and maybe.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of a rush. I always felt when I was doing well, I got really deep into the zone, and as the tournament proceeded, I usually felt like I could focus even better and better and better because it's just a different kind of energy. But yeah, maybe that's just my experience. But it's always nice to see and talk to people that are doing really well as well. So, Javier, thank you very much for this interview. Good luck in the next rounds, and I hope I get to talk to you in the near future again for hopefully a welcome to day 2 or even a higher finish.
Thank you very much.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
Let's disconnect Javier so he doesn't accidentally enter our next section, which is our social media. Yes, the spotlight is back on you, and we found some little nuggets to talk about in our in-between section. Let's have a look at our first tweet here by Willy Edel. You might remember him. He's the Brazilian people that got featured in the feature match a couple of times. He said, dropped 1-2 from the hashtag Red Bull Untapped 2020. The kids woke up and need their breakfast. I had a lot of fun playing a big event from home while streaming and hanging out with the chat. If you play MTG for money, or if EV is the most important thing, you are playing the wrong game. So we see here a seasoned professional, a man with a family, getting up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. He's in Brazil after all. And he's just like, hey, this is fun. This is why this is my hobby. This is what grew into such a huge thing, and I was part of it. I'm just happy to be playing in something at the scale of Red Bull Untapped. It's hard to put your finger on just that feeling of belonging, of being part of something this big, this encompassing, engulfing, hugging the world almost. It's just great, and it's cool to see Willy Edel just throw that one out of the ether. I hope he's having a great day. I hope he made the best breakfast ever for his kids, and I hope right now he's telling his kids just what an amazing time he had, and who knows, maybe getting the next generation ready to be playing in feature matches in the future. We'll see. We have another one. Oh, this is a picture that looks like. Wait, that's the stream. We just saw that. And wait, this is Riley Knight. That's our caster. So Riley posted, Stranjak just brought me lunch. Looks like he's set up for a very, very long day here, Riley, or he's doing a dirty bulk. Of course, that's possible. I hope you're enjoying your lunch, Riley, as we continue onwards. Then our next feature, we have a metagame analysis for you. Yes, you could see the list that MTG Melee has available to you, but we had our analyst really look at that because MTG Melee just uses the names that the players give us. Toby Henke made us a really sweet graphic, and I will be going over it together with Frank. Frank, are you there?
I'm here. I'm actually kind of hungry after seeing that lunch picture from Riley.
Right? That looked good, man. Okay, so let's have a look at our metagame. We heard it already from Javier, Yorion, Luca. It's the new top dog. Let's talk about it. What is the deck about? We just saw a bit of it, but I'll let you explain what its plan is.
Well, the main card, it's actually in the sideboard. It's the companion, Yorion Sky Nomad. This card has just transformed standards to the point where 80 is the new 60. Basically, in mid-range or control decks, the restriction that Yorion sets is pretty easy to adapt to, because basically the power disparity between your, let's say, 30th card or 80th card, it's pretty small. Like, all cards in standard are so powerful right now. So by including Yorion in just a good stuff deck, you're not giving up much in the way of consistency, but starting every game with like a free 8th card, that is pretty good. And especially in this deck, you can combine Yorion with Fires of Invention for some powerful synergies. If you cast Yorion as your second spell with Fires of Invention, then you can blink it, freeing up all your mana to play another spell and just get to devastating turns. The other big element of this deck, which is very powerful, is Lokka Copper Coat Outcast. In a deck with a bunch of token makers, stuff like Omen of the Sun, for example, and where the only creature is Agent of Treachery, you can very easily get agents on the table and steal all the opposing permanents. Then
So
blink
let me cut in
Yorion.
there. Sorry, Frank, let me just cut in there. So Luca, for those of you that don't know, is a planeswalker that lets you sacrifice a permanent and then lets you go through your deck until you find a creature. Now, usually this is a random effect, but if you have only one creature in your deck and the rest is tokens, then you'll always find the same card, which makes this a super strong synergy. The Agent of Treachery with the Luca is like this little sub deck inside the Yorion Fires. Sorry for interrupting you there, Frank. I just a bit
Thank you
worried
for
about
the-
our newer players.
For the clarification. But yeah, this is basically the new top dog in the format. At like nearly 20% of the field. The most popular decks you see here were not particularly surprising to me. It is somewhat similar to what we have seen at recent big events, but all of them also make sense when you think about, well, if Yorion Lokka is the deck to beat, how do you beat it? And generally in Magic, you can beat the deck by either going over it or going under it. Now, going under just means that you're like just much faster and you try to win before, let's say, all the Yorions come down. That's what Boros Cycling and Mono Red Obosh do so well. They have a bunch of one drops, come out of the gates quickly, and for example, the Boros Cycling deck that just cycles until it finds Zenith Flare, a card that deals damage to the opponent equal to the number of cycling cards in your graveyard. And the Yorion Lokka deck has pretty much no good answer to it in the main deck. So this is also why decks in Magic tend to get more or less popular depending on what the metagame is like, and Boros Cycling seems to be well positioned. And Mono Red Obosh has really had a breakout performance last weekend. It is now the fourth most played deck, so red deck still winning.
Yeah, like we said earlier, from zero pretty much in the meta game to becoming the unsung hero of the aggro player almost. Boros Cycling, if I'm not mistaken, that pretty much always features Luca, right? Features, I'm sorry, Lurus.
Lurus, yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
too many cards that sound the same.
Um, it's not a big part of the deck, but it is just a free eighth card that you're never gonna say no to. Almost all decks in standard are actually playing a companion right now. Team of Reclamation is one of the exceptions. Normally, you would say, couldn't you play Yorion in there? But this is kind of a combo deck that really wants to draw the combination of Wilderness Reclamation and Expansion Explosion. And yeah, in such a deck, you don't want to go to 80 cards.
Yeah, that makes sense. So the Yorion decks, they're pure about getting that value, and like you said, the power level in Magic in Standard currently is just way higher than we've been used to. Not so much in the peak, but also in what comes behind it. I feel like there's so many more in number playable cards available to us than now, where Team of Reclamation is like you say, all about the synergy, like getting that combo of cards together. That's a really interesting way of looking at the balance and explaining why Team of Reclamation doesn't want to get a companion. So there we have some lonely players there. But let's look at the next slide that has the next few decks available. Let's just wait until we get them on the screen as well. So we have Bond Midrange, Rakdos Lurus, Monored Aggro, Teamer Adventures, Teamer Elementals, Rakdos Obosh, Jeskai Fires, Mardu Knights, Sultai Midrange for the first one here, the Bond Midrange deck, 5% of the meta game, still sizable. The rest, we immediately fall to less than 3.5%. Frank, do you have any more insights for us? Can we just, let's do a very quick I'm giving you 10 seconds to just explain what each deck sort of tries to achieve. Let's go. Bump mid range.
Also a Yorion deck, but this time with Growth Spiral and Uro to ramp into powerful cards quickly.
Perfect. Rakdos Lurus.
A sacrifice-based deck around Golden Familiar and Witch's Oven that keeps the curve low for Lurus.
Yep. All right. Putting some cats in oven sounds very classic. Mono red aggro.
This is pretty much the mono red deck with Embercleave and Torbran, going for those more powerful cards, even though you don't have Obosh.
Yeah, so no companions. Give me a big sword and an angry dwarf. Got it. Teamer Adventurers.
Exploiting Actual Innkeeper and Lucky Clover, along with all the best adventure cards in the Teamer colors.
Okay, Teamer Elementals.
Generally using Omnath to exploit elementals, which you can also nicely blink with Yorion.
Yeah. So we often see Yorions in there as well. That's good to know. Obviously, Risen Reef in there as well as the big card advantage engine. It's like combining swarming with sometimes pretty aggressive openings, if I'm understanding this deck correctly.
Yeah, and often also plays the teamer ultimatum,
Yep.
so kind of a ramp element in there.
Yeah, we saw that in one of the feature matches where I was like, yeah, this match is over unless something really drastic happens now. And then it was like, here's a teamer ultimatum. And I was like, oh, well, something really drastic just happened. Let's stay in this match for a little while longer. Next up, we have Ragdos Obosh.
This is also Witches Oven and Cauldron familiar, but this time with 3 drops instead of 2 drops.
Very, very different, I hear. Okay, Jeskai Fires. Now, let me guess on this one. It is Yorion Luca, but with just the Jeskai core in it.
No, this is actually the Fires deck with Keruga as the companion. I'll just say how the mighty have fallen.
Yeah.
When Ikoria Standard started, that was pretty much the most played deck, using Fires to cast cards like Cavalier of Flame and Kenrith for free on turn 5. But after all the people discovered the Yorion decks with stuff like Elspeth Conquers Death and Agent of Treachery to handle those, the deck fell out of favor.
Yeah, I still remember that. It still feels like our most popular deck is just the grandchild of this one, Spiritual Father for sure. Mardu Knights.
Using Tournament Grounds to fix the mana for all the best knights in 3 colors.
Yep, straightforward. Sultai midrange.
Often trying to ramp into Casualties of War, along with all the best blue cards.
Yeah, just really strong in board control and has access to counter spells. We have one more slide with some of the decks that were played as well. Let's switch to our third slide. We're going to go over that pretty quickly as we are getting to the 2% range. It's also starting to repeat itself. We're seeing a lot of things that we've seen in other decks. They just aim to tag a little bit extra or go back to basics. Let's do the 10-second rundown again, Mark. Frank, I'm sorry. Jessica is cycling.
Basically Boros cycling with sometimes a very small blue splash in there, but still going for Zenith Flares.
Yeah, still going for Zenith Flares. Often they add Improbable Alliance or the 1/1 haste dragon thingy. I know it's called Dorat, but I don't know what the original name is for the real magic card. Next up, Azorius Control.
Shadow the Sky, Teferi, and Counter Magic are still great for the control mages.
Yeah, so super classic. It's been an archetype since Magic existed. It's still around. It always has these tools available in these 2 colors, it seems. Jeskai Winota, the scary explosive deck.
Step 1, make tokens with Raise the Alarm. Step 2, cast Winota. Step 3, attack, triggering Winota to just get a bunch of Agent of Treacheries from your deck and overpowering the opponent.
Yeah, so this card actually takes abuse of something that is kind of funny. It rewards you for attacking with non-human creatures by giving you human creatures, and they don't let you cheat on your tokens by making all the tokens that human in the current set, but all the ones that were printed before pretty much were just soldiers. They never specified they were humans, and that makes this a very interesting and very explosive deck to look at as well. It's a bit a spin the wheel kind of deck, but it's super fun to play, I think, and super fun to watch as well. Mono white, Frank.
Just playing very small white creatures and turning them sideways.
Yep, Gruul Fires.
Usually with Kahira, playing all kinds of wacky creature types to stomp the opponent with monsters.
Yeah, so mid-range aggro plays fires just to overcome that mid-range even harder, have an even bigger spike at turn 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Esper control is the same as Azorius control, just with better point removal, I expect.
Yep, pretty much. Slightly better cards, slightly worse mana, but the same strategy.
Okay, and then we are going to fast forward a little bit because it looks like we are done with today's round. This round, round number 4. Wow, a long segment here. My brain is melting. So we had a couple of more decks with mono black Ors of Lurrus, and the last one disappeared, so I can't talk about it anymore. We're going to our player profiles just to give you a look at the people that were in this event as we started while we wait for round 5 to start.
Sounds like a plan.
We're actually stopping in between to update you on a few of the very specific players we have. After round 3, we have confirmed that Martin Dang is still undefeated. Rival Thoralf Severin is still on 3-0. Willy Edel is on 1-2. We saw on his social media post that he has given up on this tournament. We have rival Christian Hawk on 3-0. Chris Kvortek playing all the way from America in the MPL is on 2-1, still in the running with his back against the wall. And then we have another few players, if I'm not mistaken. That is on the next slide. We see Xiqian Li from Hong Kong, still undefeated. Javier, we just had a chat with him. We know he's not on 3-0. He's already on 4-0. We have Brent Vos on 1-2, so no longer in the running for day 2, but might still be playing. Anton still in the running, 2-1. Come on, Anton, you got this. And then Thomas Holzinger, who is still on 3-0. We don't know what these players exactly did this round, but we will keep you updated as the rounds proceed. And then since it won't be that much time anymore until we go to the next round, we'll show you some of our player profiles, some of these highlights that we have from them, showing what their favorite deck is, what their favorite card is, while we wait for the next round to start. And we will be back with you soon with round 5 and a bunch of features with Riley and Martin. This is Red Bull Untapped 2020. I'll see you soon. Wow, our admins are on fire. That's such a fast turnover. We are ready for round 5 and we have a feature match already for you. Let's go over to Riley and Martin and see what they have to say about our set of new features.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to live coverage of Red Bull Untapped. Riley Knight joined by the Hall of Famer Martin User. And Martin, we are jumping into a match between Manny Davudi, Zapgaze, who is facing off against Mark Gomez, Fulminator Mark. Pretty good name there. And this is a bit of a blast from the past. We haven't seen Karuga Fires around for a couple of weeks, right?
As soon as I saw Manny to be announced for the feature match, I instantly knew he was going to be playing Fires. He's been playing Fires for maybe 3 months straight at least now. He placed second at the DreamHack in Anaheim, eventually losing to Aaron Gertler in the finals, and he's just been playing Fires ever since. He was playing it in all the Magic Fest Onlines, including the seasonal championships, and he's just had a lot of success with the deck. So I am not surprised at all to see him on Fires here.
Teferi, the first play for him here on turn number 3, upstairs against Fulminator Mark on mono red. And again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am just baffled, Martin. I'm just baffled that mono red is seeing success in a new build that doesn't play Embercleave. It is wild.
Yeah, it's just a different kind of deck. And Heraldic Banner, honestly, that card is doing so much work in the deck. And basically, right now, the new kind of plan with mono red is not to just play a lot of creatures and then put Embercleave on one of them. It's to just play a lot of creatures and play Heraldic Banner and just go wide. So that has kind of just been the new strategy that this deck adopted. But historically, Fires against small creature decks is a matchup that tends to favor the Fires player because
quite
they have
heavily,
access
right?
they have access to cards like Bonecrusher Giant. They have access to cards like Deafening Clarion. They just have way too much early interaction, and having a sweeper for 3 mana, honestly, that's kind of the most important part.
Yeah, and there are 4 copies of Deafening Clarion in this list, and the reason that its utility kind of continues beyond, the early turns when you need to clean up a board like this, Deafening Clarion also it hardly kills any of the maybe like Bonecrusher Giant or maybe a Brazen Borrower. So you can give your team lifelink. You give your Sphinx, your Kenrith, your Cavaliers lifelink, and you get in there. And so this deck actually has a lot of staying power when it comes to life total. Now you can see already Manny's in a great spot because this Teferi has gained him 6 life so far. And that's actually huge.
Yeah, this is great. Like when you're playing against an aggressive deck that has to focus a lot of the early aggression and a lot of resources on just fighting your one planeswalker that you played on turn 3, that is exactly what you want to do if you're the Fires player. Usually you just want to buy yourself some time, develop your own board, and we already see Manny with Fires of Invention in play, which is his most important card by far. He already has a Sphinx of Foresight in play, which is going to set up his future draw steps to make sure he doesn't flood out or draw too many lands. And he has that Karuga ready in the companion zone or the sideboard, ready to be played and draw him. What is going to be 5 cards in this situation, which is crazy. Like this is kind of like the new Magic world where companions are just a part of the game, and it's supposed to be something that you should be working hard for. And you should be there's a restriction on your deck, and the upside is that you're going to play Karuga as a free card, and it's going to draw you 5 extra cards here. So that is just some crazy value, and this is definitely looking pretty decent for Manny, especially because he picked up that copy of Kenrid, the Return King, which can gain him a lot of extra life.
Like 10 life a turn or whatever.
Yeah, he's going to be able to cycle that Triumph now because he's kind of drawing a little bit too many lands. But with this big a board, like the only problem that you have on the other side of the battlefield is the Annex. Obviously, now the opponent can finally play Obosh because they reach 5 mana, but you now have enough
such
stuff.
a high life total as well. It just doesn't matter. Like on 19, if you're on like 10, maybe you start worrying about this position or fewer. But in this spot, like you've got big beefy blockers, and here, yeah, look at this. The opponent going to attacks without even casting the Obosh. And here, okay, the Annex gets in. I mean, you can even just take 5. You're going up to, what, 24 next turn? You're really not worried.
This is the kind of game where the red deck has to just jam, and they can't be worried about playing around anything. This is not the kind of game where you can just say like, oh wow, well my opponent just drew 5 cards, so I guess they probably have a Deafening Clarion. They might have this kind of bounce spell, Teferi, blah blah blah, whatever. No, this is the kind of game where the only chance you have is literally if that Karuga drew your opponent 5 lands and they're gonna draw 3 or 4 more. That's the only chance you have. So you just have to focus everything at trying to get your opponent down to 0 as if their hand was 6 lands.
And look at this. With the Deafening Clarion off the top, you can gain even more life here. Activate Teferi. Can play Kenrith, even give it haste if you want to slam it into the battlefield. Otherwise, you just play a land, gain 10.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see here is Manny playing Kenrid.
Oh, bringing back Karuga. Okay, even better.
Oh, he does have a Black Triumph.
Yeah.
That is great. That is excellent. I have been running a 1 copy of Swamp in the Fires deck for quite a while because you can find it with Fabled Passage. Now that the Triumphs are basically a free source of black because they already give you two colors of mana that your deck already needs. And if you draw too many lands, you can just cycle it for to try to find more gas. And this was a pretty good turn for Manny.
Yeah, huge attack here as well for 18. No lifelink, no nothing. Just getting in there, going to put the opponent down to 2. And the explosive power of Jesco Fires has kind of been lost in the shuffle as we saw Jesco Fires give way to the Jesco Luca deck, which Corey Baumaster described as a better Fires version. And we're kind of seeing what was lost with this here. And now here's the instant speed Clarion. Didn't even bother giving the creatures lifelink? No, of course you did. Okay, I didn't. That was a very fast. It was speed run strats here. Speed run strats from Manny.
Yeah,
and
Manny has
35. Opponent down to 2. This one's over.
Manny has all the experience in the world with his deck, so we can be sure that he's gonna make all the right plays at all times. He won Grand Prix Vegas, I believe 2017, I think.
Yeah. Playing Jesco Fires before Fires Invention was even printed. He's been playing it. It was incredible.
I believe he actually used Affinity, but that was pretty funny. 35 life with this kind of board and actually discarding to hand size doesn't give the red deck too much of a chance.
An embarrassment of riches, and we see Fulminator Mark packing them up. And I love this. I love these clean cut sideboards. I love them so much. Where it's just like 4-4-4-3. I guess it's 4-4-4-2-1 now these days, but still so good. Elspeth Conquers Death comes in, a nice answer to the Annex, and of course the Obosh, the commander, the companion.
Yeah, looking at sideboarding, Manny is ready for the mid range and control matchup. Rubber of the Rich is a great card that works when you want to lower your curve a little bit in those kind of matchups where your opponents are bringing in all these Dovin's vetoes and all these expensive counter spells, negates all that kind of stuff that's supposed to stop your Fires of Invention from resolving. And it's kind of like this. It's a very similar strategy to what Team of Reclamation is doing after sideboard when they transform their deck into Nightpack Ambushers and counter spells. Here you are just lowering your curve and you're using Robber of the Rich, is something your opponent might not be ready for.
Now, of course, when you put in the Robber of the Rich or the Dovin's Veto for that matter, you can't play Karuga anymore as your companion. So your companion either goes into the main deck or stays in the sideboard and is not cast as a companion anymore.
That's true. That's a good point.
But the cost is worth paying if it's going to give you that extra couple of percentage points against the decks that you need to beat. And so many people are happy to pay that price as a result.
I really like how you can get around these deck building restrictions by just running some of these cards that you can effectively use before
Like the adventure cards?
Yeah, like Bone Crusher Giant or Light Up the Stage. Like these are 3 drops, but you can use Bone Crusher Giant for 2 mana. You can play Light Up the Stage for 1. Like the spectacle cost, the adventure part of the cards.
Yeah.
That allows you to just get around these deck building restrictions really nicely.
All right, we're heading to game number 2 now. Sphinx of Foresight in the opener for Manny. So it means we see a Scry 3 on the beginning of his first upkeep.
Yeah, he's gonna be very excited to see the Bone Crusher Giant. I can imagine, because that's the one of the 2 key cards that he has against the aggressive decks. It's Bone Crusher and it's the Deafening Clarion. So that was pretty much what he was looking for. I think he actually kept all 3 cards.
Yeah, kept all 3. Opponent's not impressed. And now after a Scorch Spitter, a Grim Initiate, and perhaps another 1-drop? Maybe not. Okay. Well, you know they're not going to be playing a 2-drop anyway. There's the land. We could just see probably Island Go here, or maybe you just want to fire off this Stomp now. Let's have a look.
The only reason to fire off the Stomp in your turn would be if your opponent played something like Infuriate, the +3/+2 instant speed trick, because then you wouldn't want to wait until their turn so that they would be able to pump the creature, so it would deal more damage. You would want to fire it off possibly right away, so that if they do play the pump spell, the +3/+2 bonus is going to end at the end.
Is Infuriate attacking?
It might be attacking. There's always all kinds of.
No, just any. No, you're right. Sorry.
Just in general, like if there are pump spells in the format, this is usually how you wanna try to play around it.
So Annex comes down now as a 3/3 after the removal of the Scorch Spitterino, and now Teferi is not a bad way to keep the pressure down. Can bounce the Annex, of course. We'll go down to the Grim Initiate, but you're happy about that. It's bought you a lot of time, more or less a time walk effect here against the mono red deck that tapped out for the Annex there.
And I was going to say, one thing that Manny doesn't have is an untapped land for the turn 4 fires into Sphinx of Foresight, because there is only the 2 Triumphs in his hand, but he did pick up a copy of Hallowed Fountain that is going to allow him to do exactly that right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be under a lot of pressure from that Annex.
Yeah, the biggest difference between this game and the last one is you can very clearly see on your screen the life totals, right? Last time Manny was on, a very respectable, very healthy 19 down to, I think we're down to 14 at the lowest point, whereas here down to 11. That stings, and his life total is less secure. It's less safe than last time around.
Manny choosing to play Bone Crusher Giant over the Sphinx of Foresight here. That pretty much tells you that he is ready to block that Annex.
Yeah,
he just wants to make that trade. He doesn't want to take a lot of damage. He knows that next turn he's going to be able to play Sphinx of Foresight into Karuga. He's going to be drawing a lot of cards, so he just wants to stop the bleeding. He just wants to stop taking damage from that big Annex. I like this attack from the opponent a lot, because by the Bone Crusher Giant being cast there, that your opponent is pretty likely to want to trade with the Annex, and by attacking with the Grim Initiate here, you're basically saying, well, if you want to block my Grim Initiate, that means you're taking 4 from the Annex. That means that I'm going to make 1 token from the Amass trigger, and I'm going to have another token because I have Annex in play. So it is almost always going to end up with the Bone Crusher Giant blocking the Annex, and the Grim Initiate just dealing 1 free point of damage.
This is going to be a big turn here. Look at this. You can go Cavalier. You can activate it to give it haste, and then Deafening Clarion, clear the board, attack for 6, 7, 8 lifelink.
Yeah, that was a great draw, that Deafening Clarion.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you need to play it here. You might as well just play one more creature and just set up for a really, really big next turn.
Depends how much pressure you think you're under, right? Because the thing is, like without an Embercleave, the burst damage potential of the opposing deck is a lot lower. Obosh can come down and threaten to attack for 8, but you've still got good blocks.
Yeah, and this is just about just doing the math and looking at the deck list of both players. Like, both players have access to each other's list, so now just Manny needs to do the math. He needs to take a look at this closely, figure out, okay, well, I might want to attack with the Sphinx of Foresight here. Might want to attack for 6 with that. I might want to just stay back, just make sure I don't take enough damage, because next turn, if I get to play the Deafening Clarion, when I have Cavalier, Sphinx, and Karuga in play, they're going to attack for so much damage, and I'm going to have lifelink on all of them that there's going to be basically no way for the opponent to ever come back from it.
So a block on one of the 1/1s here. I guess they're not blocking themselves, so send them in. But one gets eaten up by the Sphinx of Foresight. It could now be polished off by a removal spell potentially, but it's late up the stage. Okay, so this was just in order to enable spectacle here. Makes more sense.
I was going to say, if that is light of the stage, you still want to attack with all of the creatures probably, right? Because, I mean, just sending the 2 satyrs, a lot of the times that can end up just having both of them blocked there.
Yeah. Yeah, guaranteeing
Tybalt
the
is
damage. Okay, yeah, sure. Tibble's actually huge. Is there a third untapped land here?
Yeah, that's going to stop the life gain. So if the opponent has a 5th land here, that's going to be a really, really nice answer sort of to declare, wow, but no land.
Doesn't have it. And I'll tell you what, this would be a very, very different looking game, Martin, if there was a 5th land there. If Tibbers had come down, right, we'd be in a situation where the whole plan that Manny had been working on here would just completely come unstuck. Kenmouth on the top's not bad either. Yes, please. Yes, please. That's very
a good one, yeah.
That's a good one, as they say. Yep.
And this this just shows you like the entire way this matchup plays out. Just Deafening Clarion, Bone Crusher Giant, like all of the early game interaction, and just having a sweeper against all these 1-drops is just too good.
All right. Opponent offers the GG.
Looks like Manny's still slow rolling the Deafening Clarion, just playing Karuga, going for, well, I guess I'm just gonna gain 10 with my Kenrid.
Yeah.
I'm in no rush to do anything here. Like,
not dying anytime soon.
Each player has 4 creatures in play. I guess it's fair, right?
It's pretty even. Yeah, it is pretty even. I mean, if anything, Mark's creatures, when they die, they replace themselves.
That's true.
So, good position for him to be in.
Well, I guess they get replaced by 1. You're gonna get a 3/3.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
Even better. Wow. I mean, it doesn't happen if any of Manny's creatures die, right? They don't replace themselves. Cavalier, giving everything haste. Are we just going to see an all-out attack here? I mean, the blocks are forced, more or less, right? No, not more or less. Just they are forced. You have to block. All right. Here's the attack. Attack for just a casual 26 here. So at a minimum, you need to block the at least you think at least one of the cards. Cavalier can continue to turn up the heat here.
Yeah, this game is pretty much over. They're kind of just going through the motions. Like, if you're in a position where you don't even have to play the Deafening Clarion that's in your hand, that would gain you 30 life, then you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, yep. It looked pretty good there for our hero Manny Davuti on Just Go Fires. More or less the ideal matchup for him there. Anyway, we move on now to another Just Go Fires player, someone who's, I'm just reading his name here, is it Thorol, I don't know who this person is, but playing against Kazuki Kawata here. We're going to jump down and see how this mythic champion gets it done. Currently sitting at 4-0, my sweet little boy Toffel. So let's see if he can continue this run. Of course, for those of you who don't know, Toffel and I, best mates, and so it's going to be very interesting to see him. It's going to be good to watch him get his derriere handed to him. Oh, no, he's crushing it. Okay, well, is he actually? This is... I
believe he's at 4-0.
Well, he's crushing it so far, but in this situation here, right, opponent on 5, but also opponent with your own agent, double Planeswalker ECD about to proc as well. So, maybe not crushing it after all here. My poor sweet Toffel.
Wow, look at that. It looks like he's also on just straight up Jeskai Fires.
So straight up Jeskai Fires, yeah, that's what I said. Absolutely. Just straight up Karuga Fires here. Maybe expecting a resurgence in mono red, and so pick the deck pick the deck to beat that one. Toffel, of course, a fan favorite. He was he was victorious at Mythic Championship Barcelona last year, and he hasn't stopped talking about it since. Martin, he's changed. He's really changed. I mean, you'd be familiar with this, right? You would have had friends that got a taste of success, went straight to their heads.
Well, speaking of Pro Tour champions or Mythic Championship champions or Mythic champions, I don't know what the right way to call the winners anymore is, but basically all the other Czech pros have won a Pro Tour. Stan Sivka won a Pro Tour. Strasky won a Pro Tour.
Of course,
last year. Lucas Blochman won a Pro Tour. Jakub Schlemmer won World, so he kind of won a Pro Tour.
Yeah.
So basically,
even the Slovakians, mate. Floch won one.
Yeah, Floch is Slovakian, but we kind of just adopted him as our own. So Floch won a Pro Tour as well, and I'm the only person who lost in the finals. So my friends are making fun of me too. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, being on the other end of it, I know what it feels like, mate. I mean, I've never won a Pro Tour either, and Toffel reminds me every single day. But it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to pull through on this one. An overwhelming presence there. Wow, Cavalier of Thorns as well in the Bant deck here, Martin. Not something you see all the time. Ooh, Kenrith off the top. Does that change anything?
It doesn't look like that.
Well, I mean, he can maybe bring something back from the bin. No black mana.
Not even a source of black mana. Yeah, I like how the Bant deck is positioned against the slower decks, against the other Fires decks, for example. So this is a matchup that is supposed to be in favor of the Bant deck. Cavalier of Thorns is not a card that I like very much right now because it is the prime target for Elspeth Conquers Death.
Yeah.
But it can still do a lot of work against the other mid-range decks were not really bad, but I guess against aggressive decks, it's a big blocker. Like sometimes you get some sweet value out of it when it returns something from your graveyard on top of your deck. But just in general, it usually does end up getting eaten by ECD.
So gains 10, but is still going to go all the way down to 2 here. And Toffel needs a minor miracle here. Double Deafening Clarion does clear the board. All right.
Yeah, and this tells you that we're in game 1 without even looking at the scores, because that is not a card that you would ever want to have in your main deck or in your deck.
Toffel activating the give all my creatures lifelink. The opponent, Rafael Nadal, presumably, Dovins vetoes it, and that's the game. No, it's not. I'm told you this is Kazuki Kawata, with maybe just a big tennis fan. In any case, Nadal 777 picks up game number 1.
I do hope it's a tennis reference.
You love tennis, don't you?
I'm a big tennis fan.
How are you a big fan of tennis?
Was that?
How?
It's just I don't know. I just like watching the
very dull game
play against each other. Like we're kind of pretty fortunate that we live in an era of the best tennis players just battling it out every Grand Slam.
Tennis is a very dull sport. Like I like cricket, and I'll accept that cricket's a very boring sport, but tennis is what is going on with tennis?
It's a pretty fast sport. I kind of like it. Like fast paced.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. You know what really turned me off? It was when the grunting thing was big, when all the people were just screeching and grunting whenever they hit the ball. I couldn't. It's like I can't watch soccer because they get a slight gust of wind and all the players, they fall over clutching their knees and their elbows and their heads, and I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it.
We were watching rugby yesterday.
Oh yeah. Imagine
those guys are
tough.
Holy crap! Like you can break their arm and they're just gonna still keep playing.
And they just get straight back up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the ref will try to send you off, because you got a blood nose and half your teeth are missing. Your ear has been bitten off, and you're like, no, it's all right, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
exactly. A soccer player, you go up and mate, there's so many gifs and stuff I see of soccer players grabbing their opponent's hands and making them hit themselves with their hands and stuff, and then falling over. It is, and the way they all gang up on the ref. I can't stand soccer. I cannot stand soccer. Anyway. We're underway with game number 3, or game number 2 here, I should say, and Toffel after a mulligan to 5.
I'm a big fan of soccer. I like soccer. It's one of the more popular sports here in the Czech Republic. So I do like mostly watching the Champions League. It is something that
I think it's just a question of what you grow up on, right?
Yeah, for sure people have different
Australia,
tastes.
soccer is just not a very big. Well, I'll tell you when we love soccer, right? I'll tell you when I love soccer. When Australia's in the bloody World Cup, mate. Once every 4 years, can't get enough of soccer. Best sport in the world. Best sport in the world until the pool stage, and then we get knocked out, and then I just go back to quietly hating it again.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, we see Dwarf mulliganing to 5, unfortunately, but he did have a pretty good start. He did have Teferi on turn 3, making sure that his Fires of Invention is going to resolve. There's going to be no counters. Now both players have a Teferi in play, and you know what that means? No counter spells are going to be played.
So fires here for Toffel. How much is this going to achieve? Oh, it resolves straight away. Because, of course, we're playing on Hearthstone mode at the moment with double Teferi. And so now you can crush some bones to make your bread.
It's an interesting decision because you have Teferi that you can use to draw a card. And if you draw a 5th land, you're going to be able to play Karuga, which is going to bring you 3 cards. That's a pretty big deal. Like 3 cards is an Ancestral Recall. Plus you have a big body in play that you can attack with. But I think what Torelv is trying to do is he's trying to resolve Karuga on a turn when he can bounce it to his hand with Teferi and then replay it again, drawing even more cards. So I think I like the patience here, but we might see something like Elspeth Conquers Death from the opponent, get rid of the fires, putting a stop to this.
Oh, all right. Okay, well, we got a game here because, next turn now, Toffel can Karuga.
If he finds a land.
Doesn't find it. Ugh. All right. Well, now it's going to go downstairs, bounce the Cavalier. This isn't bad as well. I mean, your opponent gets another land off it, but it keeps the pressure down. Doesn't find a land. Oh,
this is really good for Torelv because now he gets rid of the Teferi, and now his both Mystica Disputes in his hand would be unlocked if he didn't have Fires of Invention. But he can maybe bounce at Fires of Invention next turn into his hand. There's a lot of plays he can make.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now the Fires is kind of playing against him because of
the composition of his hand. Well, here's an ECD, and if it's going to go after the Fires, maybe you're not even that upset about it because you've got the disputes in hand. Okay, and now an Uro, but that's going to get a Mystical Dispute. So stick that in your pipe and smoke. It says Toffel. That's the end of that. But still,
you might want to do it in the other order. If you're going to play Uro and ECD in that turn, going in the other order is the right way to do it.
The guarantee resolves through the Fires. You're right. And you can see Toffel considering drawing another card here. You don't really want to ever bounce your opponent's ECD. But he really, really does need that 5th land. Doesn't even draw that many cards off a Karuga now, however. He'll only draw 1 if he finds it and plays it. May just want to play the ECD instead in order to contest the opposing ECD.
It's really cool
upstairs,
to see, though. It's really cool to see this old school Fires deck still putting up the results because we just saw Manny moving to 5-0 and we're watching Torelv at 4-0. So clearly, the format is not just all Luca Fires and you just have to play that if you want to play that card. There's a lot of other decks and a lot of other variation of the deck that you can play.
Yeah, I think the players who've got a read on the metagame, and Toffel stays on top of this sort of stuff. I know that. He's probably coming going like, you know what? There are going to be so many aggro decks this week. After last week's Channel Fireball's Magic Fest Online series final, there was a huge uptick in aggro decks. It was 10% of the field on day 2 or 6% or something. And so maybe people think, yep, Obosh is coming back, and I'm going to be ready to beat it. I'm going to be ready to beat it with a deck that traditionally has the best aggro matchup. And Jesco Fires, Karuga Fires is being played once again.
Yeah, I think Fires is just a solid deck. Like you don't really have like a horrible matchup. You don't just sit down against some deck in the format where you're just like, well, I just can't win this because my opponent has X, Y, and Z. That's definitely something that I like about Fires. You just don't have any horrible matchups.
Yeah,
everything is winnable. Sometimes you play aggro and you just sit down against somebody who just decided that they're just not going to lose to Mono Red. I'm going to put all the Circle of Protections in my sideboard, or all the Core Firewalkers, all the Dragon's Claws, like whatever you can think of, all the Lightning Helixes. Sometimes people just decide like, I don't want to lose to Mono Red, and there are the tools to beat that deck.
Yeah.
But if you play something with Fires, you're still playing some of the most powerful cards in the format. You're still playing Teferi, Elspeth Conquers Death, Fires of Invention. Like those cards can win matchups on their own.
Right, here's Teferi back from the dead with ECD. And immediately bounces the Bone Crusher, which actually presents a bit of a problem. You're actually giving your opponent a burn spell with which to kill your Teferi. And now Cavalier. Maybe it was better to go upstairs with Teferi. I guess then no, your Cavalier gets bounced and it gets attacked down to... I don't know. Unless you've got an answer for the stomp, it means your Teferi is dying here. So Uro, this time cast from the graveyard. And look at the discrepancy between the mana of these two players. Opponent with like 4,000 lands, Toffel with 5. After a mulligan to 5 as well. He's really dug in here. But this may be the point at which he turns the corner and realizes that defeat is inevitable, and so packs him up. And that is that. We've got another match lined up for you here. As soon as we're ready to go down, we'll go and check in on Adam Hernandez and Oscar Gomez. These players are at 3-1, so still live to make the cut for day 2 here. And again, as I say, once these players are ready for us, we'll head down to see what they've been up to. But Toffel picking up his first loss, going down to 4-1, still live. An X1 record should make it through to day 2. I'm unsure of exactly. I mean, there's generally the point at which I just approach someone who's much smarter than me and be like, can you do all the tiebreaker maths and all that sort of nonsense?
I'm going to look it up right now.
Yeah.
Because if we had about, what was it, 2,600 players, 2,650, something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
2,600 players. There's 8 rounds, no draws. All right, run the simulation. So there's going to be approximately 92 players that are going to end up the day at 7-1.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're cutting down to 128 or whatever it is, I'm not exactly sure, then there would be around 30-ish players that would still make it at 6-2. So if you have good tiebreakers, you still want to stay in the tournament, and we're going to see how it all shakes up.
So we move now instead to the Hernandez Gomez match just wrapped up as we were talking about. Instead, we go now to Holtzinger versus Ross here. Holtzinger on the south of your screen here. Thomas Holtzinger, and up north it is Dranol Ross, or also known as Aina 11YZ. Or sorry, no, it's not, is it? It's Anna 1YZ. Sorry, excuse me. And go ahead. Sorry.
Here we see the Jeskai player decided to bring in the Wonder, which is a card that players have started to put in their sideboards against the cycling deck mostly, where one of the ways you lose against the cycling decks is if they have a giant fox that grows out of proportions really quickly, and you can't kill it with cards like Fire Prophecy or Omen of the Forge. Mm-hmm. So you can just exile it with the Wonder, and then you also have the Wonder protecting you and everything else from Zenith Flare. But it also seems reasonable for this matchup where you can use it to exile the Nightpack Ambusher, and it also means that Expansion Explosion doesn't really deal a lot of damage. Or it doesn't deal any damage, it still draws a lot of cards, but you can still point the Expansion Explosion at the Wonder, so you can kill it that way, and you can still draw a bunch. But if the opponent has both Narset and Wonder in play, that is a deadly combination.
So no Reclamation here, but there is a Nightpack Ambusher that would be providing a bit of a clock were it not for Yorion, the Wanderer. Pretty hot tech against Nightpack Ambusher as well here, however. Going to go for it here? Looks like it. Yep. So away goes the Nightpack Ambusher. Not much you can do about that, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Wonder actually looks pretty good here. But it's mostly just a combination with Narset, just making sure that there's not going to be any extra cards drawn.
Well, no, doesn't the Wanderer also protect you from non-combat damage?
Yeah, it protects your permanents and your other permanents and you.
Yes.
But you can still point the Expansion Explosion at the Wanderer.
But it means that your opponent has to be in a position where they're spending multiple spells just to open up a pathway to you, and that's not ideal. So yeah, I think it's a pretty good call here. And exiling cards is critical. Whether it's Yorion, Uro, even Nightpack Ambusher, anything that ECD may be wanting to bring back at some point. Yeah, it's huge.
For sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, we're gonna see expansion being used to copy a Dovin's Veto to win a counter war.
Yeah, wow. All right. So Dovin's Veto targeting the negate. And now you can't use the Dovin's Veto to counter the veto, but you can now just put this matter beyond dispute. Dovin's Veto targeting the Teferi. And so away it goes. And so once the dust settles and the stack is empty, no change to the battlefield, and the counter war is over. And now with the opponent on 1 untapped blue mana.
This doesn't look great for Thomas Holzinger, though.
No, it doesn't.
Narset and the Wanderer in play. That means you're not really going to get to do a whole lot with this expansion explosion. Your opponent has a full hand of stuff. There's another Wanderer in their hand. So, yeah, this Uro in your hand doesn't really do a whole lot. You might be able to play it from your graveyard if you have enough cards to bring it back. You're not going to draw any extra cards because of Narset. You can bring it back. If you do, it's just going to die to the Wanderer. So overall, not a great spot for Thomas here.
No, not at all. There aren't. He is very much kind of running out of options, and the opponent with 6 cards in hand, and the board locked up with this Yorion floating about. It's looking pretty good for the opponent. Sorry, I think I mispronounced the name. I'll have another go. Anar 1-1, Anar 11, YZ, or Izd. Eased, potentially. So what are we going to see here? Explosion is pretty bad. You're only doing it for 4. I guess you can use that to polish off the Wanderer, but I don't know. Maybe you just have to. Scry instead after the fetch. And, ooh, a Wilderness Reclamation. Okay.
Do you even want to keep it though? It lets you use your Scryland multiple times, the Castle of Ventress, but other than that, it doesn't really do a whole lot. Like you're still gonna have to point that expansion explosion at the Wanderer. I guess if okay, Narset is at 1 counter, so you can try to finish Narset off here. That'd be huge. If Narset actually dies, and if you're able to resolve the reclamation and then the expansion explosion, then you can actually draw some cards. But yeah, that's not going to happen.
Oh, wow, that's so brutal. An Omen of the Sun not only buffers the life total, but also puts some blockers in the way of these wolves here.
But good on Thomas for recognizing that, this was the one way that he could have still...
Like, get yourself back into it, yeah.
Yep. He decides to chum block both of the tokens instead of blocking with the Yorion. That is interesting. You have the Wanderer, right? So your Yorion can't get finished off with a burn spell or anything because that damage is prevented. So I think I would have liked to see the Yorion jump in there. Unless I'm missing something, there can definitely be a good reason for this.
Shark Typhoon, where X equals 1, cycled away. Draw a new card there.
All right, so the opponent's looking just for some more lands. Looks like their hand is just full of gas, and they just want to make sure they make all their land drops.
Now Castle Vantress activation with all that mana that was used there. Another Wilderness Reclamation. Mystical Dispute also put below decks.
I'm wondering now, what are you really looking for if you're the Reclamation player?
Yeah.
A bunch of Shark Typhoons in a row, so you can make some end of turn, big flyers and start attacking the Planeswalkers. It's probably pretty much your only chance, I think.
All right, ECD.
Maybe a Blast Zone to get rid of the Tamnio, but there are way too many permanents with different casting costs that you kind of want to get rid of. So
yeah, actually 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the battlefield at the moment for the opponent. Yeah, no, this one looks like it looks like a bit of a lost cause here for Thomas Holzinger. In comes the Shark. And still 5 cards in hand. There's another Wanderer in hand. And is that a Mystical Dispute as well, revealed to the Narset? Oh,
I think so, yeah.
Brutal. My goodness me.
Yeah, the Team of Reclamation, they're just taking splash damage from the Wanderer.
It's actually really good.
Yeah.
Like the more I see it, the more impressed I am.
It's not just the Wonder, it's just, all of the cards combined. Like, it's ECD exiling your Reclamation,
Yeah.
it's Narset stopping you from drawing extra cards, not being able to use Uro. It's all these extra value cards and all the card draw on the other side of the table. And this is exactly what we talked about also. This is basically what the Jeskai deck looks like when it doesn't have the Luca combo. You still have all the control elements, you still have the Planeswalkers, you're still drawing extra card, you still have a lot of card selection. You still have really powerful cards like Elspeth Conquers Death that you can bling with Yorion. So you don't really need the combo. It's still just a powerful control deck.
And you can see here that the opponent just sitting pretty, waiting for the opportune moment, waiting to. This is this is so brutal. It's so brutal to have to do this. Oh, this isn't going to work. No. You don't draw any extra cards, and as a result, just going to mash that concede button. Just too much of it. It was just a real lock between the Wanderer, between Narset. It shuts off both halves of Expansion Explosion. Just way too much for to overcome there. Wow. The sun has come out, and I am blown out looking like a ghost. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. Martin user Riley Knight. Nope, still terrible. And it's great to have your company, my friends, as we continue coverage of Red Bull Untapped. This is round 5, and it looks as though we've got another match to bring you here. We're moving on to Thomas von der Pelt, who we've checked in with earlier on today, and Francisco Sanchez. Both these players at 3 and 1. You'll recognise Thomas von der Pelt from his top 4 appearance at the Team PT 25th anniversary Pro Tour. When was that? 2 years ago already now? Wow, we were. With Christoph Gregoire and Branko Nairink, although that was a pretty soft top 4, so,
It should be pretty clear to tell how long ago that was, considering it was the 25th anniversary, right?
Well, I mean, sure. I mean, I don't know when Magic is what, 93?
Yeah, I think Magic is 93, so it should be.
Yeah, so it's like 3 years. We're coming up on it being. No, it's like a year and a half ago, right?
Yeah, it's like
They all blur into one. They all blur into one, Marty.
The whole year was really cool. Like
Also, let me just clarify a comment I made there when I said that it was a soft top 4. That was 100% a dagger at Martin and no one else. So I'll clarify my comment and say that 1/12 of that top 4 was very soft. Let me say that. Oh, I guess I can bag it. I can probably dagger Ben as well. 1/6.
Yeah, if you don't know the all the exact details of what.
Yeah, it just sounds like I'm just being a real.
There's a lot of there's a lot of small like subtle jokes that we're throwing each other's way every now and then.
Doesn't look like we've got much more to show you from this one, however, because the opponent far too far ahead, and von der Pelt going down as well in straight sets. And that is all she wrote, sports fans, for round number 5. We are all out of gas here for this round, but fear not, because plenty more action coming your way before the end of the day. The coverage of Red Bull Untapped continues, my friends, so we do hope you'll stay with us as we continue to explore this standard format on day number 1. We're going to send it back to the desk now. Niels is standing by with, probably, with the way things are going, probably another giveaway of some kind, maybe some interviews, maybe we can catch up with Toffel. I don't know what's going on, but I tell you what, it's going to be good fun anyway. So do stick with us. Niels standing by at the desk, so it's over to him.
Okay, thank you very much, O'Reilly and Martin, for passing back to the studio. We have another goodie bag to give away. It is the Ultra Pro one. You have seen it before, but let's just get this thing on the table and see what's in here. Again, we have the playmat for you. We have the Abacus, the life counter to show off to all your friends and be the biggest player in the neighborhood. We have the Satin Tower, nice and sturdy for your important and expensive cards. We have the Leatherette Alcove Magnetic Seal, because everything is better with magnets. Don't let anyone tell you differently. We have some sleeves for your next standard deck, 80. And then we have a notepad. That's what you should be using in the tournaments over the Abacus. And we have 6 boosters of Ikoria, Lair of Behemoths, because even though we are all now arena players, we want to get our hands on some sweet cardboard. It's just something special, opening a real booster. It's just like the day Magic Arena can replicate the feeling of opening a real booster and the smell. Well, unless you're in America, because your cards smell differently. I'm sorry. I like the European smell better. Why am I talking about how Magic cards smell? It's been a crazy time, a crazy time. Okay, that's our giveaway. Our moderator in the chat will let you know what you need to spam, which command you need to be able to enter the raffle to win this one. And in the meantime, we will be going to Toralf Severin. Toralf, how are you? Toralf, I can't hear you. I see that you have unmuted yourself, but we don't seem to have sound from you. And Toralf disappeared. Let's see if he's still hovering around. Now it looks like we have lost Toralf. Unfortunately, he got disconnected. That's very unfortunate. We'll go to our next section, which is our social media highlight. So let's hope we get Toralf back. We might go back to him after the next segment. Okay, so social media. We have our first one from Samsoni or Samson I1 in Team Ether. Says, we are currently 4-0. Good job in hashtag Red Bull Untapped 2020. And I'm down to 1.5 Red Bulls before I have to go to the fridge for more. Oh no! I may need to restock my supply if we make today too. I guess you need to plan better, man. This is what is making the difference between the children and the boys. No, that's not how the saying goes. But that doesn't matter. It's all about the planning. It's about your surroundings. It's about drinking enough. It's about sleeping beforehand. It's about just being in the moment. Javier Dominguez said it in his interview. He likes to focus on every single moment. But to do that, you have to make sure that everything around that moment has been taken off beforehand. Let's go to our next tweet. We have Lanier saying 4-0 with Gruul, and who says you can't play aggro? Damn right. Sometimes it's just good enough to beat fast, beat hard, and just beat your opponent, right? I mean, turning big creatures sideways, it's how most of us get into Magic, and apparently it is how Lanier is getting all the way into 4-0. We're halfway through the tournament. This guy is undefeated, or this person is undefeated, and is doing a good job. So I'm rooting. I have no idea who you are, but I think it's cool. Go for it, 5-0. And then we have Martin Yuza casting the Red Bull Untapped 2020 in what I assume is Matthew Nass's dream. I have no idea who Matthew Nass is, but we're seeing Martin here showing the hashtag pants optional. That's a cool thing about online, right? I mean, for all you know, I'm not wearing any pants whatsoever. That's just could be. You don't know. Maybe I should scoot down a little bit so you don't see if I'm wearing pants or not. What do you think? That's just silliness, though. Let's go back to our actual programming. Ricardo Beja. Now, who is Ricardo Beja? He was in the qualifier in Brussels in 2019, and he faced off against Anton in that final. He had a really rough time, but this guy really pulled through, showed the heart of a warrior. I mean, the people that have seen that coverage and the people that were there, you know what I'm talking about. Let's have a look at the intro he made for his finals appearance in 2019 in London first.
My name is Ricardo Beja and I am from Portugal. I'm playing Black-White Vampires at the tournament because I think it's the second best deck for this tournament, and I didn't want to play Scape Shift because I didn't want to play mirror matches. I would like to thank my friends at home that supported me and everyone that helped me to test for this tournament or for the qualifier.
So that was Ricardo in London, feeling a lot better than how he felt when we left him after his finals appearance in Brussels. Since we knew he was going to be playing in this event as well, we went out and sent Ollie German. We haven't seen him for a while, but he was there to do an interview with Ricardo Beja. Let's go to Ollie and see what he had to talk about with this man.
Welcome back to the coverage of Red Bull Untapped 2020. We got another very familiar face if you have been following last year's coverage or you're familiar with Magic grades in general. Former national champion from Portugal, it's Ricardo Beja. Hey Ricardo, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you. And you?
Yeah, not too bad, all things considered. It's a new thing, recording from home and interviewing people from home, but so far so good. And everybody has been adapting very well to the current circumstances, of course. And that would also be my first question to you. What is life like these days in times of COVID-19? How are you doing?
Well, for me, the difference is that I'm working from home, and I can travel to play Magic events.
But I guess you are fine with playing online instead. Is that something you do a lot or not so much?
Yeah, I mostly play online. I just travel for big events.
Well, speaking of big events, last year we had the Red Bull Untapped event. I had the pleasure of meeting you in person. That was at the event in Brussels, and you made it all the way to the finals. That was a pretty crazy tournament. What was it like for you playing in that tournament?
It was a very good. I enjoyed a lot the tournament because I could play against the top players, and it was great to make the finals and be qualified for London Red Bull Finals.
Yes. There were a couple of people who said that you would be the favorite going into the finals because mostly of past accomplishments. I mean, you are national champion after all. Whereas your opponent in the finals, Anton, was like a bit of an underdog. He had been playing Magic for a very long time, but it's been the first time that he was really successful in the tournament. And then in the finals, you basically had like a flu game almost. You were feeling really bad. You had to take several breaks. What was that like for you?
I don't think I was the favorite because the matchup was better for him. Yes, I wasn't feeling very well during the finals. I had to take a break between games because I wasn't feeling my hand.
Wow. Well, you basically went to London, like you said, you qualified for London, and in London you ended up in 5th place, if I remember correctly. What was that tournament like for you?
I enjoyed a lot the tournament. It was a great environment, and it was very well organized. In terms of Magic, it didn't go very well for me because I lost in the quarterfinals. It didn't go very well for me, but I enjoyed it a lot.
Last year, at least in Brussels, you were playing the card game, whereas this year, and also in the finals in London, of course, you were playing Magic Arena, basically online. What of the two do you prefer?
I would prefer to play the physical event, but it isn't possible right now, so I think you have the best option.
It's a really good second option, of course, yeah. Is it because you, a lot of people say they like the interactions with other people face to face at the events. Is it the same for you?
I enjoy to travel to the events, see the people that I see from time to time that I only see at the tournament, and I only talk with them at the tournaments most of the time.
From that transition, talking about physical card game and digital card game, what is the preparation like for events like the one this weekend? What do you do? Is it just like playing a lot, or is it also other stuff?
I normally try a lot of decks and see which decks. So I tried several decks to see which one was the best against Ogak, and could also beat the other decks. I think I would be the most played.
And do you already settled on a deck for this weekend's event?
No, I didn't choose it yet. I'm still testing.
Or you're keeping it a secret? Who knows? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Ricardo. Do you have any shoutouts? Do you want to greet somebody?
I want to thank you, my team are your hopes, and my friends.
All right.
In special Doom Switch because he helped me test for Brussels, so it was a very good help I had there.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ricardo. Best of luck in this weekend's tournament. If you are playing in this weekend's tournament, I'm not even sure. So I hope to see you again at some point. That's it for our interview, and you guys don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more coverage from Red Bull Untapped 2020.
Thank you.
That was Ricardo Beja for you. He's currently playing in this event, but I don't think we have seen any of the updates. So, kind of assuming that he might have dropped already, but that's okay. Not everybody can be a winner in the end. Everybody can feel a winner, and that is great. We have another winner here. Let's try again. We plucked Toralf from the ether. Toralf, how are you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Perfect. We have you back. Now, Toralf, a little introduction. First, how are you doing in the tournament right now?
4-1, losing the last round, as you saw, I think.
Yeah, we saw on the coverage. You got a rough start there. It was you that had to mulligan to 5 in their second game, right?
Yeah, I had pretty good chance in the first game, and I think the second also was kind of fine if I draw a land. So.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead.
Not very much like.
Yeah.
Going to
all right.
and having ends in the game is usually a good expectation.
Yeah, it still looked like you were getting somewhere there. Now, say for the people that wouldn't know you, if that is still possible after a certain event somewhere in Spain, how would you introduce yourself as a Magic player? Can you just give us a brief rundown of your achievements and highlights?
I'm first of all the #1 arena boy, so that's the only thing you ever need to know about anything, and the rest is kind of just gravy, you know. Like there might or might not have been a tournament I won like last year or something, which like I don't even know what it's, a mythic championship, something irrelevant, you know. But for #1 arena boy, that's the thing.
Okay.
And the dream trawler picker, I guess that's the thing.
Okay, so apparently Thoralf is being the modesty manifested in human shape here. He's just glossing over the fact he won, if I'm not mistaken, Mythic Championship in Barcelona, which is a very fond memory for me as well, because it was the first Pro Tour Mythic event, player tour, whatever they're called these days, that I got to judge as well. So I was there to watch you win that one. That was pretty cool.
Yeah,
let's focus a little bit on your deck now, though. So you are playing Jeskai Fires. Many people are saying this is the old school deck that got outclassed, but apparently it's making a bit of a resurgence.
I'm good with old school decks that people think they're outclassed, you know.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. So let's talk a little bit on why you chose this deck, why you think it's positioned well in the meta game, and the changes you made to adapt to what you expected here.
Right. So there's well, changes are pretty rough because the deck kind of doesn't have many slots, so you can swap in some Shark Typhoons and Narcids and maybe some Brazen Borrows, but most of the things of the 4-offs are set, so it's pretty rough to change those. But I kind of expected that a lot of people will play faster decks now, since the metagame went slow for a long time, and then eventually when it's too slow, people start to get to like on the faster side, right? So people bring mono red, red black, and even cycling, I think, is kind of an aggro deck in that sense, because they try to hit you and then kill you before you do anything. And I figured this is kind of really good against those decks, and it's not super bad against all the control decks. Not great though, but I also really like that it's just more of a mid-range deck that plays really quickly, so you can get a lot of free time doing the rounds, which I also like in those long tournaments.
Yeah, we see the full set of Deafening Clarion here, making sure that you are ready against those aggro decks, and some more slower parts in your sideboard. Just to we have the Flame Sweep as well, so you have the tools to go higher and lower a little bit. It looks like, even though Karuga's limitations really pinch you on what you can do, he only allows you to play cards that cost 3 or more. You still have some flexibility built in there, so that's pretty nice to see. Is this a deck that you've been playing for a while now, or something you jumped into?
Yeah, no, I played it before Ikoria came out a lot, and not much changed besides the companion and a Narset. I think that's the whole change in the list, and then you adapt with some ley lines because cycling and the sacrifice just need the graveyard a lot. So you can not play like the lantern because it costs one and not not less than three. So um the change was not much, right? It's just a few cards and the red, white, blue cycle, and so it just basically all the play patterns stay the same, and that's kind of the experience I had before.
Yeah, of course it helps to have a lot of experience with the deck, just knowing what your options are at any given time, what you want to top deck, which sequences you can plan. It's a really big deal. Like I often see Magic as growing through levels when you're playing, where first you learn to understand what's going on your board, and then you learn to understand what's going on between your hand and board, and then you start understanding what your opponent is doing, and then you start understanding what
Right, yeah.
you might do in the future and what they might do, and it just keeps adding up and up and up, and being really familiar with your own deck just makes that process go so much faster, even at the highest tiers of play. So
There's
that's
also one of those points is that if I choose the banned Yorion deck or the Luca Yorion deck, you have to be really experienced because you're facing a lot of mirrors, a lot of long games, and you have to have a lot of game time just to know what are the play patterns, what do you keep, what do you, like how your game plan is throughout the stages. And I don't really feel comfortable enough to bring those long-term decks to fight against a lot of the good players who are also bringing those and probably played multiple hours.
Okay. Yep. I totally agree with you. I think it's one of the things that people underestimate a lot. Like together with mulligan decisions, I think experience and just time you dump into learning the game and learning specifically that one deck is one of those things people gloss over. We all have this dream, this idea of I reach a certain skill level and now I'm there and I'll always be there. But it takes time. It takes I don't want to say work because
It takes work, a lot of experience, yeah. And usually or sometimes the best deck in a meta game doesn't mean it's the best deck for you, right? Because you're experienced with certain playstyle a lot. You played a lot of the same deck, so it's not necessarily that you play the best deck or you play something inferior because there are a lot of other factors. Like for example, if you play every round an hour, you might get really exhausted, and if you're a person that really deters to that, then you could also just play a different deck, right? And maybe lose a percentage on the very optimal case, but whoever is playing optimal, it's just you just gotta take what you really feel comfortable with.
Yeah, that's actually a super good point. That I have a lot of people. I'm a community builder. I'm very focused these days on getting the new players involved and getting comfortable, getting their first standard deck. We even invented this weird budget format for them to play standard with a budget. And a bunch of them came to me because I was hyping Red Bull Untapped and saying, "Oh, it's so cool, but I want to play, but I don't know if I'm ready for it. Should I do it?" And I just said, "Yes, go for it. But please understand that this event could be 8 rounds. It could be 9,
Right,
10
yeah.
hours easily." And so whenever one of these new players came to me, I always told them like either play mono white aggro or play mono red bird. Play the one you're used to at this point.
Yeah, it's not a sprint where you can say like, okay, I feel exhausted, I can stop at any time, because you do have to play your rounds. There's nothing you can do about that. So you gotta stretch your energy over time.
Yeah, definitely. It's hey, we're top athletes at this level, right, Thoralf?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Thoralf, you are 4-1 currently. How would you feel your chances are? Like, what did you come into this tournament with as a goal, and has that adjusted now?
No, the goal is winning. That's the beauty in Magic. You always have to win, and that's usually the next match you have, right? And within that, it's the next game. So I don't really have any kind of expectation before, because stuff happens anyway. Like it's like, oh, I want to make day two. Well, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't, and there's not much equity change in the whole process when you say, okay, I expect day 2 and I'm really sad if I don't. So you just look at the things you play, and then the next step. I mean, 4-1 is pretty good. I think we play about 8 rounds or so. So
Exactly. We're playing 8 rounds today.
right. So halfway through, and then just keep the same thing up and play tomorrow.
Yeah, that is the thing. It's going to be a pretty cutthroat field to
Yeah.
get there, and an even worse cutthroat field to be in that single elimination day 2. But you've got the experience. You've got what it takes. You know what you're doing. You have a deck that you are comfortable with. So I've got high hopes for you, Toralf.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck, and hopefully see you in a future feature telling you, hey, you were right a couple of hours or yesterday. Let's see that. All right, Thoralf?
All right. Thanks for
Goodbye.
having me. Bye.
Doom. Let's get rid of Toral so he doesn't accidentally talk back into our studio. We are going to have a quick look at some of the deck lists that we have seen this round. I'm going to focus very much on purely the basics, so for our newer viewers have a better idea of what some of these decks are going to focus. So don't expect any in-depth analysis or discussing on whether or not they should play a certain card a little more, or what a certain sideboard card probably means they think of the metagame. Just good old basic, look at the deck, explain what they're doing, and showcase some of the interactions that are available. Let's go have a look at our first deck here. So we had the deck that we saw early in the round by Amir Ali with Bunt Yorion. We already have discussed this a little bit with Frank, and Javier also alluded to it. We are playing Yorion, so you have to play 80 cards. That's the requirement, the restriction that he has on being your companion in the top right there. So the deck looks a bit fuller than we're used to. We're in Bunt, we're in white, green, and blue colors. And Yorion, what he does, if you play him, he lets you exile a bunch of your permanents that then return to the battlefield at the beginning of your end step, actually. So that means that you want to have a bunch of permanents that you want to be exiling and returning. So we have a lot of enter the battlefield triggers. We have a lot of planeswalkers that we can reset into a higher loyalty count. And the shell around that is we're playing a bit of control. We have some counter spells, some nice card advantage, and of course one of the big finishers in both Uro, that's the blue-green Titan we have that just keeps coming back from the graveyard, and the Shark Tornado, the Sharknado, if you may, that is making uncounterable flying sharks, because when you make a shark with cycling, your opponent can't actually counter it. It's not casting the spell, it's cycling the spell. Let's go to the next deck. Christian Hawks Boros Cycling has the Lurrus Companion. Here, as Frank already said as well, Lurrus is more a small regrow engine you can use in the mid game. Just get one card back. It doesn't really rely on the synergy with Lurrus. It just happens to be that the deck is Lurrus proof, right? You don't need to sacrifice anything to get your deck going. So we'll see here all the payoff cards, the good ones that we have for cycling in Dranith Healer and Dranith Stinger, healing you for 1 life, dealing 1 damage, as well as the Fox getting a +1/+1 counter whenever you cycle a card. And then all the way at the end, at the top of the curve, we see first Valiant Rescuer making you tokens, and then the big one, the scary one, the one everybody is fearing, Zenith Flare, an instant spell for 4 mana that does damage equal to the number of cycling cards in your graveyard. How much is that, you ask? How much? Well, usually it goes for 10, 12, 15. I've seen Zenith Flare for 25. This deck, let's count them all together. This deck has 2, 6, 10, 14, 18, 22, 26, 30. We're at 30, 34, 38. 8 cyclers in its main deck. And because you're cycling, you're actually drawing into more cyclers. So this is a deck that has super fast velocity. You always have actions. You're always looking for something. There's always something triggering in the battlefield. And it can make for some super overwhelming game states really, really quickly. One of the more well-known decks for sure. One of the more feared decks as well. A lot of people doing really well in ranked on Arena. Let's have a look at our next deck list. That is Temur Reclamation. Temur Reclamation is a green, red, and blue deck that is built around Wilderness Reclamation. It's the green enchantment that we see. Where is the Temur Reclamation? I think it's missing on this deck list accidentally, but it's Reclamation. Wilderness Reclamation is a green there it is, next to the Uro. I'm blind here. It's a green enchantment, costs 4 mana, and at the beginning of your end step, it lets you untap your lands. Now, what this does is it also lets you tap all your lands in response to the trigger, then untap your lands, then tap your lands again. If you have multiple reclamations, this happens multiple times. So 6 land in play becomes 12 mana, becomes 18 mana, becomes 24 mana, and usually you get way more lands than that. And then you have the big payoff spells for having that kind of mana. That's that Shark Tornado again, lets you cycle, you can't counter it, makes a huge shark for you. You have that Expansion Explosion, which can draw you cards or just finish off your opponent, burning them for 20 life, whatever. It's not enough anyway. Explosions. I've seen explosions for 36 out of budget decks. It's crazy. And then we have some more tools in there to make sure those big playoff spells are either well protected or even get copied. Next deck, please. We have Lino Bergold's Yorion Luca. So another Yorion deck. The first one we saw was Bond, was green, white, blue. Here we have Yorion Luca, the top dog in the format. Again, we have that Yorion companion. Again, we have 80 cards because of that. And the signature card in the deck, that third one on the top, that Luca Planeswalker. It has both of these mechanisms. So it has Yorion blinking everything, exiling in, letting it return. You get all your triggers again. You get all of your planeswalkers set to the maximum amount of loyalty again. But you also have Luca. You have token creators that you can sacrifice with Luca to find Agent of Treachery. Over and over and over again. Agent of Treachery, usually a 7 mana creature, one that you don't want to play too many. But here, every time you have your 5 mana Luca, it will find you that Agent of Treachery. And if you have your Yorion going, it gets even crazier because then you can blink your Agent of Treachery, take something from your opponent again, and don't forget, Agent of Treachery has a second ability. If you have stolen 3 permanents, you just win the game. So this deck has it all. Oh, is that not enough for you? Okay, let's add in there Fires of Invention, which lets you cast spells for free, so you can overload your opponent in the mid game and get really big card advantage. There's just so much going on in this deck, and honestly, if it didn't need you to play 80 cards, you probably still would to fit in all the things. So, next deck list. Okay, next deck list. There we go. That we were stuck in the pipes a little bit. That's another Temur Reclamation one. We already discussed this one. Let's go to the next one. So Temur Reclamation, like we said, the green enchantment. No, there we go. Thomas Holzinger, another Temur Reclamation. Wow, this wasn't a very interesting round apparently. But no, we were ready for the match, but apparently we're not. Do we have another deck list set up? Let's have a look. Was Thomas Holzinger our last one? Okay, there we go. Thomas van der Palt. Hey, my friend Thomas. Awesome. With Yorion Luca. So again, a repeat. This deck is a little bit more focused on control. We see a little bit more counter spells available. Ether Gusts going as well. Actually, no. The Mystical Dispute is in the sideboard, but again, this deck aims to do the same thing. We see that the Wanderer hanging around there in the sideboard, being ready for whatever your opponent might bring. It's really good at getting a Yorion going. Okay, Victor Lloyd, Teamer Flash. Okay, so the same color combination, but it doesn't have that reclamation here. Something very, very different is going on. Flash referring to creatures usually that you can play at instant speed. So there's a lot going. If you ever heard about the term draw go to describe these boring control decks that don't really do anything except locking you down, this deck also says draw go, but it is very, very different than that boring control deck. At the end of your turn, I'll tell you, there is stuff coming at your face every single time. And if you are not doing anything in your turn, you'll just get a 4/4 with flash that gets your opponent extra creatures. If you are doing stuff, you get that Frilled Mystic, that 4 mana green, green, blue, blue creature that eats your spell. It counters the spell when it enters the battlefield. And again, we have that Shark Tornado, that cornerstone in the meta game, an uncounterable flying. There's a lot going over there. Another Teamer Reclamation is also, well, the Reclamation is also in there, but the focus is a lot more on getting the creatures out than being controlling and building up to that big explosive finish. Even though it's still in there, we still have Explosion Expansion. And that is the last match that we are going to look at, because we have the first feature match of round 6 queued up for you. Let's go to Riley and Martin for their expert analysis.
Hello everyone and welcome back to live coverage of Red Bull Untapped, the first international qualifier coming your way. Hot and fresh, my friends. Riley Knight, your host, and joining me, it's my good friend and well, maybe I should just say colleague. I don't want to tar him with that brush. It's Martin User, everyone, the Hall of Fame. What's going on, Martin?
What's up, Riley? Looks like we're joining a 5-0 match, by the way. Both players are undefeated at this point.
Yeah,
we're
loving
watching what I believe is Red-Green Fires.
Loving this Imori list. No, dude. Imori, mate.
Oh,
it's all creatures. It's all creatures all the way down.
All right, I guess I got confused by seeing Arboreal Grazer and Red and Green lands, which I automatically assumed that's gonna be Red Green Fires. But I should make a better habit of looking at the companion first. That's just something that you need to do.
No, it's Gruul Mutate, and listen, we've seen the Simic Mutate version of this, but don't forget that you can actually mutate Illuna for Gruul mana or Simic mana, and with Paradise Druid you can also cast it as a 6/6 trample by itself. But yeah, this deck is looking to take advantage of powerful mutate cards. Principally, Auspicious Starix is the big one.
Yeah, and I like how Grazer works in this deck. That it allows you to add some extra lands into play so that you can start mutating really quickly. But it's also just a great blocker against the mono red deck. Like that card by itself is good enough to stop these Scourge Spitters. Looks like
a nice defensive option in the early turns at least, even with the Heraldic Banner. And of course, a great way to shore up your defenses, not only early, but also late against flyers like Yorion, because of course, when you mutate onto an Arboreal Grazer, the thing retains reach.
Yeah, looks like Lanier is in a prime position to take this game. Although we can just see Obosh as a defensive option. It is a 4/5 that deals 8 damage, and it means that your Scourge Spitters are also dealing quite a bit of damage as well.
Yeah, the damage from the Scourge Spitter has doubled here, and now, oh look at this, a second Heraldic Banner, and now these El Scorchos can punch through the Arboreal Grazers. But here's the thing, got Eternal Ronus, how about that? Doubling all, now it doesn't give trample is the problem with got Eternal Ronus, but it does give them vigilance, so you do just get a free attack in. And at the moment, these even getting with the Arboreal Grazers, no. Turns out twice 0 is still 0. But a tidy attack for 16, and this is going to force some blocks here.
Yeah, and good thing about the Grim Initiate here is that it's gonna allow you to chump block, and then still turn it into a copy of an amass token. So you're gonna have another chump blocker for next turn. But overall, this is not a good spot for the mono red deck.
Not at all. Not at all. Lacking a bit of oomph. Although, okay, trading a stomp there very tightly actually for what was an 8-5. So a good use of a stomp there because, of course, the Grim Initiate has first strike. So that actually didn't work out too well. Although Kolko does fall down to 3.
That was pretty good. Yeah, that was pretty good.
It's pretty hot.
So now you can cast Obosh, and that means your Grim Initiate is now doing 6 first strike damage. So that's actually quite a good blocker, right?
And your Scorch Spitters are also getting in for a fair bit too, although there are just free blocks available on them. Even
Wait a minute.
I guess the Scorch Spitter, at a point when the opponent's life total is low enough, you can just suicide them in.
Yeah, but wait a minute. This game doesn't look that bad for the mono red deck anymore, as it looked last turn. Now you can just cast Obosh, or if you have better options, that's even better for you. Wow, so just casting Bone Crusher Giant and passing means that the opponent very likely has something in their hand that they're still going to play.
Yeah.
So I believe that another Bone Crusher Giant is pretty likely to still be played, possibly, or some other kind of instant speed trick during combat, maybe. And it looks like we just completely stopped the red-green deck from attacking. You have to be happy about.
Oh dear, a Phoenix of Ash as well. That's getting in for a bunch. Can block with the Arboreal Grazer to protect the life total a little bit, but no, looks like you're going to go down to 11 here. And then a Grim Initiate. Okay.
Yeah, Grazer having reach here is a pretty big deal. Because otherwise you would be taking we would probably see the Phoenix getting pumped with the leftover mana.
Yeah.
And then next turn you would be taking double the damage with Obosh, and with the Scorch Spitters that would be lethal. So yeah, that's actually a pretty big deal that Grazer can block here. And wow, this might be lethal too, because this Shifting Ceratops is going to have both haste and trample.
No, looks like we're just going to pass here instead.
Right. So it looks like there would be good blocks with the first strike, Grim Initiate, being able to block the Ceratops that also took the damage from the Marauding Raptor. So
they're actually like respectable threats now that they're 3/1s. The double Heraldic Banner actually really, really doing work. This is a card that just should not ever have been seen played in Standard. I mean, and at the top end of a format at any point in its career, but here it is, doing good work.
Interesting game. Like you would see, you would think that if Mono gets outclassed in the early game, doesn't really get to do a lot of damage, and then you're staring at a bunch of big monsters. Then Mono not going to be in a very good position, but looks pretty decent in this game.
Huge Anax here as well, an 11-3 Anax. Look at that devotion, and now we are going to see the chump block with the Phoenix. Also, there was a block available with the Shifting Ceratops. That explains the Anax pre-combat. Marauding Raptor.
I like that card, by the way. I really like the red-green dinosaur deck when it was legal in Standard.
Yep. Between Marauding Raptor and Umori the Collector, all of your creatures are costing 5 less, which is pretty wild. The problem is now if you play anything that has 4 or fewer toughness, it dies as soon as it enters the battlefield.
Yeah, that can certainly be a problem.
Yep. Yeah, just a little bit. So I don't know what Lenya is looking for here. You need some kind of card draw effect here to use it, because it doesn't matter. Like, if you're only spending 1 mana a turn, it doesn't matter if you're getting a massive discount. Like that Marauding Raptor could have cost 6 mana, and this turn would look exactly the same. So another Heraldic Banner. Oh my goodness. Mono red control here. Wow.
Mono red like mid range. I really like what Banner is doing in the mono red deck. Just allowing all these little 1-drops to actually turn into serious threats, and providing you with a little bit of extra mana to be able to cast Obosh more reliably without having to play 25 lands or something.
Can't cast this questing based. I've just had a look at the deck list of our hero. His name is Zachary Borotzik, and I've just noticed there are, of course, not only 2 copies of God Eternal Ronus, but also 3 copies of Endray's Forerunners. Maybe that's the spell we're looking for here to push through those lethal points of damage. But I just don't see it happening anymore. Not with the huge first strikey Grim Initiates, the toughness of the other creatures as well. Oh, maybe it can happen. I don't know. The combined toughness is actually not that high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. All right, only 11 combined toughness. And actually, Endray's Forerunners off the top means that none of the initiates can attack with first, or can block with first strike. Amazing to see it's gone 5-0 here.
Yeah, looks like aggro is really well represented in this tournament, and they're actually having the results to back it up too. We're seeing a lot of maybe decks that we weren't expecting all that much. Having a lot of the original Jeskai Fires with Garuga, seeing a couple of white aggro decks in the early rounds with cards like Arametra's Blessing.
All right, and no way after that enormous Obosh there, as we see all these creatures +3/+0, and then having their having how much damage they would do doubled. That was enough for our hero to pack them up. And so we have a look at the board. You can see the list in all its glory here, bit heavy on the 4-drops, but don't forget that a lot of those 4-drops are actually pretend 3-drops, the Gem Rays of the Migratory Greathorns. Taking out the Shifting Ceratops, a fine main deck inclusion in my view, Martin, given the number of blue decks that are running around, but a bit of a liability against mono red post board.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of the best cards you can have against cards like the Fairy or Narset or these blue planeswalkers that players usually try to protect with cards like Mystic Dispute. But yeah, I agree that here against the mono red, it does look that great, but it's still a fine card. Like maybe, I'm not sure how much you need cards like Endray's Forerunners in this matchup. Like it seems that, or that's what it would seem to me. If I have a lot of 4/4s in play, that's going to be good against my opponent's deck full of 1/1s. But as we saw in this game, even the 4/4s and 4/5s and 5/5s, that was not good enough to attack through a bunch of small creatures bumped by a bunch of heraldic banners.
Curious to see that this deck just plays close to 0 interaction. You'd think that even something like I don't know, just like a Bone Crusher Giant or something?
I believe there was a Bone Crusher Giant, yeah.
I didn't see him on the list. Are there Bone Crusher Giants?
There's 4 Raptors. I'm looking at them. Yeah, there's four Bone Crushers and four Bone Crushers in the sideboard, and 4 Marauding Raptors.
Ah, in the sideboard, there they are. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
they're definitely coming in for this matchup.
Yeah. There they are. That makes sense. Yeah. No, sorry, I was just looking at the main deck. I've actually never seen Bone Crushers in the sideboard before anywhere.
Yeah, I mean it's an anti-aggro card. Might as well just play Bone Crusher. Like normally, people used to play cards like Shock or Incinerate.
No, I think it's a great inclusion. I'm just surprised to see it in the sideboard. That's all.
It also just tells you about the power level of cards these days. Like players actually used to, play cards like Shock or Lightning Strike to get rid of creatures, and now even a Shock is a Bone Crusher Giant. Like even a regular Shock, obviously one more mana expensive, is basically a split card. Like it's a 2/1. Like even something as basic as a Shock is now a 2/1 attached on a 4/3 body. Like that just tells you a lot about the power creep and about the power level of cards these days.
Very ambitious attack there. This may be a light up the stage here, because that was an extremely ambitious attack there from Kolko.
That's a really big pause too. Like you would usually expect like the quick light of the stage. Like I had to suicide my guy. Here's light of the stage. I'm looking for lands. But this is like quite a big pause. More this could have been the I'm gonna click on go like the I'm trying to pass my turn really quickly and I accidentally clicked on attack with all my creatures. That has certainly happened to me in the past. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
Really good position here for our hero Zachary Barotzik, who can play Umori and further cheapen all the creatures. And let's look at this 2-mana Questy Bees. Don't mind if I do. Voracious Hydra comes down right now, just with X equaling 3.
Wow, that is and like Voracious Hydra is pretty much the best start you can have against the mono red deck when you have access to so much mana, or when you can make it so much cheaper. So,
and this is perfect as well. So for a Voracious Hydra X equals 3 cleans up the Anax and then sticks around as a 3/4 to block. Yeah, you love to see it, Martin. That's a little catchphrase. That's a little catchphrase I might have been working on. What do you think of it? You love to see it. I came up with it myself. I think it's pretty good. I think it's going to catch on. You love to see it. Or conversely, let me hit you with the other side. You hate to see it.
Well, it's going to take 2 damage from the Raptor, right? So like, even though you can fight, you're going to lose the Hydra. It's not going to stick. Stick around.
So so you don't love to see it.
So you kind of love to see it, but then you hate to see it because then it just dies. But I think you still. You're still happy to have a card like a Hydra in a matchup like this, but you could have just played it. You could have just played it as a 6/7 there.
Let me hit you with this. You like to see it.
You liked to see it.
You're okay with seeing it.
You're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. I'm going to workshop a little more, but yeah, that's this little thing that I came up with myself.
I really wonder if we should have played the Hydra as a 6/7 there. That would have certainly been a decent option too, but it's gone now. We have the option to play it again here, to either trade it with another Annex, or to play it as a big trample guy. And having a big trample creature is usually really, really good against all the small 1/1s.
Check this out as well. Look at this. This is unbelievable. 1 mana. 1 mana for the Migratory Greathorn. So instead of playing like Llanowar Elf type effects, the Dryads and the Druids and all that sort of stuff, this plays cost reduction effects in the form of Migratory Greathorn and Umori, and as a result, Mutate still works real nice with that. You still get that spell-like effect. You play the Greathorn as a 3/4 for 1 mana and get its effect, and now you can play a Clothis as well, which is going to be very close to waking up. Wakes up next turn with Questy B.
You don't have a lot of interaction, but your deck can do a lot of crazy things. Like if you also don't interact with them. So. Yeah, it looks interesting for sure. It does remind me of something like the Winota deck, for example. That's just doing its own thing and hoping that I'm just gonna play Winota turn 4. Hopefully you don't really have a good answer, and this is kind of similar. Just putting a bunch of enablers, the marauding raptors and other ways to make your other bigger creatures cheaper, and then putting them into play or mutating them onto the smaller ones.
I didn't love that, I have to say. The Voracious Hydra there to kill the blocker, I wasn't a huge fan of that. I think instead you play the Questing Beast, because then you're guaranteed 4 damage with Questy B, unless they want to chuck the Anax under the... Yeah, that was... I don't like that at all. And then you just die in the backswing as well. That was brutal. Yeah, I think leaving up blockers there, that was an ambitious attack, unfortunately. And now our hero, Zachary Brodsnik goes down, but still a very, very sweet list. I'm having a look at it over here, and it's really, really cool. And hopefully we see it in day 2 as Zachary after. I mean, look, I'm not going to come out and call it a mistake. I don't think that's a fair or accurate representation there, but it was a very aggressive line that stood to be punished from cards that you knew your opponent had. It's not a surprise to them to have the Obosh, and I guess maybe if things broke a different way, that could have worked out. But ultimately, sometimes you just can't out aggro the aggro deck.
Yeah, maybe it would have been better to just show a little bit more patience. But then in the first game, we saw that patience led to the mono red deck actually just making a huge board of a bunch of first strike creatures with a bunch of banners. So, yeah.
Oh well. The campaign continues, and Zachary's still sitting at 5-1, so he can't be too unhappy about that. And we move now on to Sandy Dog MTG, Brandon Burton, who's playing against a friend of mine, Stephen Murray, who I saw on Twitter is playing. He's got his little kid next to him as an extra kind of handicap, a small child yelling and screaming for attention while he's playing as well. So he's playing on Nightmare difficulty, but already doing very, very well for himself indeed.
Yeah, Sandy Dog, a pretty well-known player if you play on Magic Online. Somebody who plays a lot of Magic, and I believe he's a Grand Prix winner. Mm-hmm. I believe he won a Grand Prix with Burn a couple of years ago. So definitely one of the very experienced opponents in this field.
And I'm unsure of the record of these two players, but you can see that Brandon is up a game here.
I'm gonna find out. Yeah, looks like the Monera deck is real, and yeah, we're actually getting the word that they are both 5
Well, both 5 and
0.
0. That's incredible. That's great.
That is yeah. Well,
yeah.
If you wanted the answer whether the Opus deck is real or not, it apparently is. Like last week we saw it in the Magic Fest online in the weekly in the season finals.
Uh-huh.
And there were 5 copies of Mono-Red total, or Mono-Red Obosh total in the tournament, and 3 of the 5 players finished top 8, and 9. So that is a pretty good result when out of the 5 players, 3 of them finished top 9. And looks like a lot of players picked it up for this tournament as well, and a lot of them are doing well. And I'm not surprised to see Sandy Doc at 5-0, because he is definitely somebody who has a lot of experience with the red decks. And
not surprised to see his opponent at 5-0 as well. Stephen Murray, one of the greatest players in Scotland as well. He's played for the Scottish national team back in the days of the World Magic Cup many, many times. You'd recognise him in those photos with the kilt and the woad on, the blue paint and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
And
from tournaments, and I do remember him wearing the Scottish thing to the tournaments.
Yep, of course. And no, he tweeted about how he's been playing and enjoying playing in the event, and how his little kid is keeping him company. So good to see him cracking skulls here on the battlefield with Boros cycling. Although right now, look at this, under a lot of pressure. Wow. I mean, this is just. I guess the worry here is a big Zenith flare, but. You can still kind of just attack it. You just play the Obosh attack with impunity. Yeah, look at this. I mean, this is threatening lethal in the air by itself.
I think we can expect a big Zenith flare here, though. Like when the opponent has 5 cards in hand, they haven't cycled on their own turn. You can be sure that a Zenith flare is coming. Now the question is, how much is the Zenith flare for? Looks like you're taking way too much damage, so it's probably going to have to be pointed at Obosh. Although if you just chump block the Annex. How much is that? If you point the Zenith Flare at your opponent, assuming you have another one, would you make that?
Well, this is an attack for 18. Okay.
Let's see.
And putting another Cycler in the bin, you'd have to think that now for 4 mana there's going to be a Zenith Flare.
So if it's a Zenith Flare for 11, it has to be 11 or more, basically. It looks like there's 12 cards in the graveyard.
Yep, 12 cards in the graveyard. You'd think most of them would be... There aren't many cards in the deck that don't have cycling. Zenith Flare is one of the few.
It's pretty much just Zenith Flare and Luros, but that's still in the companion zone.
Yeah. Occasionally lands will get in there in very unusual circumstances.
Maybe if in the early game you were forced to discard to hand size or something. Yeah. But if you're discarding to hand size, you're usually stuck on lands, so you wouldn't be discarding them. So yeah, I also can't really see a situation where the 12 cards would not be.
Yeah, exactly, as we see there. So it's going after the Obosh here, which takes the pressure down enormously. Wait, but back up to 20.
Wouldn't that have been enough to survive? So the Phoenixes are attacking for 4 points each, right? 4, 8.
No, you got a -1.
The Bone Crusher is also 8. That's 16.
No, because you can tell. Look, you're on 11 and you just gained 12. So you gained 12 and then took the damage to go to 11. So you'd be on -1.
All right, fair enough. So that was kind of a forced. Zenith Flare. Yeah, that makes sense.
Devout Decree. Again, I guess we didn't take into account sideboard cards that get brought in that don't have cycling here, like that one. The problem is, as soon as you start chucking Zenith Flares anywhere but at your opponent's face, it can be a real issue when it comes to closing games, right?
Well, this is another turn where the cycling player passed with 4 mana up without playing Luros and something from the graveyard. So I am expecting another Zenith Flare here. 10 Street Dodger. How much damage is that? That's still a lot of damage, though.
It is, yeah.
You can use the castle here. That makes it 2, 4, 6, 11, 17. No, that's not going to be enough against the Zenith Flare gaining you 12 here.
So Zenith Flare would take you up to 23. But as you say, Martin, this is just an enormous attack.
Yeah, but at this point, burning the creature is not going to help you. Like, you're in a spot where the only place where you can point Zenith Flare is your opponent, and even if you don't have the second copy in your hand, your only chance to win the game is by drawing the second copy next turn. So
I mean, if you cycle through 3 more cards and find it, then that's it. Easy game, easy life. You won on the spot.
You can play Luras here, get something back from the graveyard, but then you don't have flyers, so your opponent can just pump the Phoenixes.
Yes. Yeah.
They can just fly over whatever you bring back, so it has to be another Zenith Flare.
That is kind of it, right? Because the Phoenixes, not only with Castle Embereth, they can be pumped, of course, but also they themselves have a fire-breathing ability, which I did not know until one of them killed me with it. All right, cycle. Steven, desperately digging for a Zenith Flare, doesn't find it, so it's Lurrus instead, and after that, can play, okay, Dranith Stinger.
I believe that means that Sandy Doc is going to move to 6-0 if he just stabs the Phoenixes, unless there's something that Steven can do to gain some life, like maybe Light of Hope, I believe is the name of the card, the one you demystify sort of kind of card.
Yes. Yep.
That would be able to make him go to 10, but if you can activate Castle at 6, no, that still wouldn't do it.
Make these 10 Street dodges unblockable as well.
Yep.
And they
Just
come,
too much unblockable damage.
Castle Embereth able to pump up the team. And it looks like Stephen Murray's long undefeated run will be coming to an end at the hand of the sandiest of dog. Well, maybe not the sandiest dog. That's not what we were promised. We weren't promised. We were promised a sandy dog, not necessarily the sandiest dog. All right, and his Phoenix of Ash also going up, the second one as well, going up to a 4-2. With these, plus the 10 straight dodges, this should be enough to say a Guga and a Whipper and a No-Rip. In they come. Bam.
I mean, great showing by both players, though. Like being a 5-0 with the aggressive decks, that just shows you that they know what they're doing. They know that they're ready for all the matchups, and they're just prepared.
Yeah, for sure. And this may be a continued trend that we see into next week. More aggro decks sort of picking up steam and accelerating towards the front of the format. The time is certainly right for it. All these big dumb Yorion decks have a real susceptibility to decks that get under them. And so, playing 1-drops is certainly a way to do that. Anyway, we're going to move over now to watch Christian Hauk, who is fighting against Thoralf Severin here. 2 hard-hitting German heavyweights going up against it. A former MPL player versus a mythic champion here. Toffel, of course, a very good friend of mine. And Christian, a mate as well. But here, again, a very aggressive deck in the cycling deck going up against Toffel's Jeskai Karuga Fires list. And right now...
looks like we're in yet another game where the plan is to go Zenith Flare and hopefully another Zenith Flare, but we see Toffel with ripping.
Ripping like a fiend as a Cavalier of Flame comes off the top, and in we come for lethal now with a single activation of the Cavalier. And so Toffel there beating his friend and countryman in Christian Hauk. And so well done to Toffel, who improves, continues at X and 1. Love to see it. I mean, I'd be pretty happy if either of them won. I'd be happy if Toffel won because, he's a good mate of mine. I'm always pleased when he succeeds. But I'd also be happy if Christian won because I also like him a lot. And watching Toffel lose is, a real pleasure too. So, no matter who loses, we win, Martin. We're the real one at the end of the day.
Nice.
We can move over now to another mythic champion here in Matthias Leverato Levunga, who is playing against Teruya Kakume.
Wow, another big match. One of the things that Teruya is very famous for is, and to my knowledge, I believe he's the only person who managed to do that so far. There is a post on his Twitter where he's posting a screenshot of his arena ranks and where he is ranked number 1 constructed and number 1 in limited at the same time.
Yeah.
Which I believe is an extremely hard thing to do and just an unbelievable achievement.
Yeah. I mean, they're just from a time perspective than anything else. I don't know how there are enough hours in the day. And you've got to be winning 70, 80% of your games to be doing that.
Not only do you have to be winning a crazy amount in both formats,
But also, once you get to number one, other people are going to start to jump over you to get the number one slot for themselves.
Well, how long? Okay, so
what,
I've never even hit Mythic, so I don't really know what I'm talking about with this. You've hit number one, what? Once, twice, a couple of times?
A bunch of times, yeah.
Sorry, Martin. Sorry, a bunch of times. Jeez, listen to this guy brag. There's no breaks on the Martin brag train. I do apologize for his insufferable hubris. How long does it take to fall off from rank number one? Let's say you get rank number one at like midday.
There is a Twitter thread where we're just tagging each other with BBD, and we just kept taking the number one rank from each other, just being 1 and 2 for like 2 days straight. Sometimes it depends on how big your win streak is.
Right.
We're not really sure how exactly does it work, like how the MMR works, or how exactly is it calculated.
No, but just roughly, like if you let's say you're number one and you stop playing at noon, right? If you come back at like dinner time, right? Let's say you come back at like 7, 8 p.m. Are you still expecting to be number one?
It depends what time of the month it is, but yeah, usually it takes like a day. Obviously, day one of the new season.
Yeah.
It's gonna change drastically because there's gonna be a lot of new mythics that are gonna jump over each other. Towards the end of the season, it can be like a day.
Yeah.
We're not really sure how the calculating.
No, but I was just trying to get a rough idea. Like you don't get to number one and then just sit there for a week uncontested.
No, that usually doesn't. No, that usually doesn't work. But like even just getting to number one, and then staying at number one, and then getting the other format to number one. Like while you're playing limited now, somebody can jump over you in constructed. So this is a really, really crazy achievement.
Yeah, it's pretty bonkers there. We saw a very unorthodox play just now. A petty theft bouncing an agent of treachery. It's not something you see very often, but highly necessary there, so it didn't get blinked by the Yorion. It's not often that you see a bounce spell returning agent of treachery to hand, but again, needs must, and forcing your opponent to spend 7 mana on the card rather than just getting it flickered for free with the Yorion is definitely worth it here. And there is the second agent of treachery, and here's the other reason to do it. You've got a mystical dispute. The opponent, without 3 mana to pay for it, Lebunga takes advantage of that. And, the Shame Land as well. The Shame Land, Martin. Had the third land in hand, didn't play it.
Yeah, usually when you play, either formats where Mystical Dispute is one of the cards that a lot of people play, or just in general when you have card draw spells in your deck, it's usually a good idea to play out all your lands, because imagine a situation where you're holding a land in your hand and you draw into something like a divination that draws you 2 more cards, and all of a sudden that draws you another divination or something, and now you need multiple extra lands from your hand to put into play so that you can cast all the new cards that you drew, and you can just only make 1 land drop, and you're just not going to be able to do it because you were sandbagging all those lands. So usually better than bluffing that you might have a spell in your hand, it's usually just better to just play those lands, because you're going to end up regretting it when you draw into a lot of card draw or something later in the game.
So here, Lebunga's still under a lot of pressure, even after that sweet play with the Mystical Dispute there, and a Looker is only going to make things worse now. Just an island in hand, and goodbye human. Hello, Dream Trawler being brought in post-board here.
Interesting option. So now whenever Teruya is activating
that is that
Luca, it's kind of like spinning the wheel, and you don't really know what you're going to get.
Just a little bit of fun every time there. Yes, absolutely. That's the end of that game there. Unfortunately for fans of Leverado, he's gone down in straight sets. Now the demons have overtaken my room and it's far too dark. Whoops. But we do have more Magic to bring you, of course. We're going to jump into our next feature match, which I understand is between Laurence van der Beek. Oh, sorry, Laurence van der Beek. The M is the table number, not his first initial, versus Richard Barbuto. I thought maybe it was perhaps a French fellow, because they use M like Monsieur there. Like, it's not Mister. The French just use M, Monsieur Laurent. But no, Laurent van der Beek playing against Richard Barbuto. Apologies there to Lawrence. The Greedy Grill here, who is down a game against QNIT 71, Richard Barbuto. Both these plays at 4-1, still very much live for a cut to day number 2 here. Tomorrow we are playing single elimination Magic, Martin, We're going to winnow the field down, separate the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, I believe today we're playing cut down to 128 players, which means that the record required to make day 2 should be 7-1 for everybody. Whoever is on 7-1, that should pretty much be guaranteed to make it. And then a couple of players with a 6-2 record with the best tiebreakers are gonna squeak in. As well.
I believe there have been a few draws, despite this being an online tournament. I believe that time restrictions have forced us into a position where we do have a couple of unintentional draws, and there may even be IDs as well as we head towards the closing stages of this day. We'll keep you updated with all of that, of course, and we'll have a list of the players who are going to come back tomorrow to duke it out for the thousands of dollars on the line as part of this Red Bull Untapped event here. And Nazit goes downstairs here to find either a Luca or a Mystical Dispute. The Wanderer in hand. This is not the first time that we've seen the Wanderer brought in as tech. Originally, Martin, it was used as tech against the Boros cycling deck, but it actually does, it's already been proven to do pretty good work against Teema.
Yeah, you love to see it. It's stopping them.
Whoa, buddy. Okay, I'll thank you not to use my potentially trademarkable catchphrases there, mate.
Yeah,
exactly.
sure.
That's a Riley Knight original. Go on. Sorry, what were you saying? What do you love to see?
The reason to bring it in a matchup like this is that the Teamer deck usually runs card like Nightpack Ambusher, Uro. So they're going to have some targets for it usually. Sometimes you're going to catch them with a big shark token that you can exile. But mostly it's to make sure that their expansion explosion doesn't deal a lot of damage to any other permanents. Obviously, they can still target the Wanderer with it and deal damage to that. But here, if you have the deadly combination of the Wanderer and Narset, that is usually like a nice way to sort of lock the opponent out from really being able to do anything powerful, like we saw in one of the previous matches where Thomas Holzinger just couldn't deal with these two Planeswalkers.
Narset plus the Wanderer they team up together to deal with both halves of expansion, or both halves of the explosion, shutting off the card draw and damage. But right now, don't even worry about that because it's Brazen Borrower that's getting it done here for QNet 71, the perfect set of stats here. With 3 power, it cannot be exiled by the Wanderino.
Wait, did we see Borrower just attack face?
Yeah.
Instead of Narset?
Go straight upstairs, mate. Don't need it. Don't want it.
Wow, that is an aggressive play.
I mean, maybe if you've got an expansion explosion, there you go. Narset gets fried. Pop Narset in the deep fryer there.
That makes a lot more sense.
And that's the end of her.
Yeah, and one thing the Wanderer doesn't deal with is a 3/1 flyer. Like that does absolutely nothing against a Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, it's funny how Nightpack Ambusher here would actually be worse because it would just go straight down to the Wanderer. I guess it could make a 3/3 on its way out, which would be fine though. But here, as you can see, the Greedy Grill, Lawrence van der Beek, is looking for something and finds an answer in the form of ECD.
Now, what is the answer for the ECD? Are you going to go after the Brazen Borrower so you stop taking damage, or are you going to go after the Wilderness Reclamation, which is gonna basically deny the opponent 6 free mana every turn, which is deadly, especially in the combination with Castle Vantress. This is a really, really interesting decision.
And again, the other thing is, it is kind of, once the ECD comes down, it is kind of a race against time because a hero will have surely have something in the bin to bring back. But also this Castle Vantress is a real issue. So that's another incentive to go for the Wilderness Rec. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
A heads up play here by the Greedy Grill.
Go on.
Playing a Shockland first to ensure that your big spell that you really, really need to resolve is not going to get countered by a Mystical Dispute. I assume that you probably want to make a stop in your upkeep. That's exactly what just happened to set a stop so you can activate Castle Vantress to hopefully draw something good next turn. But wow, that cycled Shark Typhoon. Oh wow, that's
huge. That's huge. Yeah.
So now you basically have to draw Teferi into something
Yeah.
so that you can play Teferi, bounce a token, draw another card. You basically have to draw perfect. I don't think you can activate the castle anymore now, although you do have a lot of mana. If you go with Teferi into Teferi, that would work.
Punished pretty heavily there for going for the wilderness reclamation. But
Yep.
I mean, it may have been a situation of damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know, they've got the Shark Typhoon. Maybe they've also got Expansion Explosion, which will close things out. Growth Spiral in response to the Castle Vantress activation. And look, at this point, Explosion off the top just ends the game.
I was just gonna say, are we gonna see an explosion for one finish this game off?
Let's see. Off the top, there's the Teferi. All right, step one. Step one.
Are we doing it?
So no expansion explosion.
Doing it? So you need to draw exactly into another Teferi. I don't think there is many other. I guess White Omen doesn't work either because you go exactly back to 3 and then you die.
And ECD, of course, you can't cast. That would be an answer. The Birth of Meletus, it's not it. And so, unfortunately for the Greedy Grill, Qnit 71 wins this game. And congratulations to them at X and 1, doing very, very well for themselves. So that, unfortunately, is that for our coverage of the Red Bull Untapped round number 6. This international qualifier continuing, my friends, before very much longer. But right now, we're going to kick it back over to the news desk where Niels is standing by. So do stay with us. We're hoping to bring you continued coverage of this event right through to the end of the day here, round number 8. So stay with us, my friends, because plenty more magic coming your way. But right now, it's back to Niels.
Wait a minute, you're all in this cool, awesome plane with a bunch of dinosaurs and scary monsters, and no one invited me? Oh man.
Welcome to Red Bull Untapped.
Welcome, Red Bull Untapped.
Welcome to Red Bull Untapped. Hello and welcome to Red Bull Untapped.
Okay, welcome back everybody to the news desk here. We got some pretty interesting matches yet again, and we are here again with the giveaway with the bundle 10 boosters, a bunch of premium stuff. We have premium foil lands, you have the alternate art token, and that really cool dice. I know a lot of people collect these. I know I have a bag of them lying around somewhere as well. So pretty cool way. So pretty cool gift as well for any Magic player. Another one that we're giving away is that Commander deck. 100 card deck straight out of the box, has tons of new and exciting cards specifically for multiplayer. Great if you are a Magic player and you have a bunch of friends that have Commander decks that are coming from the same set, from the same edition that has come out, because they're also always kind of balanced with each other and to have a nice and interactive play experience with each other. If you want to win this package, these two combined, just do what our moderators say in the chat right now. They will give you a command to spam, and then you just Control copy, Control V, and spam everything, and just put some emotes in there so they don't see the other people's. I don't care. Just get active in there and get the prize for yourself. In the meantime, we have Zach here. Zach, how are you doing?
I'm good.
All right, Zach. So we also got your deck list here. We'll talk about that a little bit later. First, I want to get to know you a bit better. Who is Zach? When did Zach start playing Magic?
I started playing Magic about 8 years ago.
Okay. So which set was that?
Return to Ravnica, the second one.
Return to Ravnica. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that fond memories of that set there. I was there when the original Ravnica came out, and every time we go back, it gives me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Was that the same for you when we had the most recent one?
Yeah, I had actually stopped playing and came back for the second return.
Yeah, that's they're mean like that, right? They give you something. Hey, you recognize this? Come back, and it works so well. It works so well to get that nostalgia feeling going. So Zach, you're currently 5-1. That's correct?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have any previous Magic achievements? Because I have to admit, I don't recognize your name.
No big achievements. Went
All right.
to a few GP Torontos, but without any large showings.
GP Toronto's, you say? So you're playing from North America?
Yeah,
Okay. What time did you get up for this event?
2 a.m.
2 a.m. Jesus. Wow. Okay. Well, at that time, I woke up again because I was stressing about being in this desk. So we were up there together, sort of. Well, no, because for me it was later. But whatever. Hats off to you, Zachary, man. That's pretty impressive. Now, not only are you sort of living the dream, you are the very essence of what Red Bull wants to achieve in Magic is making people be part of this really cool thing and be in a setting and have an opportunity that they don't have that much. You mentioned Grand Prix, but let's compare. What is the difference between a Grand Prix and Red Bull Untapped to you? Is it exactly the same, or does it feel different for you?
The biggest difference would be having to travel with a big group of friends and being able to interact with them between rounds. Luckily for me, I had a friend with me through all of the rounds since 2 a.m., so it's been easier.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, for you, obviously, if you're playing all the way out of, I'm guessing you're in Canada as well, if Toronto was your GPs?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, for you it might be a bit harder to get some people that you already know involved as well. Not everybody is as dedicated as you are to be in this event, of course. But yeah, we've heard a lot of like little huddles and people making extra Discord servers to keep in touch with their friends. And we've had a bunch of people saying like, oh yeah, I added my opponent and we're still talking. We're both in it and we're like really rooting for each other. So it's cool to see that happening as well. But now the thing I'm most excited about, Zach, your deck. What is this? I'm loving everything that I'm seeing. Okay, let's get it on the screen as well. Yes, there we go. So Umori, and I was like, Umori, okay. Disconnected a little bit because I slapped my headset out of the receiver. Too much enthusiasm. So I saw Umori. So I go like, oh, another guy who's playing Simic with what red? What is this guy doing? No, we have Gruul Umori. We have the power of fat. Really, just get undercosted fatties. You even have those great those end race runners in there. Tell me a little bit about this deck, Zach. How did you find it, and why did you decide to bring this to the event?
So my friend and I have been working on Gruul for a little while, and with all the Just Sky Luca decks, the hardest thing is finding threats that can't be easily answered, especially by that deck since they steal all your stuff. So you have to both get under it while also being able to be evasive with their answers. So additions like Stonecoil Serpent, Shifting Ceratops, even the Ferox kind of add to that. The End Raise Forerunners was a late addition that is mostly in because you really just need the haste once they have dealt with most of your things. In the main deck, there's actually, I guess in the whole 75, there's 11 creatures with haste, and that goes a long way to putting the pressure on other decks. And it's all about getting ahead of the curve with mana reduction through Arboreal Grazer, Marauding Raptor, and Imori to just play big beefy things and go fast.
Yeah, I totally see that when looking at your deck list. It looks like your turn 4 and turn 5 might have given people the need to change their pants from time to time. Yeah, you're bringing a good point there. The haste. There's a lot of sorcery-based interactions now. We have those clarions. We have the Shatter the Skies. We have Elspeth Conquers Death. That. Unless they have Teferi, of course, those are all things that won't interact with you during your turn. So even if it means that every one of your creatures becomes a here's my 5 mana in your face. You kill it? Sure, here's the next one. Oh, you killed that one? Sure, here's the next one. It must be so frustrating. And every card you play is almost a must answer card for them. So I can see how once you do get going, that's just scary stuff happening to your opponents, man. So you are, like we said before, 5-1. Did you think you would do this well coming into this event? Did you have like a goal or something you wanted to achieve?
No, I knew the deck was good, and I knew that it has a good matchup into the Jeskai Luka decks. I thought I'd be back asleep by now, but I'm not complaining. It's been a lot of really fast starts, so it's been successful.
Yeah, so you woke up at 2 a.m., you say, so I assume that's an hour before the event. That means you're 6 behind, so it's almost lunchtime for you?
Yeah, just about.
Okay. I hope you found some time to eat, right? And I mean, this deck looks like it can wrap up pretty quickly and then get you a break to get something to eat.
That is the nice thing about it, is there's lots of time between rounds to do stuff like that.
Yeah, we had a chat with some other people as well on the importance of picking a deck that allows you to survive the day, because not many people are used to playing 8-9 rounds a day, like at Grand Prix, at Magic Fests, and, well, at Red Bull Untapped. So I want to thank you very much, Zachary, for taking your time and being here with me in this interview room. I love your deck, and I really hope that we'll be catching up with you later on in the event to congratulate you on making day 2, and who knows, even more than that.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Bye-bye. So that was Zachary, everybody. The deck's gone already, but I mean it. If I say I'm in love with this deck, there's something to love about big, strong monsters. I mean, I've got the T-shirt to prove it. We are growing. Bigger is better. Sometimes for some people, but you catch my drift. Our next section is looking at what you have to say about this event, what you have to share. So let's go over to social media. What did we find on Twitter? Wait, what? We have a translation as well. All right, perfect. So if you know Japanese, you can just read along. In the meantime, we will try to figure this out with the help of Google Translate. I am in the otaku competition. I was worried there. He was the competition. Sponsored by Mr. Red Bull. It's a very important man, this Mr. Red Bull. In the battle for the prize money that popped out. So he's still in the running. I became friends with a foreigner and complained about my main business. You complained about your main business? I hope this man's okay. I like this. Apparently he's okay, and I remember playing this game. I'm guessing that Google Translate has trouble between loving and remembering. So let's assume he loves playing this game. It would be a bit awkward if he remembers playing this game since he's currently in the tournament. And also thanks to Guri, I won without tilting Tomohiro. Thank you. Okay, some shout out to Tomoharu Saito, a very big community member in Japan as well. Awesome to see that this person is having a good time, and let's just hope that Mr. Red Bull loves reading and seeing what he has to say there. Let's go to our next one. While true double point name is John, if somebody's trying to break the interwebs here, climb to tier 1 while watching Red Bull Untapped 2020. I want to get to Mythic ASAP. Thanks again for the deck tech at somebody. Okay, so even the people that aren't in this event are enjoying the event. They're enjoying the coverage. They're playing Magic Arena in the meantime, and they're having a great old time. That's just super. I mean, like, I know I'm saying it over and over again, but I really want to stress how much of a community sense we've going in the Discord, in MTG Melee, in the stream, in the chat, in Twitch, everywhere, on Twitter. We've seen stuff on Facebook happening. It's buzzing everywhere, and I think It's super, super cool. If you have more things to add, or if you want to have a question presented here in the studio, feel free to tag me as well at Nils Viana. Put the hashtag Red Bull Untapped in there so our social media managers can find it as well. And we will do our very best to dredge through the dregs of the internet to find that little kernel of gold that you have hidden there for us. Yeah. Yeah, that just sounds nice. Well, that's the best thing I've said all day. Now, I'm done talking here. My voice is dying, so we're going to go to another little segment. We are looking back again to Red Bull Untapped history. One of our players in the finals was Alexander Matillon, or I keep misreading this, Mailaton. I'm really sorry for butchering your name. Let's see how he presented himself when he arrived in London in 2019 for the finals.
My name is Alex Mazlaton. I'm from the United States, Washington, D.C. area. Tournaments like Red Bull Untapped are so special because they are smaller fields, so you can get to know the competitors better, and preparing for them is totally different than for larger events. I'm playing Bant Scapeshift because I think it's the best deck, and I think that people aren't trying hard enough to beat it yet.
That was Alexander. He was one of our players at Red Bull Untapped Finals 2019. We are running towards another big edition of that final somewhere in the near future in November. We've got so many qualifiers, both online and national qualifiers to go still. The country qualifiers, not national qualifiers. That we have way too much stuff still going, but we wanted to know how Alexander was doing right now, how he's looking back to the event, how he's looking forward into maybe joining the next edition. So we sent Ollie Gurman, our trusty spiky-haired reporter on the scene, down to track down this slippery human and get some answers, get some nuggets. Why am I back with the nuggets? What's wrong? Somebody get me some chicken nuggets. Let's go to that interview. I'm going crazy.
Welcome back to the coverage of Red Bull Untapped 2020. We got another hot interview in store for you. This time with Alexander Mazlaton. I think I butchered that name. Is that correct?
You did good.
Are you, like, what is your day like at the moment? You mostly playing Magic, or is it other stuff?
A little bit of Magic, not a whole lot. I've mostly been spending my time looking for new jobs. The hiring has slowed down, way down. Everybody's trying to adjust to the new situation.
Okay, so you were a little bit ahead of the curve, basically, but still not. Doesn't sound like super great, but I guess we take it. We have to take it.
Yeah, it was accidentally preparing for it. So.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about last year's events. You just said you were accidentally preparing for the current situation. Were you putting in a lot of hours preparing for last year's events?
Kind of the opposite. I remember the event last year. I didn't think I would get accepted. They only had a few slots for MPL, which I'm not MPL, and I'm not a streamer or anything, so I kind of just applied and hoped for the best. I was already making plans to go to a paper event, and it was a team event, so I was trying to find a team for it, and then when I couldn't get a team for that event, I was going to play Modern in it. I decided, okay, I have this fallback Red Bull event to play in, and it was standard, and I didn't know anything about
this tiny fallback Red Bull event.
Yeah. I picked a deck that looked good from the Mythic Championship that they just had, and I ended up playing the one that felt best throughout the event.
Did go your way, I guess. So how surprised were you when you ended up in the finals, basically?
Really surprised. I didn't really process it until the last couple rounds. So every round I was playing in the single elim was like, okay, if you lose, not bad, you tried. And then if you lose, not bad, you're doing okay. And then up until the round I won, where it's like, wow, I just won $1,000 for winning this.
Right, yeah.
Unbelievable. And then I won the very last round against a very tough competitor to qualify.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just kind of hit me. Wow, I can't believe I qualified for this big Red Bull event.
Right. And So that was basically the qualifier. You played in one of the online qualifiers, and then you qualified for the event in London. And I guess that was very different because obviously now you had to leave the country. What was that like?
That was amazing. It was a incredible experience. I'd never played a tournament that small. You know, the only tournaments that there are that small are World Championships, and I've never qualified for one of the small World Championships. So.
Right, I guess very intense as well because all of the other guys are also accomplished. Looking forward to this year's event, what's your expectation for this year?
My expectation for this year, I took a look at the tournament structure for the qualifiers. It seems like they will be a lot smoother. The tournament system that they're using is different from the one that they used when I qualified. It seems like they have a better idea of how popular this will be, how to accommodate more players. So I'm expecting a smoother tournament overall. I'm expecting a tougher tournament overall because nobody really knew last year how big and cool the Red Bull event would be until the broadcast. And so, you know, a lot of people I knew, you know, they were following me because I had qualified, and then they watched the broadcast and wow, that event looks really cool. I want to play in it now.
We're looking at possibly the largest online Magic tournament of all time. Let's see if we can hit that mark. Well, thank you so much. I got one more funny question because I don't want to keep things all that serious. It's Magic related, but not like in the most serious way. So the question is basically, have you ever lied to anybody about playing card games? And if so, through what lengths have you gone to hide the fact that you were playing Magic?
Well, I've definitely lied about playing Magic. When I was a kid, maybe 17, 18 years old, my parents didn't want me to travel very far to play Magic. But I really wanted to play this qualifier that was maybe 5-6 hours south of where I lived. So I told my parents that I was going to go sleep over at a friend's house and we were going to just play a local tournament. And then we had made these plans to take this road trip 5 hours south. And I almost got away with it, but I got caught.
What happened?
The game store that I played in had a vending machine, and I bought a bag of chips from the vending machine. And when I was eating the chips, I bit into what ended up being a little bowl, a little metal bowl. I almost cracked my teeth. So I was, you know, glad I didn't crack my teeth, but I was wondering, you know, what am I going to do about this bowl that was in this bag of chips? So I called my mom, and she said, well, bring the chips home, and, you know, we'll call the company and see what they have to say about it. So when I got home, we called the company, and the company wanted to know where I got the chips from, where the vending was from. So I was stuck. I could either lie to my mom even more and, you know, maybe...
You're never going to dig yourself out of that hole, basically, at that point, right?
Yeah, so I told them, yeah, I got it. I was in North Carolina. Really mad.
All right, that qualifies as the official best answer to this question that I've ever heard, to be honest. All right, last but not least, do you want to give some shout-outs? Do you want to greet somebody?
Yeah, I want to give a shout-out to everybody that I practice Magic with. They call them Team 5%. There's too many people to name. They call it 5% because it's 5% of the Pro Tour is the joke. So just shout out to all those people. They're amazing. They're keeping me interested in Magic through this time where I can't really see them in live tournaments.
This is one of those special things for home office. Yeah, hi. All right. Well, Alex, thank you so much. Best of luck with the tournament this weekend. And we'd love to see you again doing well, just like last year.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
I don't know about you, but I was jealous of Ollie there. It looked like he was having so much fun with that interview, and I love this kid popping up at the end as well. It's just to show again that we're all together here from home, all connected up. It's pretty cool. The next thing we want to talk about, though, is looking at how this event fits in the bigger picture. This is the first qualifier that we're doing, the first online qualifier, but of course we have a bunch more going. 7 events of the planned 16 qualifiers have already been announced. The first one, May 16th, the online qualifier we are in now. Then we will go to Germany for their country qualifier. Spain and Italy are up next. We're in June already. Then, when we move over to July, we have another international online qualifier that everybody can join. No more country restrictions for that one. A week later, you get to try again with the 18 July international qualifier. And then, if you're one of the citizens of the UK, you get to play in your very own online qualifier. Why would you be playing in there? Well, because there's prizes to win, of course. So let's have a look at what you can get in the top 8 of these events. We have the little schedule here. It's been shared on social media if you want to see it for yourself. A total prize pool of $200,000. The finals take up 75,000 of that. That's $75 for 8 players. Just do the calculations if you're one of those EV kind of guys. In the meantime, we have the qualifiers here. We're currently in the first one, 125,000 to be distributed amongst these 8. And our first place winner getting $2,000 for their tournament on top of the experience. But we're filling the entire top 8 with prizes. 1,000 for the finalist, 500 for semifinals, quarterfinals each get $250. But that's not all. The winner also gets a AOC monitor, just like this one, except well, not this one because it's mine. It's in the studio. You'll get a fresh one without my dirty, smudgy fingerprints on them. Don't worry. And then for the runner-up, we have the same headset I'm wearing, the mouse that I'm using, and this really nice big playmat-like mouse mat, but it's big. It's bigger than your standard Magic mouse mat, and it's a lot thicker. It really feels super comfortable to rest your wrists on. So that's going to the runner-up. That's pretty nice as well. But importantly, how do you get into that day 2? Well, we're playing Swiss now, 8 rounds of it, in fact, and that means that you can keep playing as long as you're winning. As long as you want to, you can keep playing all the 8 rounds. But at the end of this day, we're going to cut off everybody that is not in the top 128 players. Now, as this event is designed, that means you're pretty much guaranteed to get into day 2 if you have 7 wins. So if you win 7 out of 8 rounds, you're in day 2. You'll be playing in that top 128, and that's a single elimination bracket. So that means we start with 128, and after round 1, we're down to 64, we're down to 32, we're down to 16, we're down to 8, 4, and we go to the finals. Now, one thing that's important to know is that in MTG Melee, you can actually draw. A lot of people don't seem to realize this, but in that box where you enter your result, somewhere to the bottom right of it, well, this is my right, maybe for you it's the bottom right, I guess, because everything's backwards and crazy. There's a draw button as well. So make sure that if you want to draw, communicate well with your player, probably in the MTG Melee chat function or just in Arena. Make sure you agree that you want to draw, and then pass the result that way, and you should be fine to go into the next rounds. Okay, so in the meantime, we went through all the deck lists of all the feature matches that we have seen so far and have picked out a few of them that we haven't highlighted yet. So, excuse me, I just had a little burpee. So, and we want to showcase a few of them. And again, this is the low-hanging fruit. This is me explaining to people that might not be as familiar with all these decks what the basics are, what their strategy is, without paying too much attention to the details. Let's get into the first one here. We have Alex Chambers' Gruul Fires deck. So much like the deck that we featured already that I loved so much, the Omori deck, we have a Gruul deck here, and we see a lot of the same cards, right? The big, strong 3, 4, 5 mana monsters in green and red, really punching through, putting pressure on your opponent, while combining that with Fires of Invention. The enchantment costs 4 mana, we see in the top right, that lets you play 2 spells without paying their mana cost, but you can't play spells otherwise anymore. It lets you really overload that turn 4, turn 5 with just a lot of really strong, impactful cards, and you hope to win through that. Accidentally, almost, this is a Kahira deck as well, so you have that companion just buffing all your beasts, all your elementals, every creature you play, pretty much, because that's the requirement to be allowed to play the companion. Let's move over to the next deck. We have Bro Caesar's Selesnya tokens. Now, this is a very different strategy from a lot of the things that we've seen. Selesnya referring to green, white, and tokens. It's full of cards that either make tokens or do something if you have a lot of tokens. So, for example, we see the Watley's Raptor there. It proliferates, but okay, that has nothing to do with tokens. Well, no, but there's a bunch of effects in this deck that put +1/+1 counters on the tokens, like the venerated Loxodon and the Unbreakable Formation. And if you can just double up on those tokens, put an extra one on each of them, then you get some pretty scary looking tokens really, really quickly. So this deck is all about filling the board with a bunch of tiny little dorks and then pumping them up to be the fierce monsters they all dream they are. That like bringing out the raw, unfeathered potential inside. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, let's go to the next deck list here. We have Damiel 8. We have Damiel 8's Mardu Doom Foretold. There we go. So a very different deck. We've talked about Mardu Knights already. Mardu Knights being this 3-color aggro deck focused on 1, 2, and 3 drops, synergies between humans, non-humans, and just maximizing a very aggressive push into you. This deck is completely the opposite. It's playing sweepers, destroying all the small creatures with Deafening Clarion. It's playing Shatter the Skies, just wrecking the board. And then it doesn't look at finishing you with some puny little creatures that you can kill. In fact, this main board doesn't have a single creature card in it. It has a bunch of enchantments that make creatures, but they just keep coming and coming and coming. So if your opponent's plan is to use removal on it, then that is going to be completely useless. They're just going to be back the next turn. And then we have the signature card, Doom Foretold, in there, that is just going to give your opponent impossible decisions turn after turn after turn, and then just to top everything all off, if you can't go big enough, you just go Ruinous Ultimatum, destroy all non-land permanents your opponents could draw. If they don't give up by then, they'll eventually succumb anyway. You'll be making some tokens somewhere and overrun your opponent that way. Let's go to our next deck by Elliot Bousso. He is playing Selesnya Lurrus, again a green-white deck, but completely different from the Selesnya tokens deck we talked about earlier. This one has Lurrus, so it has that recursion engine, but you can only play permanents that cost 1 or 2. So it limits you in what you can do. Here we see that core of Season of Growth and all that glitters, getting enchantments, overloading your opponent with these triggers, with the value. All that glitters counts the number of enchantments you own and gives power and toughness equal to that number to whatever it's on. And usually auras, they're this awkward mechanic, because if they kill your creature, you lose your aura. So just having an aura that does a lot of power and toughness usually isn't that good. But here with Lurrus, you just get to replay it immediately. But I think we just have the announcement that we have a match ready for you, that round 7 has already started. So let's get ready for that. We are currently at the beginning of round 7. We're just making sure that all the little cogworks are ready to bring everything to get that feature from the player, put it into the machine, through everything, and then get it to the casters, then getting it back to the studio and to you. We're ready for it. Let's see what Martin and Riley have to say about round 7 of Red Bull Untapped.
Are we live?
Yep.
All right.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to live coverage of Red Bull Untapped. We're going to jump into a game here between Rint, who has been playing with this mono green deck for quite some time, and his opponent here, Santiago Hernandez. Rint's been playing, again, mono green in the Magic Fest Online and still grinding hard with it here, and up against what looks like Jeskai Yorion.
Yeah, Rin has been doing extremely well with the mono green deck. Every time I saw him play, he's been doing really well in the Magic Fest Onlines, and no wonder seeing him do well here as well. Pelt Collector is definitely
off with a Pelt Collector here.
Yeah, Pelt Collector is definitely the best start this deck can have. You don't have cards like Llanowar Elf, so you really do need to start with something, and Pelt Collector into something like Barghide Troll, into cards like Questing Beast. That's the kind of start you're looking for in every game. Paradise Druid is one of the ways to try to sort of replace Llanowar Elves. Obviously, it's not the same thing, but you can still use it to ramp from 2 to 4, so you can cast all these, Vivian, Questing Beast. I don't know what other 4 drops there are, but I'm pretty sure that Rin has a few more. And obviously, Llanowar Elf would be a little bit better because you would be able to ramp up from Llanowar Elf into Yorvo. But Paradise Druid is a fine option as well.
Teferi number 2 coming down here for Santiago here. And it seems as though we may be having a couple of issues with this stream coming through. We may actually have to switch over back to another table. We'll see how things pan out here, but we may have to switch over to a separate table just in a second here, unfortunately. We'll keep you updated here, but for the moment, looks like it might be the Pelt Collector that was previously bounced.
Stonecoil Serpent used to be really, really good against the Bant Ram deck, where they don't really have a lot of ways to deal with it, because all the cards like Teferi are multicolor.
Mm-hmm.
But right now there is still a lot of copies of Shatter the Skies in everybody's deck, so they do have ways to get rid of it.
Yeah, Stonecoil Serpent is actually, again, sort of used to be at its prime when everyone was attacking with Hydroid Crazies, because it just blocked that really easily. Dream Trawler also, it held off, and now, I mean, Dodger's ECD had a lot of stuff going for it. It's kind of fallen off a little bit in this new shark-dominated format, but it can still do a lot of work.
Yeah, I think it was really good when there was a lot of Hydroid Crazies, when Dream Trawler was the finisher of choice for these band decks or for these control decks. When people played a lot of Uro, for example, against all of those cards, Stonecoil Serpent is one of the best cards you can have, and obviously it can be bounced by Teferi. But here we can just, you can just use Luca to find an agent on turn 5 and just steal it. So it's not usually a big deal for these Fires decks.
Second Omen of the Sea now, and the opponent probably still looking to keep hitting those land drops. Even a Yorion now isn't too bad. You're drawing 2 extra cards, but
just a big
you can do better than that, surely, right? I guess as a 4/5, it's blocking a lot of what's going on, but I don't know. The Vivian's in hand, the Barkhide Troll, Stonecoil Serpent. It's actually Rint who needs more lands at this point, right?
Yeah, definitely. So you can start casting all the Vivians and everything. What can you do here? If you just activate Grow Chamber Guardian, you get to attack for how much? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Mm-hmm. 8 points of damage. That's pretty good. You're kind of putting your opponent on
Shatter or they're under a lot of pressure. But even if they just play the Yorion, I think you're still gonna have to add to the board.
Yeah. The Vivian here is, I mean, the Vivian Arcbow Ranger is one of the, I guess, quote unquote removal spells. Well, not even quote unquote, just actual removal spells in the deck, because it allows you to leverage the size of your creatures against whatever your opponent's working with. Now, the block with the 0/4 allows an activation of Growth Chamber Guardian to make it a 4/4. Rin having a think about what he wants to do.
That's a really interesting decision, because this block just invites you to, hey, spend the mana to pump the Guardian. Like that just screams like, this is what I want you to do. So my best guess is we're gonna see a Shadow the Sky next turn, because that would make a lot of sense. Because this was just screaming, oh hey, you can pump the Guardian. I'm gonna lose my 0/4. I need tokens to, use them for Luca to put an agent into play. You can get rid of it. But
then
no, wow.
No, but you're encouraging your opponent to make a 4/4 and put a card in their hand, which is not traditionally great against Shatter. Anyway,
basically, what you're trying to do is you just want your opponent to not develop anymore on that turn. You just want them to spend the mana, put it into the Growth Chamber Guardian, and I'm gonna lose my wall, but I know that's gonna take your whole turn.
But doesn't that then turn you away from thinking they've got Shatter? Because surely you want your opponent to play out another creature if you're going to Shatter next turn.
Right, but they don't get to play like a Planeswalker or something. Sure. Basically, like they just tap out, and next turn if you sweep the board, the board is completely clear, as opposed to resolving like the Vivian or something.
Yeah, like playing a land and resolving either one of those Vivians, or playing the Champion of the Wilds with the 3 lands in play. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Just tying up the mana.
Here we saw the Yorion being used, just as a free 5 mana card that gives you a 4/5 body and draws you 2 cards and scries 4. So pretty decent value.
So another Barkhide Troll here is going to grow those Pelt Collectors, and now just getting in with a team. One of these creatures is going to get eaten up by the Yorion. Is it going to be one of the Pelt Collectors here? Let's see. Pelt Collector's not quite at a point that they have trample. But one of them is going to get eaten up by this Yorion here, and as a result, we now see 10 damage coming across, down to 3. So it's kind of Shatter or Bust at this point, hey?
It is Shatter or Bust. I'm not sure if the extra Stonecoil Serpent changes the clog here, because you need to attack for 3 or more to deal any extra damage, and sacrificing the Omen in the upkeep, that probably means that the other player also recognizes, I need to find Shadow the Sky, so if it's not in my hand, I guess I'm going to have to sack the Omen for the additional scry, and then if it's not on the top, I'll put both the cards on the bottom and hope that the next one is Shatter, or that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and the problem is, of course, that there's so many ways now for Rint to continue, to rebuild, even if there is a Shatter here. So even if you've just found one and you've got the land to cast it, and you're not going down to 1, well, there's the land. 7 cards in hand, Shatter. I guess you can attack with, no, there's no point even attacking with the Yorion, because the Stonecoil Serpent just blocks it straight up.
So are there any cards that allow you to survive? What about Omen of the Sun? What would that be? You would go to 5, you would make 2 1/1s. None of those creatures currently have trample, so you would be blocking the Growth Chamber Guardian, you would be jumping Barkhide Trolls, and you'd be only taking 4. So yeah, Omen of the Sun would actually still allow you to survive.
Okay. What if the Pelt Collector picks up another token, however? You block
You would need to cast something better. You would need to draw a land to play Vivian Arcbow Ranger to put some extra counters on the creatures.
Yeah.
That way the Pelt Collector wouldn't get trample.
None of these creatures are big enough to grow the Pelt Collector. And Rint doing a remarkably good job for someone who's stuck on 3 lands here. In they come, and we're probably going to see an Omen of the Sea here to keep the opponent alive. Otherwise, they are deader than disco. There's the Omen.
All right, well, that's going to make it for a more interesting game. I think we're going to see another sacrifice Omen in the upkeep, maybe, to try to still dig for the Shatter. And if the opponent does find it, that's gonna make for a more interesting game. But right now, it's pretty much just Shatter or Bust, as you said.
So here's the block now. It's going to put the opponent down to 1 after the 3-3 and the 1-1 get across here.
So how does the situation look like now? The opponent is at 1. You still, it's either shatter or bust, but you still need to make sure that you beat the other cards they can play. Like right now, what if the opponent plays Teferi next turn? They bounce the Omen, that gives them 2 more life, and it gives them 2 more tokens. Do you still win? Like if the answer is no, then it might be a good idea to just add more creatures to the board, because then you would still rather put yourself in the position where the only card that beats me is Shatter, and I just need to make sure that I beat everything else. Because if they draw Shatter, let's be honest, they're probably winning the game.
Yeah, because it just undoes so much of your work there. Here's Yorvo off the top with the Vivian. They pop that one into exile. It can be cast. And now back to Hernandez.
And now Teferi would actually be good enough. Not anymore. Now you don't have enough mana to do it, but 36 cards in the opponent's hand, so they must have something to play.
Keeping themselves alive is going to be tricky, given the current board. They need 4 blockers if they don't have a shatter. I guess another omen would also do it. The Yorion slowly munching away at the creatures on Rinse side of things. The Pelt Collectors are gone. They were, I guess, probably the most threatening cards because they're so hard to chump block once they get a little bigger.
Rin has really been playing this mono green deck for a really long time, and that shows you like it is usually a good idea to stick to one deck and learn it inside out. Just know every matchup, know how to sideboard in all the against all the top decks, know how to approach all the matchups, and that is really valuable.
Okay, Omen of the Sea now.
0 top 2 bottom. As if you're in, you do love to see that.
And with only 2 mana remaining, 3 mana, sorry, there's that untapped Triome there. Again, we're kind of on Omen of the Sun or Bust. Or, I mean, Shadow the Sky at this point is too late. I guess one of the perils of playing an 80-card deck. Sometimes you just don't find the cards that you need.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, actually, because if you're playing these 80-card decks and you are playing cards like, Mystical Dispute in the main deck and like all the stuff that the players are using to kind of try to beat each other in the control matchups, it is really hard to actually fix your deck after sideboard, because the bigger your deck is, the harder it is to fix it with just a 15-card sideboard. Like your sideboard is still 15 cards. It doesn't get any bigger, if your main deck is bigger. So it is hard to replace. Let's say you're playing against Cycling, for example, and your deck is going to have all the Elspeth Conqueror's Death, Mystical Disputes, Tamio, all those kind of cards. Then after sideboard, you're only reasonably going to have 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 cards against aggro. But in these 80-card decks, you're going to have more than 6 or 6, 4 or 6 cards to take out. So you're gonna be left with still a bunch of cards that you would rather not have in your deck against aggro.
We move over now to one of our other tables where Stephen Murray is playing against John Jerson Poe here, Bappo. Both of these players at 5-1, and it looks like Stephen was able to pick up game number 1, currently in the process of sideboarding. Looks like Apostle of Purifying Light has come in addition to Devout Decree. So that immediately tells me, I didn't get a good look at what Beppo was playing, but I imagine it's probably mono black at this point, based on that.
Yeah, no idea myself. I'll just see in game 2. This is your classic Boros cycling.
Yes.
We see a land being boarded out. That's interesting.
Oh, wow. Taking out a mountain. Going down to just 17 lands. And Grafdigger's Cage and Shadow Spear coming in as well after the Boons and the Frostvale Ambushes come out. Now, the problem here is you're taking out 6 cards with cycling, which actually does come at a real cost, right? Putting in 6 non-cyclers, it makes your deck a lot less consistent. It makes your Zenith Flares a lot worse. and it makes it less reliable that you can have those ridiculous turns where you, like chain together 4 cyclers in a row in order to push through the lethal with the stingers, or find that Zenith flea you need to burn them out.
Yeah, that is definitely a downside. Although I do like bringing in the high impact cards like the Apostle, for example. That is just a card that, if it is like a mono black or red black aggro deck, that's gonna have real trouble beating that card, because they don't have any kind of sacrifice effects on you or something, like an edict kind of effect is what I mean. Like, they're just not gonna have an answer for a 2/1 protection from black in their deck most of the time.
A decent enough start here for Stephen based on this hand, although no Fox. Does have the Stinger, one of the other threats, and then languishing behind the Draneth Healer. The Healer does sometimes get played, but it's mostly cycle. Generally, the gaining 1 life per cycle is pretty
This might be
minor.
a matchup. This might be a matchup where you might want to play the healer, though, especially like when you're in the draw. You didn't have a turn 1 Fox. You're gonna be the one on defense most likely this game. So this might be easily the game where you just want to cast the healer so that you can start getting some life, make some land drops, and just like eventually try to get some value from your Lurus later on or something. Wouldn't be surprised to see that.
Rakdos Sacrifice has seen a sharp downturn in popularity in the last couple of weeks, so Vapo's obviously here to try to turn that around.
Yeah, I think it looks like Boros cycling and Mono aggro kind of just replaced Rakdos as the aggro decks of choice. It just seems that the Rakdos Sacrifice deck just has a harder time beating all the sweepers that everybody's playing right now.
Yeah. But here, look at this. Double Cauldron Familiar plus Priest of Forgotten Gods. Triple Cauldron Familiar even. So all you need now is an oven. You're really going to start getting it done here. And they come. And cycling away a Draneth Healer. Chose not to play anything, because obviously it would just be sacrificed to the Priest there.
I think the one card you're looking for is Villian Rescuer. Like, that would be the perfect card to have against Priest of Forgotten Gods.
Yeah, not to mention all the cats as well, as they trade off against the humans. So no luck yet here for Stephen, who has found a Zenith Flare.
Okay, so now it's gonna be interesting. You're basically showing the opponent that you're not willing to play a creature into the Priest. Mm-hmm. So you're either saving for turn 4 when you can play one of the creatures and then play Go for Blood to make your creature fight with the Priest. So in this turn, I would expect the Rakdos player to not attack with the Priest, to keep it untapped for that possible play. Looks like that's not going to happen, but that would help you play around this scenario. But looks like they just go for Lurus instead, which is gonna add some more pressure to the board, and it's basically gonna allow them to replay the Priest next turn. So yeah, that's a fine play as well.
So once again, cycling without having anything on the board. Cycle count now 6, and there's the Rescuer. That's a huge draw. That's a huge draw, because now you can actually start putting stuff on the board. Maybe a Zenith Flare first, though.
Yeah, the Rescuer... interesting. So that could be like a very interesting stare-off when there's Rescuer against Priest in play, because whoever blinks first is going to lose, because the other player is going to respond with either activating the Priest or making a token.
See, you could have played the Rescuer there and then immediately cycled, and then you always have the token ready to go while the Priest is tapped.
Right, but you would be taking way too much damage next turn, I think, because you wouldn't have this live gain from the Zenith. Okay. I think killing Lurus is perfectly reasonable. Now it's going to depend also on if the Rakdos player can add more to the board.
Well, now that the Priest is tapped here, this Rescuer is fine. You immediately put a token into play, of course, with one of your cyclers, and that protects you from the edict effects of the Priest of Forgotten Gods.
I would have been very, very tempted to kill the Priest.
With a Go for Blood?
Yeah, just play my healer and use Go for Blood to kill the priest, and then cycle one of the cards to make a token, because this is just asking for trouble. Yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen if you let the priest live. You don't want to let them do the shenanigans with cards like Flame the Firstborn. You don't even want to really let them, turn the cats into more cards, making you lose more life, because once they find an oven or something, they can bring the cats back for almost no cost. So that would have worked a little better, I think. But this is the board now. There are 2 tokens currently. One of the tokens is probably going to have to block the Rescuer here just to not take too much damage. The Rescuer is dying anyways, because the priest is going to want to sacrifice it.
I'm not even going to attack with it.
Interesting. So this means that Batpo probably wants to use the mana for something. They want to use the mana either for some of the cards in their hand. Maybe they have too many lands. They want to activate the castle, still find some more gas.
Plays another priest with the mana from the first priest here. And leaving up a human. Footfall Crater cycled. Takes the Zenith Flare up to 10. 11 with the healer. Okay, Apostle of Purifying Light is... Well, it's not very good against the double priest, is it? Usually Apostle basically just has protection from the opponent's deck, but it's not great here.
Yeah, that's actually true. They do have edict effects. They do have edict effects as another effect. I'm used to the Alborch Sacrifice deck, I guess, which is not playing the priest. So I kind of just completely forgot that choice still exists. There is still the version with Lurrus that obviously gets to play priest, but if you're doing that, you lose access to the cards like Ghoststrider, Mayhem Devil, Midnight Reaper, all that kind of stuff. So obviously priest still does give you a nice way to answer the Apostle if you're playing Lurrus as your companion. The Alborch version just might not really have an answer.
So a Scorpo now, after the Valiant Rescuer comes down, and
that's a lot of damage. That's 6 damage.
Yeah, it's actually this might just be enough here. If you've got one more creature, this is going to be it. No, it's it, because you just use the priest, sacrifice the other 2 the second priest. Yeah, no.
Oh yeah, you're right.
GG's.
Yeah,
GG's. That's the end of game number 2. Stephen Murray goes down to Rakdos Sacrifice, and we go to a game 3 between these 2 players.
So fight as one, not very useful against the deck that, instead of just actual removal spells, is try to make you sacrifice with Priest of Forgotten God. So that's probably not gonna come in. Fry doesn't do a whole lot against a red-black deck. There's like a bunch of cyclers in the sideboard. Light of Hope, like just gaining life against this red-black deck is also not really gonna do a whole lot, because it's not a burn deck. The way they win is with creatures in play, so that's not really going to help you against them.
And back once more into the fray here with Stephen Murray on the play. You're watching Red Bull Untapped coverage. Riley Knight's my name. I'm joined by the Hall of Famer Martin User. This is round 7 of this standard event. We are driving towards a cut to top 128 for tomorrow. We've had... it's one of the largest Magic tournaments of all time. I think, what did you say it was? 15th largest, 17th largest? It's absolutely huge.
When I was looking up the biggest Grand Prix, I think this was around the 15th place or something, as far as the biggest tournaments of all time go. So that is pretty cool. And I didn't even count the players that registered. I just counted the players that actually showed up.
To play. So it's one of the biggest tournaments that has been put on in recent times as well. And it's our great pleasure to bring you live coverage of this event, thanks to Red Bull, of course. Riley Knight, Martin User, and here on your screen, Stephen Murray, facing against this Rakdos Sacrifice player. These 2 players at 1-1 at this point, 5-1 in the tournament. John Jerson Poe on the north of your screen. And a good start here for Stephen with a Flourishing Fox into Dranathela. Go ahead, sorry.
Stephen pretty much with the best possible hand. Like whenever I'm playing this deck, I'm looking at my hand. I see planes and fox. I click on keep. It would have to be like 4 or 5 more lands in the rest of the game for me to mulligan it. Like fox is basically the best start this deck can have, and this was the perfect hand. 2 lands, fox. Obviously, you don't have both colors just yet, but with all the cyclers, you're just gonna hit it eventually. So that's not really a big deal. And this fox is usually gonna grow out of proportions really quickly. I think I would like to see Steve either use the Go for Blood to just get rid of the piece for good. Yeah, that's
looks like that's going to happen here.
That seems like Stephen learned after the second game that leaving priest in play is just asking for trouble. That's how the opponent is able to use the cards like Claim the Firstborn to turn your creatures against you. So rather than just cycle a few cards to make his fox bigger, we see Mari opt for the safe play to get rid of the priest for good now.
And Valiant Rescuer also being put onto the battlefield here and immediately making a token with the startling development. 5 damage coming across as well. And 1 life. And yeah, this is looking really, really good for Stephen here. Hey.
Sometimes you're just on the play with the cycling deck, and there's just nothing the opponent can do. You just have the good draw with the fox, with some of the other early creatures, with enough cyclers, with enough lands, and there's not a whole lot the opponent can do.
And this looks to be one of those situations. The robber of the rich, I don't even know if it can attack here. You may just be leaving yourself dead. The other thing you're thinking about at this point as well, if you're the opponent, is like, well, do they have a Zenith Flare in hand? And if so, does it kill me? So there's the 4th land. And the opponent, that's all they'll be thinking about now is the big Zed Flare. Only 3 cards in the bin though, so maybe it's not that big of a deal.
I think Mari is just going to be able to go wide here. If he wants to, he can just play another Rescuer. If he wants to, he can play Stinger as well, just to start dealing a little bit of damage every cycle. He can also just cycle both of the cards. He can also just try to go for Zenith. But I think just playing Rescuer, just going wide with a load of tokens, what is the opponent really going to do?
Yeah, they don't have ways to clean this sort of thing up, unless they're playing like Blazing Volley, which would be pretty hot here.
The more creatures you have in play, the less effective your opponent's cards like Claim the Firstborn get, because then you just have a lot of chump blockers potentially. So they can only really use it in combination with something like Priest of Forgotten Gods, but that one is already dead. So they would just be stealing whatever, let's say the Fox, attacking you at 21, so you can either let it go or you can just chump it with the 1/1. So that wouldn't really do a whole lot.
So we're going to see a chump block here with the Crater Maker that'll then shoot probably the Valiant Rescuer, and so only a total of 2 damage coming across. No, we're going to see a block on the Robber of the Rich with the Rescuer, and this would mean then I have to imagine the Crater Maker would be sending its 2 damage towards the Healer, or maybe the other Rescuer, actually. That works too. Sure. All right. So 2 damage coming across. The Flourishing Fox deals 0 as it remains blocked even after the Crater Maker leaves the battlefield. It is a Grafdigger's Cage as well to shut down any nonsense with Witch's Oven and Cauldron Familiar.
And Lurus also. Now that means that Beppo is not able to play Lurus and bring back like a priest from the graveyard.
Yep. Wow. A great game there for Stephen Murray. He really stamped his authority on that game. And after a very nice opening hand there, turn 1 Fox, never really looked back, Martin, and just was it was strength to strength there from Stephen.
Yeah, well done by Stephen Murray.
We're going to move over to another table here as soon as we're ready to go. We'll jump down. Looks like our next is Brandon Burton. So this is Sandy Dog versus, I'm going to do my best, and I'm very sorry to everyone here, Jakub Schneider. Schneider? Yeah.
I think that the SZ probably signals a Polish name, but I believe that is how you would pronounce that.
Well, I'm very sorry. Right. I'm very sorry, Jakub. Very sorry, Jakob. But anyway, we're going to jump down here, and these guys that's back to Rint here. Okay, all right, back to Rint. So Rint here on mono green, who picked up game number 1 and looks to be contesting game number 2 very fiercely here. It seems like Jakob and Brandon have already finished their game. And so as a result here, we are back to where we started with a... Shifting Ceratops exiled to the Vivian, Barkhide Troll in hand, but here's the problem. On the other side of the battlefield, It's a Luca, which has got out an Agent of Treachery and stolen the Yorvo.
There really is a lot of aggro and a lot of creature decks right now, which always makes me question. Like when I see some of these Jeskai Fires lists or some of these Ben decks, and they're only playing three copies of Shatter the Sky. That kind of what makes me just go like, hey, just put the fourth copy in. Like it looks like this week just showed everybody like aggro is still alive, aggro is still there. You should probably just have the fourth copy of the sweeper in your main deck.
But this is sort of I do a show with Maria, Cedric, and Corey and Corbin, and we've talked about this on the Advantage Bar. The fact that this is the point at which aggro decks will resurge, right? This is the point at which we will have all these aggro players, whether they're playing mono black, mono red, mono green, whatever it is, mono white, potentially not, mono blue, almost certainly not. They look and they go, yeah, look at this. People aren't playing all the Deafening Clarions. People aren't playing the Flame Sweeps, the Storm's Wraths. It's now our time as all of these big decks try to go bigger and bigger and put out, 3, 4, 5,000 copies of Agent of Treachery. This is when you want to start getting in there.
Yeah, do you remember how Team Reclamation just had like 3 copies of Storm's Wrath in their main deck? Like when the deck first like become really big in the metagame, it was just like 4 Storm's Wrath, like all the sweepers and everything. These days, it's just like 3 or 4 copies of Mystical Dispute, like a Brazen Borrower,
maybe a Scorching Dragonfire.
Just all the cards for the mirror matches and for the grindy matchup. So yeah, we are seeing aggro just kind of make it back into the metagame, even though it was getting sort of crushed before that. Now it's just less sweepers, and especially when everybody's just running 20 more cards in their decks, when 80 is the new 60, then if you move from 4 shatters in your 60 cards into 3 shatters in your 80 cards, that changes the odds pretty quickly.
Now, Growth Chamber Guardian coming down at instant speed here and can immediately buff itself up to a 4/4 to contest this Yorvo, which is coming in to attack the Vivian. Vivian allowing you, of course, to play your creatures at instant speed. Here's the block, and the activation probably after that, you would imagine, seeing as Rint didn't put any extra mana into the Wildborn Preserver. Yes, indeed, there it is. So the Growth Chamber Guardian not only
if they shatter
the Yorvo,
Troll and
also
Ceratops
replacing
is
itself
not lethal,
with the
so I
4th
have
and
to
final
clear it
copy in Rint's
and get
list.
the last adapt.
And look at the green deck just playing the value game against the value deck. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, it's pretty huge here. It is pretty huge. And now another Luca, but that doesn't do anything unless you can't exile your agent to get another agent. No, does this work? No, this doesn't work.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You have to turn something with a lesser mana cost into
it has to be higher. So unfortunately for the opponent here, removing their only blocker themselves.
All right, we're playing tomorrow.
And look at that. Rint wins the game and indeed the match. So mono green right at the top of the tables here, doing a very good job for itself. And it seems to be a very, very aggressively slated format this weekend, Martin, as I'm sure a lot of people expected.
I am looking at some of the top rated players in the tournament right now, and I believe Niels might be bringing you all this information. There's a lot of aggro doing well.
A lot of aggro.
It's way more than I would expect. It is crazy how well the aggro decks are doing this weekend.
Well, let's kick it back to Niels at the news desk in that case to bring us all the information, bring us up to date about how things are looking throughout this tournament. So with that, as part of Red Bull Untapped coverage of round number 7 wrapping up, let's head back to the news desk and to Niels.
Wait a minute, you're all in this cool, awesome plane with a bunch of dinosaurs and scary monsters, and no one invited me? Oh man.
Welcome to Red Bull Untapped.
Welcome, Red Bull Untapped.
Welcome to Red Bull Untapped.
Hello and welcome to Red Bull Untapped.
Welcome back, everybody. We're the round 7 post show for Red Bull Untapped 2020. Now, first and foremost, we'll be giving away not 1,000, not 2,000, not 5,000, but 10,000 gems. Let me just get them for you. Now, our very skilled graphic editor will make sure there's a pile of gems in my hand. Or that's what I'm thinking. Like, that would be totally awesome, but that's just not going to happen. So we are giving away 10,000 gems this round. You will be contacted with a code to put them on your arena. Obviously, I don't have them in my hand here. That would be pretty awesome. But if I had 10,000 gems, I probably would just buy an island and not be here, even though I'm having loads of fun. So I would probably come back for a vacation from my island just to do this. That would definitely help. Yeah, actually, my island better have internet as well, now that I think of it. But you know what? Forget about the island. 10,000 gems, we're going to be giving them away in the chat. So get your spam button ready for that command. Our moderator will let you know how you can win that pretty impressive prize, actually. If you come to think of all the giveaways, 10,000 gems, I'll let you figure out just how crazy that is to give away. And if you do think it is crazy, I've got some news for you. That is the first thing we'll be giving away tomorrow. So after round 1, we'll be giving away another 10,000 gems. And let me just get my little cheat sheet over here, because in round 2, we're giving away a collector booster box of Ikoria. And then we go back, we tone it down a little bit. We get to the Ikoria bundle. We give away another collector's booster box, and then we give it a bundle. Just, you always have people that are really happy about this, especially the commander deck. And then after round 6, we have Magic Fest in a box. So Magic Fest is the tournament series that is organized by another organizer. It's together with Wizards of the Coast, and it comes in a really hard to open box, apparently. How do you open this? So I mean, I have an education. I'm supposed to be able to open this. I'm unable to open this. Oh, there we go. There's a lid like this. Okay, so it comes with a very nice playmat, a deck box. It comes with sleeves, and then the thing that you're really going for is a set of promo cards for you. In this particular one, we have the foil promo Path of Exile, front and back. No, it's not front and back. It's 2 back-to-back, of course. A pack of the very nice Magic Fest sleeves and a non-foil Sol Ring. So pretty nice price to get. It will get shipped to your home, and you get to experience Magic Fest at your home, just because Magic's awesome, whether it's in Red Bull Untapped or elsewhere. If it's your kitchen table or some big event, that doesn't matter. And then after the final round of the event, once we have crowned our champion, we are also giving away a HyperX package containing that mouse mat. Super smooth, super sweet. It's pretty big. It's also like twice as thick. It's also upside down. It's also twice as thick as a playmat, so you get a nice little cushioning effect for your wrist if you put it on your desktop, and to go with your mouse, because you're also getting the Pulsefire Raid mouse. It's a super nice, super smooth, bunch of macro buttons on the side. I've really enjoyed it so far, especially because the one I brought, one of the cheap mice you buy at the supermarket, it doesn't really grip well on, well, not grip, but track well on this very glossy surface. So I would need a mouse mat to go with that one. This one, perfect, has very nice sensitivity there and a bunch of extra options. So a nice package. Also comes, no, it doesn't come with the headset. That is for our second prize for the event itself. Then we want to go back and have a look. No, we don't want to go back. We want to have a chat. I'm sorry. We should have someone from the previous round's feature matches in the chat with us. Hello, how are you doing, Yacht? Yacht.
Hello, I'm doing fine.
Yes, Yacht, welcome. How are you doing?
Doing pretty well. No complaints.
Yeah, no complaint. So let's talk about you a little bit first, because I'm not familiar with your username. Can you tell us a little bit? How long have you been playing, and do you have any like achievements in Magic that you're really proud of that you want to mention?
My username, Jack Murray, is taken from my early years of the internet where I was playing Final Fantasy, so it's Final Fantasy character plus my name.
Okay.
So that's where that is. And throughout the years, I've done reasonably well. I'm from Scotland, and I've played on the World Magic Cup and the World Championships a bunch of times.
That counts.
I've made a bunch of day 2 on Pro Tours, but not super high.
Sure.
That's about it.
Yeah, okay. So definitely no stranger to the competitive scene there. You've been at Pro Tours, pretty much the highest level there is. How does like somebody who is at this level, how do you look at Red Bull Untapped, like as a phenomenon? Where does it sit in the Magic culture for you?
The whole thing is pretty interesting to me because it's definitely a big name thing coming from the outside of the sometimes kind of someone's somewhat small sphere of Magic tournaments, where people outside of Magic don't necessarily know about it until you get them into it. But everyone knows about the Red Bull stuff, and everyone knows that when there are big tournaments of anything that's sponsored, then people pay more attention.
Yeah,
so it's actually pretty great.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I totally agree with your assessment there, especially about the little bubble. There's definitely a sense of subculture going on with Magic, where the people know each other, and there's a lot of eternal history. There's a lot of looking back. That's also why some of the most recent changes, for example, have been hard to accept, because it makes such a schism between the history as well. So there's a lot going on there. And like you say, Red Bull coming in just tears that open, shines light in from otherwise, and hopefully also lets people look further, look bigger, and branch out from Magic. That's actually a super interesting way of seeing it. Let's transition over to the deck you are playing. Which deck did you choose, and what led you to that choice?
I elected to play the Boros cycling deck because it was either that or the Yori and Luca deck. I'm fairly comfortable doing either, but it felt to me like there would be lots of people specifically trying to target the Luca deck and playing the Luca deck with a bunch of anti-mirror cards, and it seemed like it would be a good idea to cast Zenith Flare on people, so I just went with it.
Yeah, that sounds like a very good assessment of the metagame. We saw the breakdown for this event actually, and if I'm not mistaken, we had like around 20% Yori on Luca decks, with Lura Cycling the second most popular at I think it was 9.3%, but the numbers sometimes get jumbled up in my head, especially after 7 hours of trying to talk this show together. So I might be deviating a little bit there for the people out there who are savants and can remember numbers really well, which I'm super jealous about. So yeah, looks like you have a super nice grip on the metagame. So you are, if I'm not mistaken, 6-1 now?
I lost the previous round to Sandy Dog MTG. It was featured just as I lost.
Yeah, that's what I thought I saw. I got a bit confused when we were trying to track back where you were, but that means you're in prime condition going into the last round, and you're almost definitely sure you're in day 2. Although we have a bunch of people on planning on going to 6-0-2, so maybe 6-1-1 is a pretty steep gamble, just as a warning. But I'm sure you're crunching the numbers way better than I am at this point. Is this what you were hoping for? Is this what you were expecting? Did you have a goal in this event?
Not really. I just sort of go into events. I mean, obviously the general goal is to just win matches of Magic the Gathering, and if I wasn't winning, then that's fine. But it's nice to have won a bunch in a row and be in contention for things. Is always fun.
Yeah, it's definitely a recurring theme. People saying, "Oh, I didn't really have expectations. I just want to focus on winning this match, this game. That's all that matters right now." And yeah, that seems to be the winner's mentality, because I only get to talk to the people that are up there in the feature matches, grinding it out all the way to the end. So congrats on you for that. Um, d- Another thing. We're trying to focus as well on the social aspect of Red Bull Untapped. Do you have like
That yeah, that's a baby.
That's okay. So that's part of the social aspect. No worries, no worries. We've had Martin's cat meowing in the background as well. That's part of the game. What I was about to ask though, like, do you have a group of friends that are also in Red Bull Untapped that you're pinging back and forward with? Like, I'm this far in, I'm playing against this guy, or are you the lone ranger just grinding this out, focused?
Yeah, there's not so much of a group going into it really. I just sort of signed up a little while ago, and with everything that's going on, it seemed like an ideal thing to do while I was at home and while the baby can cheer me on in the background there.
Hey, there's nothing like a good cheerleader. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, she's not very good at giving me game advice, so.
Well, that's good. We wouldn't want you to have too much outside assistance. We want this to be your achievement. Otherwise, you'd never know if you were there because of your skills or the baby's, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the end, it's good for your self sense, your self esteem. So, Marie,
when we get back to real life Magic, she can join me in Two-Headed Giant.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, like actually, those baby carriage pouches, you could just like mount it to your shoulder and actually be like a two-headed giant. There's just the drooling aspect of it might backfire a little bit, but you have to take that into account. I mean, that's just real life. There's always some like little issues shimmering in there. But Murray, I want to thank you for your time. I want to congratulate you for being 6-1 so far, and I hope you the very best in the rest of the tournament.
No problem. Thanks very much. Have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you, and I hope we get to talk to you later when you have achieved maybe day 2, maybe somewhere in tomorrow's event already.
Hopefully.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So that was Murray for you on 6-1 with his personal cheerleader. That's just, I mean, that's the luxury life right there. Next up, we have social media. Let's see what you guys all had to say. You guys, girls, everybody had to say here. We have another Japanese person posting here. Yuuki Ishikawa posted, and we're using Google Translate again. I was going to say Red Bull Translate. Google Translate again. Red Bull Untapped 602 on the first day. Although I haven't ID'd yet. Advanced to the second day. The best tournament, the best company. Thank you. It will be delivered on the second day. For it, they've got the plan. They've got their goals in sight. With 602, probably some players have crunched the numbers and think that guarantees them entry. It's all about getting in that top 128. And considering we started with almost 3,000 players, it's a really small part of the group that's actually going to pass through. So 602, this person seems to think that this guarantees them in. I hope they are correct. Let's see what else we have to say here. Now, this is a post by Pascal Maynard on Facebook. Said, I went 1-1 drop in Red Bull Untapped. Pascal, what is this? You are still in contention. But this happened, so I count that as a win. What is this? Well, that's the screen cap that he put next to it. Another Japanese player. I'm Sheep. Thank you now much. Thank you very much. I think maybe real Pascal Maynard, this player is just super excited that they get to play against the pro player, because I know you are a pro player. Pascal looks like a little bit embarrassed, but yes, that was me. Gets the little heart emote. I'm really happy to match you. And Maynard immediately comes back, hey, you played really well, hope you win. So I'm guessing this is the player that actually beat him to go down to 1-1. So we get a thank you. Today is the best day in this year. You heard it here. It is May. We're not even halfway through the year, and pardon, it's already the best day of the year for this player. So, and again, we have the Japanese people expressing so openly what they feel about this event. And even though we have to filter everything through Google Translate because my Japanese just isn't what it used to be, not well, that's not true. It's exactly what it used to be, which is virtually non-existent. But that's just how life is, and that's why we have technology to make sure these interactions are possible. That's yeah, I think that's great, and I love that we're seeing this much positive energy going into Twitter right now. Let's go back though to a bit of Red Bull history. We've been going back to 2019 a bunch of times, and we're not stopping anytime soon because we want to make sure that this event is about the legacy. This is about building up something for last year, this year, and hopefully many years to come still. I want to see a future where we are keeping statistics about what people did in editions years and years past, and how crazy the tournaments have evolved, and what we've done and what we still want to do, and make things bigger and better, or smaller and more special. There's I love the flexibility there is. I mean, look at this tournament versus the finals we're working towards. We had over 4,500 people trying to get into this tournament, all trying to get to that last event that is just this super high standing 8-player event with a super show around it. But even this one, just getting to be part of this. So let's go back again to the finals in London. We have Jose Neves there, one of the players that qualified online a year ago when Arena was still super new and way more buggy than these days. It was, I heard it was an ordeal back then to get through the event and to get into the event. It's not like today where everything was open and everybody was in. No, there was this ticketing raffle system that was super, super competitive to get into. And it's just this player made it. They were at the finals, and this is how they presented the deck that they were playing there on Arena. Let's go look at Jose Neves.
Hi, my name is José Neves. I'm from Portugal. I'm playing Esper Hero because it's a deck you can adapt to the meta very easily. My favorite card is Spell Pierce because it won me my first big tournament.
So that's how he introduced himself. We also were super excited to hear that he was most likely going to play in this event. So we sent our trusty reporter, Ollie Gehrman, again, the spiky-haired little devil, to have a chat with Jose and see how he feels about the event before and where we're going, where we're at now, and what Magic means to him, pretty much. Let's go have a look at their interview and see what they had to say.
Welcome back to the coverage of Red Bull Untapped 2020. We got another interview for you guys with one of the top 8 finishers of last year's Untapped series. We got Jose Neves here. Hey Jose, how are you doing right now?
I'm good. How are you? How are you guys?
Not too bad, all things considered. That's my standard reply these days. My wife needs to take care of the kids all day, and I'm actually allowed to get some work done. What is it like for you? Are you also, I guess you are confined to your home as well?
Yes, Portugal was hit also quite severely, but we took the necessary measures very soon. So as for me, I'm a musician, so I can't really perform during this time, so I actually leaned back on Magic quite a lot. I've been grinding Magic so I can make some extra buck on Magic Online.
So you're basically a very fierce competitor at these events because you have been putting in the hours in the playtesting.
Also, yes, it's true.
Last year's event was the first time we did Red Bull Untapped, the first time we brought in a very big sponsor from outside the Magic scene and the entire gaming scene, I would say, that brought in serious prize money and some really cool run events. What was that like for you?
Well, it was awesome, you know. It was probably one of the first times I saw something like that, you know, someone other than Wizard of the Coast doing something that big, and Red Bull just it was amazing what they did for the game, you know.
Right.
This year it's going to be even bigger, 3,000 persons for the first qualifier. It's amazing. I think it's the biggest Magic online tournament.
Yes. I don't want to be in the organizational team, to be honest. I think that must be an organizational nightmare. I spoke to some other guys that finished in the top 8 last year, but most of them were card game, like they qualified via the card game. You qualified in an online qualifier last year. I guess you also were like very prepared for that tournament, considering you ended up winning it.
Actually, I didn't really prepare for the qualifier, so it was a really funny story. I was playing in my local LGS the day before. I don't even know what I was playing. It wasn't really important, but I saw a really new player playing against a friend of mine. My friend was playing one of the top decks from the time. It was a ramp deck with Nissa and Crassus. And the new player played like for 1 month, 2 months the game. He was really new, and he was playing the budget mono blue deck from the time, mono blue tempo. And my friend was like, I cannot beat this deck. I'm not prepared for this deck. And I thought, man, if my friend can't really beat this new player, maybe mono blue is the right call. And I went with it. I hadn't played mono blue in months, and I went with it. I lost one game, so I went 9-1 and won with mono blue. No one was really prepared for it. So
for the finals in London, did you also not prepare at all, or did you put in some more work?
I put a lot of work into the finals. I prepared for like 3 weeks, extensively, several hours a day, because it's like going to a GP and knowing beforehand that you're going to top 8 the GP.
Yeah, like you're starting in the top 8. Yeah, it's basically Red Bull Untapped in a nutshell. Win a 16-round pie and then win lots of prize money at a mini GP, basically. If I had to narrow it down to just one favorite memory of last year, what would that be? What's your favorite memory from last year?
I liked it. What I liked the most was it's not really a memory, but it's a characteristic of the event, is that they really cared a lot about the participants, you know. Mm-hmm. We were really well taken care of, everything from travel to the hotels to the venues to anything you needed. You could just call the organization and they would have your back.
Right. Let's end this on a funny note. I got some questions that other players threw at me that said, I want to hear something funny from these guys that are so accomplished. Do you have a favorite Salt story where something went completely sideways, where you're not happy with how that Magic game went?
I have a lot of Salt stories, but there was one that stuck to me, which happened around that time, actually. It was Guilds of Ravnica Standard. Guilds that just came out. So I was playing in my LGS. I was playing a kid that plays there a lot, and I know his parents very well. I know him very well. We go along very well. But he was playing Izet Phoenix at the time, and I was playing Izet Drakes with Crackling Drake. I just came out the last set. And I played 3 tournaments that week. I played Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday.
Right.
3 standard tournaments. I played against him 3 times with the same decks. He actually beat me 6 times in a row with turn 4 Phoenix, two turn 4 Phoenixes attacking. In all 6 in a row.
Okay, I mean, that's just crazy. I guess you weren't happy when that happened.
No. Around the 4th time, I was going like, okay, that's enough.
Around the 4th time. I mean, I would say a lot of people would be annoyed the 2nd or the 3rd time already. So 4th time, I would say it's pretty...
I was tired of it.
But you're still friends with him and the parents.
Yeah, we're good friends. We really go along well. So it's just magic, you know.
Thank you so much, Jose. Do you have any shout-outs? Do you want to greet somebody?
Around this time, I think if I have to greet someone, it's my local game store. It's called Arena Porto. They're always amazing with us. I really like playing there. I'm really good friends with everyone in the store, the owners, and it's a rough time for LGSs, and I think we have to send every shout out we can. We have to send them to them. You know,
right?
Having their doors closed during this time, it's really hard. So, my shout out goes to them, to all the LGSs.
Yes,
actually.
No, I would agree with that. It's a very good cause. Let's give a shout out to our local game stores. So, thank you so much, Jose. Best of luck when you're playing in this year's edition of Red Bull Untapped. And you guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more coverage of Red Bull Untapped 2020.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are going to have a look at the players that we currently have that are 7-0. These players have won every single round today. They've been here undefeated throughout this entire day. And we even have their deck list. And I'm going to tell you, the metagame analysis we did just a while ago, it doesn't really match up with what some of these guys are playing. First up, we have Maxim Salmon. He's playing mono green Stompy, forest and big creatures, nothing else. I love it. I don't know why, but there might be some energy going here that explains why I like the big green creatures. We have Sandy Dog MTG on Mono Red Obosh. So that choice for the underdog that sort of came out of nowhere last week. People thought it was gone. It's back, and it's 7-0 in this tournament. Andriy Kuzmichev is on Boros Cycling Lurus, so one of those top 2 decks, definitely. Jason Moon is on Rakdos Sacrifice with Lurus, the other deck you can play with Lurus, but definitely performing for him. Has been sacrificing lots of little kitties there. That's a reference to what the deck does. Don't worry, I don't think he's actually sacrificing cats. It's just the deck has a card called Witch's Oven and a cat called Cauldron Familiar, and there's a interaction happening. That's just what the deck does. We have Boros Cycling again with Fernando's Iglesias, and then we have Noe Alessandro Rivera Carvalho also on Rakdos Sacrifice with Lure. So it looks like these people are finding success with those decks that were a lot lower in the metagame list. They were hovering around that 5 to 4%, but I think that is 3 now, 2 or 3. Yeah, 2 that come from that archetype. We have a Team of Reclamation, the standout without any companions. And then we have a Jeskai Luca list, so Yorion Luca, that we have seen all the way on top of this list. There's still one match playing with 2 6-0 players, and I'm not sure. Cycling, it's apparently Cycling versus Luca, so another 2 of those top 2 decks is going to sneak in this very favored list of people that pretty much can disconnect and they'll still be in day 2. So that would be such a relief if you're playing in this tournament. We also have a bunch of deck lists we want to look at, and we're going to start off with some of the deck lists that we saw in the feature match this round, starting with Martin Dang's list here. He is on Rakdos Obosh. He is on that very list. We just said it's only 5% of the metagame, but it's 25% of those top performing players. It is focused, like I said, see, I wasn't lying, he's actually sacrificing cats. On the top left, we see the black cat, the Cauldron Familiar, and under the companion, the Obosh, we see that Witch's Oven. The rest of the deck is full of aggressive cards that are trying to push through damage or sacrifice effects that really set up that Mayhem Devil. You see the gold card on the top row there. Whenever any player sacrifices a permanent, you get to do 1 damage to any target. So you can use this to control planeswalkers. It can go to the face. You can use it to remove some smaller creatures. But don't just think smaller creatures, because this deck can really set up a cycle of sacrifices, especially if it has that Woe Strider, if it has multiple ovens. And don't forget, even that Fabled Passage, the land you sacrifice to get another land counts as a trigger for this deck. The rest is fodder, a little bit of steal effects, a deck that aims to put a lot of pressure on their opponent. And if you let this deck pass priority with a Mayhem Devil on the table and it's ready to cast their companion, I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna have a bad time. Next up, we have Maxim Selman's deck. There's that mono green Stompy, loving it. So, no companion. Who needs companions? I've got plenty of friends to go here. We've got all the heavy hitters here. We've got Questing Beast, we've got Arguirus, we see Stone Coil Serpent. All the good stuff is happening here, but because he's mono green, he can invest a lot heavier into some of these other cards that we don't really see that much, with Barkhide Troll and Yorvo coming in as well. They are such huge impact on the board as soon as they are ready to go. So we have the Great Henge as your super card advantage engine, and Vivian Arcbow Ranger, sorry, I got stutter on the name there, as your card advantage engine. There's another Vivian there as well, and of course Growth's Chamber Guardian, finding his friends. It's all about finding your friends with this deck. You don't need a companion, your friends are right in the deck. Maxim Salman, love the deck that you're bringing. You're 7-0 right now, so that is from a deck that we haven't even seen in the metagame analysis. So it's way below there. This pretty much looks like somebody just took their favorite little deck and threw it into this high power tournament. And it's achieving a lot of the same things that the red-green decks are trying to do, but it's just so much more stable, so much more foolproof. You only have one color you need to worry about, and you get to add an entire synergy package that most people are probably not used to playing against, with that Yorvo going as well. So super cool deck there, 7-0, and we're going to move further into some of the decks that we've seen way earlier, but haven't really given a chance yet, haven't really shown this spotlight. So Ezekiel Cascon's deck is up next, and he was playing Mardu Knights. So a very aggressive, very low-costed black-white red deck. Plays a lot of 1-drops, 2-drops, a few pump spells here and there, getting a lot of pressure on your opponent, often winning just straight up with that initial rush. It has Lurus to rebuy some of the creatures that inevitably will have fallen along the wayside. That's just how it goes. And Lurus gives this deck this little secondary push that often the aggro decks need to get over the edge. Let's go to the next deck by Joao Choca, the winner of Grand Prix Turin, also playing in this event and doing pretty well at some point. Also on Lurus, it's cycling, but it's blue cycling. Jeske Lurus, you get to add some of these blue cards to round out the deck. We see it's actually not cycling. I'm sorry. It's a completely different strategy focused around Lurus, using Staggering Insight and the 1/1 little dragon. I can't read the name either on this this presentation, but very much focused on spells that protect, draw extra cards, and synergize. It's a lot more aggressive looking, and Lurus gives it that little security net that, hey, if it doesn't work the first time, don't worry, we can try again. Have your Terramander again. Here, replay your Staggering Insight from the graveyard. It's okay. We can just let's just do this over. So a very different take on Lurus. It looks nothing like any of the other decks that we've seen, but apparently did Joao very well. The next deck we have is Julio Bejarano's deck, or Bejarano, not sure, and he is on old school Azorius control, all the good white and blue control cards. There's a lot of bounce here. We have counter spells, we have sweepers, we have more counter spells, card advantage, counter spells, and then a few big finishers. Shark Tornado's back, but we see the bane of limited, Dream Trawler as well in this deck. And Julio knows what the deal is with him. He wants to go reset the game, draw it out as long as possible. He doesn't have time for Shatter the Skies. No, he plays Planner Cleansing because that gets rid of all the things. And I don't want to leave anything on the board. Just get that stuff out of here. And then trying to get finishers going with some of the cards that are left. But when you're playing Azorius Control, you don't care about winning the game so much as you care about not losing. You definitely don't want to lose. That's how you play this game. If you win, you manage not to lose for long enough, you know what happens? You win. That's just how it works in Magic. Next up, we have Kenji Tsumura, a bit of a blast from the past, definitely. Kenji was one of my favorite players when I was looking at all the coverage and just remembering everything of it. There was so many little highlights of him. He's in this tournament as well, and he is playing Teamer Adventures. The holdout together with Reclamation from pre-Ikoria times. There's not that much Ikoria in here. There's a bunch of adventure cards, there is Edgewall Innkeepers, and there is Lucky Clover. So all your adventure cards just double, triple up, draw you cards, do crazy stuff. And this deck, if you leave it unchecked, just goes so big, so wide. And in the meantime, let's cut back to the studio because I have some exciting news for you. And that is that we are ready for round 8, the last round of today in Red Bull Untapped. All the people on that little edge, we have a bunch of people that know they're in. They have 7 wins. They're good to go. But we still have a few people that need to prove they're worth it. So let's go to Martin and Riley for their last round of today. Apparently, they're not completely ready yet, or maybe they're a little bit shy. They've been in front of the camera quite some time today, so they maybe they're a little bit nervous. That it happens. It happens to the best of us. I mean, if you would have asked me to do this a couple of years ago, I would have been super nervous as well. It's just how it is. You need to get prepared. You need to have like a list of topics in your head to just randomly start talking about, and you have to make it look natural. That's all not so easy. And then you have a bunch of prompts happening and people starting to scurry around you while you're trying to fill the void. Now, not that that's going on, of course. That's totally not what's happening, because I'm totally not filling the void until I can finally pass it on to the casters here. Martin and Riley, you're up. Let's go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to live coverage of round number 7 of Red Bull Untapped. Or sorry, no, this is round number 8, excuse me. Round number 8, the last round of the day, and we are watching a win and in between these two players here. Lino Bergold, the reigning Red Bull champion, and Ben Tudman, both of these players at 6-1. I'm Riley Knight, joined by the Hall of Famer Martin User. And Martin, we began the day with coverage of Lino here, and we're gonna close things out with his chance to get into day number 2 here.
Yeah, and we have the German Fox, but no other lands for the cycling deck. That is not a good spot to be in, and Lino has to be feeling good with already having fires in play, already having Narset, having it protected by the 0-4 wall, and next turn presumably having a chance to play Yorion.
The other thing about his hand, even though it's just 2 lands and a solar, or 3 lands now and a solar blaze. Solar blaze is so excellent in this matchup specifically. I mean, you more or less have it targeting this matchup because all of the creatures in the Lurrus deck have either in the cycling deck either have square stats or higher power than toughness. So the solar blaze can take them out, no worries whatsoever. We see Narset go upstairs here, and while this doesn't allow Lino
either play Solar Blaze or just play the Yorion as a 4/5 that's going to reset your Narset. But I think playing Solar Blaze here is fine to get rid of the Fox, but I also wouldn't just mind playing Yorion and just like starting
starting
4-5, so developing nicely. And even if the opponent has something like even a rescuer here, or there it is. And this can continue to push things wide. It's not going to help too much. Unfortunately, Narset can't power out this Agent of Treachery here. But if you're really that worried about it, you can activate Narset, try to find something to kill the Valiant Rescuer. I mean, they'll get like an extra token from it, whatever. You can steal it with the agent next turn. That seems fine, right? They don't have good attacks here.
You could have scryed there before you activated Narset, because you already have Fires of Invention in play. So whatever you draw, you're going to be able to play it for free. So that was a good opportunity for Leno to be able to use the castle there and potentially draw basically any non-land and discard it into Narset's activation and get rid of the Villian Rescuer there. Now he's gonna have to find another sweeper, basically. Now he's in a position where the Boros cycling player is just going to be able to go wide, and they're going to be able to just flood the board with tokens, and Lena only has a Yorion basically that is able to take something down in combat. The wall doesn't really do all that much other than just block one of the creatures, but they're both going to survive. Solar Blaze is
just absolutely perfect here, absolutely perfect, and you can see exactly why Solar Blaze is so good in this deck, so much better than Shadow the Sky in this exact situation, because not only does it clear everything up on the other side of the board, it doesn't even kill your creatures. The 0/4, the 4/5, even the 2/3 in hand, none of these are affected by Solar Blaze. And so it is just so perfect in clearing this up. And I'm surprised. I mean, it's amazing that the cycling deck has stayed in this. Hit a couple of lands, run a run of lands, gone from 1 to 4 lands after missing a bunch of early land drops. But now this Solar Blaze is just going to be backbreaking here. Upstairs with Narset again. Gain 2, and there's even an attack with the Yorion available. And if you really want to turn the screws, play an agent, steal a land here.
I think at this point, you're just probably want to save the agent for Dolores, so that Dolores can start bringing back all the cards from the graveyard. Even though you can also just activate Narset and just kill Dolores that way. Here we see a Stinger pass. That's interesting. Without even playing Dolores, so probably just gonna see 3 cards being cycled and Stinger just deal 3 damage there.
Okay, agent, another Teferi, but you could just double agent here even.
Wow, yeah, that's going to be... The next couple of turns are going to be pretty good. Like, you're going to be able to bounce your Yorion, play agent, replay the Yorion, bounce the... blink the agent, this game should be pretty much over.
So the agent comes down. Give me that Dranith Stinger. Cycles a Footfall Crater to deal 1. Lino down to 21. Oh, down to 20 now with another cycle. I'm just putting in a little bit of work, but away it goes.
I'm just looking at the standings, and I'm still just not really in disbelief, but kind of just surprised how well is aggro doing. Like, I expected aggro to show up, but not to just completely be. Like, the top of the standings is just mono aggro decks. Just all aggro. Boros cycling, mono green stomping, mono red. There is a few Jessica Luca decks that that was obviously expected when it's the most played deck. But wow, is aggro doing well this weekend?
Yeah, it's been a good showing from the various aggro decks, although right now it's not the best performance from the cycling deck after being stuck on lands early here.
But even here...
Oh, hello. Look at this. Big Solar Flare.
Even here, you can just double Solar Flare, Zenith Flare the opponent. There's not a lot of...
I mean, how did the Boros cycling deck go from being missing for its first land drops? It had 1 land until turn 4.
Yeah.
And it's just drawn out of it magnificently here.
That's pretty impressive. This just shows you the power of the deck. It just shows you the power of Zenith Flare. Like, it's easy to stop them from dealing damage to you with creatures. Like, it's easy to, have enough blockers in play with Yorion and the 0/4 wall, and you can just steal creatures with cards like Age, and you can bounce them with the Fairy. But there's not a whole lot of things you can do with Zenith Flare outside of having a counter like Dovin's Veto. But that's not something the Fires decks are usually playing in the main deck. It's usually only really
maybe like a few copies of Mystical Dispute, but that's pretty much it.
So what do you do here? Do you Teferi bounce your own fires in order to draw a no? It's going to be Yorion instead.
I think you can. So have you played any spells this turn? I don't think so, right?
No, could have
way
played
you
the
can play,
agent. Yeah, you play the agent first.
Yeah, you play the agent first.
Yeah, just deal with their lands. This is actually going to take them off Zenith Flare mana unless they have land Zenith Flare next turn. Yeah, I like this.
The Omen can. No, you're only gonna be able to use the Omen to gain 2 life from the Omen. You can gain 2 life from Narset, I believe, but that has already been used.
Already been used to draw a card.
So Yorion, you can blink both the Planeswalkers, blink both the agents, and blink the Fires of Invention as well. So you're gonna be able to still play the Omen. That's gonna put you at 11. You're gonna steal 2 of those lands, setting the opponent back to just 3 mountains.
So they have to draw white source. Yeah, they have to draw. Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh no! Oh, okay. Cycling is different. That's fine. Cycling's a little different here. Going to get a little bit more information.
And you're also getting the stinger value yourself now.
Yeah. Get some. So here's the Orion now. Blinking agent, and the 2 planeswalkers. Steal all the white sources here. There's an Omen. And no counter spells. So, I mean, not the counter spells do any good because, of course, the Fires is coming back. So another Omen now. Omen of the Sun this time. 2 1/1s and 2 life. And I mean, look, it's not over. The opponent can rip a white source and a Zenith Flare, and this game is done. But here, yep, okay. Which one is it? Oh, this is unbelievable. There's the planes and there's the Zenith Flare. Oh my goodness, what a remarkable and dramatic end to this game. After stealing 3 lands last turn, the opponent needed exactly a white source and exactly Zenith Flare to win the game, or was probably dead on the crack back there. That was bananas. After nicking 3 lands.
I fully expected that to be the good game. I don't have it.
Yeah, good game. Good game. Scoop them up. That was remarkable.
You usually do the good game when you're conceding, so I fully expected that to be the end of the game. To follow that up with planes and solar and
savage
player,
absolute
that was
savage.
savage. Yes, that was savage. Wow,
absolutely savage that was. Wow. So we move now to sideboarding, and Lino will be sitting there just like, geez, how does this? Why do bad things happen to good people? If he's sitting there just absolutely unable to believe his poor fortune there. We see some sideboarding being done here. Dream Trawler coming in, Agent of Treachery going out, and also coming in there those copies of Dovin's Veto. ECD also more or less blank cardboard, but you can't take them all out, of course. I'm surprised to see Narset being cut. Narset's really good against the cycling deck.
Yeah, on the draw, I don't think so as much as other people seem to. I'm surprised that the Deafening Clarion didn't make it into the deck. That seems like something you would like to have against the creatures. But Narset can just get attacked with creatures. A lot of players are just like, oh wow, I really need to have Fry in my sideboard against this deck. But I'm just like, why don't you just make a game plan where you're attacking the Narset with creatures? Like Fry is like exactly the type of card that's going to be rotting in your hand when you need that 1 extra cycler or something proactive to actually attack your opponent rather than...
I'm really confused, though, by the ECDs, because the ECDs literally have 1 target, and that target is Lurrus, and there are so many other ways you can deal with a Lurrus. I'm very surprised to see ECD as a 2-of post board.
Yeah, that should be a card that should come out, I think, in this matchup.
I would have thought so.
Yeah, you're right that Lurrus is pretty much the only target. There really isn't anything else.
Yeah,
so,
there really isn't anything else at all.
That does make sense.
Well, turn 1 Flourishing Fox here. This is not the start that Burgold would be hoping for, although he does have the answer in the Omen of the Forge.
And you love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly does love to see that. Opponent won't be too happy about it, but we move on now. On turn 2, another threat in the form of Draneth Stinger.
So both players kind of just with the perfect start so far.
Yep. So Birth of Meletus goes and fetches a Plains. And with that, after that, we'll see Hallowed Fountain played.
No reason to get creative and play that plains over the tapped shock land.
Punish yourself later if you need to ever shock yourself for the Hallowed Fountain. And this is somewhere where every life point does matter. In comes the Drowned Stinger for 2. Lino down to 18.
All right, so we can get an 0-4 wall from the Birth of Meletus. We can play fires into another Birth of Meletus or cycle the Shark Typhoon during attack to potentially ambush the Rescuer or the Stinger. That would have been an okay play as well. But now looks like Lino is just setting up for a nice next turn where he's going to be able to play Yorion, blinking the Omen, shooting one of the creatures, blinking one of the Birth of Meletus, getting another planes from his deck, making another wall the turn after.
And a hand that doesn't look too great right now, with 3 lands and a single Shark Typhoon. But at least this wall doing some blocking here against this attack, forestalling at least a little bit of damage, down to 13.
I like the sleeves, by the way, that Lino's using. The Gaia's
Cradle ones, yeah.
I am super jealous of those. I'm not sure in which special event they were given away on Arena.
Yeah.
But I was not at home for that one.
Oh, no, you missed them?
So yes, I just missed it, and now there's just no way to get them. And these
you just can't get them? They'll put them on sale again at some point for sure.
They might appear in the store sometime in
sure.
the future, but so far I haven't been able to get them. And they're definitely it's definitely one of my favorite art, as far as Magic cards go.
What's your favorite art as far as non-Magic cards go?
Non-Magic cards?
Yeah. What's your favorite piece of art? Visual art, like a painting. Do you have one?
So the first thing that came to my mind, there's a movie with Pierce Brosnan about him stealing some Monet painting from a museum in New York. And there's this painting with this guy that has an apple in front of his face.
Oh, that's surrealism. That's not Monet.
I think it's no, that's a different one. Yeah, it's called Son of Man, I think, or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just a cool painting that was in the movie that I can always remember whenever I.
Oh, okay. So the film was about stealing a Monet, but you liked the
one of his favorite paintings or something that they used a lot in the movie.
Yeah.
I think it's called Son of Man.
Yeah, Son of Man. It's by Magritte. Yeah.
See, I remember.
No, you're right. You very good. I mean, I don't really get it, but I guess it's cool.
What is your favorite art as far as non-Magic stuff goes?
I think this is going to be a really dumb answer, but I'm a huge fan of the French. So there's a French painter many years ago. Everyone will have seen these paintings. He used to do self-portraits. You would have seen it. It was Joseph I don't know how to say it, de Croix.
Okay.
And it was, the one of him yawning and the one of him laughing and the one of him making silly faces. And I just really liked that years and years ago there was a very talented artist who, instead of making all those, stately, serene, normal, smart, solemn-looking faces, he did some silly ones. I like all that. I like all the Dutch. There's a name for the art style, but people just doing normal things with normal faces instead of just noble people from years ago, sitting with poker faces. Anyway, Castle Bantris here pops a Shark Typhoon on the top.
I really like that Lino is using the upkeep stop here to possibly give himself, more opportunities to use the Castle Ventress to scribe even more if he so chooses. The board is starting to get flooded with a lot of tokens from the opponent, but you do have 4 creatures even yourself, and it looks like Lino is going to go either for double Shark Typhoon here, making a 6/6 flyer.
I just want to see 2 Shark Typhoons hard cast here.
Yeah, that seems reasonable to me. Just hardcast both Typhoons into upkeep Castle Ventress and hope to find a spell. The only problem with that is you're giving your opponent a lot of time. You're going to make a 6/6 flyer, but you're not going to close the game next turn, and you might not close it the turn after either if you don't find a spell. So this is kind of risky. You don't want to give your opponent too much time to find a Zenith Flare.
But you're definitely going to find something, right? Like you've got a Castle Vantress activation this turn. You've got a Castle Vantress activation in your upkeep. You're going to find something.
That's fair, yeah.
You've got a 6/6 now. You're attacking for an unblockable 10 next turn. I mean, your opponent does have a fair board assembled, but they don't have good attacks this turn.
All I'm saying is, if I was the Jeskai player, I would be not feeling very comfortably. I would just be like, oh my god, do you have enough cyclers in Zenith? Like every time they cycle, Stinger deals me 1 damage, right? So, you can already see it. Like if they have the Zenith Flare, they are gonna find enough cyclers to finish this game off. So I would not be feeling super safe, even if the Birth of Meletis is gonna give me two more life in my upkeep. But still, it's in these spots against the cycling decks, you just know they have and the aggressive game again. You just know they have so many cyclers that they're just gonna eventually find the Zenith.
Oh, and a Zenith Flare for Exactsies as well ends this game with Bent, the opponent. Some absolute savagery with those emotes as well. GG into lethal Zenith Flare twice from them, which is really just something. I mean, I don't know if you love or you hate to see it, but that is the way that those ones go there. All right, we're going to be able to jump over to one of our back tables here. Now, these players are not live for day 2. Tragically, Toralf Toffelseveren, the Mythic Champion, has fallen short at 5-2, and he's playing against another all-time great in Shuhei Nakamura, a Hall of Famer and the all-time pro points leader. Am I mistaken in saying that?
I believe so, yeah. I think she has over 700 pro points.
Yeah. I know that he and Raf had a big race just before they phased out pro points. He and Raf had a big race to see who would end on top, and Raf fell tragically short. So Nakamura took the crown forever unto eternity.
So just to put Shuhei's 750-ish pro points into perspective, if you win a Grand Prix, or if you like when they used to award pro points, when you won a Grand Prix, you got 8 pro points.
Yeah.
So you would basically have to win almost 100 Grand Prix to catch up to Shuhei. Like, how crazy is that?
Yeah.
That's so many pro points. Like, Shuhei has been playing for quite a while, and
but still, he
really is one of the best players of all time.
Yeah. How many pro points did you end up with?
I have like 655 or something like that.
That is still a lot, dude.
I tried to make it into 666, but I
nearly got there.
I failed like the last 2 events or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So the two of us combined have got well over 650 pro points put together. That's huge.
That's true. Yes.
That's huge. Yeah. Well over 650 together, the two of us. That's great.
Shuhei has six Pro Tour top 8s, I believe, maybe even 7. He really is like one of the actual all-time greats. Like he has been around for so long, and he is the type of player that doesn't have 1 great season or 2 great seasons or whatever. He just put up a 50-point season year after year after year after year.
Yeah. A legacy of consistent greatness from him for sure. Unlike the bloke we're watching here, who spiked 1 tournament and has now gotten too big for his boots. Although Toffel quite likes the fact, because they've phased out Mythic Championships as well, right? Like Mythic Championships aren't a thing anymore. So he's 1 of 7 ever.
That's true. Yeah, we kind of just look at it as if you won a Pro Tour. That's kind of the same thing. They just renamed it. If it's a tournament with around 400 players that got invited, through like PTQs or whatever.
Yeah.
They're playing a couple rounds of draft.
Oh no, I know, like it's just a rebranding, but Toffel still milks it for all it's worth. Yeah, absolutely.
That's fair.
Yeah. And here he is on Jeskai Fires, the Karuga version, the 60-card version that we haven't seen a whole lot of recently.
Yeah, Shuhei with an interesting choice here. We haven't seen a lot of jump sacrifice in quite a while, and this looks like he doesn't have a companion, which is also something very unusual. You don't see that very often these days.
No, well, there's not a companion that would fit, of course. Like you can't play Obosh because you're playing Trail of Crumbs. You can't play Karuga because you're playing Trail of Crumbs. You can't play Amori because you're playing Trail of Crumbs. You can't play Yorion because you're playing Jund. There's just none that really fit, right?
Well, as it turns out,
Karuga
can in fact play Yorion.
And cool. And
what you suggested earlier, playing an aggro deck with Yorion as your companion just to throw your opponent off. when we were talking between the rounds, I was reading Twitter, and somebody did post a screenshot of this just happened to me. My opponent is showing Yorion as a companion, and they started with Mountain into Tin Street Dodger. So that is a thing you can be doing right now.
Yeah.
You
And then
just start to
sideboarded
deceive your
down,
opponent.
had an empty sideboard and sideboarded down to 66 cards. Just insane. Like just 5,000 IQ. Galactic level brain plays there.
That
Universe
really is
brain plays. Yeah.
That really is cool.
Yeah. It's
That
so
really is
sweet. Cauldron Familiar getting busy here. Going to come in for one. Knock Toffel down to 13. And again, these players at 5 and 2, just playing it out here, playing out the day. A nice rounded full day of Magic.
This is traditionally one of the very close matchups. Jeskai Fire, like the good old Jeskai Fires, and the good old John Sacrifice.
All right. Well, it looks like we are having some issues here. So we're unsure of exactly how that one ended there. But again, at 5 and 2, both of those players were unfortunately ineligible for the cut for day 2, almost certainly. And so as a result, we probably won't be seeing either Toffel or Shuhei tomorrow. But I can tell you that Thomas Holtzinger just lost a win in against Niccolo Lupetti. Holtzinger was the runner-up at the Red Bull Untapped Series 1 last year in 2019 in London. But unfortunately, we'll not be contesting to try to go one better to this time around, or not at least in this qualifier, as he is bowing out at X and 2, unfortunately for him. But we do have a couple of 8 and 0 players. We can talk about some people who are also going to be in day 2, some notable names that we're going to have on our screens tomorrow. Sandy Dog. This is Brandon. His last name escapes me. What was his last name, sorry, Martin?
Barton, I believe.
Brandon Barton, who is a well-known moto grinder there. Javier Dominguez, of course, former world champion. Yuki Ichikawa, Japanese superstar there. And Li Shi-chan from Hong Kong, who is playing Mardu Knights.
Li Shi-chan with Mardu Knights, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that is great to see. He I think he posted that deck on Twitter a couple days ago, saying like, hey, like what happened to Mardu Knights? Like if you just put lures into the deck, I think it still has the tools to win. And apparently he's been having a pretty good day with it. So
Yeah.
good to see Lee in day 2. And I just want to point out that I just realized, I guess, if day 2 is single elimination, the record doesn't really matter. You're not really carrying it over. So
But
basically,
still, I mean, 8 and 0 at this point.
Yeah,
is, like, that's how you want your day to end. Like an 8 and 0,
Right,
7-1
yeah,
finish, very strong, that sort of thing. But no, you're right. So the way it's going to work tomorrow, I'm sure we'll keep you updated with how it all works. But our understanding at this stage is that it's a single elimination, just a playoff all the way down until we crown a champion, Martin.
yeah, just saying that, like, if you hear about your favorite player going 6-1-1 today or something, doesn't mean that they're in a worse position than somebody who went 8 and 0. Everybody just has a fair chance to win tomorrow. It's just going to be single elimination, and whoever's going to go 7-0 is going to be our champion, I guess.
All right. Well, that is that from us here in the booth. We're going to throw it back to the news desk now with Niels, who's going to give you all the updates from there. So let's head back over to Niels now at the news desk.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley and Martin, for your insights. Thank you very much for showcasing those 8 and 0 players that we'll definitely see back tomorrow. 8 and 0, high enough, ranked, whatever we are are meaning there. I just want to make sure that we do our last giveaway at this point. That is a Korea collector's box. So it's 12 boosters with all those alternate art that we have now available with the alternate names. The whole Gojira packs, as they say. So they're in here. We'll be giving one away. Our moderators will make sure that you have your exclamation whatever to put into the chat and get your hands onto something that I kind of want to keep for myself. And nobody saw. It's no, everybody saw. Niels, don't be an idiot. Okay, people that aren't idiots. Wow, that's an awkward segue. No, I want to thank everybody who was here today with me. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody involved in running the tournament, because without the tournament, there's no stream. So big shout outs to Jurgen and his army of admins for bringing this event to the conclusion today. I want to thank Riley and Martin, sorry for letting my voice take a little bit of a rest from time to time. They've filled more content than I did, so awesome guys. I really loved listening in on what they had to say. Toby and Carson, they were the quiet forces behind the screens, but let me tell you, those guys went above and beyond over and over again. They have been able to produce so much content for me, all the deck list, all the updates about what our featured players are doing, the meta game analysis. They were there the entire time. Frank is and particularly making sure that we always had new players doing well, getting in our feature matches for us to show to you. Otherwise, I mean, without Frank, we wouldn't have a show anymore, probably after round 5, maybe round 6. I mean, go away, Fly. So big thanks to him as well. And then everybody who's been involved in the technical part of this show. I want to thank the people here that are sitting behind my camera, flaunting a pizza in my face right now. Here's the pizza. Oh yeah, so pizza's ready for me. We're almost done. And I want to thank our production team, the streaming company Card Sports League, all the way over there in Germany, bringing all these feeds together, bringing all the audio sources, the matches, the video from me, from the players, from the casters, everything in this big, huge funnel going through them, and they took care of it. They brought the show to you in the end. And the last people I want to do a little shout out for is you. Yes, you, the viewer, the player, the chatter, the tweeter, the Facebooker. Why don't we have a name for Facebooker? We don't say Twitterer. Jesus. So all the people that shared stuff on Facebook as well. I just, what can I say? Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you for day 2. I have some other people that want to say hello to you as well. So cue the music, maestro.
Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you soon.
Good luck, everyone, and have fun.
You won! Congratulations!
Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Hey, looks like you won. Although, did you beat up a bunch of dinosaurs? I really hope not. But either way, congratulations, you made it.
Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Good luck. Have fun.
Good luck. Have fun.